Chapter 1. Am I a vegetative state or a ghost? Please, not like this. This is a hospital. Gu Yang is still lying in his bed. Ha. That's exactly why it's thrilling. It's a hospital. As for Gu Yang, he's just a vegetable now, able to hear, but not respond. He ought to thank me instead. In a moment, remember to lean close to his ear and let him know just how formidable I am. Indeed, the events unfolding in reality surpass even the most dramatic scenes on television. Within the VIP ward of the first hospital of Tianjin City, an astonishing spectacle was taking place. In this room, 3 individuals were present. Lying on a hospital bed was Gu Yang, who had suffered a brain injury in a car accident 3 days prior, now rendered a vegetative state. Beside the bed, sweating profusely, stood his wife Yin Pingping, who had married him right after graduation 2 years ago, along with his good friend Lu Xiaoyu. As Lu Xiaoyu launched a fierce tirade, he spoke directly to Gu Yang. Gu Yang, perhaps you are unaware, but the driver who left you in this vegetative state did not flee the scene because that driver is me. Your beloved Pingping helped me craft the perfect alibi, and that modified car was cleverly disguised, only to be reverted after the deed, leaving no trace behind. All the money you've worked so hard to earn, and your beautiful wife, whom you cherish so dearly, now belong to me. You're not angry, are you? Yin Pingping frowned, her face a mask of discontent. What are you saying here? The doctor mentioned that even though Gu Yang has become a vegetable, he likely can still hear the sound around him. What if he hears this? Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with arrogance, fastened his belt after 3 minutes. And so what if he does? I've already consulted the doctor. The chance of him waking up is less than 1 in 1,000. You can't be serious in thinking I would waste money on this useless man. I've only covered 3 days of medical expenses after that. It'll terminate the treatment, and he will undoubtedly perish. Yin Pingping was taken aback by Lu Xiaoyu's words. How can you be so heartless? Oh, are you blaming me? Do you wish for him to awaken and rekindle your past romance? Let's not forget, you were the one who came up with this idea. Lowering her head, she straightened her clothes and replied calmly. If you're going to do this, make sure to tidy up your loose ends and leave no traces behind. Lu Xiaoyu picked up a coat from the floor and swaggered out. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble for you, the internet celebrity. I have a dinner engagement tonight and won't be back. Once Lu Xiaoyu departed, Yin Pingping sat beside Gu Yang's bed, gently brushing back the hair from his forehead, sighing as she spoke. I'm so sorry, Gu Yang. I truly loved you once, but that was in the past. If there's blame to be placed, it's because you never understood me. You only knew how to toil for money, to save every penny, always speaking of our future. But what about the present? Can't you spare a bit more energy to accompany me for a stroll, or perhaps indulge in some leisure time at a bar? Could you not allocate a bit more of your saved money to buy me a handbag or some jewelry? I had initially contemplated divorce, but a significant portion of your wealth comprises premarital assets, which means I would receive nothing in the event of a separation. Thus, I find myself compelled to act in this manner. While Lu Xiaoyu may possess a few undesirable habits, he is undeniably attentive to the needs of women and possesses a keen understanding of romance. Please do not blame me. You have 3 days remaining, and I shall visit you more often and engage in conversation. After a lengthy monologue filled with disorganized thoughts, Yin Pingping finally grew weary and turned to leave the hospital room. As for Gu Yang, the doctor was indeed correct. He could truly hear everything. Ever since being wheeled out of the operating room post-accident, he has been able to perceive every sound from the outside world. He clearly recalls the faces of those who visited him, those who cared for him, and the actions of Yin Pingping and Lu Xiaoyu while they were by his side. These past few days have been a torment akin to hell for Gu Yang. He is but a mere vegetative state, able to hear but incapable of any action. The memories of his past relentlessly mock his ignorance. He yearns for vengeance, having made countless wishes to the heavens. Pleading for just a minute of consciousness, only a minute, and he promised himself he would ensure the demise of that treacherous couple. Yet, fate is cruel, granting him not even a minute. Setting aside distant thoughts of revenge, Gu Yang is currently most concerned with how he might return to normalcy. 3 days, damn it. I survived this ordeal only to be told I possess but 3 days to live. I might as well be granted a swift and perhaps I could be reborn and witness the national football team score in the World Cup. Having taken so much of my money, couldn't they extend my hospital stay a few more days? Truly merciless. From day to night, Gu Yang must concede that he has exhausted all his efforts. But what can a vegetative person do? Even a mere act of blinking is a luxury. It is undeniable, feels a profound sense of unwillingness. Weary, Gu Yang's consciousness gradually drifts into a slumber. During this descent into slumber, he suddenly perceives his consciousness plummeting wildly, as though falling into an endless abyss. Strangely, this terrifying experience brings him a sense of solace, as if he intrinsically belongs to this boundless chasm. Thus, he continues to fall. Suddenly, Gu Yang discovers that his consciousness has detached from his physical form, seamlessly merging with the shadow beneath him. Moreover, he realizes he can control this shadowy entity. Have I transformed into a ghost? The shadow, initially concealed beneath his body, gradually detaches under his command, evolving from two-dimensional to three-dimensional, morphing into a pitch-black humanoid figure, standing beside the Hospital Bidan apparition. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would likely faint from terror. Gu Yang gazes down at his darkened form, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Oh, how wondrous it is to possess a body that can move freely. 3 days, damn it. I've been a mere vegetable for a full 3 days. Do you have any idea how I endured those 3 days? In this moment, Gu Yang resembled an exuberant child, maneuvering his shadowy form within the confines of the hospital room. He even attempted to revive his original body, performing chest compressions, artificial respiration, and a full body massage. Alas, the outcome could be summed up in 2 words: utterly futile. Gu Yang relinquished these fruitless struggles, collapsing into the shadows of the room. Though he could not restore his corporeal form, this hour of exertion granted him newfound insights into his shadowy existence. Firstly, he realized that he was not confined to a human shape. He could transform into various forms and freely shift between shadow and substance. When assuming a physical form, he felt like a living, breathing entity capable of interacting with everything around him, experiencing touch. In contrast, when in shadow form, he was akin to a three-dimensional silhouette, able to pass through any object as if he were non-existent. Secondly, he could transition between three-dimensional and two-dimensional states. When adopting a two-dimensional form, he could hide within shadows and swiftly traverse them at speeds akin to light. Thirdly, within his shadowy essence lay a small shadow space, a sanctuary for storing small objects. Though his abilities were limited, each was remarkably practical, a tremendous boon for Gu Yang, now rendered a vegetable. With a heart full of hope, Gu Yang pondered, with this entirely new shadowy form, could I devise a means to exert some control? While I may not be able to rescue myself from this vegetative state, I must at least find a way to cling to life. If my original flesh and blood perish, it is likely that my shadowy form would also struggle to survive. What shall I do? Chapter 2. The internet sensation Yan Pingping having seldom enjoyed the luxury of freedom, Gu Yang found himself confined within the sterile walls of a hospital room for several days. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to venture out and explore. Enveloped by shadows, Gu Yang transformed into a spectral form, slipping away unnoticed from the confines of his room. This experience was profoundly enchanting for him. He glided along the corners, concealed in darkness, evading detection. The hour was late, and the hospital was sparsely populated. As he meandered, a chorus of laughter from a group of female nurses caught his attention. How arduous it is to work the night shift at this hour. I wonder if the overtime pay is worthwhile. Gu Yang intended to pass by without a second thought, but amidst the chatter, he heard his name mentioned. This Gu Yang is truly despicable. He is nothing but a lazy good-for-nothing, with tendencies toward domestic violence. Yet he shamelessly presents himself as a self-made entrepreneur. Indeed, I recall this fellow even graced the pages of our local newspaper. Only now do I realize that all his achievements were thanks to Yan Pingping. Such a loathsome man. I feel as though I'm developing a mild case of misandry. Don't you think? It really is repulsive. Cheng Cheng, when you change his bandages tomorrow morning, perhaps you could take a few extra jabs with the needle to vent your frustration. Perhaps not. He has already suffered enough after that accident. You're too soft-hearted. This is what they call karma. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. Fortunately, he became a vegetable after the accident. Otherwise, who knows when Yan Pingping would have had the chance to assert herself. Enough of that. I'll give him a big thumbs up to encourage him. It's all sisterly love. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yang had silently approached the two nurses and discovered they were engrossed in a live broadcast. To his astonishment, the star of the show was none other than his wife, Yin Pingping. In an emotional display, she wept and shared the narrative of their love story. Yet, the roles had been entirely reversed. In her recounting, Gu Yang was portrayed as a useless slacker, squandering his days in frivolity, unfaithful, and abusive upon returning home. Conversely, Yin Pingping was depicted as the founder of Pingyang Construction Company, supervising the site by day and pursuing business by night, a true epitome of a strong woman. A warrior of love, Gu Yang, concealed in shadow, observed the nurses for an extended period undetected. With each passing moment, his heart swelled with indignation and grievance. Truly, she had become an internet sensation, masterfully distorting truth and reality. Not only had she appropriated his company and inherited his wealth, but she was also poised to soar with this newfound fame, reaping substantial rewards. Yet, some fortunes, once acquired, may not be spent in peace. A surge of murderous intent bubbled within him, and he swiftly vanished from the hospital, propelled by a speed akin to light. In less than a second, he traversed the distance from the hospital to Yin Pingping's home. At this moment, the two young nurses at the station simultaneously glanced over their shoulders. Did you just feel as though someone was watching us from behind? Oh my, you felt that too? I even sensed whispers floating around us. Goodness, could this hospital be haunted? No worries, my mother stitched a talisman into my underwear for protection. Just stay a little closer to me, and we shall be safe. Meanwhile, Yin Ying sat in her meticulously arranged streaming room, tears streaming down her face as she busily expressed her gratitude for the plethora of gifts flooding the screen. If someone were to observe her closely at that moment, they would notice that while she appeared to be crying, she was actually struggling to suppress a smile. She had struck gold. Becoming a renowned internet celebrity had always been Yin Ying's greatest aspiration. The swift influx of money and the multitude of fans eager to praise her was a wondrous opportunity. Moreover, she was not lacking in looks and was willing to show a little skin. However, she had previously been under the control of Gu Yang and lacking any core advantages. Her growth had been stagnant, with her follower count lingering around several tens of thousands. Now, taking advantage of Gu Yang's unfortunate accident, Yin Ying emerged to recount the love story between her and Gu Yang over the years, along with her struggles in entrepreneurship, swiftly earning herself the labels of a contemporary strong woman and a pure love warrior. In just a few days, her follower count had surged past 7 million. Perhaps in another 2 or 3 days, she would reach the milestone of a 10 million level influencer. Feigning a weary demeanor, Yin Ying wiped the corners of her eyes one last time for the camera and said, "Thank you to all the brothers and sisters in the streaming room for your support during this time. I will surely rise from this gloom and embrace a new life. It is quite late now, and I have much work to do tomorrow, so I shall end it here. Please, everyone, get some rest. Good health is paramount." A flurry of gifts filled the streaming room once again, with many viewers expressing their concern in the comments. Ying, hurry and get some sleep. Resting early helps maintain youth. Ying has worked so hard, managing such a large construction company by day and streaming for us by night. If you're too tired, don't push yourself. We can support you with gifts. Whoever marries such a wonderful girl like Ying will be blessed beyond measure. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yin Ying finally ended the stream. She leaned back in her chair, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled broadly. She had struck it rich. This single stream had brought in over 1 million. I told you that being an internet celebrity brings in money quickly. If only that stubborn Gu Yang had invested his time in supporting my streaming endeavors instead of clinging to that failing construction company, I would have already made a name for myself. What a fool. His accident was of his own making. Standing up from her chair, Yin Ying, now alone in her spacious apartment, felt no need to consider anything further. As she walked toward the bathroom, she casually discarded her clothes and socks on the floor. This house was acquired by Gu Yang after years of diligent savings, and within its walls are meticulously selected smart home devices. At this moment, the bathtub is already filled with water for bathing. Yin Pingping luxuriates in the warm, bubbly water, admiring her fair skin and graceful figure beneath the surface, and muses to herself, "With my looks and figure, I am destined to be a prominent internet celebrity and a great star. Once I have thoroughly taken care of Gu Yang's affairs and inherited his wealth, I shall sell his construction company and establish my own celebrity agency. With proper packaging and promotion, it would not be far-fetched to step into the entertainment industry and become a national goddess." Yin Pingping seems to envision a bright future beckoning to her. However, unbeknownst to her, her words and actions are being observed by a dark figure lurking at the entrance. This shadow rises from the gloom, transforming from a two-dimensional form into a towering three-dimensional presence, looming at around 2 meters in height. Resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell, Guiyang is quite familiar with his newly purchased home. He swiftly locks the door behind him and with a decisive click, shuts off the circuit breaker. The brightly lit room is instantly plunged into darkness, startling Yin Pingping, who remains in the bathtub. What is happening? Has there been a power outage? That cannot be, as the lights outside are still on. Could that fool Guiyang have skimped on the electrical materials during the renovations? How utterly frustrating. At this moment, she finds herself alone in the house. And with no other option, she steps out of the bathtub, wrapping herself in a towel hung nearby, and uses her phone as a makeshift flashlight to navigate her way out. Where has that foolish Guiyang placed the circuit breaker? It should be near the entrance. As she steps out of the bathroom, aided by the faint light of her phone, she suddenly spots a tall shadow standing at the doorway. It towers at around 2 meters, shrouded in darkness, its features obscured, rendering it impossible to discern gender. Only a palpable aura of mystery and terror is felt. There's a ghost. Chapter 3. I shall grant you 5 opportunities. Yin Pingping, in a state of utter panic, swiftly turned and dashed towards her room. She seemingly unlocked an extraordinary reservoir of energy, reaching her sanctuary in mere seconds. With a frantic motion, she locked the bedroom door and exerted all her strength to push the dressing table, wardrobe, and bed against the entrance. It was difficult to ascertain how long she labored, but eventually, every piece of furniture in the room lay piled at the door. Breathless, she collapsed beside the heap, clutching her knees and trembling in fear. Am I safe? Surely, I must be safe now. Observing the tightly shut door and the barricade of furniture, Yin Pingping felt her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally begin to settle. Call the police. Yes, I must call the police immediately. Once calm, she retrieved her phone, intent on dialing for help. However, just then, bathed in the dim light of the moon filtering through her window, she caught sight of a shadow looming before her. This shadow was unsettling. Why was her shadow so large, occupying nearly half the room? Moreover, she was clearly crouching on the ground, yet the shadow appeared to be standing. An overwhelming sense of dread surged through Yin Pingping's heart. Like a rusted automaton, she slowly turned her head. In the next moment, she beheld the terrifying specter behind her. The figure towered at least 2 meters tall, its head brushing against the ceiling. The shadow she had seen moments ago was not her own, but that of this ghastly apparition. Even at such close proximity, she could not discern its features. It was as if it were a mass of impenetrable darkness. Yin Pingping opened her mouth, ready to scream, but before she could utter a sound, the specter moved. A massive hand seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Help, help me, Brother Xiaoyu. Please come to my rescue. The figure, initially intent on strangling her, was momentarily taken aback by her desperate plea. The ghastly shadow, an embodiment of Guiyang, spoke slowly, its voice rasping and distant, sending shivers down her spine. How intriguing. On the brink of death, you still cling to thoughts of your beloved. It seems you have entirely forgotten who has provided you with this comfortable life of ease. Upon hearing those words, Yin Pingping's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. With her throat constricted, she managed to whisper, Guiyang, is that you? The specter did not affirm nor deny her suspicion. It merely loosened its grip, allowing her to crash heavily to the floor. Having danced on the edge of death, she greedily inhaled the fresh air, coughing violently. The specter, Guiyang, tossed her phone in front of her and declared, from this moment forth, I grant you 5 chances to dial. Call your beloved Lu Xiaoyu to me. Fail even once, and I shall sever one of your hands or feet. Upon exhausting your 5th chance, I will take your head. Do not speak of this, she implored. Let us commence. Upon hearing these words, Yin Pingping was so frightened that she could barely steady her phone. With trepidation, she inquired, Guiyang, you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Weren't you once the one who adored me the most? The shadowy figure of Guiyang merely began his countdown. 3. Yin Pingping's complexion paled in fear as she gritted her teeth and pressed on. If I summon Lu Xiaoyu back, will you let me go? All those things were his doing. They have nothing to do with me. Guiyang, can we return to how we once were? 2. As Guiyang counted down to 2, one of his hands had already begun to morph into the shape of a long blade. Even though it was an illusion conjured by the shadow, under the moonlight, it emanated an aura that instilled dread. No one dared to question the sharpness of that blade. Yin Pingping, utterly terrified, could no longer afford to utter another word. In a flurry, She picked up her phone from the ground and dialed Lu Xiaoyu's number. However, after the first call, the line remained unanswered. I'm sorry. The user you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The moment those words reached her ears, Gu Yang had already brought the black blade down with precision, severing Yin Pingping's left hand in an instant. Ah! She wailed, collapsing to the floor in a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, the soundproofing of the house was exquisite. It had been constructed with the finest sound insulation materials and glass. Even a party held within would not disturb others. Moreover, this new neighborhood had few residents, so no matter how she screamed, there would be no repercussions. Gu Yang remained unhurried, allowing Yin Pingping to fully experience her agony before he spoke again. Your second chance begins now. I advise you to act swiftly, lest you bleed to death. This was Gu Yang's first act of violence, yet inexplicably, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he found a peculiar sense of relief. Yin Pingping, in a state of sheer terror, had no choice but to dial again. Just as the call connected, it was cruelly terminated by the other party. I'm sorry. The user you are trying to reach is busy. Please try again later. Upon hearing this, darkness clouded her vision. In the next moment, the long blade materialized once more, striking her ankle with unerring accuracy, sending one of her feet flying. Please, spare me. Spare me. Yin Pingping cried out in excruciating pain. Yet her fierce will to survive compelled her to use her remaining hand to grab a towel from her body, fashioning a makeshift tourniquet with her teeth to staunch the bleeding from her severed hand and foot. Gu Yang, standing nearby, made no effort to intervene. After all, how dull it would be if she truly bled to death. Once she had managed to tend to her injuries, he continued, your third chance. Yin Pingping was frozen in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, she produced her phone once more, desperately dialing Lu Xiaoyu for the third time, fervently pleading, answer the phone. Answer the phone, Xiaoyu, I beg you. At long last, the call was connected, and an overwhelming cacophony erupted from the other end, interspersed with the laughter of other girls. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled amiably. What's the matter, darling? Why have you made so many calls today? Is there some trouble at home? Did I not mention that I would be occupied with social engagements tonight, and would not be returning? Can't you be a little more obedient? At that moment, Yin Pingping dared not reveal the existence of the specter haunting her home. She could only implore desperately, Xiaoyu, could you come back right now? I need you. I miss you. I beg you, please return. Lu Xiaoyu, growing somewhat impatient, replied, oh, why must you be so unruly? I've already told you I'm busy out here. Finish your evening routine and get some sleep. I shall return by morning. No, please come back. Yin Pingping continued her fervent pleas, but the call was abruptly terminated once more. The black blade fell, severing her other foot at the ankle. Ah, no, please, no more. I promise I will summon him back. Please don't kill me. The excruciating pain pushed Yin Pingping to the brink of collapse, blood staining the tiles crimson. This time, she was even more feeble, taking longer to bandage her ankle. Yet, the voice of the specter, Gu Yang, offered no sympathy. Instead, laced with a hint of excitement. You have 2 opportunities left. Do continue. Yin Pingping dared not delay any further and dialed another number. This time, Lu Xiaoyu answered swiftly, but immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. Why are you so nagging, like an old hag? I said I'd be back tomorrow morning. Which part of that did you not understand? If you're feeling frisky, there are cucumbers in the fridge. Help yourself. I'm ending this call. Do not call again. With that, the line went dead. Yin Pingping's face turned pale. She didn't even have the chance to utter a word. Despair enveloped her, accompanied by a profound sense of regret. In that moment, she finally recognized Lu Xiaoyu's true nature. She was not a fool, listening to the voice on the other end. She understood perfectly well that Lu Xiaoyu was engaged in revelry with other women. Beside her, the specter Gu Yang erupted into a terrifying cackle. So this is the so-called caring, romantic soulmate you spoke of. It appears he is not all that remarkable. The familiar words echoed in Yin Pingping's ears, and she was unequivocally certain that the specter behind her was indeed Gu Yang. Chapter 4. Confession before death, even with 2 feet and 1 hand severed. The indomitable will to survive burned fiercely within Yin Pingping. She turned and knelt before Gu Yang, fervently bowing her head. Gu Yang, I know it is you. Though you may deny it, how could I not sense your presence when I love you so deeply? Please, spare me. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Tomorrow, I shall go to the hospital and care for you diligently. Once you awaken, I will devote my life to being a dutiful wife and mother. Please, I implore you. The shadowy figure of Gu Yang raised the black blade high, declaring, "That was your fourth failed attempt. According to the rules of the game, I must take your last hand." The dark blade descended slowly, and Yin Pingping's face turned pale, her body collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. Just as the blade was about to sever her hand, Gu Yang's tone shifted. "However, I may choose to spare your hand, even your head. But you must accomplish one task for me." In that moment, having narrowly escaped death, Yin Pingping could scarcely articulate the tumult of emotions within her. Even the agony from her blood loss was momentarily forgotten. She hurriedly responded, tell me, I shall do it. It's quite simple. You've been thriving as a prominent internet celebrity, casting all the blame upon me. Even in my hospital bed, I hear the vitriol directed at me. And do you know how many extra needles those nurses jab into me? I require you to immediately upload a video, confessing your sins and laying bare all the truth." Yin Pingping felt as though the world was collapsing around her. Becoming a renowned internet sensation, a goddess adored by the masses, had always been her greatest aspiration. Just moments ago, she felt she was a mere step away from realizing that dream. If she were to post this video, everything would be ruined. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Yang's sinister laughter echoed. "No matter, I permit you to refuse. However, I will take your head, leaving your purity behind in this world." With that, he prepared to strike Yin Pingping down. In a panic, she exclaimed, "I will do it. I will do as you say. Please, do not kill me." She swiftly activated her phone's recording function, composed her thoughts, and passionately recounted the truth of her relationship with Gu Yang, even confessing that the car accident was a scheme devised in collusion with Lu Xiaoyu. Once the recording was complete, Gu Yang took the phone, meticulously reviewing it for any omissions. Satisfied, he uploaded it to various platforms and casually tossed the device back into the shadowy space within himself. Kneeling on the ground, Yin Pingping pleaded desperately, "Now can you let me go? I need an ambulance. Please return my phone." Yet, Gu Yang ignored her completely. After reclaiming the phone, he transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from the room. In an instant, Yin Pingping was left in a state of shock. She initially believed that after taking all these actions, she could promptly call an ambulance and rush to the hospital, still clinging to the hope of survival. With the current advancements in medical science, there was a possibility that her severed limbs could be reattached. Yet, the specter departed, leaving her isolated, abandoned in this place to await her demise. No. Yin Pingping exerted every ounce of her strength to seek a way to live. However, the bedroom door had been barricaded with various pieces of furniture, rendering her escape impossible. She was now losing blood rapidly, utterly weakened, with her hands and feet severed, and only her left hand remained intact, incapable of supporting her to stand and open a window. She could only lie on the floor, feeling her life ebb away gradually. Despair. Meanwhile, the specter Gu Yang did not leave immediately. He circled within his abode, collecting all the cash stored within, before returning to the bedroom to continue monitoring Yin Pingping's countdown to death. At last, Yin Pingping relinquished her struggle. Lying on the bloodstained floor, she gazed at the ceiling, experiencing the slow departure of her life. In this moment, a plethora of memories flooded her mind, ultimately crystallizing upon Gu Yang. She suddenly recalled the joy of their college romance, a time when they were both impoverished, and how she had once felt elated for an entire month over a silver ring he had gifted her. When had she become so discontent? Yin Pingping then remembered Lu Xiaoyu. In a moment of calm reflection, she compared the two. Lu Xiaoyu hardly seemed worthy of holding a candle to Gu Yang. After graduation, Lu Xiaoyu struggled to find employment until Gu Yang extended a hand, inviting him to serve as an executive in his company. Later, when Lu Xiaoyu entered a relationship with her, he relied almost entirely on her financial support. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken from the very beginning. How foolish she had been. Staring at the ceiling, a bitter smile graced Yin Pingping's lips as she murmured her final words with the last remnants of her strength. "Gu Yang, can I be your wife in the next life?" After uttering this, she closed her eyes, her breathing gradually ceasing. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Gu Yang heard her words, yet felt no stirrings within his heart. He shook his head. "In the next life, I hope you and Lu Xiaoyu remain bound together. Rest assured, I shall soon send him down to join you." With dawn still a while away, Gu Yang intended to utilize his spectral form to eliminate Lu Xiaoyu as well, for he was uncertain when he might next enter this ghostly state. What if this was his only opportunity in this lifetime? But just as Gu Yang prepared to turn away, an invisible essence suddenly transferred from Yin Pingping's body into his own. At that moment, the specter Gu Yang felt an overwhelming heaviness, a tremendous pull emanating from afar. The source was the hospital. Was it his true self? The spectral Gu Yang could not resist this force and, in the blink of an eye, found himself back beside his original form, once again becoming merely a shadow pressed beneath his corporeal self. As Gu Yang's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, a wave of despair washed over him. It seemed he was destined to become a mere vegetable once more. The dawn had yet to break, and he longed for just one more moment of exhilaration. In his vegetative state, Gu Yang felt as though he existed in a realm of utter darkness. As the saying goes, one can endure the dark if one has never glimpsed the light. After recently experiencing the formidable power of the shadowy figure, Gu Yang found himself increasingly dissatisfied with his frail body. Yet, at that very instant, he sensed a peculiar essence transferring from his shadow into his being. This was a substance he had just seized from Yin Pingping. Moments later, enlightenment dawned upon him. This essence was Yuan Shou. Yuan Shou denotes the original lifespan a person could potentially possess. This figure is not fixed at birth. Rather, it fluctuates continuously. When one leads a disciplined life and maintains good health, their Yuan Shou naturally extends. Conversely, unforeseen accidents or illnesses can shorten it significantly. Gu Yang, having succumbed to his vegetative condition, discovered that his Yuan Shou had dwindled to a mere 3 months. This revelation meant that even with medical support, he could only survive for 3 months at best, and any unforeseen event could further diminish that already precarious number. Remarkably, the shadowy figure, after taking Yin Pingping's life, had deprived her of her Yuan Shou. Half of it was consumed by the specter to bolster its own power, endowing it with greater strength and size, while the other half was returned to Gu Yang's own body. Since Yuan Shou reflects one's physical constitution, this portion, upon absorption, invigorated Gu Yang's body. At that moment, his Yuan Shou surged to 30 years. To his astonishment, Yin Pingping turned out to be a robust and long-lived woman. With the 30-year increase in his Yuan Shou, Gu Yang keenly perceived the transformation within himself. In the next moment, he realized that sensation had returned to his entire head. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The bright light overhead in the hospital room felt somewhat blinding, yet Gu Yang fixated on that light, desperately trying to imprint the sensation of brightness in his memory. It was no small feat. He was no longer a mere vegetable. Had he evolved into a state of complete paralysis? Such remarkable progress. Chapter 5. This is truly a medical miracle. What did you say? That comatose patient, Gu Yang, has actually awakened? This is inconceivable. Did not the director assert that the likelihood of his recovery was no more than 1 in 1,000? Indeed, it is true. The heads of all major departments have come to personally examine Gu Yang's condition. If you have the time, you should go take a look as well. It seems that fate has turned a blind eye. This notorious scoundrel has miraculously regained consciousness after his accident. Our most esteemed Ping Ping will likely endure hardships once more. Truly, a calamity that endures for a millennium. Do not speak so recklessly. Have there not been numerous reversals in the online world over the years? It remains uncertain who the true victim is. I refuse to believe there is any twist left in this tale. Ping Ping is clearly a virtuous girl. One must be cautious with such absolute statements. Beware of being proven wrong later. The following morning, the entire hospital was abuzz. No one could have anticipated that Gu Yang would awaken. At this moment, Gu Yang lay in his hospital bed, feeling somewhat disoriented. The VIP room felt rather cramped, filled with unfamiliar doctors and nurses from all directions. Particularly, several elderly gentlemen with silver hair, presumed to be department heads, meticulously examined his various health metrics repeatedly. The nearest among them, a frail old man, was reported to be the director of the first hospital of Tianjin and a professor in neurology named Fang Yanji. Following Gu Yang's accident, Ying Ping had expended considerable resources to clear her own name, managing to enlist this esteemed professor as Gu Yang's attending physician. It was this very professor who, after tirelessly attempting resuscitation for 2 to 3 days, had shaken his head and issued a medical notice declaring that the chances of Gu Yang regaining consciousness were less than 1 in 1,000. In truth, Fang Yanji was well aware that such a statement was merely to offer the family a glimmer of hope. From his own assessment at the time, not only 1 in 1,000, even 1 in 10,000 seemed exceedingly unlikely. He even doubted Gu Yang would survive beyond 2 or 3 months. Fang Yanji's hands trembled slightly as he scrutinized the examination report, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? All the data had indicated nearly irreversible neurological damage. According to medical reasoning, there should be no signs of awakening whatsoever. Yet now, not only could he communicate normally, But he could also eat independently, and his head's sensory perception had returned. This utterly transcends my understanding. After years of studying neurology and encountering countless complex cases, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. It is simply astonishing, a veritable medical miracle. Upon hearing Fang Yinji's assessment, the other physicians and department heads behind him widened their eyes in astonishment. This is truly remarkable. The theoretical knowledge pertaining to comatose patients previously suggested that such a situation could never be reversed. Today has certainly opened our eyes. This case is exceptionally unique, completely shattering our existing comprehension, and it is imperative that we closely monitor the developments. Who knows, it might lead to groundbreaking advancements in the field of neuroscience. If we could unravel the mechanism of his recovery, how many patients like him could be saved? This would indeed be a monumental discovery for the entire medical community. Guiyang lay on the hospital bed, observing the doctors and nurses around him, who were exuberantly exclaiming with the enthusiasm of children, despite their advanced age. It appears that those who achieve significant accomplishments in certain fields possess a remarkably pure heart. Otherwise, they would not dedicate their lives to the pursuit of medicine. Fang Yinji pulled up a stool and sat beside Guiyang, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "My dear lad, I am considerably older than you. May I call you Xiaogu?" Guiyang smiled gently. "Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. I owe my ability to open my eyes again to your assistance, Director Fang." Fang Yinji quickly shook his head. "I cannot accept such praise. At that time, I believed you might not awaken. Your revival is entirely due to your own fortune, and I suspect it is related to your indomitable will. I imagine you heard earlier that your awakening holds significant research value for our current field of neurology. Would you be willing to lend us a hand and provide us with some research data?" Guiyang pondered for a moment. If he were able to act nightly in the guise of a phantom and could absorb the elements of those he dispatched, it would not be long before his body returned to normal. In that case, he might frighten all the professors and heads of departments in this hospital out of their wits. Concealing this secret would likely prevent him from agreeing to their research requests, and he would need to maintain the facade of being paralyzed. But how arduous that would be. No one wishes to feign paralysis every day. Lying in a hospital ward, he had done nothing wrong. Why should he suffer such torment? Moreover, he was indeed paralyzed during the day and required better care. After a moment of contemplation, Guiyang inquired with a hint of anxiety, "Director Fang, I am quite curious. If I were to cooperate, what would be expected of me? Surely, you do not intend to perform surgery on me?" Fang Yinji and the surrounding professors burst into hearty laughter. "Do you think we are after Tang Seng's flesh? We wouldn't dismember you for our research. Rest assured, cooperating with our study merely entails us disturbing you a little more each day to gather detailed physical data, perhaps drawing a bit of blood occasionally. The impact on you will be minimal, and it bears no adverse effects." With that assurance, Guiyang felt relieved and replied, "That is acceptable. I guarantee my full cooperation." Upon receiving this affirmative response, Fang Yinji immediately rose, surveying the faces of his colleagues with a serious and resolute demeanor. "Listen closely, everyone. The awakening of this patient is an exceedingly rare miracle in medical history, possessing immeasurable value for our research. From this moment onward, we shall spare no effort in ensuring his well-being. There must be no slip-ups in any aspect." After a brief pause, he turned to the head nurse on the periphery and instructed, "The nursing team must assign the most experienced nurses to monitor his physiological indicators closely for 24 hours, documenting every minute detail meticulously. The medical team should remain on standby, ready to conduct consultations at the first sign of any abnormalities. Furthermore, waive all his expenses and arrange for him to be placed in the most luxurious ward of our hospital, ensuring he recovers in the utmost comfort. The subsequent observation and research are pivotal to significant breakthroughs in the field of neurology. It is not only our hospital's responsibility, but also a contribution to the entire medical community. No one is allowed to falter." Currently immobilized, with only his head capable of speech, Guiyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction with Dean Fang's arrangements. Initially, according to the plans devised by Yin Pingping and her associates, he intended to cease paying for medical care in 3 days and patiently await death. Just yesterday, he had even taken substantial sums of money home to the ghostly realm, intending to utilize his spectral identity to secretly settle his medical bills. Now, with the support of this esteemed dean and numerous professors, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Although he remained paralyzed, at least he would not face death, a small mercy. Thus, Guiyang became a national treasure of the neurology department, swiftly transferred to the hospital's finest ward, equipped with the most experienced medical and nursing teams, enjoying privileges typically reserved for the wealthiest individuals. Soon, Guyang surveyed his new ward. It was nothing short of a luxurious penthouse. It rivaled the extravagant residence he had previously purchased. The room boasted an optimal orientation, allowing radiant sunlight to spill onto his bedside. In addition to his resting chamber, there was a primary living room furnished with a sofa, a television, and a computer, though, as a paralyzed individual, he would likely find little use for it. Other rooms included accommodations for nurses and family members, an absurdity. One could scarcely fathom the joys of the affluent. At that moment, a young nurse entered, pushing a small cart laden with various bottles and jars. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am here to administer today's nutritional infusion. How are you feeling at the moment? Are there any discomforts?" Guyang recognized her instantly. She was one of the nurses he had encountered the previous night, seemingly the only one to have spoken to him. Sporting round glasses and shoulder-length hair, she embodied the archetype of a diligent student. He recalled how, the night before, others had urged her to intentionally prick him, only for her to refuse. Yet now, it appeared she was somewhat influenced by public opinion, avoiding his gaze as if he were a looming brute. What was amiss? Had she not seen the latest reversal video? Perhaps her internet speed was too slow. Chapter 6. The tide of public opinion truly turned since the other party was unwilling to engage with him. Guyang felt no need to impose upon himself. Although he yearned for conversation, being a paralyzed individual with only his mind active rendered life exceedingly monotonous. After gaining Guyang's consent, the short-haired nurse approached his side with measured grace. After elevating the nutrient solution bottle, she deftly took hold of Guyang's arm and expertly inserted the needle into his vein. Her technique was steady, dispelling the notion that she might intentionally inflict pain upon him. As she busied herself with assessing his condition, Guyang inquired, "What is your name?" The nurse, momentarily distracted, responded softly, "I am Su Changqing. If you feel any discomfort, please do not hesitate to call for me." Ding, ding, ding. Just as Su Changqing began to speak, her phone rang abruptly. Flustered, she hastily set aside her work and apologized to Guyang. "I am sorry. I must take this call. I will return shortly." With that, she exited the bedroom, standing outside the door to answer her phone. Guyang could still vaguely hear her voice. "Sister Luo, is there something urgent? I am currently administering an injection to Mr. Gu." "No, I certainly did not inflict any pain. That would be utterly unfair. You wish for me to view the video? I am at work. It would not be appropriate to watch videos now. The situation has turned. Yin Pingping favors the wealthy, maliciously sensationalizes, hires assassins, and commits infidelity? My goodness. One cannot trust anything on the internet. Thankfully, I have not harmed anyone. They are already in such a pitiful state. Very well, I shall watch the video immediately." Once the call ended, the sound of Su Changqing watching the video filtered in from outside. First, there was the original footage, featuring Yin Pingping tearfully apologizing. Then came the numerous media outlets sharing and commenting on the incident. Public opinion had completely reversed. Many individuals even voiced their support for Guyang, publicly praising him as the best man in the world, without exception. Of course, he was also the most unfortunate man, without peer. A support group even emerged online. After all this, the most prominent internet celebrity turned out to be none other than myself? Guyang lay in silence on the hospital bed, shaking his head in disbelief. Could they not lower the volume? It was quite embarrassing. However, one must question, is it truly acceptable to waste time watching videos during work hours? Unable to use his phone, Guyang could only watch the clock on the wall as time passed. After what felt like an eternity, Su Changqing finally re-entered the bedroom. Her face awash with empathy, her eyes reddened and on the verge of tears. Guyang smiled and asked, "What troubles you? You appear somewhat distressed." Wiping the tears from her eyes, Su Changqing quietly approached Guyang's side, meticulously massaging and relaxing each muscle in his body. With her head bowed, she uttered, "I apologize. Mr. Gu, I previously misunderstood you and was thus a bit frightened. Due to the incessant disparagement from Yin Pingping, there are whispers online branding you as an exceedingly villainous individual. I never anticipated that the truth of the matter would unfold in such a manner." Guyang chuckled softly, shaking her head. "There's no need for apologies. I am already grateful that you did not inflict any more needle pricks upon my hands." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's face flushed crimson. How could he possibly know of this matter? Could it be that he possesses the ability to read my innermost thoughts? Or perhaps my voice was simply too loud during that phone call outside. How utterly embarrassing. Su Chengcheng felt akin to a child caught in the act of mischief. Gu Yang twisted his neck and continued. If you truly wish to apologize, might you assist me with a small favor? Su Chengcheng raised her head. Mr. Gu, please. Do tell me what you require of me. Would you mind moving the television from the living room into my bedroom? Lying here all day is quite dull. I would appreciate it if you could set up some films or television shows for me. Su Chengcheng nodded emphatically, rolling up her sleeves to get to work. Driven by a sense of guilt, she found herself far more efficient than before. Not only did she relocate the television to Gu Yang's bedroom, but she also tuned it to an engaging channel while placing the call bell beside his pillow, ensuring that he could summon her with the slightest thought. Before departing, she even sliced a plate of apples into small pieces, feeding them to Gu Yang, completing the duties of both nurse and caregiver. Gu Yang, feeling no need to be modest, embraced his status as a priority patient. Why not indulge in some special treatment? It was only natural, after all. As the afternoon approached, Lu Xiaoyu lay on the opulent bed of a five-star hotel, still ensconced in sleep. To either side of him were two women of contrasting complexions, one black and one white. The previous night's revelry had been aptly named Black and White Duo. The room exuded an atmosphere of extravagance. In a state of semi-consciousness, the hotel door was forcefully kicked open, and a swarm of uniformed law enforcement officers stormed in. Everyone freeze. Get down on the ground. The lead officers, young and agile, wasted no time. Before Lu Xiaoyu could fully awaken from his slumber, he was yanked from the bed and dragged to the corner. Forced into a position with his hands on his head, crouching. Along the way, he endured several blows, which effectively roused him from his intoxication. The two nude women fared little better, forced to wrap themselves in bed linens, huddling at the edge of the bed, their faces etched with terror. Slowly, Lu Xiaoyu began to regain his composure, gazing at the throng of officers before him, cursing vehemently. What on earth is this? How dare you treat me in such a manner? Do you even know who I am? I am the vice president of a company valued in the hundreds of millions. I possess ample wealth. I will hire a lawyer to ensure each of you is sued and dismissed. This is an utter disregard for the law. Who was it that struck me earlier? Step forward immediately. Lu Xiaoyu remained crouched in the corner, hands on his head, continuing to vent his frustrations. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bearing a scar at the corner of his eye and exuding an air of righteousness, entered through the door. It was I who struck him. What do you intend to do about it? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu instinctively raised his head to retort. But his expression shifted to one of shock upon noticing the insignia on the man's shoulder. This individual could only be a district director or at least a deputy director. His tone instantly softened. Who are you? I am Guan Chang'an, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau for the 3rd District of Tianjin City. Lu Xiaoyu's heart raced, his mind whirling. What was happening? Why had Director Guan come personally? Had my misdeeds been uncovered? That couldn't be. I had handled everything flawlessly. Chapter 7. Has Yin Pingping passed away? Director Guan sat silently to the side, while a lean captain with notably darker skin stepped forward from behind him. He introduced himself. I am Lu Tao, the captain of the 1st Law Enforcement Team, and I am responsible for investigating the case of Gu Yang's car accident. Is there anything you wish to voluntarily disclose regarding this matter? I must remind you that your proactive confession could be considered as a surrender, potentially leading to a lighter sentence. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed with a reckless abandon, convinced that these individuals were merely attempting to dupe him. He had meticulously eradicated all evidence, and besides Yin Pingping and himself, no one else in the world could possibly be aware of the truth. He raised his head defiantly, stating, "What does that accident have to do with me? I have already provided all necessary information. I possess an impeccable alibi. You cannot possibly suspect me." Lu Tao looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a gaze filled with contempt. It seemed he was one to only shed tears at the sight of a coffin. To speak frankly, your accomplice, Yin Pingping, has already released a confession video online, explicitly stating that this accident was a conspiracy between the two of you. She even provided detailed information about the vehicle you used in the incident. Our personnel have promptly arrived at the scene to gather evidence, confirming that this vehicle was indeed the one involved in the accident. Furthermore, based on Yin Pingping's testimony, your alibi has been entirely fabricated by her. What do you have to say for yourself now? Lu Tao's words shattered Lu Xiaoyu's psychological defenses. He jumped up in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Yin Pingping arbitrarily release a confession video? Is she out of her mind? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu recalled the numerous calls he received from Yin Pingping the night before, urging him to return, which he had dismissed with harsh words and subsequently turned off his phone. Could it be that this madwoman had done something so foolish out of anger? It seemed implausible. After all, who in the world would act so foolishly? Lu Tao shrugged. As for why your partner suddenly confessed, you would best inquire directly with her. Conveniently. We are also on our way to apprehend her, so you may accompany us. After saying this, Lu Tao turned to Director Guan for confirmation. Director Guan nodded, stating, "The societal impact of this case is exceedingly detrimental. Since we now possess clear evidence, it is imperative to resolve this matter at once. You should proceed with all your efforts. I will support you from behind." With this affirmation, Lu Tao felt a surge of confidence. Seizing Lu Xiaoyu by the collar and propelling him towards the vehicle outside, Lu Xiaoyu grimaced in pain, still unwilling to accept the claims made by Lu Tao, refusing to divulge a single word while muttering defiantly, "Don't try to deceive me here. I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me. Even if you take me in, when the time comes, you will have to release me without a second thought. Don't waste your efforts." However, upon descending the stairs, Lu Xiaoyu found himself frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. The vehicle involved in the incident has already been brought down to the ground floor. How did they manage to locate it? I had concealed it so well. Lu Tao's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, "So, do you now realize that my words were not mere fabrications?" Lu Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, contemplating inwardly. "It matters not. Even if the car has been found, they cannot prove that I was the one driving it. I still hold the upper hand. As long as I do not confess, they are utterly powerless against me." Observing his obstinate demeanor, Lu Tao directly escorted him into the police vehicle. During the ride, he casually opened a video streaming site and handed it to Lu Xiaoyu. Glancing down, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback to find it was a confession video recorded by Yin Pingping. In this moment, Yin Pingping appeared pale and haggard. Her voice tinged with tears as she spoke. "I am sorry. I have deceived everyone. The statements I made online these past few days were all fabrications. Gu Yang and I have been together since university. We are both children of humble means. To provide us a better life, Gu Yang worked diligently, balancing 2 or 3 jobs while studying. Most of his earnings were spent on me. My tuition and living expenses largely came from his labor. At that time, we were genuinely in love, which is why we married after graduation. With his experience from part-time work, Gu Yang quickly established a construction company. He worked tirelessly, meeting clients at night and supervising construction sites during the day, often leaving him with little time for me. Over time, I grew weary of such a mundane existence. I yearned for the glamorous life of internet celebrities and starlets. Consequently, I quarreled with him and became entangled with his close friend, Lu Xiaoyu. Eventually, Lu Xiaoyu and I frequented upscale venues, growing accustomed to a life of luxury, which further fueled my disdain for Gu Yang. He was overly stringent with me, refusing to buy me expensive luxuries, forbidding me from visiting bars, and not allowing me to wear revealing attire. Ultimately, I could no longer endure it. After confiding everything to Lu Xiaoyu, we even entertained the notion of killing Gu Yang to divide his assets. Thus, we orchestrated the accident. I am deeply sorry to everyone. I should not have deceived you. Gu Yang is a good person. I am the vile one. In truth, all the workers at the construction company are aware of the reality. They can verify it at will. Here, I wish to apologize to Gu Yang. I'm truly sorry. The video contained much more, but by the time Lu Tao's police car had arrived at Yin Pingping's residence, Lu Xiaoyu had yet to finish watching. However, Lu Tao exhibited great patience, lighting a cigarette as he waited. When the video concluded, Lu Xiaoyu sat there, stunned like a statue. Lu Tao chuckled softly and asked, "So, do you now comprehend that I spoke the truth? However, you have just missed your final chance to confess. Prepare for your sentencing." Furious, Lu Xiaoyu erupted in the vehicle. "Bitch, that wretched bitch. It was she who incited me to act in such a manner, yet now she emerges to confess. What is her intention? Has she lost her mind? Should I be incarcerated? She too is an accomplice and cannot escape her fate." Lu Tao patted his shoulder and remarked, "You are indeed correct. She cannot evade responsibility. Come, let us ascend and confront your beloved." Initially, I had intended to call her to the police station to surrender, yet the phone was inexplicably unreachable. How absurd. Lu Xiaoyu felt as though his spirit had been extinguished, consumed by thoughts of how to mitigate his sentence. As if he were a mere puppet being ushered upstairs, Lu Tao, accompanied by the law enforcement officers, knocked forcefully on the door, but received no response from within. He then turned to Lu Xiaoyu and inquired, "You must have a fingerprint code, given that this is the rendezvous for your affair." Trembling, Lu Xiaoyu pressed his finger against the fingerprint lock, and with a click, the door swung open. Lu Tao clapped him on the shoulder, commending, "Not bad. To audaciously steal another man's wife and dare to enter their abode. Your ancestors must be smiling down on you." The officers entered the room, surveying the surroundings, yet found no trace of Yin Pingping. Lu Tao furrowed his brow, pondering, how could she not be here? Where has this woman gone? Could she have fled in fear of her crimes? At that moment, an officer suddenly waved and shouted, "Captain Lu, come quickly. The bedroom door is stuck." As if something is blocking it from within. Lu Tao and the other officers hurried over, quickly discerning signs of obstruction. Lu Tao's nose wrinkled as his expression shifted dramatically. Something is amiss. There is a strong scent of blood emanating from behind this door. This is serious. Everyone immediately prepared to force the door open. The officers were startled by this command, but swiftly resorted to violent measures. The wooden door of the bedroom could not withstand more than a couple of blows. After a hole was kicked through, they discovered that the door was barricaded with a multitude of desks, wardrobes, and bed frames, undoubtedly complicating their efforts. Yet, as the door yielded to their assault, the stench of blood intensified. Lu Tao quickly peered through the opening, and beneath the chaotic heap of furniture, the floor tiles were already stained crimson with blood. The sheer volume of blood was alarming. He was taken aback and promptly retrieved his phone to call Director Guan. "Director Guan, we have a serious situation. It appears a life has been lost here." Chapter 8. The gruesome locked room murder case. Guan Chang'an had originally been seated in the police vehicle below, intending merely to apprehend a suspect. As the chief, it was unnecessary for him to take direct action. However, upon receiving a call from Lu Tao, his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Could it be that Yin Pingping, after recording a video, had succumbed to guilt and taken her own life? Lu Tao, on the other end of the line, was urgently reporting, "I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but she has locked herself in a small bedroom and barricaded the door with the furniture inside, desk, bed frame, and so forth. Our law enforcement personnel have yet to gain entry. However, through the gap in the door, we have already observed a significant amount of blood within. The situation is dire. Given the volume of blood loss, it is highly unlikely that Yin Pingping is still alive." Taking a deep breath, Guan Chang'an instructed, "Tell your team to proceed with caution and avoid disturbing the crime scene." "I am on my way." Understood. A few minutes later, the door to the small bedroom had been completely dismantled. The furniture behind the door remained in place, but it was possible to squeeze through the gaps. Lu Tao, Chief Guan, and several law enforcement officers donned professional gloves and shoe covers, carefully maneuvering past the furniture. Upon entering the small bedroom and surveying the scene, chills ran down their spines. Cruelty. Aside from this word, they struggled to find any other descriptors for the scene before them. Even some inexperienced young officers, upon witnessing the horror, collapsed and retched on the floor. Lu Tao kicked one of them. "If you must vomit, go outside. Do not ruin the scene here." The officers quickly exited, and a fresh batch of young personnel soon arrived to assist. Yet, when they laid eyes on the scene, they too retched. It was not only these inexperienced individuals, even the seasoned leaders, Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao, felt queasy at the hellish sight. Only when a group of more experienced officers arrived could they begin to work with some semblance of professionalism. They took photographs while examining the scene. There lay Yin Pingping, lifeless on the floor, her face bearing an expression of despair. Her feet and one hand lay scattered around her, and the blood within her had drained through the wounds. Lu Tao covered his nose and circled the body, carefully removing the cloth from Yin Pingping's wounds to inspect the injuries. After a prolonged investigation in the cramped bedroom, Guan Chang'an quietly inquired, "What do you think? Have you discerned anything?" After taking a deep breath, Lu Tao replied, "This is an extraordinarily meticulous locked room murder case. The perpetrator's methods are exceedingly brutal. The victim undoubtedly endured unparalleled torment before her demise. It is simply unspeakable." Director Guan slightly nodded and continued to inquire, "Why not elaborate for us to consider?" Lu Tao did not hold back. He gestured for his assistant to begin taking notes, and then spoke freely. "Based on my deductions, at the moment the incident occurred, Yin Pingping was likely in the bathroom bathing, as indicated by the towel wrapped around her. She must have witnessed something profoundly terrifying, prompting her to flee back to her bedroom, barricading the door with furniture to safeguard herself. However, unbeknownst to her, the true culprit had already concealed themselves within the confines of that very bedroom, while some form of deception or accomplice lurked outside. Observing the wounds on Yin Pingping reveals that both her feet and one of her hands were severed by an exceedingly sharp blade, indicating that she endured unimaginable torment before her demise. Given the severity of her injuries, theoretically, she would succumb to shock due to excessive blood loss within approximately 10 minutes, and death would be certain within half an hour. Yet, the assailant appeared to relish in the act of torturing her, inexplicably allowing her time for rudimentary self-bandaging after inflicting such grievous injuries. Though her attempts were hasty, they afforded Yin Pingping a brief extension of life. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to blood loss. What perplexes me is that upon a cursory glance at the room, it became evident that under the circumstances of the door being barricaded, it would be impossible for the perpetrator to exit through the front. They could only escape through the window. Yet, this window is situated many stories high, with all the adjacent residences featuring smooth floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving no foothold for escape. It is utterly inconceivable that one could depart from such a vantage point. Moreover, the assailant made off with the weapon employed in the crime, the very blade that severed Yin Pingping's limbs. I find it unfathomable how they managed to do so. Lu Tao had endeavored to reconstruct the events at the crime scene to the best of his ability, yet numerous inconsistencies remained. He stood there, brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering, what could Yin Pingping have seen outside that drove her to hastily retreat to her bedroom and barricade the door in such a manner? When did the murderer take refuge within Yin Pingping's bedroom? How did they manage to withdraw after committing the act? Lu Tao, having ascended to the position of captain of the law enforcement team, had encountered many bizarre cases throughout his career. However, he had never faced one as perplexing as this. After hearing his account, Guan Chang'an also wore a troubled expression. There were far too many inconsistencies. Once the on-site personnel had thoroughly searched every corner and compiled a detailed investigative record, professional staff arrived to remove the body for further autopsy. Numerous law enforcement officers exited the premises, with Lu Tao and Director Guan maintaining grim faces throughout. Who could have anticipated that after resolving the widely scrutinized case of Gu Yang's car accident, an even more outrageous case would erupt? It was as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Due to the video released by Yin Pingping, she has now ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics across major websites. A throng of residents has already gathered beneath the building, eagerly capturing images as Yin Pingping's lifeless body is carried away. However, it is shrouded in a white cloth, rendering the photographs inconclusive. A few audacious social media influencers have even bypassed the law enforcement officers' barriers, brandishing cameras while pursuing Captain Lu Tao, inquiring, "Captain Lu, is there any direction in which this case is being investigated? Could you share some insights with us?" Director Guan, seasoned in handling such situations, deftly maneuvered through the crowd and retreated to his police vehicle, leaving only Lu Tao behind. He could only respond to the reporters' inquiries as politely as possible. Our enforcement bureau has made significant progress in the investigation of this case. Please remain calm. For detailed updates, kindly refer to our official website. After delivering this statement, Lu Tao hastily squeezed back into his vehicle. However, the truth is ultimately difficult to conceal, and the enigmatic locked room murder case quickly spread like wildfire online. Lu Tao and Director Guan sat in the car, overwhelmed and uncertain about how to proceed. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu rushed over frantically, exclaiming, I know. Everything Yin Pingping said was a lie. She was coerced by the murderer to say those things, and they cannot be considered evidence. You must release me. I am utterly innocent. Yin Pingping called me several times last night, crying and pleading for me to return. How could she have suddenly released a confession video? She must have been threatened. Lu Xiaoyu seemed to cling desperately to his only lifeline. If he could discredit Yin Pingping's confession video, there was hope for him. Lu Tao keenly seized upon a detail in Lu Xiaoyu's words, gripping his shoulder and asking, "Are you suggesting that Yin Pingping called you before her death, and that she called multiple times? Did she disclose any clues during the calls?" At this point, Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with self-satisfaction, retorted, "Now you need me, don't you? Weren't you just so arrogant? I won't say anything. What can you do to me? Unless you first confirm whether Yin Pingping's confession video has been rendered invalid." Lu Tao chuckled softly from within the vehicle. "Are you certain you won't speak? Consider this carefully." The murderer cruelly severed both of Yin Pingping's feet and one of her hands, indicating a motive of vengeance. Moreover, the fact that he threatened Yin Pingping to call you suggests that you are his next target. If you choose not to speak, you may very well be next. Chapter 9. The killer is him. Upon hearing those words, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly gripped by a chill down his spine. Reflexively, he seized Lu Tao's hand and exclaimed, "No. Aren't you law enforcement officers? You must swiftly apprehend the perpetrator. It is your duty to ensure my safety. Damn it. I pay so much in taxes every year. Am I merely funding your idle existence? Lu Tao shook off his hand and retorted, Now tell me, what did Yin Pingping say when she called you? Lu Xiaoyu furrowed his brow in recollection. It seems she didn't say anything particularly noteworthy. She called several times, and I answered twice. The first time, she was pleading for me to return, saying how much she missed me. The second time, I didn't even let her finish her sentence before I berated her. And then I turned off my phone. Lu Tao narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Based on the time of the victim's demise and the timing of the calls, it was highly probable that the killer was right beside Yin Pingping when she made that call. This meant that the call was almost certainly coerced by the murderer. Think carefully. Do you and she share any common enemies? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Common enemies? There are far too many to count. So many that I can't even begin to list them. Not to mention, just these past few days, after Yin Pingping and I seized control of the company, we dismissed a large number of old employees who had previously followed Gu Yang, without offering a single penny in severance. Some of those who caused a ruckus were even dealt with in a manner more brutal than dogs. With so many adversaries, I truly cannot pinpoint anyone specific at this moment. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Tao surmised that this man was far from innocent. He likely had a multitude of enemies. The most troublesome aspect of such a situation is that the more enemies one has, the more suspects arise, thereby increasing the workload for thorough investigations. At that moment, Lu Tao's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression transformed into one of keen excitement. What? You mean Gu Yang has regained consciousness in the hospital? Is this for real? Such a medical miracle? I'm on my way. Lu Xiaoyu, hearing this, was left in a state of shock. That guy actually woke up? I distinctly remember flooring the accelerator and even ran over him. It's incredible he survived, and now he is awake? Have I been toiling in vain? After ending the call, Lu Tao turned back to him. I have good news for you. Your good buddy Gu Yang has awakened. He is a victim in this case and will need to provide a statement, as well as identify you in person. Given his current condition, he cannot go to the Law Enforcement Bureau, so since you are here, I'll take you to see him. You're not afraid, are you? Lu Xiaoyu held his head high. How could I possibly fear him? I have nothing to hide. I fear no retribution. Besides, we live in a society governed by law. Can he truly kill me? As soon as those words escaped his lips, a sudden realization struck Lu Xiaoyu. Kill me? He suddenly grasped Lu Tao, who was about to leave, with a look of terror on his face and exclaimed, Is it possible that the one who killed Yin Pingping is Gu Yang? As soon as these words escaped his lips, even Lu Tao felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Xiaoyu continued, I have offended quite a few people. But most of these disputes were merely financial. They should not lead to a deadly enmity. The person who desires my demise the most must undoubtedly be Gu Yang. Yin Pingping just died yesterday, and he awakened today. What a coincidence. It is highly likely that he had already regained consciousness yesterday, using his comatose state as a guise to stealthily murder Yin Pingping, only to return without a trace. It must be him, without a doubt. He is the murderer. Seize him quickly. If you do not apprehend him, he will surely kill me. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he frantically tugged at Lu Tao's clothing. Yet, Lu Tao did not push him away. He stood frozen in place, for he found Lu Xiaoyu's assertions disturbingly plausible. Based on the case details, it was evident that the perpetrator harbored a profound and irreconcilable hatred toward Yin Pingping. Are there others in this world besides Gu Yang? Moreover, why did Yin Pingping record that confession video before her demise? If the murderer is Gu Yang, everything seems to fall into place. He possesses the greatest motive and is also the one who stands to gain the most from this incident. There lies a conundrum. Lu Xiaoyu continued to tug at Lu Tao's clothing like a madman, while Lu Tao, now thoroughly exasperated, retaliated with a slap that sent him sprawling. Lu Xiaoyu, momentarily stunned, covered his face and bellowed, The enforcer has struck. Damn it, the enforcer has struck. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? At that moment, Lu Tao paid him no mind and turned to the silent Guan Chang'an beside them, asking, Director Guan, do you find Lu Xiaoyu's hypothesis credible? Guan Chang'an shook his head. A hypothesis remains just that. In our investigations, we must adhere to evidence. Let us first pay a visit to Gu Yang, who is directly involved in the accident case, and offer our condolences. Lu Tao nodded in agreement, and soon their vehicle was en route to the hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Yang was finally enjoying a semblance of a good life. He lay in his bed, watching an exhilarating film, with Su Chencheng at his side, serving him tea and refreshments. Ever since uncovering the truth, Su Chengsheng was filled with remorse toward Gu Yang and had taken it upon herself to tend to his every need. Whenever he opened his mouth, she would promptly feed him small pieces of fruit with great care. It was a delightful experience, observing Su Chengsheng juggle her work while attending to him. He felt a twinge of guilt and suggested, "Perhaps you should rest. Honestly, I do not require much assistance." After wiping the sweat from her brow, Su Chengsheng replied, "It's quite all right. I have plenty of free time. Besides, Director Fong mentioned that you need special care." Since she was insistent, Gu Yang felt it inappropriate to argue further. This is not a matter of coercion. It is entirely voluntary on their part. The doorbell rang. Su Chengsheng hastily set down the fruit in her hands and rose to answer the door. A short while later, she hurried back inside and inquired of Gu Yang, "Mr. Gu, the individuals who have arrived are the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau and his staff. They wish to see you and discuss your car accident case. Is that acceptable?" Gu Yang nodded in affirmation. Of course, it is a joy to have friends come from afar. It has indeed been quite some time since I last hosted guests. Upon receiving his consent, a group of around 10 individuals entered his hospital room in an orderly fashion. Leading them was Guan Chang'an, who, with a smile on his face, took a seat beside Gu Yang. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Guan Chang'an, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in the 1st District. I apologize for the protracted duration of your case, but we have finally made some significant progress." Gu Yang nodded. "You certainly ought to apologize. Had it not been for the video released by Yan Pingping, I dare say you might never have uncovered the truth, correct?" The expressions of the law enforcement officers present stiffened momentarily, for Gu Yang's assertion held merit. Initially, they had not considered this angle, presuming it merely a routine traffic accident. The next moment, Gu Yang burst into hearty laughter, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh, I was just joking. Why so serious, everyone? It has been resolved now, hasn't it? The very first day I opened my eyes, such auspicious news arrived. How delightful." The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Gu Yang tilted his head, gazing at the last person standing, Lu Xiaoyu, and cheerfully remarked, "Isn't this my good brother Xiaoyu? Why are you standing so far away? Come closer. Let me see if you have lost weight during my absence." Recognizing his name being called, Lu Xiaoyu could only lower his head and approach slowly. There was a hint of trepidation in his eyes, for in his subconscious, Gu Yang had morphed into a remorseless criminal. Once he stood before Gu Yang, the latter teasingly retorted, "Truly, you are a heartless creature. I feel you have even gained weight these past few days. It seems my misfortune has brought you joy, allowing you to indulge in food and merriment, hasn't it?" Lu Xiaoyu was incensed by this blatant mockery and angrily pointed at Gu Yang, shouting, "You murderer! Don't think you can intimidate me like this. I tell you, I am not afraid. Your crimes are far worse than mine. You will be sentenced to decades more than I will. Just wait and see." Gu Yang's expression turned perplexed. "What are you talking about? How have I become a murderer? One must not slander in public." Lu Xiaoyu attempted to shout more, but nearby law enforcement officers seized him and forcefully dragged him away, their gazes now laced with coldness. Following this, Lu Tao, who stood behind Guan Chang'an, stepped forward and politely remarked, "Mr. Gu, please do not take Lu Xiaoyu's words to heart. He has been somewhat agitated and is not in a proper state of mind. However, there is indeed something I must inform you of. Your wife, Yan Pingping, was brutally murdered last night and has passed away." Chapter 10. I suspect him. Upon hearing those words, Gu Yang's pupils constricted slightly, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he murmured, How could this be possible? She clearly posted the video just last night. I saw it online. She is actually dead?" His reaction did not escape the notice of Director Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao. Lu Tao continued, "This inquiry may seem a bit presumptuous, Mr. Gu. But may I ask where you were last night?" Upon hearing this question, Gu Yang lowered his head with a bitter smile. "Where do you think I could possibly be? At this moment, I can only move my head. Are you suggesting I went and killed Yan Pingping? Even if I had the intention, it would be beyond my capability." Lu Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. His question indeed seemed rather foolish. "I understand now. The previous question was merely a formality. Given the severity of this heinous murder case, I hope you can comprehend that, Mr. Gu." Gu Yang nodded. "Of course, it is all for work and life. I am somewhat fatigued. Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Director Guan Chang'an also stood up, smiling as he said, "No. We primarily came to discuss the incident involving your car accident. The evidence is irrefutable. The person responsible for the hit and run is Lu Xiaoyu. However, Perhaps his charge should now be altered to attempted murder. Nonetheless, your case is concluded, and your wife Yan Pingping's death is also a matter of significant public concern. If you possess any crucial information, we would be immensely grateful if you could inform us at the earliest opportunity. Gu Yang smiled faintly, of course. Regarding my wife's death, though I feel no sorrow, I will cooperate to the best of my ability. This statement struck Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao as somewhat peculiar. How could one express no grief at the loss of a spouse? Yet, considering the circumstances surrounding Gu Yang, it seemed plausible. Perhaps for Gu Yang, the sooner Yan Pingping's demise, the better. It could be seen as poetic justice. There was no denying that Yan Pingping was not a virtuous person, and many found her actions repugnant. Nevertheless, the investigation must proceed. Even the gravest of offenses ought to face the judgment of the law. After bidding farewell to Gu Yang, all the law enforcement officers departed from the room. Having been eavesdropping outside, Su Chengcheng rushed in, meticulously cleaning and sanitizing the area. Gu Yang had become a veritable panda in the hospital, requiring diligent care. With so many visitors earlier, the room was now teeming with unseen germs, necessitating disinfection. As she busied herself, Su Chengcheng remarked that dark-skinned Captain Lu Tao is truly detestable. How dare he inquire about Mr. Gu's whereabouts last night, as if he suspects you? Does he not consider for a moment that a paralyzed individual could possibly have the opportunity to commit murder? After uttering those words, Su Chengcheng's movements momentarily halted, a hint of awkwardness washing over her as she raised her gaze to Gu Yang on the bed. I apologize, Mr. Gu. I did not intend to imply that you are paralyzed. I merely... It's quite all right. I am not particularly sensitive, especially considering my current state of paralysis. He chuckled. Hearing this, Su Chengcheng felt a wave of relief. She had cared for numerous patients, most of whom displayed peculiar behavior during times of physical distress. Particularly those afflicted with paralysis often resent being referred to as such in their presence. To her surprise, Gu Yang seemed unfazed. What a remarkable man. It was all the fault of that wretched Yan Pingping, who had brought him to this unfortunate condition. Perhaps it was better for her to be gone. A person like her living in this world could bring misfortune to many. As Gu Yang lay on the bed, listening to the young girl chatter, the monotony of his days grew somewhat bearable. He longed for his body to recover soon. Would he still be able to transform into a ghostly figure tonight? If not, would he be doomed to a lifetime of paralysis? How excruciating. Suddenly, he recalled Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao, who had come to seek him out. Were they beginning to suspect him? Even if they did harbor doubts, they should not be significant, for his paralysis was not a facade. Gu Yang did not believe that his earlier demeanor could deceive either Guan Chang'an or Lu Tao. After all, they were seasoned law enforcement officers with years of experience, capable of discerning the truth from lies at a glance. He hoped that the trouble they brought would not be too burdensome. He truly did not wish to act against them. Once Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an exited the hospital room, they walked side by side down the corridor. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu had already been taken away by the officers and confined in a vehicle. Lu Tao cautiously inquired of Director Guan, "What are your thoughts on Gu Yang's behavior just now?" Director Guan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "It's difficult to say. I do not possess the ability to read minds, so I cannot make hasty judgments. However, his earlier demeanor struck me as somewhat disingenuous. I suspect he may have been aware of Yan Pingping's death long before." Lu Tao nodded slightly in agreement. "I share that sentiment." Although he did display surprise at the time, even professional actors can reveal cracks in their performances. As they continued walking, Guan Chang'an added, "Yet, there exists another possibility." Lu Tao turned back, curious. What possibility? That he did not know of Yan Pingping's death in advance, but rather was concealing his true feelings. In an instant, Lu Tao comprehended. Are you suggesting that his feigned surprise was not due to prior knowledge of Yan Pingping's demise, but rather because his genuine emotion upon receiving the news should have been one of joy? He merely pretended to be surprised to mask that joy. Guan Chang'an nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Imagine, if you were the one lying on that bed, wouldn't you feel elated upon hearing such news?" Lu Tao clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Not just elated. I would almost leap from the bed and perform a series of acrobatic flips." After uttering this, he awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "My apologies, I got carried away." If we consider what Director Guan said, it does seem reasonable. After all, with a death occurring, if he were to exhibit excessive joy, it would not only be impolite but would also amplify his suspicions. Guan Chang'an nodded. "In a while, you should check the surveillance footage. Although there are no cameras inside the ward, the hospital corridors and entrances do have them. Let us see if there are any clues." At that moment, they encountered Dean Fong Yenji, who was preparing to leave for the day. Guan Chang'an immediately extended his hand in greeting. Dean Fong, you truly are a busy person. We've been searching for you everywhere. Upon hearing this, Fong Yinji broke into a hearty laugh. Though over 50, he appeared as vigorous as someone in their 30s. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Director Guan. I've had an overwhelming number of patients today. You know how it is. Those with neurological issues often come to our hospital specifically requesting me. What can I do? Since you've waited so long, there must be something you wish to discuss. Let me guess. Are you inviting me to dinner? Both Guan Chang'an and Fong Yinji were of similar age, approaching retirement. At this stage in life, they had shed any sense of ambition, and through their interactions, they had become close friends. All you think about is food. I sought you out because there's a rather troublesome case that requires your insights. Upon hearing this, Fong Yinji's expression turned serious. Go on. This case involves Gu Yang. His wife was brutally murdered in their home yesterday. Although there is no concrete evidence, the motive and the eventual beneficiary suggest that Mr. Gu has considerable suspicion. We wish to inquire about his current physical condition. Is it true that he cannot stand? Upon hearing this, Fong Yinji chuckled softly, patting Guan Chang'an on the shoulder. Old Guan, you've handled so many cases over the years that your mind is muddled. In terms of neurology, I am the expert. Based on his condition, it would be a miracle for him to regain consciousness above the neck. How could he possibly rise in the middle of the night to commit murder? Moreover, even if we were to entertain the idea that he is not paralyzed, only a few days have passed since the accident. His body could not have recovered in such a short time. To put it bluntly, even if he were not incapacitated, he would likely struggle to contend with Yin Pingping. Upon receiving this response, both Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an felt their suspicions regarding Gu Yang diminish significantly, and they both released a sigh of relief. Guan Chang'an responded to Fong Yinji. Well then, thank you, old friend. I have been inundated with cases lately, and I simply cannot manage. Once I find some free time, I shall treat you to a meal. As Guan Chang'an turned to leave, Fong Yinji swiftly grasped his arm from behind, exclaiming, wait. From the moment we met, you've promised to take me out for a meal whenever you're free, yet each time we encounter one another, you insist on your busyness. It has been several years now. Today, you must provide me with a definitive answer. What date and day of the week shall I expect your availability? I need to make special arrangements for you. Chapter 11. The Transformation of the Shadow. Ultimately, Director Guan found himself at a loss and, in the presence of Dean Fong, made a reservation at a hot pot restaurant for the upcoming weekend, thereby successfully extricating himself from the predicament. Once they had left the hospital and entered the car, Lu Tao chuckled and teased, Director Guan, please don't forget to bring me along for hot pot next weekend. It has been ages since I last indulged. To his astonishment, he caught a glimpse of Director Guan pulling out his phone and promptly canceling the group purchase right before his eyes. Lu Tao was left utterly dumbfounded. Before he could comprehend the situation, Director Guan turned to him and stated, remember to conduct the fire safety inspection and the anti-fraud seminar at this location next weekend. At that moment, Lu Tao fully grasped the cunning nature of Director Guan's scheme. By scheduling these activities for the weekend, the business would inevitably need to close for one evening, effectively saving him the cost of that meal. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive, truly impressive. However, Director Guan, it seems Dean Fong has treated you to dinner several times. Isn't it a bit stingy of you? Director Guan raised an eyebrow. Are you blaming me? Not at all. Lu Tao replied with a chuckle. Why don't you mention that his monthly income is 10 times mine? If only I had known back then, I should have pursued a career in medicine. Treating patients could yield red envelopes, and if not, at least condolences. What am I doing as an enforcer? The income is low, and there's a risk to life. It's a losing proposition. By the way, Lu Tao, I believe you have a son, right? Make sure to steer him away from becoming an enforcer and encourage him to become a doctor instead. As night descended into silence, Gu Yang glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. Most doctors had finished their shifts, and there were few patients left to attend to, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. Yet Gu Yang felt no inclination to sleep. He focused intently, desperately trying to sense the shadow beneath him. However, as time ticked away, there was no sign of movement. His shadow appeared indistinguishable from that of an ordinary one, rendering the events of the previous night akin to a fleeting dream. Could it be? Was that truly my only opportunity in this lifetime? The thought filled him with despair. Would I be doomed to possess only a head for the rest of my days? Even the chance to free my right hand for some exercise would suffice. As time continued to pass, Guyang attempted to reconnect with his shadow while reminiscing about the previous night's occurrences, yet he could not recapture that elusive state, leaving him in utter hopelessness. Given the current medical capabilities, healing himself seemed utterly impossible. The shadow was his sole beacon of hope. Please, heavens, do not be so cruel to me. Grant me one more exhilarating experience, just once. Guyang fervently prayed to every deity he could recall by name. The good news was that none of his prayers seemed to yield negative effects. The bad news was they did not bring about any positive outcomes either. Indeed, superstitions proved futile. Feeling increasingly weary, Guyang lay on his bed, staring at the wall clock, which now indicated midnight. As the hands of the clock, hour, minute, and second, aligned in perfect harmony, an overwhelming wave of familiarity surged into Guyang's consciousness. Was this not the very specter from the previous night, when he had vanquished the traitor, a divine shadow manifest? This sense of familiarity enveloped him. He was the sovereign beneath the moonlight, the harbinger of judgment upon all malevolence, bestowing upon himself a new lease on life. Guyang could feel the formidable and sinister essence of the shadowy form resonating with his own burgeoning microcosm. At last, they were in sync. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Although he had not checked the time the night before, he deduced that his fusion with the shadow must have occurred around midnight. Could it be that he could only transform into this shadowy form at the stroke of 12 each night? At this moment, the familiar sensation returned. Guyang felt his soul plummeting into an endless abyss, descending without any awareness of how long it had been. When he regained control of his body, he found himself merged with the shadow beneath him. His corporeal form lay dormant on the hospital bed, while the shadow gradually emerged from below, morphing from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. A figure as dark as ink crawled forth from the shadows, exuding an aura of profound obscurity akin to the depths of the abyss. Guyang glanced down at his own ebony form, feeling an indescribable surge of strength. He keenly sensed that this power was greater than the previous day. Moreover, the hue of his body seemed even darker. Was this the result of absorbing Yen Pingping's essence? Additionally, Guyang perceived that his shadowy form could expand further. Yesterday, it reached a height of approximately 2 meters, but today it had increased by 10 centimeters. The advantages of this augmented stature were twofold: enhanced strength and an enlarged shadow space within his spectral form. Guyang now comprehended that the shadow space within him was essentially a manifestation of his own size. This entity could store matters within its own being. The larger the form, the greater the space. However, as Guyang remained in a paralyzed state, lacking the use of his hands, he could not experiment to ascertain whether he could utilize the shadow space during daylight in his human form. If that were possible, it would be akin to possessing a spatial ring. If he were to deliver takeout, he would be extraordinarily formidable. Yet, Guyang still lacked a comprehensive understanding of his shadowy form and was uncertain when he might be forcibly drawn back, reminiscent of the previous day. The first thought that emerged in his mind was to promptly deal with Lu Xiaoyu. After all, this individual was the architect of his accident, having not only struck him with his vehicle but also crushed him beneath its weight. Were it not for his extraordinary fortune, he would be awaiting death now. How could he find peace while that wretch remained alive? With this determination, the shadowy Guyang once again plunged into the darkness, vanishing in an instant. His speed was unparalleled. All shadows in the night became conduits of light-speed passage for him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Lu Xiaoyu's residence. Guyang, shrouded in shadows, surveyed his surroundings only to find no one present. Could it be that this fellow was not home at this moment? As the saying goes, a thief does not leave empty-handed. Guyang seized the opportunity to collect all valuable possessions within the household into his shadowy realm. Although he currently lacked the need for money, taking revenge on this scoundrel felt rather satisfying. Subsequently, Guyang retraced his steps and returned to his own abode. The premises had been sealed off, yet everything inside remained unchanged. The case was extraordinarily peculiar. The law enforcement agency had yet to uncover any evidence, indicating that a thorough examination of the crime scene was necessary. After fruitlessly searching these two locations without a trace of Lu Xiaoyu, Guyang found himself at a loss regarding where to seek that individual. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hadn't that man already been apprehended? How foolish of him to search at the man's residence. This meant Lu Xiaoyu was likely detained at the station. With a sigh, Guyang swiftly returned to the hospital through the shadows, materializing on the rooftop. Perched at the edge, he gazed down upon the enchanting cityscape at night. It was breathtaking. After indulging in the view, Gu Yang began to revert to his prior plans. Killing Lu Xiaoyu was not a daunting task. However, since the man was currently in custody, executing him openly would undoubtedly stir global attention, leading to considerable trouble. Gu Yang preferred to keep his affairs under the radar. Perhaps he could assassinate him discreetly, orchestrating an incident that could be mistaken for an accident, like the victim falling from bed during sleep. His ghostly form could transform. Perhaps he could conjure a hair-thin instrument of murder to pierce through Lu Xiaoyu's brain. At this moment, Gu Yang's mind raced with countless thoughts, devising one flawless murder plan after another. Just as he wrestled with which method to employ in dispatching Lu Xiaoyu, he caught sight of a familiar figure on a dimly lit path not far away. Wasn't that Su Chencheng? It was already past midnight. What was she doing returning at this hour? Moreover, she had been on night shift yesterday and should have been resting tonight. He observed Su Chengqing, with a small backpack slung over her shoulder, having changed out of her nurse's uniform into a fresh and clean outfit reminiscent of a recent college graduate. As Gu Yang pondered this, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure lurking amidst the nearby trees. Su Chengqing happened to pass right beneath that very tree. In the next instant, a figure leapt from behind the tree, swiftly covering Su Chengqing's mouth and nose with one hand, while brandishing a knife against her throat with the other. Make no sound, do not move. If this little knife accidentally grazes your artery, you shall surely perish. Chapter 12. The right hand restored. A major case unfolds. Su Chengqing, after all, was merely a young girl, unaccustomed to such dire circumstances, and was instantly paralyzed with fear. She could only submit as the assailant dragged her toward a nearby grove. With a knife pressed against her throat, the perpetrator warned, "Do not scream, or I shall end your life with a single stroke and vanish without a trace. Do you understand?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Chengqing nodded slowly. The assailant released her mouth, cautiously removed her backpack from her back, and rummaged through it. To his dismay, he discovered only a large thermos intended for transporting meals, nothing of value. He cursed loudly. What kind of bag is this? No valuables at all. Just this enormous container? Who are you feeding, pigs? This is infuriating. Tossing the bag aside, he began to search through Su Chengqing's pockets. Finding no wallet, he extracted her mobile phone instead. Upon glancing at it, he erupted in further expletives. Why are you using an outdated model? Aren't young girls supposed to love the latest iPhones? What a joke. Everything you own barely adds up to 100 yuan. Frustrated, the assailant lamented his ill fate, having mustered the courage to commit a crime. He found himself with nothing to show for it. Su Chengqing, her voice trembling with tears, pleaded, "I'm sorry, big brother, but I am truly impoverished. I have no money. Please let me go. I understand you might have your own struggles. We are both unfortunate souls. Why must we complicate each other's lives?" The assailant retorted angrily. "Do you think I want to prey on the downtrodden? I would much prefer to kidnap the wealthy and extort millions from them. But those rich folks are always surrounded by bodyguards. What can I do?" After venting his frustration, he suddenly noticed, illuminated by the moonlight, that Su Chengqing possessed a striking figure, reminiscent of the alluring sirens often paraded online, tinged with the innocence of youth. She was, in every sense, a siren for the inexperienced. In that moment, memories of his first love surged forth, causing his breath to quicken. He retrieved a piece of cloth from his pocket and cautiously draped it over Su Chengqing's eyes from behind. Terrified, she dared not resist, acutely aware of the cold steel at her throat. What are you doing?" she stammered. "What am I doing? Have you never watched television? Think of the return of the Condor heroes. You shall be my good aunt, and I, your devoted nephew. Good aunt, here I come." As Su Chengqing felt the assailant's proximity intensify, realization dawned upon her regarding his intentions. "No, this cannot happen, even if it costs me my life. I refuse to be defiled." Gritting her teeth, she prepared to flee, fully aware of the peril posed by the knife at her neck. Yet in the next instant, a rush of wind swept behind her, and the hand that had gripped her throat and held the dagger became limp, falling away. With a sudden thud, a heavy object fell behind Su Chengqing, startling her to her core. In the next moment, a hand gently removed the cloth that obscured her vision and patted her shoulder, softly murmuring, "It's all right. Call the police." To Su Chengqing, this voice was deep and mysterious, tinged with a husky quality, as if it were both close enough to whisper in her ear and distant enough to echo from afar. Cautiously, she turned around, only to find no one behind her. A misstep caused her to kick something, and upon glancing down, she was horrified to discover it was a person. Clutched in his hand was a glinting dagger, the very weapon of her captor. Su Chengcheng was taken aback and hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Yet, after a moment of waiting, she realized the figure lay utterly still, and upon closer inspection, she could hear not even a breath. Frantically, she picked up her fallen phone and activated the flashlight, only to stifle a gasp. Before her lay the assailant, sprawled in a pool of blood, his body intact yet his head severed and lying several meters away. The neck is clean cut, indicating the use of a sharp blade. Though accustomed to blood as a doctor, she could not suppress the urge to vomit. Not far away, concealed in the shadows, Guyang scratched his head, lamenting, "Oh no, I neglected to consider this girl's feelings. I should have employed a more discreet method to eliminate him. This seems rather cruel." In the next moment, a familiar energy surged from the corpse into Guyang's shadow, and as it did, the phantom form felt a powerful summons and pull. It involuntarily returned to the space beneath Guyang's body, while his consciousness re-entered his physical form. From within the ghostly entity, that familiar power surged into Guyang, who felt like a parched desert eagerly absorbing nourishment. His lifespan increased once more, reaching 40 years. Remarkably, by vanquishing this assailant, he had gained a mere 10 years of life, implying that the man had only 20 years remaining. After all this, he was merely a short-lived wretch, a youth lacking restraint and understanding of wellness. With the influx of 10 years to his lifespan, Guyang's body felt revitalized. He concentrated and discovered that his right hand had indeed regained sensation. Looking down, he saw it slowly rising under his deliberate control, capable of performing various movements. Though still somewhat uncoordinated, with practice, he was confident it would soon return to its former state, should he continue to absorb more lifespan and enhance his physical prowess. Surpassing his previous condition would be well within reach. Guyang now had a nascent understanding of his ghostly form. Firstly, to assume the shadowy guise, he must await midnight. Only then could his consciousness merge with the specter. The shadow of the ghost could not remain active for too long outside. Just moments ago, Guyang refrained from taking a life while seated on the rooftop, feeling a growing urge within as dawn approached. This yearning for the return to his true form was an uncontrollable physiological instinct. Should Guyang, in his ghostly guise, commit murder and seize the essence of another's life force, he would immediately sense the powerful call of his original self, compelling him to abandon the spectral form. It seems that henceforth he could only afford to take one life each night, targeting those who were isolated. Su Chengcheng was likely no longer in danger. Reclining on the hospital bed, Guyang amusedly manipulated his right hand, exercising his grip, reveling in the newfound ability to grasp the remote control and switch to his preferred channels. However, he anticipated that Director Fong and the others would conduct further examinations of his condition the following day. Should he inform them of his hand's recovery? Having restored his head yesterday and now his hand, would it astonish them? After contemplating, Guyang suddenly devised a plan to frighten them early on. He would restore both hands at once, ensuring that even if other parts of his body remained incapacitated, he could still eat or use his phone. Any future recovery could be feigned to buy time. Alas, he was likely to be regarded as a national treasure again tomorrow. At that moment, Guyang found himself without a phone, so he casually picked up the remote control from the table and began watching television. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, in a small grove, within mere minutes, 2 or 3 law enforcement buses arrived, cordoning off the area. Lu Tao, hastily dressed, rushed to the scene. Upon a close examination of the body lying in a pool of blood, he turned to the reporter, Su Chengcheng. Recognizing her as the nurse responsible for caring for Guyang, he expressed his surprise. "Is it you?" Su Chengcheng shot him a glance, instantly losing her favorable impression. "Why are you here? I don't want you handling my case. You aren't planning to treat me as a suspect, are you?" She harbored disdain for Lu Tao, particularly for his unprofessional inquiry about the whereabouts of a paralyzed individual the previous night. Lu Tao's subordinates stifled their laughter, noting that their captain seemed to be disdained. It was unsurprising. Lu Tao's appearance, thin and dark, rendered him akin to a large monkey. "Hey, keep your voice down. If the captain hears you, you're done for. Don't worry, the captain is a case-obsessed workaholic. His mind is consumed with matters related to the investigation right now. If we discuss anything else, his mind will block it out completely. Is that really true? That sounds like a superpower." "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, try it. I've been with him for many years. You're new here, so you wouldn't know. Just call him Big Monkey from behind, and he certainly won't hear you." Upon hearing this, the newly appointed young enforcer eagerly rubbed his fists together, cautiously positioning himself behind Lu Tao. He cleared his throat and exclaimed, Big Macaque. Chapter 13. Justifiable Defense. The butcher of the night. In the immediate aftermath of his shout, Lu Tao did not look back. The young law enforcement officer turned to gaze at his colleagues behind him, his face alight with excitement. Thinking to himself that daring to call his superior by such a moniker would afford him a year's worth of bragging rights. However, he was soon met with the sympathetic smiles of his co-workers. Upon turning back once more, he found himself face to face with Lu Tao's grim visage. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Tao's large hand seized him by the nape of the neck, his fingers gripping like a vice, causing him to wince in pain. Unable to maintain his footing. Captain, I was wrong. Please spare me. They taught me to do this, he pleaded. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, the colleagues who had incited him now busily focused on their tasks, some documenting the scene, others drafting reports, or conversing in small groups about the case. Lu Tao's grip tightened around his neck, nearly drawing tears from his eyes. Oh, you claim you were incited. Then tell me, who was it? Is it? The young recruit stammered, unable to name a single culprit, ultimately exclaiming, a treacherous fiend has led me astray. Failing to take his duties seriously at work, preoccupied with dubious pursuits, he had the audacity to disrespect his seniors. Upon your return, I shall inform the janitor at the Enforcement Bureau to grant you a week's paid leave. During this time, you shall be responsible for scrubbing the toilets. If I detect even the slightest odor during my visits, I shall make you rue the day. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend fully, he replied. Thus, the novice in the workforce received his first lesson. Never trust your colleagues and never speak ill of your superiors. After imparting this lesson to his insubordinate subordinate, Lu Tao endeavored to adopt a more congenial demeanor as he addressed Su Chengqing. Miss Su, I fear there may be some misunderstanding between us. In terms of proficiency in solving cases, I rank among the best within our district's law enforcement bureau. Almost all significant cases are entrusted to my investigation. Rest assured, if you provide me with the true account of what transpired, I shall uncover the truth for you. At this juncture, Su Chengqiang could no longer withhold her account and candidly recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing her narrative, Lu Tao cast another glance at the murder scene. Feeling as though his head might explode, he queried Su Chengqiang with a hint of confusion. Are you certain you heard another voice before this individual met his end? Were you carrying any weapons? At this inquiry, Su Chengqing's expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly recalled Lu Tao's previous questioning of Gu Yang and, in indignation, tossed her bag before him. See, I knew you were unprofessional. I am clearly the victim, and yet you question whether I carried a weapon. Do you suspect that I am the one who killed him? Then search me if you dare. Lu Tao, taken aback by her retort, found himself at a loss for words and could only chuckle as he retrieved her bag and handed it back to her. Subsequently, he cast another glance at the scene and remarked, according to your account, that individual vanished from your sight in the blink of an eye after committing murder, which suggests he must possess remarkable speed. However, even with such swiftness, it is inconceivable that he left no trace behind. Aside from the footprints of the two of you, there are evidently no signs of a third party. Su Chengqiang, nearly fainting with indignation, recalled hearing those words, remembering that she had been rescued, yet now found herself under suspicion. Empathizing with Gu Yang, she could understand his profound sense of injustice. Despite her own paralysis, she was almost burdened with the label of a murderer. Regrettably, she was not paralyzed, and thus found herself at a loss for an explanation. In her exasperation, Su Chengqiang gave up entirely, sitting down on the ground and furiously tugging at the weeds. Suit yourself. Think whatever you wish. I cannot change your mind. Oh, the ultimate weapon of a woman had been unleashed. At this moment, Lu Tao felt equally helpless. In truth, the case appeared rather straightforward. A criminal, intent on wrongdoing, had met his demise in the course of his actions, a clear case of justifiable self-defense. Yet, now that the perpetrator was absent, it had morphed into a mystery. Just then, another vehicle approached and halted nearby. Emerging from it was Guan Chang'an, his face bearing the faint signs of inebriation. Lu Tao hurried to greet him. Director Guan, what brings you here in person once more? Guan Chang'an, unable to contain his anger, retorted, This is my jurisdiction. How could I possibly ignore such a grave incident? I was just socializing outside when this shocking news jolted me awake. Have you clarified the situation? Lu Tao scratched his head and replied, Actually, the case is not overly complicated. Based on the evidence at the scene and the victim's account, the deceased was likely a criminal who attempted to rob and assault this woman, only to be killed in the process. clearly a case of justifiable self-defense. However, the issue now lies in the fact that the person who killed him has vanished. Guan Chang'an's brow furrowed immediately. What do you mean? If it was self-defense, why did he flee? Has he lost his mind? What about that woman? Does she not know who her savior was? The peculiarity lay in the fact that, according to the woman's account, her rescuer had swiftly dispatched the assailant and had even offered her a word of comfort from behind. Yet, when she turned around, he had vanished without a trace. From all the evidence at the scene, it was clear there were only 2 sets of footprints. There was no sign of a third. Now, Guan Chang'an was bewildered. How could such an absurdity occur? Is it possible she encountered a ghost in the dead of night? Unwilling to entertain superstition, he personally inspected the scene and reached the same conclusion as Lu Tao. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Guan Chang'an quietly inquired of Lu Tao, "Are there any psychologists or psychiatrists nearby? We should check if that girl has a history of delusions." Lu Tao promptly interjected, "Director Guan, let it be. That woman seems rather sensitive. Just a moment ago, I merely inquired whether she was in possession of any sharp instruments, and she unleashed a torrent of insults upon me. By the way, that girl is the nurse responsible for taking care of Guyang, named Su Changsheng. The last time we approached her regarding matters concerning Guyang, she has held a grudge ever since." Now, Guan Chang'an finds himself at a loss. For women are notoriously petty. If one inadvertently offends them, they may very well take to the internet to denounce you or lodge a complaint, resulting in even greater troubles. Moreover, in this case, it is evident that she is the victim and cannot be interrogated at all. Not only is it unlikely that she committed the murder, but even if she had, it would be deemed self-defense. Guan Chang'an rubbed his forehead and remarked, never mind. After all, this fellow deserved to die. Let the case remain unresolved for now. Our immediate priority is to continue our investigation into Yan Pingping's case. By the way, that Lu Xiaoyu is reportedly uncooperative today, insisting on waiting for his lawyer to arrive before discussing matters, which is hindering the resolution of that car accident case. You must act swiftly. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Director Guan, I am your protege, and you need not worry about my capabilities. Guan Chang'an yawned. I've had a bit too much to drink and need to return for a quick nap. I have work tomorrow. Do let me know if you uncover any significant findings. No problem. You may head back, Lu Tao replied. As Guan Chang'an turned to leave, his foot hesitated midair. He sighed and said, well, having come this far, I would feel as though I were shirking my responsibilities if I simply returned. Let us examine the body thoroughly. Perhaps it will reveal some clues. Lu Tao chuckled. I was thinking the same. The two promptly made their way to the side of the corpse. At that moment, the professional forensic expert was conducting a preliminary examination nearby. Lu Tao inquired, what is the situation? The forensic expert adjusted his glasses and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, there is one discovery that is quite significant, though I cannot be entirely certain. That's all right. Our investigation requires us to explore every possible avenue. Please, go ahead. Lu Tao encouraged. The forensic expert nodded and stated, I suspect that the individual who murdered this person is the same as the one who killed Yan Pingping last time. In that instant, everyone was taken aback. Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao's expressions turned gravely serious. Please elaborate on your reasoning. This is of utmost importance. The forensic expert nodded and explained, our bodies contain bones, and their density is considerable. To sever a head with a single strike is no easy task. The perpetrator must possess extraordinary mental fortitude, exceptional strength, and wield an exceptionally sharp blade. Each of these factors is indispensable. Given that such an incident has occurred twice in a short span, the likelihood of it being the same individual is quite high. Furthermore, observe the incision on the neck. It is exceedingly smooth, indicating that the assailant exerted tremendous force and wielded an extraordinarily sharp knife. Coincidentally, the wounds on Yan Pingping's limbs exhibited similar characteristics. Upon hearing this deduction, everyone inhaled sharply. It is widely acknowledged that the likelihood of this inference materializing is as high as 90%. After taking a deep breath, Guan Chang'an remarked, this is quite troubling. This individual, after committing one murder, audaciously dares to kill again in such a short span of time. I surmise he will not cease his heinous acts. Let us prepare to announce this. We must now rally the strength of the populace. For the time being, let us refer to this murderer as the Butcher of the Night. Chapter 14. Does artificial intelligence understand? From a distance, Su Changsheng waved her hand and called out, is there anything else for me to do here? If not, I shall take my leave. I have to hurry and deliver chicken soup to Mr. Gu. Lu Tao turned around, somewhat astonished. You came all the way out here at this late hour just to deliver chicken soup to Guyang? Su Chengsheng rolled her eyes. What else could it be? The director instructed me to take good care of him. I happened to have made some chicken soup at home, and since I couldn't finish it, I thought I would bring a portion for Mr. Gu. Don't look at me like that, if you want some. I certainly want to share. At this moment, Lu Tao could distinctly sense the blatant hostility emanating from the young girl. His previously noble image as a good person had been inadvertently twisted into that of a villain. He waved his hand dismissively. Well, off you go then. However, when you have time tomorrow, it would be best for you to visit the Law Enforcement Bureau and give a statement. After all, someone has died, and it won't take too much of your time. Su Chengsheng regarded him with a hint of wariness. You're not going to interrogate me like a criminal, are you? I've heard that this is simply a case of self-defense. Otherwise, I could just retract my previous statement and you can treat it as if I were the one who committed the murder. That would spare us all this trouble. Quan Chang'an, standing nearby, chuckled. Don't worry, young lady. Lu Tao can be a bit hasty, but I'll have a word with him. However, the truth must be told. There can be no deceit. Su Chengsheng nodded. All right, in light of Director Quan's presence, I want to make it difficult for you. I'll take my leave now. As Lu Tao watched Su Chengsheng's retreating figure, he furrowed his brow slightly. Guyang, why is it always Guyang? At that moment, Guyang lay in bed, watching television. It was delightful to have hands, allowing him to watch whatever he pleased. The shows he felt too embarrassed to ask Su Chengsheng to put on could now be enjoyed in solitude. What a joy. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open with a click, and Su Chengsheng walked in, her eyes widening at the program on the screen. No way. Mr. Gu, at your age, you still enjoy watching anime? So, you're a fan of the second dimension. Guyang felt a pang of embarrassment. Why didn't you knock before entering? How annoying. Su Chengsheng laughed. If I had knocked, would you have come to open the door for me? Watching anime is one thing. It's not like I'm watching something inappropriate. What is there to be embarrassed about? I've brought you chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Guyang was unaware of the events following the assailant's demise. He stared at the steaming bowl of chicken soup in front of him, momentarily taken aback. So, you came to the hospital this late just to bring me this chicken soup? Su Chengsheng raised an eyebrow and replied, what else could it be? It's not as if I enjoy the hospital atmosphere. To be honest, at that moment, Guyang felt a flicker of emotion within him. Since university, he had unconditionally treated Yin Pingping well, seemingly without ever expecting anything in return. It turned out that the feeling of being cared for was indeed such a profound experience. No, wise men do not fall in love. I must remain composed. Could it be that this individual has taken an interest in my inheritance? I certainly will not be ensnared a second time. Su Chengsheng helped Guyang sit up, prepared a nourishing chicken soup, and while feeding him, remarked, you mustn't be overly self-absorbed. Let me clarify, it's actually because I have a patient in my family as well, which is why I often prepare nutritious meals at home. Whether I make one serving or two, it matters not. I might as well prepare a portion for you too. Upon hearing this explanation, Guyang found it considerably more reasonable. He inquired, you have a patient in your family? May I ask who it is? Su Chengsheng's expression dimmed slightly at this question. It is my mother. In her youth, she worked in a heartless electronics factory to support my education. Enduring long hours each day, the factory was filled with a noxious, burnt odor. The fumes were toxic, and after prolonged exposure, she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer this year. The doctors mentioned a surgical option with a slim chance of curing her, but I am acutely aware that the likelihood is exceedingly low, and once surgery begins, it becomes an endless financial abyss. My mother opposes it as well, so we have decided to forego treatment and instead cherish the remaining days with joy. Guyang was taken aback, not by the revelation of Su Chengsheng's mother's illness, but by the remarkable rationality exhibited by both mother and daughter in agreeing to abandon treatment. Had it been anyone else, they might have resorted to extreme measures to prolong life, often leading to unsatisfactory outcomes. Those destined to depart would still do so, while those who remained would be burdened with insurmountable debts, potentially shattering a family. Su Chengsheng swiftly regained her composure and smiled at Guyang, saying, my mother often tells me that living a single day happily is far more significant than living a year in sorrow. Therefore, Mr. Gu, you must also find joy. You have already achieved a miracle. If you maintain a positive mindset, your recovery will surely accelerate. If you can walk again under my care, I will have much to boast about. Guyang laughed heartily. Rest assured, that day will indeed come. To ensure that you have such bragging rights, I will strive diligently. As they exchanged banter, sipping soup, and engaging in conversation, Su Chengcheng could be considered Gu Yang's first friend upon awakening. Although their initial acquaintance was somewhat tumultuous, a pleasant conclusion was most welcome. The chicken soup contained ample meat, yet it was attached to bones, making it cumbersome for Gu Yang to handle without the use of his hands. Having gained experience in caring for patients, Su Chengcheng adeptly tore the chicken into shreds with her own hands. Gu Yang observed her short, unadorned nails, free from any ostentatious embellishments, and noticed they appeared quite clean. The chicken she prepared seemed safe for consumption. Suddenly, Su Chengcheng paused, her brow furrowing in confusion as she looked up and asked, "Wait a moment. I distinctly remember instructing you to sleep early when I left. The television was turned off. How did you manage to turn it on?" Gu Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Oh no, have I inadvertently revealed something?" He initially intended to wait a day or two before revealing that his hand had healed. But how could he have exposed such a flaw so quickly? What should he do? Anxiety consumed him as he awaited a response. Gu Yang suddenly interjected. "Do you recall your memory? At that moment, you said to turn it off, while I mentioned that I wasn't tired yet, suggesting you keep it on for a while longer. I could call the duty nurse to help turn it off later, and then you neglected to do so. Have you forgotten?" Su Chengcheng pondered this for a moment. "Really? I seem to lack that memory. Perhaps you were eager to leave for the day and didn't quite catch it," Gu Yang replied. "That could be true, but if the television was still on, how did you manage to watch anime? Could you refrain from being so outdated? True, you are using a basic phone, so it's understandable that you're not keeping up with the times. My television, on the other hand, is the latest smart model with voice control capabilities. Did you know that? If you don't believe me, just call out Xiaolong Classmate and see for yourself. It has that function? Let me give it a try. Xiaolong Classmate, play a movie for me." "Certainly, what movie would you like to watch?" "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps you could recommend something? As a gentle girl like you, perhaps a romantic film would suit your taste. How about the classic Titanic?" Su Chengcheng seemed to have discovered a new world, her face alight with astonishment. "Goodness, has technology advanced to such intelligence? I never knew televisions could possess such features. Does this mean I won't even have to assist you with turning it on in the future?" Just as Su Chengcheng was engrossed in exploring the smart voice system, a gentle knock echoed from outside. "Who is it?" she asked, puzzled. A familiar male voice replied from beyond the door. "It's me, Lu Tao. We just saw each other downstairs." Upon hearing the voice, Su Chengcheng immediately recognized the man outside and, with an air of impatience, opened the door. "Why are you still here? Didn't we just finish all the questions?" Lu Tao stood outside, holding a large box of late-night snacks. After Su Chengcheng's sharp remarks, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Miss Su, please don't hold such animosity towards me. The reason I asked those questions was purely for work. I harbor no ill intentions. I happened to be downstairs and bought some late-night snacks, thinking you and Mr. Gu would likely be hungry at this hour. So I wanted to invite you both to join me. What do you say? Give me a break?" As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Lu Tao's demeanor was sincere. Refusing him again would seem somewhat ungracious. Gu Yang, who had been quietly listening from the bedroom, gently cleared his throat and said, "Let him in. A guest is a guest. We must show courtesy." Although Su Chengcheng was reluctant, she felt compelled to allow Lu Tao entry upon hearing Gu Yang's words. Once inside the bedroom, Lu Tao skillfully pulled over a small table and opened the food container, revealing a delightful array of barbecued items: beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled tofu, grilled leeks, and grilled kidneys, all abundant and inviting. The room was immediately filled with an enticing aroma, causing even Su Chengcheng to involuntarily swallow twice. Gu Yang chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "Captain Lu, you truly have a grand approach. As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. Your actions leave me feeling rather uncertain." Lu Tao laughed heartily and responded, "I have a saying for you as well. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door." Mr. Gu felt a sense of unease. Could it be that he had indeed committed some misdeed? Chapter 15. Nurse, caregiver, bodyguard. Well, the truth has emerged, and they wasted no time in confronting the issue head-on. Gu Yang shook his head, aware that this barbecue feast would not be easily enjoyed. Lu Tao offered an awkward smile before asking with a hint of seriousness, "Mr. Gu, I will only pose this question once, though it may seem somewhat intrusive. I must ask, are you truly devoid of sensation in all other parts of your body? Have you remained in this room the entire night without stepping out?" Gu Yang responded with a bitter smile, "I have been paralyzed for 4 months now. Where could I possibly go?" Lu Tao nodded slightly, then clarified, "I was inquiring about tonight. Not last night. Yet you seem unfazed. Are you aware that a murder occurred downstairs this evening? Goodness. He had indeed set a verbal trap for himself. If this was the game, who could outsmart him? In the presence of seasoned investigators, merely a few careless words could reveal a multitude of flaws. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual. His rise in the business world stemmed from hard work as well as the abundant opportunities presented by the city's recent developments. How could an untrained person possibly evade the probing inquiries of professional investigators? As Gu Yong pondered his response, the fiery Su Chencheng abruptly stood up and tossed the barbecue Lu Tao had brought into the trash bin. With palpable anger, she confronted Lu Tao. Enough. Must you always be so insufferable? What evidence is there to suggest that Mr. Gu committed the murder? Is there surveillance footage? Fingerprints? Did he leave behind hair with DNA? There is nothing. Your incessant probing is utterly pointless. Mr. Gu is already suffering from his ill health. Lying here is difficult enough without your constant doubts. Have you considered how he feels inside? Please, return to the scene and seek actual evidence instead of relying on your absurd sixth sense to wrongfully accuse him. Just because Mr. Gu is aware of the incident downstairs does not implicate him as the killer. I have been here for quite some time, recounting what transpired to Mr. Gu. Is there an issue with that? Did I sign a confidentiality agreement? Fuming, Su Chengqing berated Lu Tao before promptly opening the door, stating, Director Fong has made it clear that Mr. Gu is the hospital's most esteemed patient, integral to significant neurological research. No mistakes are permitted. Your incessant harassment is adversely affecting his recovery, so I kindly ask you to leave. Su Chengqing, a young woman with a strong sense of justice, had resorted to administering injections to Gu Yong as a means of revenge after learning of his past misdeeds. In her eyes, Lu Tao's actions were nothing short of bullying. Who would interrogate a paralyzed individual so relentlessly? After being chastised, Lu Tao felt a knot of frustration in his chest. He had an unsettling sense that these events were somehow intertwined with the young man before him, yet it remained illogical and devoid of evidence. If there were even the slightest evidence that could lead to a thorough interrogation, it would undoubtedly yield significant intelligence. At this moment, faced with Su Chengqing's order to leave, Lu Tao could only stand up, bow slightly to Gu Yong and Su Chengqing, and say, I apologize. I must be responsible for my work. I will return another day to express my regrets. Su Chengqing's face was icy. Very well. Your absence is the best form of apology. After Lu Tao departed, Su Chengqing promptly shut the door, stamping her foot in frustration. What an insufferable individual. Gu Yong suddenly realized that keeping Su Chengqing by his side served another purpose, akin to having a personal bodyguard. Without her presence, Lu Tao would likely have been incessantly chattering at him, probing for weaknesses. Although he transformed into a formidable specter at night, he was still an ordinary man during the day, and a paralyzed one at that. Thus, he needed to protect himself. Lu Tao left the hospital in dejection and returned to his car. At that moment, Director Guan, who was in the back seat, slowly opened his eyes to sober up and spoke. Have you offended someone again? I told you to be more restrained. With a sigh, Lu Tao replied, Director Guan, do you truly believe that such coincidences exist in this world? The night butcher has killed 2 individuals. One is Yin Pingping, and the other is tonight's criminal. We need not discuss Yin Pingping, but regarding this criminal, his target is closely related to Gu Yong Su Chengqing. It can be argued that he had substantial motives for both cases, revenge in the former instance and protection in the latter. Moreover, each time I questioned him, I sensed discrepancies in his responses. If it weren't for his paralysis, I would have wanted to detain him for a couple of days for thorough questioning. Director Guan straightened his back, rubbed his forehead, and asked, if you were to detain someone purely based on suspicion, without any substantial evidence, I must inquire, are you acting as an enforcer of the law or as a member of organized crime? Lu Tao's breath quickened. Director Guan, I am doing this to solve the case. To uncover the truth. Guan Chang'an shook his head. For now, refrain from calling me director. Refer to me as your mentor. Today, I shall impart another lesson. In investigations, evidence is paramount. Once we gather sufficient evidence, we can seek additional corroborative information based on that evidence, rather than fabricating evidence without any foundation. Have you considered that everything you are doing stems from your subjective will? You believe Gu Yong is the night butcher, and thus, regardless of his behavior, he appears to fit that mold. You are forcing everything to align with your preconception. But where did your initial suspicion arise? From Lu Xiaoyu, who bears a grudge against him. Why do you not question others? Why not suspect Lu Xiaoyu? Mentor, at the time of this incident, Lu Xiaoyu was still incarcerated in our facility. At the time these two incidents occurred, Gu Yang was still bedridden. Lu Tao was rendered speechless in an instant. Director Guan's demeanor was stern. Shift your focus away from Gu Yang. Consider other aspects and seek alternative clues. If you continue to entangle yourself with him, I shall have no choice but to temporarily suspend your duties and allow you to rest for a while. Lu Tao stood there, speechless. Yet his eyes betrayed a sense of unwillingness. Director Guan sighed and added, I do this for your own good. Currently, your investigations rely solely on an acute sixth sense, which can be misleading. Should you ever commit a grave miscarriage of justice, not only would your career be irrevocably damaged, but it could also ruin another person's life. You have achieved much over the years, yet you have also made numerous enemies, which is why you find yourself oscillating in this position. Reflect on this when you return. Meanwhile, Gu Yang, under Su Chengqing's attentive care, consumed every last drop of the nourishing chicken soup, leaving only the bones behind. Su Chengqing was astonished. Really? You have such a hearty appetite? I can't believe you managed to eat so much. Perhaps it was due to the need for nourishment as his right hand healed. Gu Yang's appetite was particularly robust that evening. He smiled and replied, It's not just that. It's also because your care has been so thorough, and the chicken soup is simply delectable. Please prepare it like this again tomorrow. Su Chengqing shot him a teasing glance. Dream on. I have to work during the day and may not always have time to prepare such elaborate dishes. Do you know how much effort it took to procure the oldest chicken for its nutritional value? It simmered for over 2 hours before it was ready. It was exhausting. Gu Yang silently appreciated her efforts, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with the moment. He sniffed the air and caught the tantalizing scent of barbecued delicacies. Directing his gaze towards the trash can, he tentatively remarked to Su Chengqing, That trash can seems to have just been replaced with a clean bag tonight. Su Chengqing raised an eyebrow, questioning, What are you implying? Gu Yang chuckled. What I'm suggesting is that the barbecued food that fell in there might still be edible. Perhaps you could retrieve it? Su Chengqing, slightly exasperated, retorted, Mr. Gu, please take your health seriously. Even with a new bag, there are still countless bacteria inside. It is utterly inedible. Moreover, that barbecue was bought by Lu Tao, who is clearly a madman willing to go to any lengths to solve a case. Who knows what poison he might have added? That would be far more troublesome. How true it is that prejudice is a heavy burden on the heart. Simply due to her disdain for Lu Tao, even the barbecue he brought was labeled as toxic. Chapter 16. Brother has money. Spend it freely. Observing Gu Yang's famished demeanor, Su Chengqing rubbed her forehead in exasperation. I truly find you insufferable. Very well, I shall procure some food for you. Coincidentally, there is a merchant downstairs with whom I am acquainted. Their ingredients are fresh, and the prices are reasonable. Please wait here. As Su Chengqing grasped her phone and turned to leave, Gu Yang called out from behind, Hold on, come here for a moment. With a hint of confusion, Su Chengqing approached Gu Yang's side. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Could it be that you overindulged earlier and are now suffering from indigestion? Gu Yang shook his head and instructed, Open that cabinet over there and retrieve the black jacket. Without hesitation, Su Chengqing complied and produced the jacket. Next, feel in the left pocket. There should be a card, a bank card. Following Gu Yang's directions, she swiftly extracted the card, her brow furrowing in puzzlement. Gu Yang then revealed, This card contains 100,000 yuan. It's for you. Upon hearing this, Su Chengqing promptly returned the card. Why would you test me with such things? It's truly vexing. My duty is to care for you, and the meals I bring are leftovers from our home. How could I possibly accept your money? Please do not compel me to err. Su Chengqing's earnest expression left Gu Yang momentarily speechless. Too much righteousness can indeed be a double-edged sword. With a sigh, he addressed her, Please, do not be so resistant. Allow me to explain. While it is true that your job is to care for me, delivering meals does not fall within your official duties, does it? When you go to buy me barbecue, must you deplete your own funds? With an air of generosity, Su Chengqing replied, What does it matter? I shall treat you. Very well, but after enjoying barbecue tonight, I might desire 2 king crabs tomorrow, or perhaps grilled oysters the day after. Are you prepared to treat me daily? Caught off guard, Su Chengqing froze. As a nurse, her monthly income was modest, and she had a mother to care for at home. Her phone was worth just over 1,000 yuan. How could she afford to treat someone to late-night snacks? Seeing her dazed expression, Gu Yang chuckled. Now you understand the weight of responsibility, do you? Take this money. Consider it living expenses entrusted to your care. If I require it in the future, I shall simply ask for it back. It will be more convenient for me to instruct you with my funds at your disposal. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Su Chengqing felt less resistant. She retrieved the card and tucked it securely in her pocket, looking earnestly at Gu Yang. Listen, I will only use the money on your daily expenses. And once you recover, I will return the card to you. All right, you may do as you wish. By the way, tomorrow, use this money to purchase 2 new smartphones. The latest models, with a budget of 6,000 to 7,000 each. My previous phone was utterly destroyed at the accident site. Su Chengqing lifted her head in surprise. What do you need a phone for? Your current state is quite unserviceable. Is it not permissible for me to prepare in advance? Who knows when my hand might heal? Furthermore, you seem to forget that we now have the capability of intelligent voice control. Thus, there is no need to prepare 2 devices, each costing between 6,000 to 7,000. The total would exceed 10,000. Such extravagance. Moreover, one of those devices is intended for you. I have already transitioned to a smart voice-controlled phone, while you persist with your outdated model. This creates a generational gap between us. You are utterly insufferable. Could you not exercise a bit of frugality? Do you possess an abundance of wealth? Gu Yang nodded. If I had not suffered a brain injury in that accident, it appears I would indeed possess considerable wealth. I seem to recall being the owner of a billion-dollar construction company, though I have not graced the office in quite some time. In that moment, Su Chengqing also suddenly realized that her focus had been solely on Gu Yang's physical condition, and she had completely overlooked the fact that he was once celebrated in the newspapers as a promising entrepreneur. He truly was affluent. What Su Chengqing was unaware of was that although Gu Yang had left some personal items in the hospital, those were merely the remnants he had brought with him when he became a vegetable after the accident. The valuable items had long been taken. The card in question was something he had just deposited today, sourced from his own home. Interestingly, the origin of this card is quite noteworthy. The 100,000 yuan within was a surprise Gu Yang had deliberately saved for Yan Pingping's birthday last year, intended for her to purchase a small electric vehicle for convenience. However, Yan Pingping was rather disdainful. Believing such a vehicle was beneath her status, she desired a luxury car, either a Mercedes or a BMW, priced around 1 million. Due to this incident, she had been sulking and refused to buy a car, inadvertently benefiting someone else. After accepting Gu Yang's intention to purchase a phone, Su Chengqing remarked, having a phone would indeed be advantageous, as it would allow you to stay informed about the happenings around you. There have been quite a few intriguing events lately, and tomorrow promises a significant piece of news. Gu Yang's interest was piqued. What major news? Just a moment ago, I was nearly harmed by a robber downstairs, but thankfully, a stranger appeared and swiftly decapitated the assailant. Regrettably, I was unable to discern the appearance of that savior. When Lu Tao and the others arrived to investigate the scene, they surmised that the individual who rescued me might be the same person responsible for Yan Pingping's demise. They dubbed him the Butcher of the Night. Given the lack of leads, they planned to publicize the case tomorrow, appealing to the public for information. If you have a phone by then, you should be able to surf the internet and follow the unfolding events. Lu Tao and the others are determined to apprehend this Butcher of the Night. While I find the existence of such a figure somewhat comforting, after all, the 2 individuals he has eliminated were rather deserving of their fate. If only I had the capability and the courage, I too would pursue justice as a butcheress of the night. Gu Yang chuckled heartily. Oh, spare me. Just focus on your duties of serving tea and water. You look down on others. I find you rather unpleasant. After exchanging a few more words in frustration, Su Chengqing stormed downstairs to fetch barbecue for Gu Yang. At that moment, Gu Yang squinted and smiled gently. The Night Butcher? Such an unappealing name. Had I known they would publish it, I should have left a few words on the wall for myself. Something charming like Spider-Man, Iron Man, or Batman. At least something that evokes a sense of justice. This Night Butcher sounds like a villain, a perverse character, truly dreadful. After about an hour, Su Chengqing returned, panting, her hands burdened with bags of barbecue that smelled even more enticing than what Lu Tao had brought earlier, and there was far more variety. Is it really necessary to buy this much? Of course. You said you were wealthy. I must take advantage of your generosity while I can. Once you recover, I won't be able to indulge like this again. All right. As long as you can eat, feel free to enjoy as much as you want. Once Su Chengqing laid out the barbecue beside the table, she took a skewer in her left hand for herself and offered another to Gu Yang's lips with her right, multitasking with great enthusiasm. After consuming a couple of skewers to satisfy her hunger, Su Chengqing opened her backpack and produced 2 boxes, revealing the latest Xiaomi smartphones. I've heard from others that Xiaomi offers the best value for money. This 5,000 yuan model has the capabilities equivalent to those priced at 6 or 7,000, perfectly aligning with your expectations and saving you several thousand in the process. If Gu Yong were able to lift his hand, he would surely give her a thumbs up for such frugality. Then, Su Chengqing seemed to recall something and hurried back to her nurse's station, returning with a phone holder, which she clamped to the bed's edge, suspending the newly acquired phone above. Lying on the hospital bed, Gu Yong could tilt his head slightly to view the screen. After setting it up, Su Chengqing opened his new phone. Look how splendid this is. I have positioned the phone here so you can easily see the screen. And with voice control, you can watch videos, movies, or make calls. Once everything was arranged, Su Chengqing picked up her own newly purchased phone, clearly enamored with it. Shaking the device in her hand, she said to Gu Yong, I bought the same model, but I didn't spend your money. Gu Yong furrowed his brow. Then where did you get the money? You haven't spent your mother's food allowance, have you? Shaw, am I that kind of person? Let me tell you a secret. The director noticed my dedication and directly assigned me all the caregiver duties here, rewarding me with a bonus of 10,000 yuan. You are indeed my golden goose. Upon hearing this, Gu Yong felt a wave of relief. All right then. Could you please not just indulge in the meat but also eat some vegetables? And why did you stuff the greens into my mouth? Do you think I am unworthy of eating meat? You fail to comprehend that the meat available outside consists solely of lab-cultivated alternatives, which are detrimental to one's health. It would be prudent for you to consume an abundance of vegetables, as they greatly assist in recovery. Nonsense. Just moments ago, when you went to make your purchase, you distinctly informed me that you were acquainted with the proprietor of this establishment and that the ingredients are exceedingly wholesome. However, I must clarify that they can only be considered relatively healthy. Chapter 17, Nationwide Manhunt, 200,000. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Su Chengqing stretched lazily and remarked, It's getting late. I must quickly catch up on some sleep as I have duty tomorrow. Gu Yong nodded slightly and replied, All right. You can sleep in the vacant room next door. I happen to have an empty one available. Hee, that is precisely what I intended. Do rest early, and don't stay up too late on your phone. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chengqing headed to the adjacent empty room to rest. As for Gu Yong, having finally acquired his phone, he felt compelled to indulge in some online browsing. It must be said that there has been quite a stir online regarding his situation. He had now ascended to the status of a new generation's pure love warrior. Numerous bloggers had emerged to voice their support for him. Ladies, open your eyes and see why your beloved man is no longer willing to spend on you. It is due to wretched individuals like Yan Pingping, who have tarnished our fairy-like reputation. She has single-handedly obstructed our paths for decades to come. It is truly pitiful for a good man like Gu Yong. I have researched him. He is quite handsome, well-educated, and has risen from nothing to achieve entrepreneurial success. I cannot fathom what is amiss in Yan Pingping's mind that led her to choose infidelity. Even if one strays, they should not endanger others' lives. It is utterly disgusting. Do you know which hospital and ward Gu Yong is in? I must find a way to encounter him. He is currently heartbroken. And this is the perfect opportunity to seize. You make a valid point. Once you ascertain the location, do let me know so we can go together. Are you serious? You want to find a boyfriend together? That's why I say your social experience is lacking. You have no idea how significant the temptation of a double date is for a man. Please, I implore you all to leave Gu Yong alone. What has this honest man done wrong? He seems to be in a state of paralysis. You shameless women must not harass Gu Yong. This time, we men must unite to ensure these vile individuals cannot further harm our fellow compatriots. Indeed, protect Gu Yong and vanquish the despicable. Many bloggers even took the initiative to post videos praying for Gu Yong and even raised funds. However, where has this money gone? Why have I not received any? Cursed be it. Even if you seek popularity, at least you ought to do something worthwhile. Isn't this just exploitation? Once I can post videos, I will expose the ugly faces of all these exploiters one by one. After a prolonged spell of boredom, the mere act of playing on his phone became a rare thrill for Gu Yong. Unbeknownst to him, he had been engrossed until dawn. And perhaps due to his improved physical condition, he felt surprisingly alert. At 9 o'clock during the morning news segment, Gu Yang's eyes were drawn to the headline, none other than Lu Tao personally addressing the matter. At this moment, Lu Tao donned the standard uniform of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Seated directly before the camera, his expression grave and his fatigue visibly apparent. Greetings to all citizens. I am Lu Tao, the head of the criminal investigation team of the Law Enforcement Bureau of this city. Recently, our city has been shaken by two heinous murder cases, with the perpetrator ominously dubbed the Night Butcher. In the dead of night 2 nights ago, the victim, Yin Pingping, was brutally slain in her own home. The method of the crime exceedingly savage. Just last night, another citizen fell victim to this malevolent figure in a park located in front of a hospital. The existence of the night butcher poses a grave threat to the safety of our city. He flouts the law, wantonly depriving others of their lives. It is imperative that we apprehend him swiftly. Lu Tao's gaze radiated both anger and determination. At this juncture, we are calling upon the citizens for any leads. Should your information assist us in capturing the night butcher, a reward of 200,000 yuan awaits. Lu Tao raised his voice, emphasizing every word. Upon hearing this sum, Gu Yang, who was watching the news, raised an eyebrow. Goodness, that is indeed a generous offer. Merely providing a suspicious lead could yield a windfall of 200,000. The law enforcement agency's phone lines are likely to be inundated with calls. So, how can one discern if those around them are suspicious? Firstly, the night butcher employs methods that are remarkably efficient, suggesting that his physical capabilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Therefore, if someone exhibits extraordinary strength and agility, coupled with peculiar behavior, frequently lurking in the shadows of the night, it is prudent to be vigilant. Secondly, at the crime scenes, the assailant left no discernible traces, indicating a meticulous mind with strong counter-detection skills. If anyone is seen deliberately concealing their whereabouts or acting furtively, we urge you to remain observant. We implore every citizen, for the tranquility of our city and the safety of all, to remain alert to any abnormal occurrences. Should you notice anything suspicious, please do not hesitate to contact our reporting hotline. Let us unite in our efforts to capture the night butcher and restore peace to our city. This news report concludes here. Gu Yang had to concede that the press release was quite well crafted, and the offered reward was indeed substantial, reflecting genuine intent. Following the release of this news video, it was promptly edited and disseminated by various media outlets, swiftly dominating the headlines across numerous video platforms. Gu Yang opened one such platform and noted that the emergence of the night butcher was akin to dropping a bomb into a placid pond, sending shockwaves through the online community. Many citizens expressed their profound terror, vehemently declaring, "Damn it, such a person must be a deranged psychopath, traumatized by a tragic childhood, driven to kill as a means of societal retribution. How could such a terrifying individual exist among us? I've always been timid, and now I probably won't even dare to venture out to the restroom at night. This is outrageous, utterly brazen. 2 murders in just 2 days. Is his pattern to kill every night? If that's the case, isn't tonight another night for bloodshed? Enough. I'm taking a leave of absence. It's not worth risking my life. I sincerely hope that the law enforcement agency can swiftly apprehend this audacious perpetrator and administer immediate justice. Otherwise, my heart continues to race, causing me restless nights. Indeed, if anyone possesses any leads, I urge you to share them, regardless of their validity. For the potential reward could be as much as 200,000. You wouldn't believe it, but I have already reported my husband. How remarkable. Is your husband the infamous night butcher? I cannot say for certain, but he has been absent from home for the past 2 nights. I decided to report him first. If he is indeed the one, I might earn some money. That makes sense. I would report my husband too. And it would be ideal if he were apprehended to take the fall, allowing me to inherit his fortune and gain that reward. Goodness, when it comes to ruthlessness, you ladies truly excel. The public's outrage towards the night butcher is palpable, with curses hurled at him as if condemning generations of his ancestors. However, this wave of indignation did not last long. Their vitriol was born from ignorance, as the law enforcement agency's report failed to disclose the true identities of the victims. Yet, rumors spread swiftly online, only to be dispelled just as quickly. Soon, a voice emerged amidst the clamor. Everyone, cease your vitriol. The night butcher is not a villain, but rather a heroic figure. Do you even know who the 2 individuals he killed were? This statement instantly captured the attention of many. The speaker continued, "Let me enlighten you. The first victim was Yin Pingping, the notorious internet celebrity who recently gained millions of followers following her husband's tragic accident. Do you believe she deserved her fate? The second victim was a scoundrel attempting to assault a woman in a secluded grove. Do you think he deserved to live? Why should such a person be hunted down? He should be regarded as a hero. Even if I were to encounter the night butcher before me, I would never report him. Indeed, do not be misled. As long as you are not a truly heinous individual, you can venture out at night without fear. The night butcher will not harm you. Moreover, our evenings are now safer, for with the night butcher's presence, who would dare commit crimes at the risk of their lives. Ha. I must say, he is far more effective than the law enforcement officers. Certainly, while law enforcement may detain you temporarily, this figure would take matters to a fatal conclusion. I shall leave a message on the law enforcement agency's official website, urging them to rescind the wanted notice. I will make calls to create chaos and hinder their efforts. And I too have a plan. As a food delivery worker, I know the agency often orders takeout. I have already informed my colleagues that if anyone receives an order from the law enforcement agency today, they should add laxatives to their meal, ensuring they cannot leave the restroom. Chapter 18. A bunch of nuisances. At this moment, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were seated in the office, surrounded by a multitude of law enforcement officers, all vigilantly attending to a telephone. Indeed, this was the hotline established following the press release for reporting suspicious activities. Some officers harbored doubts. Does our approach truly yield results? If we cannot uncover any evidence, what leads could these individuals possibly provide? Yes, I fear that those who come forward may simply be deceiving us. A sense of uncertainty permeated the atmosphere, mingled with a hint of dissatisfaction. As law enforcement officials, handling cases is our duty, yet we find ourselves unable to fulfill our responsibilities and must rely on the assistance of the public. On the surface, this appears to be a wanted notice, but does it not also reflect the ineptitude of the Enforcement Bureau? If the Bureau possessed the capability, the perpetrator would have been apprehended long ago. Why resort to such measures that instill fear in the populace? However, there was no alternative. The entire Enforcement Bureau had been tirelessly engaged in these two cases for 2 days, with the key personnel having gone 2 nights without sleep. Lu Tao's eyes were shadowed, resembling those of a panda, but fortunately, his naturally dark complexion concealed the fatigue. With a deep sigh, he addressed his colleagues in a voice laden with weariness. Let us remain calm. The strength of the populace surpasses our imagination. Historically, numerous cases have been solved with the aid of the community, and there is no shame in this. As the saying goes, it matters not whether a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Guan, the director, added with a smile. Everyone should take this time to rest and rejuvenate. Soon enough, the phone will ring, and you shall be busy. No sooner had he spoken than the telephone rang with a sharp trill. A smile spread across Guan Chang'an's face. See, I told you the busy moment would come swiftly. The officers present were eager, practically itching to apprehend the suspects immediately. Lu Tao answered the call, and a gruff male voice resonated from the other end. Are you people at the Enforcement Bureau out of your minds? You neglect your duties? Last month, my shared bicycle was stolen, and you have yet to recover it. While you busy yourselves chasing some night butcher, he only targets those deserving of punishment. What is his fault? Lu Tao took a deep breath. Sir, regarding your bicycle, it has previously been explained that shared bicycles are private property belonging to the company, not yours. You may use it by paying, but without payment, you forfeit the right to use it, even if you take it home and lock it up. Do you understand? You're talking nonsense. I have affixed numerous stickers to that shared bicycle. What about that? And I replaced the chain with a new one. Doesn't that count as an expense? If he intends to reclaim the bike, he must reimburse me for the costs. Lu Tao, unwilling to engage further with this individual, promptly hung up the phone. If one remains perpetually online, those who genuinely wish to provide leads may find their calls unable to get through. Observing his clenched jaw and seething demeanor, Guan Chang'an placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, advising him to maintain composure, as it is only natural to endure some grievances while serving the public. Before Lu Tao could utter a word, the phone rang once more. Upon answering, he was met with a woman's voice tinged with trepidation. I wish to report an important lead. I suspect my husband is the night butcher. At this revelation, Lu Tao and the other law enforcement officials in the office were electrified. Had they finally received a legitimate lead? Lu Tao retrieved his notebook, jotting down notes as he inquired. Please remain calm and share what you know. Why do you suspect your husband? Because at the times of the 2 murders, my husband was conveniently absent from home. His behavior has been exceedingly unusual. Moreover, upon returning home these past few days, he has immediately tossed his clothes into the washing machine. I fear his garments may be stained with blood from the killings. As this information surfaced, the atmosphere in the room became charged with excitement. Lu Tao urged, quickly provide your address. We will apprehend him at once. After recording the details, he ended the call and turned to his colleagues. Everyone, listen to me. Prepare to depart. Just as they were organizing their equipment, the phone rang again. Lu Tao, with reluctance, answered, I wish to report. I suspect my father is the night butcher. Lu Tao was taken aback. You must be a child. Do you realize how serious this matter is? It is no jest. I am not joking. By your standards, my father fits the profile perfectly. He possesses exceptional physical abilities and exhibits remarkable counter-surveillance skills. He often behaves covertly, just as described in your reports. Lu Tao felt a surge of anxiety. Could this truly be the night butcher? Please provide your address and identity. I will dispatch someone immediately. After hanging up, Lu Tao turned to his team. Now, the truth is difficult to ascertain, but we must adhere to the principle of erring on the side of caution. We shall split into 2 teams and prepare to set out. At that moment, the phone rang yet again. Lu Tao cursed under his breath and answered, I have a crucial lead. My son. My son is undoubtedly the night butcher. You must come and arrest him. I fear that tonight it may be either myself or my wife who meets our end. Remain calm. Please speak slowly. Thus, the Law Enforcement Bureau's phone continued to ring incessantly. From splitting into 2 teams to 3, eventually, even a single officer was dispatched to each household. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of calls. In the past, while some tips provided during public appeals for information were indeed false, they were few in number. Never had there been such a deluge of leads as witnessed on this day, even if it means meticulously sifting through each individual case. It is likely to consume an indeterminate amount of time. The first wave of personnel has already departed, leaving only Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an in the Enforcement Bureau. With even the cleaning staff and security guards summoned to investigate various households for potential leads. After receiving an untold number of phone calls, they finally found a brief moment to catch their breath, sitting on opposite sides of the telephone. Initially, Lu Tao managed the workload alone, but soon even the bureau chief, Guan Chang'an, was compelled to assume the role of a telephone operator. They exchanged glances and sighed, shaking their heads in unison. Indeed, this work is hardly fit for human endeavor. Isn't that the truth? It feels even more arduous than the training we underwent in the military. Do you think the information they provided is genuine? Each one seems to have a semblance of credibility. With so many leads, it's improbable that they could all be false. Surely some must be true. Engaging in conversation to pass the time, they awaited the return of the first wave of dispatched enforcement officers. After approximately an hour, the first group returned, dragging their weary bodies with downcast expressions. Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an looked on with hopeful anticipation, inquiring, what is the situation? Have you uncovered the true identity of the night butcher? The officers exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. Lu Tao was momentarily stunned, quickly pressing. Are you saying that so many are false? Not a single one is true. That seems implausible. What about the woman who insisted her husband hasn't been home these past 2 nights and claimed he needed to do laundry upon returning? One of the officers sighed. Responding, we verified her claim. Her husband's absence was due to an affair, and his need to do laundry stemmed from the presence of his lover's lipstick and perfume on his clothes. If left unaddressed, it would raise suspicion. Lu Tao felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him as he slumped into his chair. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what about the child who reported his father? Didn't he assert that his father perfectly matched all the characteristics, boasting of robust physical prowess and an acute sense of counter-surveillance, while also being rather secretive? Surely that can't be false. The officer assigned to that household sighed again, stating, regrettably, it is indeed fabricated. The reason the child claimed his father was physically strong is that after he misbehaved, his father would don boxing gloves and a headgear, engaging him in vigorous bouts, almost honing his father into a professional contender. As for the supposed counter-surveillance skill, it merely indicates that his father could always discern when he was sneaking in some phone time. And the secretive behavior? That simply refers to his father discreetly checking whether he was genuinely doing his homework during the evenings. Lu Tao felt utterly defeated, realizing that after all this effort, they were left with nothing but a collection of fabrications. Chapter 19, Collective Outcry. The Law Enforcement Bureau falls beside him. Guan Chang'an was still somewhat reluctant to accept the situation, questioning each law enforcement officer in turn. The responses were consistently disheartening. Nearly all the leads provided by those reporting were fabricated. A few inquiries would swiftly unveil the truth. It appeared that they merely sought to try their luck, hoping for an easy windfall of 200,000. Some reported their own family members, others their neighbors. And some even concocted tales of having seen the night butcher in various locales, but upon scrutiny, all proved to be falsehoods. Eventually, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an slumped into their chairs, exchanging a bitter glance that spoke volumes. With a deep sigh, Lu Tao, In an utterly fatigued tone, lamented, "Master, I am truly exhausted. I now realize the truth in your words from that day. Becoming a law enforcement officer was perhaps the gravest mistake of my life. I ought to have pursued a career in medicine." Guan Chang'an removed his hat, inadvertently dislodging his wig, revealing his sparse Mediterranean hairstyle. At that moment, he had no desire to uphold his image. "I have spent my life engaged in mental battles, contending with all manner of cunning criminals. And look at what it has cost me. My hair is nearly gone. Yet, I can assure you, no criminal collectively is as formidable as this night butcher. He is like a specter. At every crime scene, aside from leaving behind a corpse, he leaves not a single trace. My goodness, if this fellow were ever apprehended, I would find it hard to sentence him to death. He should undergo special training and be dispatched to the land of the cherry blossoms. He could undoubtedly eliminate their high-ranking officials without raising an alarm, thus turning his crimes into accomplishments. Perhaps upon returning, he might even be awarded a medal weighing 10 or 20 pounds. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao gave Guan Chang'an a thumbs up. That's an intriguing notion. But the prerequisite is that we actually manage to capture him. Both men, feeling somewhat despondent, simultaneously uttered, "Let this wretched world be destroyed." After a considerable pause, Lu Tao rubbed his rumbling stomach and said, "We've been busy since dawn, and I doubt anyone has eaten. Allow me to treat everyone to some bento. Do tell me what dishes you desire, and I shall order." Guan Chang'an, adjusting his wig, retorted, "If I am sitting here while you insist on treating, does that not diminish my dignity? It should be I who hosts." Lu Tao perked up at this remark. "Director Guan, it's quite a surprise that you are willing to part with your money." Guan Chang'an shot him a glance of exasperation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I such a miser?" He quickly pulled out his phone to select dishes and place an order. Curious, Lu Tao leaned over to sneak a glance. What he saw astonished him. Guan Chang'an's order included over 100 large buns, a dozen packets of pickled vegetables, and initially, he had even ordered soy milk, which was presumably beyond budget and thus cancelled. After all was said and done, utilizing discount coupons, the total came to just over 50 yuan. Lu Tao was left utterly astonished. "Director Guan, your prowess is truly remarkable. With an entire department comprising dozens of individuals, you managed to treat everyone to a meal for merely 50-some yuan. Incredible! Rather than leading our enforcement bureau, you ought to serve as the Minister of Finance. If our nation had your adeptness in managing economic affairs, we could witness a decade of accelerated economic growth." The enforcement officers present, upon hearing Lu Tao's remarks, wore expressions more sorrowful than their earlier smiles. After a long day of labor, was a mere 2 steamed buns truly all they could expect? They immediately protested, "Director Guan, we still have work to do after this. How can we manage without even a morsel of meat?" Indeed, without some protein, they feared their energy would dwindle by afternoon. Irritated by the clamor, Guan Chang'an sifted through the available options and finally settled on meat floss buns, ordering several dozens. Lu Tao was once again taken aback. "Is this really considered a meat dish?" Guan Chang'an shot him a glance. "Are you unfamiliar with meat floss buns? The filling is meat floss. If this isn't classified as a meat dish, then what is?" The crowd felt an overwhelming urge to faint on the spot. Guan Chang'an continued to elaborate. "Do not mistake my frugality for stinginess. I am merely considering your well-being. You have all gone a day without food, and your stomachs are quite sensitive. Indulging in rich foods would be detrimental to your health. A lighter, nourishing diet is what you require. Remember the days of revolution when we subsisted on tree bark and roots? We are already living in far greater comfort." The crowd mentally blocked their ears, unwilling to listen further. At that moment, the owner of the steamed bun shop received the order. Upon seeing that the delivery address was the Enforcement Bureau, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dear, come quickly. I've received an order. It's from the Enforcement Bureau." He laughed heartily. "Our chance has arrived. Let us quickly retrieve the laxatives we've kept for years." His plump wife rushed over to glance at the order, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Yet she hesitated to fetch the laxatives, expressing concern. "Darling, isn't this a bit illegal?" The owner waved dismissively. "Illegal or not, even if the Enforcement Bureau apprehends me, they can only keep me for a month or 2, as long as we don't cause any major incidents. A little stomach upset for them won't be too troublesome. Moreover, once word gets out about our actions, it will be akin to aiding the nocturnal butcher. Do you think the nocturnal butcher would forget our favor? Perhaps one day, when we find ourselves in peril, he might save our lives. Wouldn't that be a worthwhile venture?" After hearing her husband's reasoning, his wife found it quite persuasive and promptly added a little extra to the meal. though not excessively, just enough to ensure a couple of trips to the restroom. Meanwhile, a free delivery rider, engrossed in watching videos, also received this substantial order. As his gaze fell upon the delivery address on the list, a spark ignited in his eyes. He promptly announced in the group chat, "Brothers, I've received it. I've truly got a delivery from the Law Enforcement Bureau. What do you say? Shall we proceed?" "Damn right, we will." We agreed that whoever receives this order would slip in the substance. After spending a month locked away with no income, the brothers pooled their resources. "Indeed, I'll contribute 100 yuan as your settling-in fee," he declared. "I'll also put in 100. If the imprisonment lasts longer, we'll add more." In no time, this delivery rider had amassed several thousand yuan in red envelopes from the group. Without hesitation, he turned and purchased a packet of laxatives, preparing for a grand undertaking. When the lunch from the Law Enforcement Bureau arrived, everyone stared at the steamed buns, pickled vegetables, meat floss pastries, and the complimentary congee. Though discomfort lingered in their hearts, hunger prevailed. Perhaps due to their ravenous appetites, these typically disdainful dishes suddenly appeared palatable. It was astonishing to think that feeding an entire department of dozens cost less than 100 yuan. Truly remarkable. Guan Chang'an cheerfully beckoned everyone. "Dig in. Eat up while it's hot. Don't hold back. If it's not enough, I have more." A palpable silence fell over the crowd as they begrudgingly bit into their buns, congee with pickled vegetables. Even the meat floss pastries had to be savored slowly, given that it was the only meat dish available. After the meal, they tidied up their utensils, preparing to resume work. But someone set off the first alarm. A loud grumble emanated from a stomach. "I can't take it anymore. I think I need to use the restroom." That person dashed towards the lavatory. This was quickly followed by a chorus of similar complaints, and the expressions of everyone changed drastically as they frantically rushed to the toilets. No matter how spacious the restroom, it could not withstand such a surge, and soon there were no available stalls. Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao clutched their stomachs, glancing around to see their comrades in distress. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and said, "If anyone has a plastic bag, grab one. If not, find a cardboard box or a bucket. We must make do." With that, he seized the trash can beside the table, found a corner, and without hesitation, dropped his trousers to commence. The others, unable to contain themselves, followed suit. The entire Law Enforcement Bureau was soon enveloped in an overwhelming stench. After round upon round, they lost count of how many times they had gone. The pallor of their faces reflected the toll of this battle, which extended until quitting time. They were left utterly drained, lying feebly on the ground. Lu Tao, with vacant eyes, turned to Guan Chang'an and, summoning all his strength, uttered, "Master, you've truly saved a penny. Now that everyone else emptied their stomachs, shall we order another round of buns and congee to fill up?" Guan Chang'an's face turned ashen. "It must be the meat floss that's problematic. That meat floss is fake. I told you that steamed buns, congee, and pickled vegetables are nutritious and healthy, yet you insisted on something meaty." Chapter 20. Waiting for the rabbit after a final bout of grumbling. The members of the Law Enforcement Bureau gradually regained their composure. Though they exchanged words and stirred up a commotion, they were not fools. With great effort, they returned to their seats. Lu Tao quietly addressed Guan Chang'an, saying, "Director Guan, it seems this matter extends beyond mere food safety concerns. If the buns were stale, they couldn't possibly cause such widespread gastrointestinal distress. I suspect we may be dealing with food poisoning. Someone may have administered a laxative to us." Guan Chang'an lit a cigarette to invigorate himself before responding. "Do you think I am foolish? I had already surmised as much. However, I have encountered the owner of that bun shop before. He is an honest man. Let us wait until tomorrow. Perhaps then the truth will reveal itself." Lu Tao understood that Guan Chang'an intended to afford the owner an opportunity for confession. The issue, while significant, could be mitigated if the owner voluntarily admitted his error and clarified the circumstances. After all, the law can be unyielding, but humanity persists. A private settlement would suffice. Setting this topic aside, Lu Tao remained restless over the case of the night butcher. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Director Guan, to be candid, I still cannot shake my suspicions regarding Gu Yang." Guan Chang'an shot him a disapproving glance. "Why are you so fixated? Why pursue a paralyzed individual? Everyone has their ailments. Who among us has not faced illness in life?" With a sigh, Lu Tao replied, "I recognize that you are correct, Director Guan. I understand that the likelihood of Gu Yang's guilt is minimal, especially with his medical examination results laid bare. Yet, the coincidences are too striking, and my intuition insists otherwise. Throughout these years, I have solved numerous cases, relying on what? Simply my intuition. I wish to give it one last attempt. Guan Chang'an, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Fine. How do you intend to proceed? But I must caution you not to overstep. After all, you possess no evidence, and Gu Yang remains a law-abiding citizen. Rest assured, my approach will not affect Gu Yang, Lu Tao assured him. According to my hypothesis, if Gu Yang is indeed the perpetrator, he would not overlook the architect of his paralysis, who is presently detained in our bureau, Lu Xiaoyu. Guan Chang'an raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping Lu Tao's intention. Are you suggesting we engage in a strategy of waiting for the rabbit to come to us? Precisely. If Gu Yang is the perpetrator, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Lu Xiaoyu. Therefore, we need only keep a watchful eye on him. Since we currently lack direction, we might as well proceed with this plan. Guan Chang'an nodded thoughtfully. If we do not take this course of action, aside from answering calls and following up on leads, we truly have little else to occupy our time. The necessary investigations have already been conducted. He expressed his confusion, inquiring. But Lu Xiaoyu is also a significant suspect in the attempted murder case. Are we really going to let him go? Lu Tao gently shook his head, responding. I believe it is unnecessary. That night butcher has committed crimes for 2 consecutive nights, employing methods that are exceedingly brutal and efficient. It is evident that he does not regard our law enforcement agency with any seriousness. In my opinion, if he intends to kill Lu Xiaoyu, he could find a way to do so even while incarcerated. Furthermore, this individual is currently a key suspect, soon to face the consequences of imprisonment. Releasing him without just cause would appear overly deliberate. After a moment of reflection, Guan Chang'an finally nodded. Let us proceed, as you suggest. However, you must promise me this shall be the last time. If the next victim is not Lu Xiaoyu, you cannot target Mr. Gu again. That fellow is still Fang Yinji's prized possession, and I certainly do not wish to be dragged back into making apologies. Understood, Director Guan. Just watch. Even if something goes awry, I will shoulder the blame alone. You will shoulder what? Your mistakes have already been numerous. If you err again, your chances for advancement will be severely hindered, so do take care. In a few years, I shall retire, and I look forward to you taking my place. Having confirmed the investigative plan, the hour had grown late into the night. Everyone, weakened from their ailments, decided against returning home, opting instead to endure the night at the law enforcement agency, planning to resume work the following day. They transformed into elite workhorses. As the night progressed, Gu Yang once again assumed his shadowy form. At that moment, he traversed the high rises of the city, reveling in the exquisite night scenery and the gentle evening breeze. Spending each day confined to a hospital room was suffocating. He felt he might as well be trapped in a cage. Fortunately, he could still roam in his shadow form. Otherwise, even if his physical ailments were resolved, he would surely succumb to madness. Through several trials, Gu Yang had mastered the control of his shadow form, fully understanding the patterns of his transformation. Each night at midnight, he could enter this spectral state, though he also had the option to refrain from doing so. As the sun began to rise, the connection between his shadow and his physical body grew increasingly potent, culminating at the first light of dawn, when the bond would reach its peak, compelling the shadow to uncontrollably return to his corporeal form. This transition typically occurred around 7 in the morning. Consequently, Gu Yang devised a new strategy. To savor his time outdoors, he would not rush to commit any acts of violence after transforming. Instead, he would leisurely stroll about, breathe the fresh air, and zip between the towering buildings. Such wondrous experiences were not something others could fathom. If he intended to kill, the optimal time would be in the early hours, around 4 or 5, thus maximizing his available hours for activity. As Gu Yang strolled through the streets, idly passing the time, he decided to take a glance inside the enforcement bureau. To his astonishment, the place was bustling with people. All the law enforcement officers were present. Some slumped over their desks in slumber, while others sprawled on the floor, creating makeshift beds. It was utterly ludicrous. His intended target, Lu Xiaoyu, was confined within a detention cell, lying on a metal bed and bench, his brow furrowed and body trembling slightly, seemingly ensnared in a nightmare. Concealed in the shadows, Gu Yang remained unnoticed, having successfully evaded detection. There he lingered in the corner, intently observing Lu Xiaoyu, contemplating how to carry out his lethal intentions. Perhaps overwhelmed by the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Gu Yang, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly awoke, his eyes wide with fear. He sat up, scanning the detention room anxiously. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous gaze upon him, as if someone was poised to dismantle him piece by piece. In a state of panic, he pressed against the iron door, shouting frantically, "Is anyone there? Somebody, please, I feel like I'm about to die." The officer on duty outside rubbed his eyes, furious, and approached, delivering a forceful kick to the iron door. Though separated by the barrier, the action startled Lu Xiaoyu, causing him to stumble. "What are you yelling about? Do you wish to be punished in the dead of night? Should I enlighten you on the rules of the detention room?" Despite the officer's rude demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu regarded him as a beacon of hope. Fearfully surveying the detention room, he implored the officer, "Brother, could you please check if there is anything sinister in this cell? I feel something is off, as if someone is watching me with the intent to kill. I'm terrified. I beg you for help. I can offer you money once I'm out." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's plea, the officer burst into laughter, clutching his belly. Did everyone hear that? This guy thinks there are ghosts in our detention room. He is about to cry. Haha. Other officers and inmates joined in the mirth, ridiculing Lu Xiaoyu, treating him as a source of amusement. "No wonder they call you a pampered pretty boy. You truly are pathetic. Don't tell me you still need your mother to tuck you in at night." Another jeered. "Not just that. I suspect he needs a pacifier too." Someone else chimed in. "This is hilarious. I've been here for over a month and haven't shed a tear. If you're so scared, why not apply to share a cell with me? I adore pretty boys. My bell has been itching these past few days." Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson from their taunts, and in a fury, he retorted, "You perverse wretches. If anything happens to me, you will bear full responsibility. None of you can escape your fate." Oh dear. The little puppy seems to be ready to bite. Are you all afraid? I am quite frightened that he might nip at my precious belongings. Chapter 21. Electric shocks aid sleep. The commotion that erupted naturally drew the attention of many. After finally recovering from a bout of diarrhea, Lu Tao strolled over, questioning the disturbance in the dead of night. The on-duty enforcers promptly relayed the pertinent details to him, while everyone else regarded Lu Xiaoyu as a mere jest. Lu Tao maintained a grave demeanor, standing before him and asking, "Did you truly speak the truth? Do you genuinely feel that someone is watching you and wishes to end your life?" Lu Xiaoyu had initially anticipated ridicule from Lu Tao, but upon witnessing his serious expression, it was as if he had found a savior. "Brother, you believe me, don't you? What I'm saying is the absolute truth. I was just asleep when I felt a terrifying gaze filled with murderous intent upon me. I was jolted awake from my dreams." Without hesitation, Lu Tao produced a key and unlocked the detention room door. Lu Xiaoyu, thinking he was finally free, attempted to dash out, only to be pushed back inside by Lu Tao. "Stay put and don't move around." Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to remain seated on the cold iron bench. Lu Tao then meticulously circled the detention room, scrutinizing every corner. After his inspection, he turned to Lu Xiaoyu and reassured him, "Rest assured, I have checked thoroughly. There is absolutely no problem here. Remain compliant. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may call for me. However, it would be wise not to deceive me. My temper is rather volatile, and there are no surveillance cameras in this room. I trust you understand my meaning." Lu Xiaoyu keenly sensed the absence of that murderous gaze and exhaled in relief, expressing his profound gratitude to Lu Tao. "Thank you. You are a good person. If I manage to get out, I shall reward you handsomely." Lu Tao scoffed. "You are charged with reckless driving and attempted murder. Do you believe you can be released in the near future? Remain compliant and harbor no ill thoughts." Lu Xiaoyu chuckled from his bed. "Perhaps I truly have a way to escape." Lu Tao regarded him seriously but chose not to respond further, exiting and securing the door behind him. He then advised the on-duty personnel, "This individual is quite unique and may prove invaluable in our case. Please keep a close watch. Ensure nothing happens to him." The on-duty officer readily agreed. "Rest assured, Captain, I will keep a vigilant eye." Meanwhile, Gu Yang, lurking in the shadows, slowly directed his gaze towards the unfolding scene. Was it truly impossible? Originally, Gu Yang had come with the intention of devising a plan to orchestrate an unexpected murder, eliminating Lu Xiaoyu within the confines of the Enforcement Bureau. However, to his dismay, all the Bureau's members were present today. Killing this man in front of so many witnesses would undoubtedly lead to the most rigorous autopsy. Even the slightest pinprick would likely be discovered. The risk was too great. Moreover, it seems that Lu Tao places great importance on the safety of Lu Xiaoyu. Something is amiss. There is definitely something wrong here. Gu Yang concealed himself in the shadows, pondering for a moment, when suddenly a bold idea struck him. Could it be that Lu Tao intends to use Lu Xiaoyu as bait? If he suspects the murderer to be himself, he would undoubtedly surmise that Gu Yang would be inclined to eliminate this individual. This could elucidate why all members of the law enforcement agency have not returned home today. They are all here, waiting for him. Upon considering this possibility, Gu Yang promptly abandoned the notion of killing Lu Xiaoyu tonight. If a murder were to be committed, it would be wiser to target someone else first, to divert attention. The 3 recent fatalities are, to some extent, indirectly connected to him, which raises suspicion to an unbearable degree. Given that Lu Tao already harbors doubts about him, it is entirely plausible that he might forcefully interrogate Gu Yang later. No. According to Lu Xiaoyu's earlier words, he likely possesses a genuine means of escape. Once he is free, it would be far more convenient for Gu Yang to act. After all, he wouldn't have many days left to live. However, during his time in the law enforcement agency, he must ensure to intimidate Lu Xiaoyu adequately, allowing him to experience true despair. Lu Xiaoyu lay back on the iron bed, preparing to resume his slumber. In the next moment, he suddenly felt that terrifying gaze fixated upon him, imbued with even greater malice than before. In a frenzy, he kicked away the blanket from his bed and dashed to the iron door, pounding on it vehemently while shouting, "Help! Help! That guy is back. It seems he truly intends to kill me this time." The on-duty personnel, who were just about to rest, were infuriated. They rushed over, seizing Lu Xiaoyu's outstretched hand, and immediately brandished a stun baton, delivering a harsh jab to his body. The violent current surged through Lu Xiaoyu, causing him to collapse to the ground in an instant, his body twitching slightly as his eyes rolled back. "Shout all you want. Didn't you just fall asleep? If you cause any more commotion tomorrow, I'll ensure you get another dose." After cursing a few times, the enforcement officer, likely concerned that Lu Xiaoyu might rise again and disrupt his sleep, jabbed him several more times with the stun baton, ensuring that he would sleep soundly until dawn. Only then did he return to his desk to resume his nap. Gu Yang, hidden in the shadows, observed Lu Xiaoyu's tragic fate and covered his mouth, stifling a chuckle before swiftly departing the scene. Before leaving, he took a moment to glance at the clock. It was already 4 in the morning. This simply wouldn't do. He needed to quickly search for tonight's target. He could not afford to squander a day. As for murder, Gu Yang did not possess an overwhelming desire for vigilante justice. However, he had no choice. His body was currently paralyzed, and he must reclaim vitality through the harvest of life essence to gradually restore himself. Even once restored, he would refuse the opportunity to enhance their physical form and extend their lives. It seems that the identity of the Night Butcher would forever accompany him. Sigh. Why does it feel so fateful? Gu Yang wandered once more among the towering edifices. It must be said that the city's public safety is indeed commendable. Having traversed many locales, he had yet to encounter any signs of crime. At this hour, some business proprietors had already risen. Elderly vendors were seen shouldering baskets of fresh produce on their way to the market. Delivery riders weaved through the streets and alleys, and breakfast establishments had begun their early preparations, steaming buns and dumplings. Regrettably, in his current ghostly state, Gu Yang was unable to partake in any sustenance. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to enjoy a morning meal. As he passed by a bun shop, an unsettling sensation abruptly gripped him. The proprietors of this establishment were a pair of slightly shorter, plump middle-aged individuals. Their camaraderie was palpable as they engaged in jovial conversation while shaping dumplings, their laughter resonating with warmth. For ordinary folk, happiness is often quite simple: a stable job devoid of anxiety over unemployment, the ability to spend quality time with family, and robust health. Achieving these 3 elements surpasses the majority of the population. This heartwarming scene elicited a tinge of envy from Gu Yang. However, his pause was not prompted by this couple, but rather by the sudden entrance of a raucous group of youngsters. These individuals sported vibrant, multicolored hair, their arms and necks adorned with tattoos, and their feet clad in casual footwear, with ostentatious gold chains dangling from their necks and swagger in their step. They exuded an air of arrogance. The previously cheerful couple's expression shifted dramatically upon the arrival of the group, but the nature of commerce necessitated their service. The unruly youths claimed their seats and proceeded to order with brazen confidence. "Hey boss, be quick about it. Each of my brothers and I want a bun and a dumpling, plus a cup of soy milk. Oh, and since we're among your first patrons today, how about a tea egg on the house to start your day off right?" The proprietor, wishing to refuse, was deterred by the intimidating demeanor of these individuals, and reluctantly acquiesced. A mere couple of yuan for a tea egg was a small price to pay for peace. They hastily delivered the freshly steamed buns and dumplings, adhering to the demands of the brazen youth. As the offering was placed before the leader, the one with yellow hair, he raised his chin and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" The bun shop owner shook his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "Brother, this isn't your first visit. So how could I possibly know? No matter, replied the youth with a smirk. You'll find out soon enough. Remember my name, Huang Ji. From now on, you can call me Brother Huang Ji. With a nod, the proprietor responded, Understood, Brother Huang Ji. Please enjoy your meal. I have other tasks to attend to. Eager to avoid further conversation, he returned to his work, crafting more buns and dumplings. Meanwhile, a sinister smile crept across Huang Ji's face. He turned to his companions and exchanged a furtive glance, and in the next moment, they stealthily set their plans into motion. Chapter 22. The demolition agreement sign here, she urged. In mere moments, the proprietors of the steamed bun establishment, engrossed in their work, were startled by a tremendous crash. Turning their heads, they beheld the raucous figure of the earlier intruder, who had violently kicked the table aside. The ruffian pointed an accusatory finger at the owners, unleashing a torrent of abuse. You despicable scoundrels, how dare you engage in such nefarious practices? These buns and rolls are not only insipid but also unsanitary. I discovered several strands of hair within. Come and see for yourselves. The surrounding henchmen swiftly rose, thumping the table and cursing, brandishing the half-eaten buns and rolls in their hands. There's a cockroach in this bun, and it's still alive. And lo and behold, there's a chunk of concrete in the center of my bun. This is absurd. Brothers, look at this bowl of soy milk. It's as if it was made from a single yellow bean diluted in a vat of water. The owners, rushing from the kitchen, initially believed there might be an issue with their food and were poised to apologize. However, upon hearing the young men's exclamations, they were rendered speechless. A live cockroach in the steamed bun? Even if one had inadvertently slipped in, how could it survive the steaming process? It should have been thoroughly cooked. And the notion of concrete within the bun was even more ludicrous. Each bun is crafted by hand, and such a substantial piece of debris would have been detected long before. The soy milk was clearly just watered-down remnants of what they had consumed. The proprietor's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Are you attempting to dine and dash? You think you can swindle me? Let me assure you, I am unfazed. We have surveillance here. Yet, the ruffian merely raised an eyebrow and signaled to one of his companions. In an instant, a dozen thugs surged toward the front desk, accessing the computer and swiftly commencing their operations. Panic surged through the owner. Without the surveillance footage, any ensuing chaos would be beyond explanation. He rushed forward to seize control of the computer, but several henchmen intercepted him, blocking his path. Within less than a minute, the thug operating the computer looked up and announced, All done, Brother Huang. I've disabled the cameras and erased all the stored footage. Upon hearing this, the previously restrained group of delinquents rolled up their sleeves and prepared to take action. The bun proprietor was soon left battered and bruised. Witnessing her husband being assaulted, the proprietress grew frantic, seizing a rolling pin from the table, ready to fight back. However, outnumbered, she barely had time to swing before it was wrested from her grasp, and she received a stinging slap that left her dazed. Ultimately, after the proprietor endured a severe beating, he was tossed aside. The proprietress rushed to examine his injuries. Her eyes filled with concern. Despite the pain, he managed to muster a strained smile and reassured her, I'm fine, truly. Have you forgotten? I have the constitution of an ox. I can take a beating. Huang Ji casually tossed the buns and steamed buns to the ground, then half squatted before the boss and his wife, lowering his voice to say, Do you still not understand why we are here? The boss, clutching his wounds and grimacing in pain, asked, Who exactly are you? My wife, and I don't recall having wronged you. Aren't you afraid of the law? Huang Ji laughed heartily. Of course I am afraid. But to arrest me, you need evidence. Do you have any? How will you prove that the injuries you bear were inflicted by us and not by someone else, or even by yourself? Moreover, do you know whom I represent? It was evident that this was a premeditated provocation. The couple, dizzy and bewildered, could not fathom how they had offended this group. At that moment, Huang Ji decided to be direct, stating, Let me be straightforward. Boss Dong has set his sights on your establishment, as it seems you are on the brink of demolition. I believe Boss Dong even sent someone to negotiate with you previously, offering over 10 million, yet you refused to sell. Consequently, he had no choice but to seek my assistance. All you need to do is agree to a compensation contract for 1 million, and we will ensure you receive the breakfast funds immediately, after which we will leave you in peace. If you refuse, you can forget about operating this shop. The owners of the steamed bun shop instantly grasped the situation. These thugs were indeed hired by Boss Dong. Prior to this, they had no knowledge of the impending demolition, only that a wealthy businessman had expressed interest in purchasing their shop for 10 million. However, for the couple, it was not merely about the money. They cherished their shop and the craft of making buns, hoping that once their son graduated from university, he could return and learn the trade should he struggle to find employment. With the shop, they secured a livelihood for 3 generations. Thus, they had initially rejected Boss Dong's offer. Little did they anticipate that if negotiations failed, he would resort to such underhanded tactics, bringing along a gang of thugs. If they did not sign today, who knew what dangerous actions they might resort to? Seeing their lack of response, Huang Ji decided to escalate the situation. With a casual wave of his hand, his underlings brought forth 2 large barrels of oil. As the lids were unscrewed, the noxious stench of gasoline overwhelmed everyone. Huang Ji swaggered, playing with a lighter in his hand, proclaiming, "Look closely, this is high-purity gasoline. I happen to have a lighter. If I were to casually toss it to the ground, your entire shop would be reduced to ashes." The couple felt a surge of anger, their chests tightening. "You are utterly lawless. This is a crime. If you proceed, not only will you owe us compensation for our losses, but you would also find yourself imprisoned for 3 to 5 years. Are you certain?" After listening to the conversation, the yellow chicken burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you joking? I just informed you that I have Boss Dong backing me, a renowned entrepreneur in the city with substantial influence. We are all professionals here. Once the fire is set, we will undoubtedly find ways to eliminate all evidence. We will publicly declare that the explosion was a result of your own operational negligence. What can you do about it? To be frank, you cannot possibly compete with us. Even if I don't ignite the flames today, I can bring my brothers here daily for meals, creating such a spectacle that you must wonder if your establishment can continue. By agreeing to sign the contract now, at least you 2 won't suffer any physical harm and can still secure some funds. However, should you refuse, and we resort to other measures, the price will not remain so favorable. Who knows, one day you might find yourselves with broken legs. Are you truly willing to take that risk? If my memory serves me right, you have a daughter still in school, correct?" These words instantly stirred doubt within the hearts of the 2 proprietors. Nothing is more important than the well-being of one's family. After all, it is merely a small bun shop, if necessary. They could simply walk away and rent another place with the money. However, to watch a shop valued at 10 million diminish to a mere 1 million is an immense loss, leaving them in a precarious situation. Despite their reluctance, confronted with the thugs' aggressive tactics of intimidation and coercion, the husband and wife exchanged a weary glance and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Fine. We will sign the contract with you." Upon hearing this, Brother Chicken was filled with pride, clapping his hands before the 2 bun shop owners and laughing heartily. "Now that is more like it. Let us collaborate well. We are all brothers here. If you ever need assistance, you can count on me, Brother Yellow Chicken. Quickly now, cover the gasoline barrels. We can't afford any spills. And lift that table, gather the leftover trash. Our new friend here must not be mistreated." The bun shop owner gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Who the hell wants to be friends with you? You scoundrels will inevitably face retribution." Yellow Chicken cheerfully instructed his subordinates, "Keep a close watch on these 2. Ensure they don't escape while I retrieve the contract and pen from the car." The other henchmen nodded in agreement. Yellow Chicken turned and exited the bun shop, approaching his small vehicle parked by the roadside. He retrieved the keys and opened the door. He had already printed the agreement for this collaboration, and all that remained was for the other party to sign and provide their fingerprints. However, as he opened the rear door, he was met with darkness inside, rendering everything invisible. Chapter 23. A human head. It was now around 4 or 5 in the morning. Invisibility was inherently poor. The sun had yet to rise, with illumination relying solely on the streetlights. Although the light was dim, one would expect to discern shapes within the gloom. However, the interior of the car was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand. A flicker of doubt crossed Huang Ji's mind, yet he dismissed it, for he was preoccupied with the urgency of retrieving the contract for signature. The price offered by Boss Dong for this deal was a staggering 10 million, while he had managed to secure it for merely 1 million. This windfall could potentially ensure his financial security for the rest of his life. Overwhelmed by such exhilaration, he had long since abandoned any sense of caution and began to grope around the back seat. He recalled that the contract had been tossed there. It should be within reach. Soon enough, his hands brushed against the thick transfer agreement. A smile of surprise spread across his face as he prepared to pull it up, only to find it seemingly pinned down by some unseen force, refusing to budge. He hesitated to exert too much force, fearing he might tear the document. Finding a printing shop at this hour would be quite the challenge. Thus, He traced the edges of the contract in an attempt to discern what was holding it down. As he continued to explore, he suddenly encountered a hand. It was a cold, lifeless hand, as frigid as ice. Startled, Huang Ji instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. The icy grip seized his wrist with an unyielding strength. Before he could utter a cry for help, he was yanked into the vehicle, the doors slamming shut with a thunderous thud. Meanwhile, his subordinates remained in the shop, reveling in their bravado. They cast glances at the despondent couple huddled in the corner. The young man with dyed yellow hair tossed a couple of cigarettes their way, saying, "Don't be shy, light up. Brother Huang will be back shortly. By the way, I'm called Rat. Honestly, there's no need for you to look so downcast. Money is plentiful, and it's not always a blessing. Just look at you. It's the very pursuit of wealth that has brought you to this state. Beaten to a pulp. Thankfully, you've come to your senses. Had you clung to your money, it could have jeopardized your daughter at school." The owners of the bun shop hung their heads in silence, internally cursing this band of ruffians. Yet, they were simple, honest folk, striving to make a living, and felt utterly powerless against such lunacy. Furthermore, with a powerful figure backing their adversaries, they could only endure in silence, swallowing their bitterness. Rat leisurely lit a cigarette and performed a trick with smoke rings. Although the lion's share of the spoils would go to Brother Huang, those who had accompanied him to assist would certainly reap substantial rewards, enough to indulge in a lavish lifestyle for a time, perhaps even attracting a few women in the process, while he was lost in thoughts of a beautiful life. He did not forget to engage in profound discussions about life's principles with the couple who ran the steamed bun shop. As the saying goes, to lose wealth is to avert disaster. One should know contentment. $1 million is quite substantial, sufficient for your family of 3 to live comfortably for a long time. Health and familial harmony are of utmost importance, are they not? At that moment, he transformed into a life mentor, persistently guiding this couple. Besides satisfying his peculiar desire to teach, there was another reason. The amount of money everyone had lost was considerable. Should this couple become despondent and decide to report to the authorities or stir up trouble, it could potentially lead to countless inconveniences for him. The wealthy individuals above were not afraid of spending money but dreaded complications, which could adversely affect their profits. Thus, it was beneficial to counsel them to remain calm, for the good of all involved. However, as their conversation continued, a cigarette was consumed, and Huang Ji, who had stepped out to retrieve the contract, had yet to return. The many younger brothers inside the room began to grow somewhat impatient. Why is it taking Huang Ji so long to fetch a contract? It's not as if he's printing it on site. Indeed, could he have drunk too much soy milk and become dizzy? Upon hearing this, he too felt perplexed. Logically, he should have returned within 2 minutes, yet it had already been over 10. Even if he were printing it, he ought to have finished by now. He peered outside, noticing Huang Ji's dilapidated jeep still parked at the entrance, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Frustration etched across his face. He muttered, "What is Huang Ji up to? If he cannot handle such trivial matters, how can he be the leader? Perhaps it is time for me to take the reins." Angrily, he threw his cigarette but to the ground and stood up, exclaiming, "I have no idea what he is doing. I shall go check on him." The remaining younger brothers nodded in agreement. He strode confidently towards the jeep. The vehicle was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his view. As he approached, he called out, "Huang Ji, are you in there? Why are you taking so long with that contract? Have you fallen asleep?" However, after calling out twice, he received no response. For some inexplicable reason, the dark interior of the jeep instilled a sense of unease in him, as if some monstrous creature were fixated on him from within, causing a chill to run down his spine. Yet, glancing back, he saw his brothers waiting at the entrance. Damn it, if I turn back now, it would make me appear cowardly. How could I secure my position as the second in command in the future? Steeling himself, he advanced step by step. Just as he was within 3 or 4 meters of the jeep, a dark, round object suddenly flew out from the window. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. It was warm and slippery, with some liquid trickling down. As he lowered his gaze under the dim light, he was met with Huang Ji's wide, astonished eyes. To his horror, he realized he was holding a human head. "Ah, help, help. There has been a murder." The rat was startled, and in a reflexive motion, he kicked the severed head from his hand, sending it flying like a soccer ball, landing a considerable distance away, right in the midst of his companions at the bun shop entrance. As dusk had fallen, and the distance was considerable, the brothers initially could not discern what it was. However, when they lowered their gaze and recognized the gruesome sight, terror seized them, rendering their legs weak. "He is dead, he is dead. Brother Huang is dead. Good heavens. A life has been lost. Everyone run, quickly report this. Panic ensued, and the crowd scattered, huddling against the walls, too terrified to act. They were merely a band of petty thugs. Brawls were common, but none had ever resulted in a fatality. And here lay a bloodied head, starkly displayed at the entrance. At that moment, the rat sat on the steps beside the shop, barely able to stand. The proprietors of the bun shop, witnessing the once arrogant Brother Huang transform into a lifeless corpse in the blink of an eye, were equally unnerved, their minds a blank slate. The street was still relatively empty, and the commotion had not drawn others nearer, resulting in a standstill. All eyes were fixated on the gruesome head, hearts pounding with dread, uncertain of their next course of action. Within mere minutes, the enigma of how the murderer had brazenly slain Brother Huang and severed his head lingered ominously in the air. After a few minutes, it was the rat, still seated on the steps, who first regained his composure. Amidst his growing fear, a realization struck him. Something was amiss. If Brother Huang was indeed dead, how had his head flown from the car? The murderer must still be in the vehicle. He was likely too frightened to emerge, intending to scare them all away before making his escape. This indicated that the assailant was not particularly formidable, perhaps even cowardly. Was this not the perfect opportunity? If he could rise and lead everyone to apprehend the murderer, he would undoubtedly take Brother Huang's place as the leader of their crew. Coupled with the successful completion of this significant job, a substantial sum of money awaited him, propelling him to the pinnacle of success. This was my chance. Driven by ambition, the rat gradually began to shed his fear. Without hesitation, he picked up a brick from the street and shouted to his companions inside the shop, "Do not cower, everyone. Arm yourselves. The murderer must still be in that car. With so many of us, even if he were a special forces operative, we could take him down. Let us avenge Brother Huang. Those who have wronged us must pay the price. Even if we were to kill him when the authorities arrive, we can leverage connections to claim self-defense. What are you hiding for? Cowering like cowards. Is this how men behave? Do not let me look down upon you." Chapter 24. Behind me stands the Butcher of the Night, inspired by the audacity of the rat. The once timid ruffians, now emboldened, felt a surge of bravado. If it had only been one or two of them, they might have opted for retreat. However, with a dozen comrades at their side, how could they dare to falter? After exchanging glances, they began to rummage through the bun shop, seeking weapons. Some seized kitchen knives, others picked up rolling pins that had fallen to the ground. And those who found nothing simply grabbed tables and benches, ready to charge forth. With a collective fury, they bypassed the severed head of Brother Huang and advanced toward the dilapidated jeep. At that moment, the owner and his wife of the bun shop, who had been momentarily paralyzed by fear, finally regained their senses. Upon seeing the gruesome head on the floor, the owner suddenly had a revelation and burst into laughter. "I understand now. I see it all clearly." The young thugs, who had just steeled themselves for confrontation, were momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Frowning, they turned to him. "You fat fool, why are you shouting? Do you wish to receive a few blows as well? Do not think that just because Brother Huang is in trouble, you can gloat. Anyone among us could easily take you down. What do you understand? What do you know about your mother?" Yet, facing their threats, the rotund man felt no fear. With a self-satisfied grin, he stood tall, declaring, "You dare to bully me? This is the consequence of your folly. Do you know who stands behind me? I could terrify you all with just a name." The aspiring leader, the rat, felt a flicker of uncertainty and tentatively inquired, "What? Are you involved in the underworld too? Who is your boss?" With great pride, the bun shop owner replied, "My boss is far more formidable than yours. Have you heard of the Butcher of the Night?" The mere mention of those words sent a shiver through everyone present. In this age of the internet, news spreads rapidly. Just that morning, the enforcement agency had issued a wanted notice, promising a reward of 200,000 for any legitimate information leading to his capture. This alone attested to the butcher's notorious and malevolent reputation. Curiosity piqued. The crowd eagerly searched for details about the Butcher of the Night. Upon reading the extensive analyses of his crimes, they were left trembling. Victims had limbs severed or heads cleaved cleanly from their bodies, and the most alarming aspect was the mystery shrouding each crime. No traces were left behind. The first incident was a flawless locked room murder, and the second involved a killing witnessed by bystanders, yet not a single figure was seen escaping. All evidence pointed to the perilous nature of this individual. His combat prowess was terrifying and his caution unparalleled. Such a malevolent character, even in any television drama, would inevitably assume the role of the ultimate antagonist. These individuals are merely petty henchmen, too timid to confront the Night Butcher. Although the rat was initially startled upon hearing this moniker, he quickly gritted his teeth and retorted, "You fat fool, do not deceive me." The Night Butcher appears and vanishes without a trace. Even the law enforcement agency has not found a single clue. How can you claim that your benefactor is the Night Butcher? Are you trying to fool a ghost? The owner of the bun shop seemed to anticipate the skepticism and remained unfazed. Striding confidently into the store, he retrieved two pieces of evidence. One was a half-consumed laxative, and the other was a takeout order from the law enforcement agency. With a cheerful demeanor, he proclaimed, "I read reports online and learned that the Night Butcher is a hero dedicated to combating criminals and vanquishing evildoers. The people in the law enforcement agency, in their pursuit of justice, would rather allow those scoundrels to roam freely than capture our great hero, the Night Butcher. Thus, I added laxatives to the kanji ordered by the law enforcement agency, sufficient to induce several bouts of discomfort. This would afford Mr. Night Butcher some precious time." At that moment, we had silently prayed that after aiding the Night Butcher, he would display his formidable prowess and protect us as a couple. The Night Butcher, possessing immense power, would undoubtedly have noticed the law enforcement personnel suffering from the effects of the laxatives. Though he did not appear in person tonight, he must have come to observe us. Unexpectedly, he encountered you ignorant fools and effortlessly dispatched that wretched creature, the so-called yellow chicken yellow dog. Now you understand who my patron is, do you? You thought you could bully honest folk. We honest people are not to be trifled with. The bun shop owner, brimming with pride, recounted his deeds as if showcasing a remarkable arsum. The group of thugs before him stood in stunned silence, a singular thought resonating within their minds. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Although the bun shop owner's claims seemed somewhat far-fetched, they possessed an undeniable plausibility. The Night Butcher had intended to come secretly to express gratitude, but fortuitously stumbled upon this group of dimwits bullying others. Sparing one was already showing mercy. Had he been more ruthless, he might have eliminated them all. Upon hearing her husband's heroic exploits, the shop owner's wife could not contain her excitement and leapt up to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Darling, you are incredible. I was worried about your actions today, but it seems you were absolutely right. Law enforcement is often hindered by regulations and can rarely deal effectively with these rascals. To make them pay, we must rely on the Night Butcher. Now we have a protective shield. Let us see who dares to bully us." With the Night Butcher's support, the bun shop owner exuded confidence as he swaggered out, boldly approaching the rat and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to the rat's forehead. The rat was momentarily taken aback, tightly gripping the brick in his hand, wishing fervently to bring it crashing down upon the obese figure before him. Yet, the rotund man remained unfazed, swaggering forward and tauntingly extending his head. "Oh, look at you, wielding that hefty brick, feeling quite formidable, aren't you? Go on. Strike me if you dare. Come on, hit me. Let us see if the Night Butcher will avenge me. Hurry, strike me. You were so eloquent just a moment ago. Where is your bravado now?" The rat felt a profound sense of frustration. Under normal circumstances, he would have already struck the man, unbothered by the potential consequences. After all, for individuals like them, being detained in the law enforcement office felt akin to returning home. However, confronted with the persistent provocation from the corpulent proprietor, he hesitated, paralyzed by fear. The risk was too great. What if the man's claims were true, and the Night Butcher was indeed lurking in the shadows, observing everything? A single blow from the rat could lead to dire repercussions. Even if his assailant chose not to retaliate immediately, vengeance would surely follow. There would inevitably be a moment when he was alone, and the thought was terrifying, truly terrifying. Noticing the rat's inaction, the proprietor grew bolder, lifting his fist to deliver a crushing blow to the rat's nose, shattering it on impact. "You enjoyed hitting me earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn to strike back." The rat staggered back, clutching his bloodied face. Yet, to his dismay, the proprietor was relentless. Picking up a brick from the ground, intent on delivering a more severe blow. Panic-stricken, the rat turned and fled. Fortunately, his slender frame granted him agility, allowing him to outpace the proprietor, disappearing around the corner of the street. The proprietor, brandishing the brick, glared fiercely at the remaining group of thugs. "You all hit me just now, didn't you? Come on, let us see you try again." The thugs swallowed hard, hastily abandoning their makeshift weapons and fleeing in terror. Who could have imagined that the seemingly innocuous owner of a bun shop had the backing of a professional assassin? This world was undeniably insane. The bun shop owner felt like a great hero, invincible. Even his wife regarded him with admiration. His gaze then fell upon a dilapidated black Jeep parked nearby. Turning to his wife, he instructed, "Dear, please tidy up the shop. I must pay a visit to the law enforcement office." His wife, bewildered, asked, "What do you need to go to the law office for?" "I'm going to turn myself in." Chapter 25. We aspire to be good people. The proprietress swiftly grasped her husband's intentions, nodding emphatically. "You may go. I shall handle matters here." With that, she turned and entered the bun shop to tidy up. It appeared that the grand opening would have to be postponed. The ingredients needed to be dealt with first. Once his wife departed, the bun shop owner slightly bent towards the Jeep, softly addressing, "Mr. Night Butcher, I shall ride to the Enforcement Bureau to report the incident. It should take me approximately 20 minutes to arrive. Please expedite your departure and ensure the scene is thoroughly cleared. I am grateful for your assistance this evening. I apologize for the trouble." After speaking, the bun shop owner calmly mounted his old electric bike and made his way towards the Enforcement Bureau. As for Gu Yang, he had returned long ago after the act of murder. It was an instinct he could not resist. After a few such incidents, Gu Yang seemed to have begun to understand the underlying reason for this phenomenon. The shadow and his corporeal self, while capable of separate actions, were fundamentally one entity. What benefits one, benefits all. What harms one, harms all. However, when the shadow engaged in murder and seized the opponent's life essence, the energy stored within the shadow would far exceed that of the corporeal self, leading to a significant imbalance between the two. To maintain equilibrium, the shadow must promptly return to Gu Yang, distributing half of the energy. Otherwise, both the corporeal self and the shadow risked disintegration. In comparison to the shadow's formidable power, this minor flaw hardly seemed like a flaw at all. Lying on the hospital bed, Gu Yang felt the potent energy shared from within the shadow. This time, the life essence he had seized amounted to an astounding 25 years. This implied that if the fellow known as Brother Huang did not suffer severe harm, he could live safely for another 50 years. Indeed, among modern youth, that was considered quite a lengthy lifespan. Indulging in drinking, smoking, tattoos, perms, and nightlife, he had cultivated all manner of vices beautifully. To turn around and find he could live for another 50 years, truly a Superman. With the addition of these 25 years, Gu Yang's own lifespan had reached 65 years. This formidable enhancement revitalized his physical constitution once more. His hands regained sensation, and taking advantage of the solitude, Gu Yang tested their mobility. Astonishingly, both hands could move freely and were filled with strength. This was a monumental improvement compared to yesterday, when he could only move his right hand, and even that felt weak. Now, with his hands restored to functionality, he could largely live independently, and should he wish to venture out, he could push his wheelchair with his own hands. What a remarkable advancement. If things continued this way, he estimated that within a week, he would fully recover. Yet at this moment, Gu Yang harbored a bold thought. If he were to recover and leave the hospital, he would lose the shield of paralysis that allowed him to operate as the Night Butcher without suspicion. One must never assume that a ghostly presence can come and go without leaving any trace, allowing one to rest easy. It is crucial to remember that no wall is impervious to the whispers of the world. Having already committed 2 murders, the attention of Lu Tao has been piqued. In the future, while one may seek to eliminate foes from afar, it is inevitable that one must occasionally wield such abilities to eradicate dangers lurking nearby. Over time, it will be impossible to remain unnoticed. The ability to paralyze this identity card is of utmost importance. Gu Yang couldn't help but ponder. What if I were to reveal the secret of my hands regaining freedom in just a couple of days, and thereafter continue to feign paralysis of my lower body? After all, I only need to sit in a wheelchair in public. Gu Yang was uncertain of the efficacy of this plan, but he believed it prudent to experiment for a time. With his hands restored to normal, Gu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he confidently retrieved his phone with both hands, ready to indulge in a few games for relaxation. Sensing the gradual increase of his vitality within, he felt immensely satisfied. Suddenly, he set aside his phone and mused, if my vitality continues to increase at this rate, could it eventually amount to thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Would that not render me immortal? No, I can't shake the feeling that this vitality holds other significant purposes. Have I yet to fully unlock its potential? For reasons unknown, Gu Yang was plagued by an odd premonition, as if this vitality possessed a more crucial application, yet he remained utterly perplexed. After the inept delinquents hastily fled the bun shop, they ultimately regrouped at their dilapidated hideout, a crumbling warehouse. Rousey, nursing his crooked nose, glared at his panting companions, and exclaimed in frustration, "What utter misfortune! I thought we had a soft target," only to discover a shadowy figure backing them. The Night Butcher. Damn it! If he had such connections, why did he not reveal them sooner? That fat man must be feigning innocence, deliberately leading us astray. The other members, regaining their composure, joined in the tirade. What business does the Night Butcher have meddling in our affairs? If he possesses such formidable skills, he could have long since amassed a fortune, yet he chooses to engage in this righteous crusade. How utterly tedious. I sense he is merely childish, likely influenced by too many television dramas, thinking himself a chivalrous hero. Indeed, there is no black and white in adult matters. It is merely a web of conflicting interests. What good does it do to be a hero? In the end, one is left to hide and evade. We would be far better off living freely. The group eagerly vented their grievances. After a moment of hesitation, Rousey, unable to shake his ambition to lead, slammed his hand on the table and rose, declaring, as the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a sovereign for a day. With Brother Huang now deceased, our team's business must continue. We must appoint a new leader. There are still several contracts pending completion. I have been following Brother Huang for the longest time, and I have primarily been the one to handle many of the operations. Now, as I declare my intention to assume the position of the leader, I trust there are no objections from you all. Upon hearing this, many of the younger brothers appeared somewhat hesitant, yet eventually nodded in agreement. The rat was filled with immense pride. No matter the circumstances, he had finally ascended to the role of the leader. He thought to himself that he would not allow any rivalries with the bun shop, for there were other businesses to pursue. He mused, I refuse to believe that all honest individuals are shielded by protectors. However, in the next moment, a younger brother cautiously raised his hand. Brother Rat, I do not oppose your leadership, but I wish to withdraw from this life. The rat turned around to see that the speaker was a newcomer to the team. What do you mean? You entered this brotherhood with a pledge, and now you wish to leave? The younger brother, with a bitter expression, replied, initially, I believed we would indulge in feasting and revelry, reigning supreme. Yet, as time passed, I discovered that living this life is quite arduous. We, the petty thugs, have no real source of income. One day we feast on hot pot, and the next we may be left starving. In front of honest folks, we may act tough, but when faced with a more formidable boss, we cower like dogs. Frankly, I am weary. This is not the world I envisioned. Moreover, with the Butcher of the Night being so brazen, taking a life at random each evening, I find myself with no options. I simply wish to be a good person. If necessary, I would rather deliver takeout or work in a factory. It is far better than living in fear and starving as a thug. Upon hearing these words, the rat ground his teeth in frustration, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Ultimately, he concluded that it was merely a newcomer who wished to depart. So let it be. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Fine, if you want to leave, then go ahead. But you must understand, our team does not welcome those who turn back. Once you leave, do not expect to return. Rest assured, I have no intention of coming back, the younger brother replied. Although one less member remained, there were still a dozen others to rely on. Little did he know, others soon began to raise their hands as well. Brother Rat, we too wish to quit. When Brother Huang's head fell before me today, I felt as though I saw my own head lying there. Life is precious. I would rather live as an honest individual at the bottom of society than face death. I do not wish to continue. My mother is at home. And what would happen to her if I were to perish? Today, we visited a bun shop, and they had backing. How can we ensure that tomorrow's establishments will not have their own protection? This line of work is far too perilous. I too wish to leave. I have also decided to depart. My mother wishes for me to return to the village to find a wife and live as a farmer. I believe that is quite admirable. Farming is honorable. After all, my family has been farmers for generations. The rat was left utterly dumbfounded, as, in a matter of moments, the brothers before him each presented their reasons for wanting to withdraw. Chapter 26. Both surrender simultaneously. Alas, on my first day as the leader, I find myself reduced to a solitary commander. What use is this throne to me? With a dejected expression, Housey sat on the ground. The joy of finally ascending to leadership evaporating into thin air. Had I known my brothers would be so riled up, I would have relinquished this position without a second thought. Observing his distress, the brothers gathered around, patting his shoulder in consolation. Brother Housey, it's not your fault. We've been in this together for so many years. It's time we engaged in something meaningful. I recall your dream was to attend university, wasn't it? While you're still young, Why not return to that aspiration? Feeling a bit awkward, Halsey scratched his head and replied, I'm not cut out for academics. How could I ever attend university? In truth, I had deceived you all. My real dream was not to attend university, but rather to pursue university girls. Get lost, he exclaimed. The group of small-time delinquents exchanged knowing smiles before ultimately dispersing. A brutal murder had unexpectedly transformed a dozen ruffians into a group of grounded young individuals. As dawn broke, the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau slowly opened their eyes, stretching languidly. They had hardly slept the previous night, with stomach troubles leaving them dizzy. And the Bureau offered no comfortable accommodations. Chairs and the floor were their only options for rest. It was hardly a cozy situation, and as they arose, dark circles adorned their eyes. However, the ongoing cases had left everyone so frazzled that they had little desire to rest. Even the leaders, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an, appeared groggy. Seizing a moment of respite, Lu Tao suggested to Guan Chang'an, Director Guan, there are still an hour or two before work starts. How about we prepare a breakfast? After yawning, Guan Chang'an replied, Indeed, I was hungry last night. What should we have for breakfast? How about steamed buns and congee? Upon hearing those words, a look of horror spread across the faces of all the law enforcement officers present, who immediately waved their hands in refusal. No, no, we can forego breakfast. Guan Chang'an laughed heartily. Look at you all, so timid. I was merely joking. I wouldn't want to eat that either. Just as they were deliberating over breakfast options, a middle-aged man, clad in a white coat and looking rather disheveled, unexpectedly appeared in the lobby of the Law Enforcement Bureau. He was carrying 2 large bags filled to the brim with milk, bread, and fruit. Guan Chang'an recognized him immediately. He was the owner of the bun shop, the very one responsible for their stomach troubles. Immediately, his expression soured, and he coldly remarked, Why did you not come last night? Why only this morning? The bun shop owner scratched his head and chuckled. If I had come last night, I doubt you would have had the strength to entertain me. At that moment, Lu Tao was infuriated, gritting his teeth. Ah, so you indeed laced the buns and congee with something, attempting to poison the officers. Do you realize the severity of such an accusation? The owner of the steamed bun shop scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty as he spoke. I sincerely apologize. I brought breakfast for everyone as a way to make amends. This morning's offerings consist of freshly baked bread and milk, complemented by a touch of fruit, perfectly suited to soothe your stomachs. In addition to providing breakfast, he had come to confess and report his actions. Despite harboring some grievances against the bun shop owner, the group could not resist the allure of breakfast, and they all reached for the milk and bread on the table, eating while casting fierce glares at the owner. Lu Tao pointed to a nearby chair, gesturing for the man to sit down, then asked, Now, tell us, what possessed you to poison our law enforcement officers? We haven't wronged you, have we? The bun shop owner, overwhelmed by shame, could barely lift his head as he confessed. Yesterday, I acted foolishly. There has been quite a stir on the internet about the so-called night butcher, hailed as a hero for punishing criminals. I thought, if such a hero were to be captured, wouldn't that bring joy to the evildoers? So, I intended to assist this night butcher. My mind is rather dull, and I couldn't conceive a better plan, so I added a small amount of laxative to everyone's congee. However, the dosage was minimal. It should only cause you to visit the restroom once or twice. I figured this might even earn me a favor from the night butcher in return. After all, the paralyzed Gu Yang in the hospital could only seek vengeance with the night butcher's help. And what about that nurse who narrowly escaped danger? Upon hearing the bun shop owner's rationale, the enforcement officers present were utterly infuriated, their heads spinning with disbelief. Guan Chang'an slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Ignorance. Utterly foolish. Even if there were real criminals, it is our duty as law enforcement to apprehend them and bring them to justice through legal means. Not for an outsider to take it upon themselves to execute judgment. After a few more admonishments, he turned to Lu Tao and instructed, When you have the time, review those videos online. Any that propagate incorrect values must be deleted, no exceptions. Lu Tao finally grasped why so many callers seemed to treat law enforcement as a joke. It became clear that they wished to assist this so-called night hero, which was simply outrageous. Then, Guan Chang'an pointed an accusing finger at the bun shop owner and scolded. You dare claim it would only cause 1 or 2 trips to the restroom? Ask those present how many times they had to go. Most of us were nearly rushed to the emergency room last night. The bun shop owner was taken aback, exclaiming, That can't be. I only used half a packet of laxative. I calculated the dosage. I swear it should only cause 1 or 2 trips. Just then, A delivery worker clad in a yellow vest entered the enforcement bureau, wearing a sheepish smile. He softly said, I wish to confess. While delivering food yesterday, I secretly added a little something to everyone's kanji. I am truly sorry. Please arrest me. At this moment, everyone in the Law Enforcement Bureau was utterly taken aback. After some time, it became clear that both parties involved possessed a remarkable level of cunning. Exhausted, Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao sat in their chairs, feeling bewildered. Despite being the righteous ones, they appeared to be the antagonists in the eyes of the public. How foolish humanity can be, indeed, for ignorance can lead to dire consequences. Upon further discussion, it was acknowledged that the intentions of the boss and the delivery person were not entirely malevolent. They had merely sought to add a small twist, thinking it would suffice to garner a vote or two. However, fate conspired against them, culminating in a near catastrophe. These two individuals had harbored a slight distrust towards the Law Enforcement Bureau, which led them to assist the night butcher. Should they be apprehended, the Bureau would only appear more villainous. Ultimately, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an decided that each employee in the Bureau suffering from diarrhea would receive a compensation of 300 yuan for lost wages, thus concluding the matter. Following their reprimand, the two were met with consecutive expressions of gratitude. The delivery person paid the fine and swiftly departed, eager to resume his pursuit of earnings. While the bun shop owner remained seated, Lu Tao, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you still here?" The bun shop owner replied, "I came to report a case, and am currently waiting for you to attend to me." Lu Tao responded, "Did you not just report a case?" The owner clarified, "That was a confession. I wish to report a different case. The murder that occurred outside my door, committed by the night butcher." With a thud, Lu Tao stumbled and fell to the ground, angrily pointing at the bun shop owner as he exclaimed, "How could you withhold such a serious matter? Why did you not mention it sooner? Are you deliberately stalling and providing the criminal with an opportunity to escape?" The bun shop owner hastily waved his hands, insisting, "No, that is not the case. Upon entering, I stated that I was here to confess and report, but you kept questioning me about my confession, leaving me no chance to speak." Lu Tao slammed his hand on the table, continuing his tirade. "When a murder occurs, why did you not simply call the police instead of coming in person? Moreover, you took the time to buy milk and bread on the way. How can you claim you were not stalling for time?" The bun shop owner protested, "I am wronged. The deceased were a group of small-time thugs. They believed they had protection and stormed into my shop, attempting to forcibly purchase my establishment at a low price, causing considerable damage. I was even beaten, leaving me bruised and battered, and my phone was smashed. What was I to do?" Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were seething with rage. "All right, it seems you have concocted all your excuses quite thoroughly." The entire team organized their equipment and prepared to depart with haste. "We have already squandered too much time." With little opportunity to delve into further details, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an seized the bun shop owner and rushed him into the vehicle, speeding towards the crime scene. This was undoubtedly the slowest response in the history of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Chapter 27, Another Enigmatic Case. On the way to the murder scene, Lu Tao finally extracted a comprehensive account of the events from the vendor of steamed buns. Upon hearing it, both Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an immediately discerned that the bun vendor had deliberately delayed his arrival, intending to afford the night butcher additional time to vacate the crime scene. Yet, every action he took was meticulously justified, leaving no room for reproach. Guan Chang'an, seated wearily in the passenger seat, sighed and remarked, "Lu Tao, do you not find our role as law enforcers rather disheartening? It appears that the citizens trust that night butcher more than they do us. It is truly disheartening. What has become of this world?" For the first time, Guan Chang'an felt a pang of age, sensing that he could not keep pace with the thought processes of the younger generation. Beside him, Lu Tao echoed the sentiment with a sigh. They are merely swayed by the torrent of ignorance proliferating online. Even if the night butcher's actions stem from a sense of justice, they can hardly be deemed right. Any sin, any transgression, must first undergo trial before judgment. How can one resort to unbridled killing? Take today's incident, for instance. While the yellow-haired man may have engaged in coercive sales and oppressed the populace, such an offense cannot warrant a death sentence. Guan Chang'an bowed his head in silence. He was not afraid of the complexity of the case, but he feared that his efforts would lack the support of the people. What, then, is the purpose of this work? Upon arriving at the murder scene, they were met with a considerable crowd of onlookers. The spectators were unorganized, and several bold individuals had ventured close to the jeep, compromising the integrity of the scene. Lu Tao, exasperated, shot a fierce glare at the bun vendor, and said, "This is all you're doing. I could easily charge you as an accomplice and have you imprisoned for reflection." The bun vendor, shrinking back, dared not respond. Muttering in a low voice, "They are merely trying to assist me. I cannot repay kindness with enmity." The arriving law enforcement officers swiftly began to cordon off the area, dispersing the irrelevant crowd and erecting a barrier. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tao stepped onto the crime scene, filled with renewed confidence. This marked the night butcher as third offense. Surely, he could not leave no trace each time. "I refuse to believe I cannot uncover your flaw this time." Everyone promptly commenced their examination of the scene. The severed head lay at the entrance of the bun shop, while the headless body sat within the vehicle. With daylight now breaking, the body was clearly visible through the car window, sitting upright in the back seat, a sight most eerie. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings, the forensic expert, having examined the incision on the neck, turned back with unwavering certainty and declared, "The same method, the same weapon. It is indeed the work of the night butcher. Behold the fracture of this vertebra. The incision is remarkably smooth, casting doubt upon the nature of the weapon employed and the sheer strength of the assailant. It evokes the image of an executioner from ancient times." However, Lu Tao shook his head after a moment's contemplation, asserting that the perpetrator's strength surpasses that of those historical executioners by a significant margin. It is essential to recognize that those executioners wielded massive cleavers exceeding a meter in length. No matter how audacious the night butcher may be, it is implausible for him to maneuver with such an unwieldy weapon. Furthermore, this murder likely transpired within a vehicle, a confined space that would severely limit the capacity for wide, sweeping strikes. This indicates that even with minimal movement, the assailant could sever a person's head with alarming precision. Such strength is indeed extraordinary, bordering on the unnatural. Upon hearing Lu Tao's analysis, a chill ran through the group. Imagining the scene, the thought of a head being severed so smoothly in such a cramped environment seemed almost unfathomable. Could this individual be some sort of malevolent spirit? With scientific rationale failing to provide answers, the discourse inevitably veered towards the mystical. Lu Tao opened the car door and cautiously leaned inside, meticulously inspecting every inch. Yet, he found nothing. Doubt began to creep in. With no fingerprints, no hair, and not even a footprint, was this individual truly human? Could it be the work of a vengeful spirit? Lu Tao, skeptical of superstition, promptly instructed the officers nearby, "Hurry and bring in that gang of ruffians. I need to interrogate them. Additionally, once the investigation here is complete, remove the body and the vehicle. Leaving them will only incite panic." About an hour later, the gang, led by the notorious Mouse, reappeared at the precinct. Lu Tao slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "What did you witness at the scene? Share any clues you have immediately." The gang members, visibly shaken, responded in unison, "We don't know anything. We saw nothing. All we saw was a head flying through the air. This has nothing to do with us." One added, "We are victims ourselves and will surely endure countless nightmares tonight. Officers, we have resolved to turn over a new leaf and become better individuals. Please, treat us with a bit more kindness, rather than like criminals." Lu Tao scoffed at their words. "You lot, none of whom have escaped the precinct's grasp more than 7 or 8 times, now claim to seek redemption? Spare me your absurdity." Mouse, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, "While you may criticize us, you cannot tarnish our character or dreams. Should you continue to treat us with such disrespect, we will not hesitate to file a complaint against you." Lu Tao sighed, his patience wearing thin as he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the theatrics. I am inquiring about matters of great importance. The case of the night butcher has had a profound impact. If he is not apprehended, a life will be lost each night. Is this truly the outcome you wish to witness? Moreover, despite his faults, Huang Mao is your elder brother. Do you not desire to avenge him?" With a sigh, Haozi spoke, "Brother, I was the first to encounter the severed head, yet I possess no substantial leads. At that moment, I intended to summon Huang Ji go back urgently. Approaching the jeep, I could see nothing in the darkness. Then, suddenly, Huang Ji's head flew out and landed in my hands. Terrified, I kicked it away, and it came to rest at the entrance of the bun shop. As for the night butcher you mentioned, I did not catch sight of him at any point." After Lu Tao meticulously documented the details, he gestured for the young ruffians to depart. He stared at the notes in his notebook, his brow furrowed in thought. Once again, the same method was employed. The fact that the head could emerge from the vehicle indicates that the night butcher must have been hiding inside at that moment. When did he manage to slip away unnoticed? The more Lu Tao pondered, the more uneasy he felt. He began to question whether this night butcher was even human, capable of executing such a flawless crime. A cup of coffee was placed before him, brought by Guan Chang'an. Noticing Lu Tao's weary and haggard appearance, Guan Chang'an sighed. Do not wear yourself out too much. Throughout history, there have been countless unsolved cases. No one can resolve every single one. If it proves too challenging, let it be. I have already reported to the higher-ups, requesting the deployment of a more seasoned detective to assist. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had risen to his current position through his prowess in solving cases, yet now he required the assistance of a renowned detective. It was profoundly humiliating. This feeling of being overshadowed in his own field was unbearable. Suddenly, Lu Tao recalled something and looked up to inquire, Director Guan. Have we investigated the social connections? Is there any link between the owners of the bun shop, the deceased Huang Ji, and Gu Yang, even a mere acquaintance? Guan Chang'an sighed and cast an impatient glance at his promising apprentice, saying, You are truly obsessed. A breakfast shop owner and a petty thug could hardly have any social ties with Gu Yang. The moment we returned, my brothers conducted an inquiry. They likely haven't even crossed paths. The earlier two cases were related to Gu Yang, but I believe that was mere coincidence. Look at this case. It bears no connection to him. Nevertheless, Lu Tao remained unconvinced. Is it not possible that he realized he had drawn suspicion, prompting him to deliberately kill an unrelated individual to cleanse his own guilt? Guan Chang'an could no longer endure the situation. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap to Lu Tao's nape, causing the coffee Lu Tao had just sipped to splatter everywhere. I see you have truly lost your senses. You would do well to refrain from any foolish actions and avoid repeating your mistakes. Take a couple of days off to rest and recuperate. We shall address matters further when the esteemed detective arrives. Chapter 28. He is innocent. A good man. The enforcement agency arrived at the scene far too late today. Consequently, numerous bystanders had already recorded videos and uploaded them online. Some media practitioners even sought out the owner and his wife of the steamed bun shop for a brief interview. The truth regarding the nighttime butcher's murder case rapidly spread across the internet. A video blogger, microphone in hand, approached the owner of the bun shop and stated, Today, we have the privilege of speaking with a first-hand witness to this murder case, the owner of the bun shop. Let us pose a few simple questions to him. First, could you please tell us if the injuries on your body and face were inflicted by those ruffians? The bun shop owner, slightly apprehensive before the camera, nodded and earnestly replied, Indeed, they sought to purchase my shop at a meager price, as the area is slated for demolition, promising profits of at least tens of millions. However, the contract they offered was a mere 1 million. If I refused, they threatened to frequently harass me and even mention my daughter, who is still in school. The blogger could not suppress his indignation. Those scoundrels are truly despicable. Do they not fear that the enforcement agency will bring them to justice? The bun shop owner sighed and shook his head. They are not afraid. For them, entering the enforcement agency is akin to returning home. Moreover, I have heard that they have powerful backers who can pull strings to mitigate their punishments. According to their own words, even if they were to set this place ablaze, it would not be a significant matter. The blogger exclaimed in disbelief. My goodness, this is utterly outrageous, completely lawless. What transpired next? The bun shop owner recounted, They assaulted me and threatened my family. With no other option, I had to agree to sign the contract. The leader among them, who seemed to be called Huang Go, mentioned he would fetch the contract from his car. Yet, he did not return for over 10 or 20 minutes. One of his underlings, likely growing impatient, went to check on him, only to have a head roll out. At that moment, all of us were terrified. The blogger, brimming with excitement, remarked, So, it was the nighttime butcher who protected you, correct? Those thugs deserved their fate, did they not? The bun shop owner hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. From my perspective, indeed. Were it not for the nighttime butcher, my shop would have been forcibly acquired at that ridiculously low price of 1 million. My entire family would have lost their livelihoods. Those ruffians have likely perpetrated such acts more than once or twice. Countless individuals have suffered at their hands. While I cannot ascertain whether they deserve their fate, they are certainly no good people. The self-media blogger was already quite satisfied with the interview, and, after concluding his discussion with the owner of the steamed bun shop, he expressed his thoughts directly to the camera. Dear netizens, the sequence of events surrounding this matter is quite clear. The night butcher has indeed struck again, taking another life. However, as in previous instances, The individual he has slain was undoubtedly guilty. From the sorrowful account of the shop owner, it is evident that the enforcement agency's ability to restrain such individuals is profoundly limited. What does it matter if they are incarcerated for a few days? Once released, they continue their nefarious activities unabated. They remain unaffected, yet what of the innocent victims they torment? Had the night butcher not intervened, these wrongdoers might still face a brief detention, and upon release, they would continue to thrive, while our unfortunate steamed bun shop owner suffers losses amounting to millions. Who will compensate us, the honest citizens, for our losses? I cannot ascertain whether the night butcher's existence is right or wrong, but it is undeniable that he has saved numerous lives. I wonder how the vast online community perceives the night butcher. I welcome everyone to engage in fervent discussion. There are countless similar videos, and the personal accounts of the shop owner and his wife have even surpassed 1 million followers. It is truly unimaginable. In this era where attention is currency, possessing millions of followers means they could earn a fortune in a short span, even without relying on their bun shop. The income from a single live stream could potentially exceed their annual earnings from selling buns. Beneath such videos, there lies an overwhelming tide of comments, too many to read. A small fraction of critical voices towards the night butcher are quickly drowned out, with the vast majority expressing unwavering support. Indeed, these delinquents should have been dealt with long ago. A year prior, my mother encountered trouble at the market simply because she refused to buy cigarettes and gifts for these thugs. They harassed her repeatedly. Consequently, not only did she fail to earn money, but she also suffered a heart condition due to the stress, incurring hospital expenses exceeding $100,000. It is clear that such societal cancers require figures like the night butcher to counter violence with violence. After all, those who have not committed wrongdoings need not fear the so-called night butcher. Indeed, I work night shifts and even delivered takeout all night yesterday. I am not afraid in the slightest. Those who criticize the night butcher online, wishing for his capture, are likely the very social parasites who dwell in the shadows. I would argue that the night butcher has not killed enough. Taking one life each night is insufficient to cleanse society of its pests. Perhaps he should eliminate 100 each night. Frankly, I feel that even 100 wouldn't suffice. These thugs number in the dozens. And yet the night butcher has only dealt with the leader, a mere yellow-haired ruffian. He is too merciful. In my view, the night butcher's primary objective is not merely to take lives, but to serve as a warning. He takes a life each day solely to assert his existence, thereby restraining himself from succumbing to crime. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he could effortlessly continue this grim endeavor from dawn till dusk. It must be said that the night butcher possesses remarkable skills. Having eliminated 3 individuals in succession, the law enforcement agencies have been unable to uncover even the slightest clue. And as of now, they remain oblivious to whether this enigmatic figure is male or female. Surely, it must be a man. How could it possibly be a woman when he can sever a head with a single stroke? Brothers, I have created a forum named the Night Butcher, and I invite everyone to join. On one hand, we can show our support for the Night Butcher, and on the other, we can expose the nefarious individuals lurking in our midst, thus assisting him in gathering intelligence and contributing to society. My friend, you have a promising future. I have already joined, and from this day forth, I too shall be a fan of the Night Butcher. In times of fear, let us not utter prayers to the Bodhisattva. Instead, let us chant together, "Bless us, Night Butcher." Meanwhile, in the hospital, Guyang cradled his phone in both hands, engrossed in videos and the accompanying comments. Though he did not consider himself a vain individual, the adulation from countless netizens bestowed upon him brought a unique sense of accomplishment. Regrettably, he was not a hero like Ultraman, forced to conceal his identity. Otherwise, he would have surely created an account to share the tale of how the Night Butcher was forged. Guyang discovered that after acquiring the spectral form, another advantage emerged. While he operated in this ghostly guise, his corporeal body remained in a state of slumber. This meant that upon returning to his flesh and blood, it was akin to having had a restful sleep, effectively utilizing what would otherwise be wasted time. This could be seen as a form of doubling his lifespan. Of course, prolonged wakefulness would eventually lead to mental fatigue, but a brief respite would suffice to remedy that. A noise from outside the door startled him, prompting Guyang to hastily place his phone back on its stand and tuck his hands under the covers, pretending to be paralyzed. It would be wise to delay revealing his recovery for another couple of days. An overly rapid healing process would undoubtedly raise suspicions, especially given Lu Tao's seemingly excessive intuition. If he were to learn that each life taken incrementally restored his body, it might lead to unwanted inquiries. The bedroom door creaked open, revealing his dedicated nurse, Su Chengqing. Without even changing out of her nurse's uniform, she rushed to Gu Yang's side, phone in hand, excitement radiating from her. "Mr. Gu, you must see this. The night butcher killed again last night, yet he also aided a good person by eliminating a villain. He is truly remarkable, almost like a superhero." Gu Yang chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, I'm aware. Did you forget that I can now use my phone? Murder is a crime. Yet you appear quite pleased with the night butcher's actions." Su Chengqing stared at Gu Yang with a look of stubbornness, exclaiming, "Please, he is perfectly fine. He is a good person." Chapter 29. We should jump the queue since it is precisely Su Chengqing's break time. She removes her hat and sits beside Gu Yang, engaging in conversation while deftly peeling an apple from the table. "Did you know there is a dedicated forum online for the night butcher? Many wronged individuals have joined this forum, sharing their grievances and tales of injustice. I took a moment to peruse it, and I cannot help but feel that the honest souls at the bottom of society endure tremendous suffering. To ruin an honest person's life, perhaps it only takes a single word or a solitary event. However, to bring a wicked person to justice is a far more intricate affair. It necessitates plaintiffs, defendants, attorneys, and evidence, followed by multiple hearings that can stretch over 1 or 2 years. The troubling aspect is that, despite the extensive time invested, success in punishing the wrongdoer is not guaranteed. Those in positions of power often manipulate situations to diminish serious crimes to minor ones, or even render them non-existent. The internet frequently offers a phrase for self-comfort, claiming that justice may be delayed but will never be absent. Yet, the question remains, does delayed justice hold any significance? The good people who have suffered persecution may have endured their torment for an indeterminate period, potentially ruining their lives, while the villains continue to roam free for an extended time. Why must justice be delayed? Cannot it descend immediately? I believe the night butcher embodies the timely arrival of justice. In truth, Mr. Gu, you may not realize that, despite my seemingly bold demeanor, I am quite timid. That night in the woods, when the assailant pressed a knife against my throat, I was paralyzed with fear. When he attempted to violate me, I was ready to take my own life on the spot. If justice were to be delayed, I fear I would have already perished. Yet, the night butcher was impeccably prompt. He swiftly severed that man's head. Reflecting on it now, though slightly fearful, I feel a sense of relief. Am I being a bit wicked in saying this? As the two grew more familiar, Su Chengqing became increasingly talkative. In truth, Gu Yang had been nearby that night and was acutely aware of how terrified and helpless Su Chengqing had felt. He opened his mouth to accept the piece of apple she offered, chewing slowly. Noticing his silence, Su Chengqing inquired, "Mr. Gu, what are your thoughts on the night butcher? Do you wish for the law enforcement to apprehend him? Perhaps you do, considering Lu Tao has consistently regarded you as a suspect. If the night butcher were captured, you might find yourself relieved of some troubles." Gu Yang chuckled softly. "What do you take me for? I have merely experienced a minor grievance, while the night butcher bears far greater risks and pressures in taking a life. Since you perceive his actions as just, it seems only fair that I should shoulder a portion of the pressure accompanying this justice. Moreover, have you forgotten? He has also rendered me significant assistance. His first victim was none other than my beloved wife." Suddenly, Su Chengqing slapped her forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten this? In that case, the night butcher must be considered our mutual benefactor. With a cheerful smile, she fed Gu Yang some fruit while chattering incessantly about her admiration for the night butcher. Her remarks predominantly complimentary. It was evident that this young woman genuinely felt gratitude towards him. However, for Gu Yang, hearing Su Chengqing extol him in his presence was somewhat awkward. As their conversation flowed, Su Chengqing abruptly turned to Gu Yang and said, "Mr. Gu, I almost forgot to mention that I took the liberty of doing something concerning you. I hope you won't be upset." Gu Yang, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" With a mischievous grin, Su Chengqing explained, "Did you notice how people have been fervently posting their grievances on the night butcher's forum? Out of boredom, I created a thread to discuss your situation and included information about Lu Xiaoyu. After all, that fellow is the one responsible for your paralysis. He shouldn't be let off easily." Gu Yang chuckled. "Aren't you making things difficult? Lu Xiaoyu is currently detained in the Enforcement Bureau. The night butcher can't even reach him." "That may be so, but I decided to file a report anyway. Who knows what tricks he might have up his sleeve to get out. We must not underestimate such a nefarious character," she replied earnestly. "Mr. Gu, how do you think I handled this? You don't think I'm meddling, do you?" Gu Yang smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. You're actually helping me. In fact, Let us do this. I'll contribute an additional 3,000 yuan from my account to help you promote that thread. Why should we wait in line when we can skip ahead? Su Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. That's a brilliant idea. The mindset of the affluent truly differs from that of U.S. common folk. Who needs to wait in line? I'll take care of it for you, Mr. Gu. If we succeed in skipping the line, that 3,000 yuan will surely be well spent. As their lively discussion continued, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Mr. Gu, may I come in to check on your condition? Su Chengcheng, startled, hurriedly donned her hat and coat. Oh no, it's Director Fong. Quick, make sure my hat is on straight. She added, you must say a few good words about me in front of Director Fong. It could affect my salary. Gu Yang responded with a smile. Rest assured, I will sing your praises. After acknowledging her, Su Chengqing cautiously opened the door to find Fong Yinji standing at the entrance, accompanied by 2 assistants and some medical instruments. Upon noticing Su Chengqing, Fong Yinji nodded approvingly. Nurse Su is here as well. You've certainly been working hard lately. With a smile, Su Chengqing replied, not at all. Mr. Gu is very kind and easy to care for. Gu Yang chuckled, saying, Nurse Su is an exceptionally talented young woman. With her care, my spirits have improved significantly each day, and I feel my health is progressing. If I truly recover, Director Fong must not forget to promote Nurse Su. Fong Yinji, accompanied by his assistant, approached Gu Yang's bedside. Naturally, as long as Mr. Gu is satisfied, I shall reserve the next 3 years' worth of outstanding employees for you. As the two engaged in conversation, they began a thorough examination of Gu Yang's health data. At that moment, Gu Yang felt a tinge of anxiety, for his hands had already regained some functionality, yet he was reluctant to disclose this, opting instead to wait a day or 2 before revealing it. He wondered if Director Fong could uncover the truth. Approximately 10 minutes later, after a series of meticulous checks, Fong Yinji gazed at the report in his hands, exclaiming, Remarkable, Mr. Gu. Your recovery rate far exceeds my expectations, showing significant progress since yesterday. It appears that the nerves and muscles in your hands are nearly revitalized. Do you still lack sensation in them? Gu Yang pondered briefly before responding. At times, they seem to perceive faint sensations, but I still lack control over these hands. I cannot discern whether this is merely my imagination. Fong Yinji nodded thoughtfully, replying, It is quite possible that some delicate neurons in your hands have yet to recover, or perhaps you have yet to accept this psychologically. However, based on this foundation, it is merely a matter of time before your hands fully heal. To be candid, Mr. Gu, while I lead my team in daily detailed assessments and observe your gradual improvement, we remain perplexed as to the underlying reasons. It's akin to a blessing from the heavens. Gu Yang smiled gently, remarking, Perhaps this is what the books refer to when they say that good deeds yield good rewards. After collecting the data, Fong Yinji said, Thank you for your cooperation today, Mr. Gu. I have other projects to attend to, and I must promptly input the data we gathered. So I will not take up more of your time. I hope for your swift recovery. Understood, Director Fong. My recovery thus far is greatly attributed to your medical care. Gu Yang replied, You are too kind, Mr. Gu. Did you not say that good deeds yield good rewards? This is all your own fortune. Fong Yinji felt a sense of joy witnessing Gu Yang's gradual improvement. Once he exited the room, Su Chengcheng immediately flashed a thumbs up to Gu Yang, exclaiming, Mr. Gu, I am immensely grateful to you. With Director Fong's endorsement, I can secure the outstanding employee title for the next 3 years. That means bonuses. Once my funds arrive, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Absolutely. I shall choose the most luxurious 5-star restaurant. Gu Yang replied, Oh no, Mr. Gu. Eating spicy hot pot by the roadside is equally delightful. Haven't you heard? One must cherish the girl who is willing to share street-side spicy hot pot with you. Any 5-star restaurant is merely a tax on one's intelligence. Chapter 30. Lu Xiaoyu is released at noon. A middle-aged man slowly entered the law enforcement bureau. He sported a dapper side-part hairstyle, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and carried a briefcase, his tall stature clad in a well-tailored suit. He resembled a gentleman returning from abroad. However, upon seeing him, Lu Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Despite being on leave, his dedication to his work compelled him to remain in the bureau. He immediately recognized the man as the notorious lawyer for villains, Wen Muley. When it comes to legal prowess, Wen Muley is undoubtedly among the best. Yet, his moral compass is askew, as he never defends the righteous and delights in aiding the wicked to distort the truth. Unsurprisingly, his earnings far exceed those of ordinary lawyers. With rumors suggesting that he possesses villas in every major city, This illustrates his opulence. Although everyone in the law enforcement bureau despises him, they find themselves powerless against his influence. With a fierce glare, Lu Tao confronted him. When Muley, what mischief do you intend to orchestrate this time? Can you not direct your talents towards a righteous cause? With such remarkable abilities, why not contribute to society? When Muley chuckled lightly, Captain Lu, it seems you harbor considerable animosity towards me. However, much like others, your understanding is quite superficial. What is deemed right and what is deemed wrong are merely relative concepts. Even if one is a villain, they are entitled to legal protection, are they not? Lu Tao was disinclined to engage in further banter, fully aware that in a war of words, he would be no match for Wen Muley. Speak plainly, what is your purpose here? Wen Muley replied with a smile, naturally. I am here to escort someone away. Who? Lu Tao inquired. Lu Xiaoyu, he answered. Lu Tao nearly erupted in indignation. Say that again. You intend to take Lu Xiaoyu? Are you aware he is implicated in a homicide and is currently facing prosecution? On what grounds do you think you can take him away? The evidence is irrefutable. When Muley shook his head, still smiling. I came specifically to converse with Captain Lu. Since your prosecution is destined for failure, I hope you can withdraw the charges. May I request that my client step out for a moment so we can discuss? Lu Tao wished to refuse the request, but found himself constrained by the bounds of legality. He could only arrange a meeting room and bring Lu Xiaoyu in, accompanied by 2 other law enforcement officers tasked with taking notes. Upon seeing Wen Muley, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been reticent, seemed to see his savior and eagerly sat beside him. Lu Tao lit a cigarette, muttering, Go on, I'm curious to hear what nonsense you'll spout. When Muley replied, It's rather simple. All the evidence you possess is invalid, thus your case is doomed to fail. Why waste time? Lu Tao exclaimed vehemently. You are talking nonsense. The self-report video of Yin Pingping has meticulously detailed the entire criminal process, explicitly naming the individual who drove the car and proposed the idea as none other than Lu Xiaoyu himself. Could this possibly be false? With a gentle smile, Wen Muley replied, Indeed, it could be false. Firstly, as far as I am aware, given the circumstances at the time, Yin Pingping was likely under a death threat. Thus, the veracity of her statements is questionable. No one can guarantee their authenticity. This evidence is utterly inadmissible. Lu Tao, infuriated, gritted his teeth and continued. That vehicle struck Gu Yang's car, and we extracted Lu Xiaoyu's hair from it. How do you explain that? When Muley countered effortlessly, This is quite simple. As far as I know, the registered owner of that vehicle is not my client, Lu Xiaoyu, correct? Therefore, the vehicle must have other users and owners. While it is true that you found Lu Xiaoyu's hair in the car, that only proves he has driven that vehicle. It does not prove he was driving it when it struck someone. Moreover, I can assure you that the hair and skin tissues you extracted from that vehicle undoubtedly belong to more than just Lu Xiaoyu. Am I right? Lu Tao was momentarily rendered speechless, her frustration turning into a wry smile. Truly worthy of being the renowned attorney for notorious villains, Wen Muley. Your debating skills are indeed unparalleled. Evidently, conclusive evidence has been twisted into a case of innocence. Wen Muley humbly nodded. You flatter me. This is merely my vocation, just as Captain Lu is referred to as the detective in the precinct. However, it seems our esteemed detective has recently encountered numerous troubles, overwhelmed by a nocturnal butcher. Lu Tao recognized the underlying mockery in Wen Muley's words, yet regrettably found herself lacking a rebuttal. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Even if you could indeed refute all evidence against him, what of it? He is currently under significant suspicion, and I possess the authority to detain him temporarily. At this moment, Lu Tao's thoughts were straightforward. She absolutely must not allow Lu Xiaoyu to be released, as long as he remained in custody. Even if the evidence was not acknowledged, she could seek alternative evidence before the formal trial. Although she could not handle the case of the nocturnal butcher, it was inconceivable to let go of a case of attempted murder with undeniable proof. Seemingly anticipating Lu Tao's actions, Wen Muley remained unfazed. He opened his exclusive briefcase and placed several medical documents before Lu Tao. Please take a look. This is the diagnosis from 6 months ago when my client, Lu Xiaoyu, visited a psychiatric hospital. According to the diagnosis, Mr. Lu Xiaoyu suffers from severe depression and exhibits suicidal tendencies. By regulation, patients with significant illnesses do not meet the criteria for detention. Therefore, you must release my client immediately, otherwise, I will file a lawsuit against your department. Lu Xiaoyu stood by, watching in delight as Wen Muley's mere words nearly drove Lu Tao to the brink of fainting. Unable to contain his excitement, he cast a challenging glance at Lu Tao. The latter, unable to endure the provocation any longer, leaped up, poised to deliver a severe beating to Lu Xiaoyu. Fortunately, two other law enforcement officers intervened, holding Lu Tao back to prevent any further misconduct. With Lu Tao rendered speechless when Muley rose, slightly bending at the waist to gather all the documents from the table into his briefcase. He then strode out with Lu Xiaoyu, unimpeded by anyone. Lu Tao, panting heavily as he sat beside the table, received a glass of water from his assistant, which he gulped down in one go, crumpling the paper cup into a ball and slamming it on the table. Scoundrel, an absolute scoundrel. How can such a criminal even have access to legal representation? There should be a regulation barring criminals from hiring lawyers. He fumed. Damn it, he even managed to obtain a mental health diagnosis. How many people has he bribed? Without needing to speculate, Lu Tao was certain that the significant mental illness diagnosis was fabricated, concocted on the spot. However, he understood that any investigation he initiated would yield no results. The perpetrator was adept, and their medical records likely spanned back seamlessly for months. There would undoubtedly be no discrepancies. This meant that Lu Xiaoyu's successful evasion of punishment was a foregone conclusion. Was the law truly this impotent? After a moment of grinding his teeth in frustration, Lu Tao couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't that nocturnal butcher work overtime and just eliminate this scoundrel altogether?" Upon leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Xiaoyu felt elated, as if soaring back into the skies like an eagle. He greedily inhaled the fresh air outside, then turned to the lawyer driving, giving him a thumbs up. "Bravo, Lawyer One. It's all thanks to you. Look at how infuriated Lu Tao is. That little captain thought he could take me down. With my wealth, it's simply absurd for him to think he could succeed." As Lawyer One drove, he chuckled lightly. "No need for gratitude. Please settle the agreed payment. My fee for this case is 10 million, and Dr. Wong will also require 10 million for the mental health diagnosis. Additionally, as the intermediary, I will take a 2 million introduction fee. That totals 22 million. How would Mr. Lu like to proceed with the payment?" Upon hearing this figure, Lu Xiaoyu almost choked on his own saliva. "So expensive? Are you out of your mind? This is robbery. You merely spoke a few words, introduced Dr. Wong, and obtained a mental health diagnosis. And for that, you demand 22 million? When Muley's smile remained unchanged. "That is my standard rate. You should have been aware of this when you decided to hire me." Chapter 31. Where did my money go? At this moment, the level of distress in Lu Xiaoyu's heart was akin to witnessing his mother explode before his eyes. Goodness, that was over 20 million. Fortunately, after crashing into Guiyang, he had managed to exploit his relationship with Yin Pingping to amass some savings through unscrupulous means. Otherwise, he would have struggled to come up with such a substantial sum. However, with this development, it seemed that all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Nonetheless, he consoled himself silently. At least the person had emerged safely. "Come home with me. I have plenty of valuable items stashed away," he reassured. When Muley nodded with a smile, driving his beloved car towards Lu Xiaoyu's residence, he felt no apprehension about recovering his money. In this circle, no one dared to default on their debts to him. Before long, when Muley arrived at Lu Xiaoyu's home, after glancing at the decor, he chuckled. It seems Master Lu's arrangement is quite simple. Lu Xiaoyu, in the midst of changing his shoes and clothes, was displeased by this remark. "Simple? Are you implying my home lacks valuable items? You truly have no discernment. Did you not notice the vase next to the shoe cabinet? It's an antique, worth 3 million. Upon hearing this, when Muley glanced at the shoe cabinet but saw nothing of note, he even wondered if his eyes were deceiving him, responding, "Are you certain your antique vase is beside the shoe cabinet? There's clearly nothing there." Just then, Lu Xiaoyu emerged, cursing under his breath. "At least you're an intellectual, wearing those gold-rimmed glasses, yet you can't see clearly." Lu Xiaoyu held a poor attitude towards Wen Muley, especially with the thought of soon paying him over 20 million, leaving no room for anger. However, upon entering the living room and taking a look around, he was utterly stunned. The antique vase he had purchased at a high price from the auction was now mysteriously missing. "Damn it, has my house been robbed? Where's my vase?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu sensed something ominous and quickly turned his gaze to another corner of the room, where a jade sculpture, also an antique valued at over 1 million, resided. To his dismay, he discovered it was also gone. Seriously, they steal only valuable items? They have quite the discerning eye. Considering there are so many fakes in this house, why not take those instead? Lu Xiaoyu was completely overwhelmed. While there were many decorations in the home, the truly valuable pieces were merely these two. He was not inherently wealthy, and had only managed to lead such a lavish life through embezzling from Gu Yong's company. These antiques were exceedingly precious to him. As Lu Xiaoyu's gaze shifted towards Wen Muli, the latter quickly raised his hand, awkwardly smiling. Don't look at me. I haven't touched anything since I arrived, and besides, look at me. I have no place to hide anything, right? Lu Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, and remarked, It must be that during my 2 days of confinement in the Law Enforcement Bureau, someone stealthily infiltrated my home and made off with my belongings. How despicable. The timing was impeccable. However, it matters not. I reside in a high-end community. Allow me to summon the security to review the surveillance footage. We shall undoubtedly uncover the culprit. Follow me. All my savings are securely housed in a safe. I assure you, the thief will not locate it. The contents therein will more than suffice to cover your legal fees. Wen Muli nodded with a smile, trailing behind him, having become accustomed to such revelations. Individuals like Lu Xiaoyu often accumulate wealth not through diligent efforts, but rather by employing dubious methods. Consequently, such riches naturally cannot reside in a bank account. Otherwise, a simple inquiry would lay everything bare, tantamount to delivering evidence directly into another's hands. Concealing a hidden safe in one's home is a common practice. Some, even more audacious, opt to purchase a discreet villa solely for the purpose of stashing cash. Wen Muli had once encountered an official who, too fearful to deposit ill-gotten gains in a bank, procured an entire villa for the sole purpose of storing money. The refrigerator, the mattress, and the cabinets were all overflowing with cash, unable to hold any more. In comparison to that official, Lu Xiaoyu's situation was child's play. Upon entering his study, Lu Xiaoyu cautiously moved a small table aside, revealing a hidden safe measuring half a meter in all dimensions. The surface of the safe appeared unblemished. Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with pride, declared, Fortunately, I had the foresight to store my valuables in this safe. Otherwise, I would not be able to pay your fees today. Rest assured, 2 million will be yours without a penny less. With practiced ease, he entered the code, and with a click, the safe opened. Yet, the moment the safe was fully revealed, both Lu Xiaoyu and Wen Muli stood frozen in disbelief. It was utterly empty. The safe, which Lu Xiaoyu had placed such high hopes upon, contained not even a speck of dust. Lu Xiaoyu was rendered completely dazed, momentarily resembling a statue. Nearby, Wen Muli cleared his throat softly and chuckled. Young Master Lu, you aren't jesting with me, are you? With a sudden collapse, Lu Xiaoyu sank to the floor, exclaiming, Impossible. How could this be? There are no signs of the safe being moved, nor any evidence of tampering. How could someone have stolen its contents? Absolutely impossible, utterly impossible. Wen Muli, lacking the patience to indulge in Lu Xiaoyu's theatrics, brushed off his clothes and remarked, Young Master Lu, I believe you may not fully comprehend the repercussions of failing to settle a debt with a lawyer. Should you persist in this manner, I fear I shall have to resort to employing some of my own methods. Lu Xiaoyu was filled with trepidation. After much effort, he had finally extricated himself from the Enforcement Bureau and had no desire to return. He hastily exclaimed, Lawyer Wen, please do not rush. This is a high-end community with surveillance cameras everywhere. I will immediately contact the monitoring center to assist in retrieving my belongings, regardless of who has pilfered my possessions. I assure you that I will recover everything, piece by piece. At that moment, Wen Muli was uncertain whether Lu was speaking truthfully or deceitfully and chose to remain indifferent. Lu Xiaoyu took out his phone and promptly dialed the property manager, unleashing a torrent of invective. How could your staff possibly allow this to happen? I have been away from home for merely 2 days, yet all my valuables have been stolen. You scoundrel, I pay you a substantial amount in property fees each year. And you treat it as if it's a funeral expense, don't you? The property manager was taken aback by the onslaught of accusations, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a moment, he managed to respond. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. I will immediately inform the security department to review the surveillance footage. If a thief is indeed involved, I assure you that I will personally ensure their apprehension. You better act swiftly. My losses amount to at least 40 million. This responsibility is beyond your capacity. Lu Xiaoyu hung up, reluctant to file a police report due to the dubious origins of his possessions, fearing that such an action would jeopardize his safety. The property manager was alarmed by the staggering sum. This was no trivial matter. After disconnecting the call, he promptly alerted the security team. Every member of the property department rushed to the monitoring room, meticulously reviewing the footage from the past 2 days. However, after 2 to 3 hours of frantic investigation, they finally raised their heads, panting. Manager, something is amiss. Our cameras clearly captured Mr. Liu's front door, the elevator, and the building's entrances. Yet, after thorough examination, there are no suspicious individuals in the footage at all. In fact, there were no individuals present at all. In this upscale community, each floor housed only one resident, and Liu's floor had not seen a single visitor. Is that truly the case? Are you certain you have seen everything clearly? The property manager inquired, his brow furrowed. Such a significant issue surely could not be a jest by Liu Xiaoyu. The security personnel nodded in unison, affirming, absolutely. We have each reviewed the footage and even cross-checked other areas, yet we found nothing. With this confirmation, the property manager felt a surge of confidence. As long as the theft did not occur within the community, it could not be deemed a failure of the property management. Perhaps Liu was merely staging a falsehood for personal gain, a tactic not unheard of. Just then, the property manager's phone rang again. It was Liu Xiaoyu once more. This time his tone dripping with disdain. How long has it been? Are you all imbeciles? There is still no resolution. Do you even intend to collect this year's property fees? However, the property manager was no longer fraught with anxiety. Instead, he replied with a degree of politeness, Mr. Liu, I believe there may be a misunderstanding on your part. According to the surveillance footage, there has been no one visiting your floor in the past 2 days. Therefore, the incident of financial theft does not exist. I would recommend that you investigate from other angles. Liu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. What on earth are you saying? Please repeat that. Are you certain? I am quite certain. If you remain unconvinced, you may review the surveillance yourself or file a police report. Chapter 32. I want Gu Yang dead. After hanging up the phone, Liu Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the empty safe. This was the culmination of a lifetime of effort. Even after paying lawyer when over 20 million, he should still have around 10 million left, sufficient to ensure a life free from financial worry. But now it was all gone. Not only had he become a penniless wretch, but he also owed more than 20 million, utterly ruined. When Yin Pingping was still alive, he had leveraged their relationship to rake in profits from Gu Yang's company. But now, with Yin Pingping deceased and Gu Yang awake, the prospect of exploiting Gu Yang's construction company for personal gain seemed bleak. It was over. Everything was over. Lawyer Wen stood silently beside Liu Xiaoyu, observing his frantic actions, which to Wen Mulei appeared as nothing more than a performance. He sneered, Is this enough, young Master Liu? Putting on such a grand show to avoid paying my 20 million seems rather pointless, doesn't it? As a lawyer, I can ensure your release, but I can also arrange for your incarceration. I assure you, the next time I send you in, your charges will be 10 times more serious, and you shall never see the outside again. The threat in Wen Mulei's words was unmistakable. As a lawyer representing the unscrupulous, he was no saint himself. The 20 million in legal fees could not be waived, and if Liu Xiaoyu could not pay, he would have to repay with his life. Trembling at the threats, Liu Xiaoyu pleaded desperately, Please, no? I'm not lying. I had money, but it was stolen. If we can find that thief, I can recover all my money, and I'll pay you an extra million. Yet, no matter what he said, Wen Mulei remained skeptical. Only that which was tangible was deemed real. Who would heed your empty promises? Frantic, Liu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding on a last resort. He would report the theft. Perhaps the law enforcement officers could assist him in recovering his lost funds, though he knew that even if the money was recovered, it might not reach him due to questions surrounding its origin. It was still better than having no hope at all. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the hotline for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Recently on leave, Liu Tao was idly sitting next to the hotline when the phone rang. The moment it did, he picked it up without hesitation. Before he could speak, Liu Xiaoyu's anxious voice came through. Is this the Law Enforcement Bureau? I want to report a theft. My money has been stolen, 40 million, all vanished. The surveillance from the property can't be accessed. You must help me recover it. The more Liu Tao listened, the more familiar the voice became, prompting him to smile and inquire, You wouldn't be Liu Xiaoyu, would you? Liu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the voice on the other end of the line as that of Captain Liu Tao, which heightened his excitement. Is it you, Captain Liu? I've heard you are renowned for your prowess in solving cases, a true detective. I implore you, please help me recover my money. It amounts to 40 million. If you can retrieve it, I promise to reward you with an additional 1 million as a bonus. What do you say? 1 million is equivalent to your earnings over a decade. However, upon hearing this, Liu Tao let out a chuckle. All right, we will assist you in your search. But first, you must come to our Law Enforcement Bureau to file a report, and we will need to follow certain procedures. You know how it is. There has been a surge in cases lately, and we have to queue. Rest assured, we will arrange it at the earliest opportunity. Lu Xiaoyu's heart sank. He could discern that Lu Tao was deliberately stalling. Yet with each day's delay, he was bound to lose a portion of his money, and even if recovered, it might not amount to much in the end. His voice trembled with desperation as he pleaded, "Captain Lu, I was wrong before. I beg you, please help me. If you can recover the money, I will personally kneel before you and apologize, even offering a $500,000 red envelope. Please, I implore you." Lu Tao replied with a cold laugh, "What do you take me for? If I were greedy for money, I would have amassed a fortune long ago. As I said, come in to file your report and queue properly. By the way, given your position, I doubt you earn that much. You must clarify the source of these funds." Lu Xiaoyu, nearly beside himself with rage, cursed vehemently, "Lu Tao, you scoundrel. You deserve to remain a mere team leader for life, never to rise in rank. Damn you." After hurling these insults, he slammed his phone down on the table. Beside him, Wen Muley kindly cautioned, "You might want to be gentle if you break your phone. I cannot guarantee you have the funds to replace it." Lu Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of injustice. Despite being a millionaire, he could not even afford a new phone. He glanced at the device on the table, which had its screen cracked in half, but fortunately, the remaining portion was still somewhat functional. Noticing Lu Xiaoyu's apparent loss of direction, Wen Muley stood up, brushing off his clothes. "Let us proceed to the Law Enforcement Bureau. As I mentioned earlier, if you cannot pay, I will return you, and your situation will worsen. I keep my promises." Lu Xiaoyu was terrified and quickly retreated against the wall. "No. I refuse to go back. Lawyer Wen, grant me another chance. Give me a few more days, and I will find a solution." Wen Muley shook his head. "If you are unwilling to accompany me, that is fine. I am going to report the case now, and soon officers will come to apprehend you. Unless you wish to become a fugitive, hiding from the law, but I doubt you possess the ability to evade capture for long." Wen Muley had no desire to listen to Lu Xiaoyu's grandiose schemes. He was already well aware of Lu's dire situation, knowing full well that he had lost almost all means of earning a living. If financial misfortune struck, it seemed likely that Lu would never recover. Just as Wen was about to depart, Lu suddenly recalled something and shouted, "I have a solution. I still have a way. If this plan succeeds, I guarantee that the remuneration you receive, Lawyer Wen, will exceed what you currently anticipate." Wen paused, turning back with an air of impatience. "You have but one opportunity to sway me. Speak." Lu took a deep breath and declared, "The opportunity lies within the construction company founded by Gu Yang. Its current market value exceeds 100 million, and if all assets were liquidated, it could potentially reach 300 million. If I can acquire this company, I will be able to repay my debts." Wen chuckled skeptically, "Are you foolish? You have no familial ties with Gu Yang. In fact, you are enemies. What reason would he have to transfer the company to you? In the past, you may have had some hope by associating yourself with Yan Pingping due to your charming demeanor, but now I ask you, where lies your hope?" Through gritted teeth, Lu replied, "There is still hope because Gu Yang once established a will." At this, Wen's curiosity was piqued. "A will? Surely you jest. Why would someone so young draft a will?" Lu explained, "He has always been one to think ahead. The company was founded alongside his closest friends, and he wanted to ensure that, in the event of his untimely demise, the company would continue to operate smoothly and his friends would be taken care of. His will stipulates that if he dies unexpectedly, all shares will be inherited by the longest-serving and highest-ranking member of the company." Wen pondered this revelation. So, after his accident, Yan Pingping spent a fortune to keep him in a vegetative state, buying time to liquidate his shares and assets. During his hospital stay, I also leveraged my authority to either dismiss or demote the older employees. Now, the only one who meets the criteria is me. If Gu Yang were to die unexpectedly, I would inherit all the company's assets, valued at 2 to 300 million, making your 2 million seem trivial. After a moment's contemplation, Wen found the proposal intriguingly feasible. He turned back and inquired, "Are you suggesting that we arrange for Gu Yang's demise?" Lu's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. "Precisely. Lawyer Wen, you have the connections. Help me devise a plan. If Gu Yang is eliminated, I assure you that your fees will be paid in full." Wen considered the implications and replied, "This is a grave matter involving loss of life. I will require an additional 50 million. Lu Xiaoyu silently cursed Wen Muley's ancestors through the ages, yet at this moment, he found himself with no alternative. "Very well, I shall comply with your request." Chapter 33. Contract killing Lawyer Wen nodded gently and remarked, "I shall not personally intervene in this matter. You must make this call and negotiate directly with him, but do not use my name. The counterpart is Xiong Chuan, an underground crime lord capable of alleviating your troubles. After saying this, Lawyer Wen produced a pen and inscribed a sequence of numbers on a scrap of paper. Having completed this task, he gathered his belongings and turned to leave, stating, I expect to see your results within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall find yourself returning to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Once Lawyer Wen departed from his residence, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the number on the table, seething with rage. That bastard. Just for a phone number, he dares to ask me for 50 million. I thought he would resolve this issue for me. How audacious of him to demand such a high fee. Lu Xiaoyu calculated in his mind that making this call would surely incur additional costs, potentially amounting to several million more. If he were to kill Gu Yang and inherit the entire company, after liquidating its assets, he would be left with very little. Damn it, this is all my money. If I discover who that thieving bastard is, I shall dismember him and curse his lineage. At that moment, Gu Yang, secretly playing games in a hospital, suddenly sneezed several times. What is going on? It feels as though someone is cursing me. Meanwhile, within an underground boxing arena, a man named Haozi dangled upside down from the ceiling by a rope, while a muscular tattooed giant wielded a whip and delivered harsh blows to Haozi's backside, causing him to grimace in pain. Stop, big brother. I'm about to lose control. I've made a mistake. Please grant me another chance. Surrounding the underground boxing ring were numerous bare-chested, muscular men. Most notably, in a corner, sat a towering man nearing 2 meters in height, with skin dark as coal, devouring a gigantic hamburger and sipping cola. This man was none other than Xiong Chuan, the formidable leader of the underground boxing arena and a notorious crime syndicate chief. He set down his half-eaten hamburger, licked his fingers, and said, You, my friend, have truly disappointed me. Since you have inherited the position of Huang Ji's lieutenant, you ought to fulfill your responsibilities. What do you mean by disbanding your underlings? With so many projects assigned to you, what will become of those orders? The incident at the bun shop went awry, and I do not hold you solely accountable. But what of the others? Will you not pursue them as well? Haozi, overwhelmed with despair, lamented that had he known such an outcome awaited him, he would have refused to accept Huang Ji's position. Before him stood Xiong Chuan, the supreme figurehead among these petty criminals. Periodically, Xiong Chuan would allocate projects to them, rewarding them handsomely upon successful completion. Of course, the rewards were commensurate with the risks. Failure often led to dire consequences. Originally, the rat had intended to retire from his unsavory pursuits, just like his comrades. However, scarcely an hour after he had called to resign, he found himself here, subjected to a brutal beating. At this moment, every inch of his body throbbed with pain, each patch of skin marked with welts from the lashes. In agony, he implored, Boss, I was wrong. I truly was. Please grant me another chance. I promise to take my responsibilities seriously. I will complete those unfinished tasks, those projects, even if it costs me dearly. I won't be a burden to you. After taking a sip of cola, Xiong Chuan shook his head slightly. Your attitude complicates matters for me. If every subordinate I have behaves like you, doing as they please, I would find it exceedingly difficult to manage. As the saying goes, every family has its rules, and every nation has its laws. Since you have broken the rules, you must face the consequences. Today marked the rat's first day as a leader. He was unaware of the intricacies involved, as Huang Ji had never informed him. Tentatively, he asked, Boss, what punishment must I endure? Xiong Chuan responded with a smile. It's quite simple. You will hang here as a punching bag, allowing my subordinates to practice their punches. If you can endure for a day, you may leave. Additionally, I will provide you with a retirement fund of 100,000 yuan. Should you falter, I will dispose of you in the river to feed the fish. Fair, isn't it? The rat glanced around at the muscular men surrounding him. The thought of enduring even 10 minutes as a punching bag seemed impossible. This was a dead end. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, Boss, can I refuse? Is there no other way? Apologies, but my rules are absolute, Xiong Chuan replied. Resuming his burger while casually instructing the others, wrap him in a sack. Everyone must take this practice seriously. A punching bag like this is a rare find. The fighters, invigorated by the prospect, rejoiced. A lifeless sack was far less enjoyable to strike than a living being. Rest assured, boss, we will cherish this opportunity. I promise to exceed my usual performance with every punch, haha. One boasted. I must be more cautious. If I injure him, we'll lose our bag. As the tattered sack drew closer, despair gripped the rat's heart. It was over. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have ventured into this life. At that moment, He resigned himself to his destiny. If he were to die, so be it. Yet, it was a pity that his dreams remained unfulfilled. He had never even experienced romance with a college girl. Surely, the young women at university must have a delightful fragrance. Sighing, he resolved to study diligently in his next life and strive to enter a university, even if it were a mediocre one. Just as the sack was about to envelop his head, Xiong Chuan's phone rang abruptly. Ding, ding, ding. Irritated, he set his burger down, wiped his greasy fingers with a napkin, and answered the call. Is this Brother Xiong Chuan? Indeed, it is I. Acquiring this phone number indicates that you must be a familiar acquaintance. Pray, reveal your identity and the purpose of your contact. I am Lu Xiaoyu. Perhaps Brother Xiong Chuan has not heard my name before. I seek your assistance in eliminating someone. What are your terms? Upon hearing this, Xiong Chuan's eyes gleamed. Murder is indeed a significant matter, and the usual profits are substantial. First, tell me about the target's identity. Surely it is not a high-ranking official? Not at all. The individual is merely an entrepreneurial youth, devoid of any substantial background, and lacks family ties. Should he perish, there would be no repercussions. Xiong Chuan's interest piqued. Such targets are his preferred assignments. Well, one might expect a lower price for such a person. How does 50 million sound? On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaoyu nearly spat blood. 50 million again. Including the fees to Lawyer 1, I am already burdened with over 70 million. Meaning my investments have reached around 130 million. Even if I liquidate company assets, I doubt I will retain much. Yet, it is better than gaining nothing at all. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu cautiously inquired. I neglected to mention to Brother Xiong Chuan that this fellow is paralyzed. Apart from his mind, he cannot move a muscle and is currently lying in a hospital bed. Could we perhaps negotiate a discount? Xiong Chuan's interest intensified. Killing a paralyzed individual is remarkably simple. If your claims are true, a discount is indeed feasible. Let us settle on an 80% reduction, thus 40 million. That is agreeable. However, I must wait until the deed is done before I can provide payment. Xiong Chuan, with great generosity, replied, No worries. No one has ever dared to default on me. I shall arrange for the operation to take place tonight. Prepare yourself for good news. Once the call ended, Lu Xiaoyu clutched his phone, brimming with exhilaration. This is contract killing. He had never engaged in such thrilling endeavors in his life. However, since he would not be directly involved, and given Xiong Chuan's expertise in this field, he felt reassured that all traces would be expertly concealed. He murmured to himself, Gu Yang. Despite our brotherhood, your wife has betrayed you. What chance do I have? Do not hold it against me. You are now a paralyzed man, and with so much wealth, you have no opportunity to enjoy it. Allow me to partake in your fortune. After your departure, I shall honor your memory by burning money in your name each year. Xiong Chuan squinted thoughtfully and directed his subordinate nearby. Do not strike this wretched lad just yet. Release him. The rat had already resigned himself to his imminent demise. A glimmer of hope illuminating the darkness. After being unceremoniously tossed to the ground, he disregarded his pain, immediately rising with a bow, cautiously kneeling before Xiong Chuan. Thank you, boss. For your mercy, grant me this chance at life. From this day forth, I shall resolutely traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, unwavering in my commitment. And I shall never entertain thoughts of withdrawal. I will diligently execute every task entrusted to me by you, my esteemed leader, to perfection. To demonstrate my unwavering loyalty, I bow my head repeatedly, even to the point of bruising my forehead. Chapter 34. The assassination plan. Let us proceed with caution. Since I have spared your life, I have no intention of taking it, declared Xiong Chuan with remarkable magnanimity. His words stirred the rat deeply, causing tears to well up in his eyes as he silently vowed never to resign again. I shall be a gangster for life. I aspire to be like Qin Haonan from Causeway Bay. At that moment, Xiong Chuan called out to a young man mercilessly pummeling his opponent in the ring. Hey Lung, come here for a moment. The young man turned, revealing a tattoo of a pitch-black wolf across his chest, perhaps the origin of his moniker. However, as the rat cautiously raised his gaze to meet the young man's eyes, he was seized by a tremor of dread. Those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to a wolf's, ferocious and distinctly inhuman. Could this individual be a merciless executioner? After removing his boxing gloves, Heilung approached Xiong Chuan with a slow, deliberate gait and inquired softly, Brother Xiong, what do you need from me? Xiong Chuan shook the nearly empty cup of cola in his hand and replied languidly, I have a job for you. There is a paralyzed individual at the hospital. The only part of him that moves is his head. It is a simple task, just smother him with a pillow. Upon completion, you will receive a reward of 10 million. Remember, the hospital has numerous surveillance cameras, so wear a mask, choose your route wisely, and leave no traces. Hei Lung seemed unfazed by the prospect of murder, merely nodding indifferently. No problem, I will take care of it tonight. Xiong Chuan then gestured toward the rat, who stood nearby, saying, I have assigned you a little brother to assist you. He will provide support. Upon hearing this, the rat's heart sank with fear at the thought of aiding in a murder. He was merely a petty thug, and even the sight of Huang Ji's severed head had left him trembling. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, Brother Xiong, I am too inexperienced. I fear I will be a liability. Xiong Chuan turned to him, fixing him with a cold stare. Just a moment ago, you spoke of facing perilous challenges. Yet now you quail at the prospect of merely lending a hand. If you cannot handle this trivial task, what use is there in keeping you around? His words evoked memories of the terrifying experience of being suspended upside down as a punching bag, and with a steely resolve, the rat clenched his teeth and responded, I apologize, Brother Xiong. I am willing to help. Xiong Chuan nodded slightly. Now, that is more like it. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. You will only need to drive and keep watch outside. Upon success, you will also earn a reward of 1 million. At the mention of such a staggering sum, an amount he had never dared to imagine, the rat's breath quickened. He thumped his chest vigorously and declared, Brother Xiong, you can count on me. I will brave any danger. I will surely accomplish this task. Xiong Chuan was quite pleased with the current situation regarding the rat. He waved his hand and instructed, Please fetch 2 sets of uniforms from over there. After all, they are our own people, and we must ensure a uniform appearance. The rat, not pondering too deeply, replied, No problem, I will go right away. Once the rat had departed, the silent black wolf, who had been standing by, inquired, Brother Xiong, why bring along a burden when I can handle this alone? Xiong Chuan smiled slightly, responding, You are one of my most capable subordinates, and I would prefer you not to become a wanted criminal. You two will be wearing the same attire and share similar physiques. Once inside the hospital, remember to avoid being captured on camera, and after the deed is done, we shall place the blame on the rat. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf understood immediately. If the case remained unsolved, the enforcement agency would relentlessly pursue it, complicating matters further. A scapegoat was essential to simplify the aftermath. Once all preparations were complete, the rat drove Black Wolf to the parking garage beneath the hospital. The garage was adjacent to the inpatient department. While seated in the car, the rat reviewed the documents in his hand and said to Black Wolf, Brother, I have conducted a preliminary investigation, and the intelligence appears accurate. That Guyang, after his accident, has become a vegetative state. Any recovery has only allowed him to move his head. Eliminating him will require little effort. Any child could accomplish it. He is currently residing in a luxurious room on the top floor of the hospital. The room number and its location are indicated on this rough sketch I created. Take a look. The rat was aware that he was not adept at killing, so he had invested considerable effort in the preliminary preparations. Not only researching Gu Yang's current condition and appearance online, but also uncovering the room number where he resided, and even drafting a basic map of the area based on relevant information. Black Wolf glanced at the map, committed it to memory, and nodded slightly. Understood. Thank you. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. The rat felt a surge of excitement at the thought of participating in a murder case and the prospect of receiving 1 million afterward. Rest assured, brother. I will wait for you right here. Once it's done, I'll take you away immediately. Black Wolf chose not to elaborate further. In truth, the escape plan did not include the rat. They were dressed alike, sharing similar builds, and after completing the murder, Black Wolf would change into different clothing and exit from a less conspicuous location to evade the cameras. When the enforcement agency arrived to investigate, footage from the garage would only reveal the rat entering and exiting alone, portraying him as the perfect suspect. Finally, they would devise a way to stage an accident, resulting in the rat's demise, thereby rendering the case a closed chapter. The Black Wolf deftly evaded the surveillance cameras and stealthily made his way into the inpatient department. He casually stumbled upon an unoccupied doctor's office, where he donned a white lab coat and pushed a small cart for changing dressings, striding confidently upstairs. At this moment, it was approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Chenqing was still occupied with her shift while Gu Yang sat alone, peeling an apple beside him. With the restoration of his hands, everything became significantly more convenient. He could finally indulge in fruit and play games independently. Life had taken on a more pleasant hue. Gu Yang contemplated revealing his restored hands the following day, calculating that the timing would not attract undue attention. He longed for the day when he would no longer have to sneak around in secrecy. After enduring humiliation for so long, he could finally see an end in sight. With his hands back to normal, Gu Yang could even venture out in a wheelchair without being confined to the hospital room, enjoying life with much greater ease. The weather forecast indicated a sunny day ahead, perfect for basking in the sunlight within the hospital grounds. He could hardly remember the last time this body had felt the sun's warmth. If he delayed any longer, it might soon become moldy. Just as he finished peeling the apple and had yet to take a bite, he suddenly heard the sound of a door lock turning outside. A frown crossed his face. Something felt amiss. The only person who would enter without knocking was Su Changcheng, and she was known for her clumsiness, usually barging in without a care. However, this presence seemed to be attempting to slip in quietly, as if trying to avoid detection. Gu Yang quickly concealed his hands under the blanket, slowly closed his eyes, and turned off the light, feigning sleep. In reality, he left a narrow slit open to keep an eye on the situation. The dim light in the room should hide his ruse. Soon, the outer door creaked open, and the faint sound of footsteps indicated that someone had entered the living room of his hospital room, now lingering at the bedroom's threshold. How intriguing! Who might this be? Had they come to steal something? He remained still, observing intently. In truth, he was quite limited in his options. The bedroom door was gradually being turned open, and as it swung wide, a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance. The dim light filtering in from the window revealed that this person was clad in a white lab coat, yet he was certainly no doctor. No physician would enter in such a furtive manner. Gu Yang's heart raced with anxiety. What should he do? At this hour, he was unable to enter a ghostly state. And lying in the hospital bed, he was genuinely paralyzed. Aside from his hands, he had no means of resistance. If this intruder intended him harm, he could be in grave danger. Panic surged within Gu Yang, but then he felt something hidden beneath the blanket, the fruit knife he had stowed away earlier. In that moment, the small blade seemed to embody his last glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 35. Unexpectedly, I have hands. Gu Yang feigned slumber. Despite his hands being capable of movement and gripping a fruit knife, he was acutely aware of his identity as a paralyzed individual. What could such hands accomplish? Confronting a fully capable adult man was but a delusion. He had to wait for the right moment. He possessed only a singular opportunity to strike. Slowly, Gu Yang sensed the presence of an unfamiliar man standing beside him, the pungent scent of blood wafting toward him. In an instant, a large hand clamped down over Gu Yang's mouth, stifling any sound he might have made. The pretense was over. Gu Yang opened his eyes to behold a young man clad in a mask, revealing only his piercing eyes. Those eyes exuded a murderous intent akin to that of a ravenous wolf. In that fleeting glance, Gu Yang was certain that this man had taken lives more than one. In fact, he was here for me. Gu Yang's head thrashed violently, yet he exerted every ounce of will to keep his hands still. The man was evidently a professional assassin. One hand pressed firmly over Gu Yang's mouth, silencing him, while the other gently extracted the pillow from beneath his head. In the next moment, the pillow was forcefully pressed down upon Gu Yang's face. Breath became a laborious struggle, as if his life was ticking away. His already frail body teetered on the brink of collapse. Without intervention, he would succumb in mere minutes. As he fought against the suffocation, Gu Yang endeavored to remain calm. There must be a chance. Surely there was a chance. At that moment, he distinctly felt the man lean closer, a hint of mock pity in his voice. How tragic. A paralyzed soul who can only move his head, yet even he is not spared. Truth be told, I have taken countless lives. Yet I have never ended that of a paralyzed person. It feels rather amusing, as simple as extinguishing a toy. Do not struggle, relax. Feeling a bit dizzy is entirely normal. Huh? Beneath his facade of indifference lay a deeply twisted individual who reveled in the thrill of the hunt. The man became increasingly intoxicated by Gu Yang's waning struggles. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, a sudden flash of cold steel emerged. Gu Yang's right hand, previously concealed beneath the covers, surged forth with unexpected ferocity. The assassin, caught off guard, felt the sharp fruit knife slice through his carotid artery in an instant. The man stumbled back, releasing the pillow and collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his neck. Yet, the blow was fatal. The knife had severed both his trachea and artery, and covering the wound would only prolong his demise. With a fervent pull, Gu Yang tore the pillow from his face, gasping for the life-giving air he so desperately craved. In the fleeting moments just past, he felt as though his lungs were on the brink of bursting. Several times, he struggled to restrain himself from using his hands to fight back, but he ultimately managed to suppress the urge. After catching his breath, Gu Yang turned to gaze at the pseudo-doctor, who sat on the ground, his face etched with terror, and chuckled lightly. I must thank you for whispering in my ear. Otherwise, I would have been unable to ascertain the position of your neck. How are you feeling now? As you mentioned earlier, take it easy. Feeling a bit dizzy is entirely normal. The Black Wolf, hands clasped around his neck, was utterly astonished. In 100 confrontations, he would emerge victorious 99 times with overwhelming superiority. Yet this individual before him had seized that 1 in 100 chance. He strained to utter a single word. Aren't you paralyzed? How can your hands move? Gu Yang chuckled. It seems you have done your homework on me, but unfortunately, your information is somewhat outdated. My hands just regained function today. Surprised, aren't you? He lowered his voice and inquired. Now, tell me, who sent you? We are in a hospital, surrounded by doctors. Just say the word, and I will immediately summon help for you, giving you a chance at survival. However, the Black Wolf merely smiled and voluntarily released his grip on his wound, lying still on the ground as he awaited the arrival of death. In mere moments, silence enveloped him. Gu Yang shook his head in disbelief. In this day and age, such loyalty is rare indeed. I wonder what kind of entity lies behind this, capable of training such an assassin. And why would such an entity wish to end my life? At this moment, Gu Yang felt a headache brewing. After all, this was his luxurious hospital room, and the adversary had died within its confines, an inconvenience he did not need. Would that individual named Lu Tao start to suspect him again? Regardless, it was clear that concealing the truth was no longer an option. Even if he managed to discreetly dispose of the body after midnight using his spectral form, a significant amount of blood would remain. If discovered, it would only complicate matters further. Moreover, Gu Yang was in dire need of Lu Tao's assistance. This adversary was certainly not acting alone. There was an organization backing him. This implied that there might be further attempts on his life in the future. And unless this issue was resolved at its roots, troubles would continue to arise. He had narrowly escaped this time through a surprise attack. What about next time? After all, he was merely a paralyzed individual, an ordinary person by day. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Yang wasted no time and reached for his phone to dial the law enforcement agency. Lu Tao's weary voice came through the line. This is the law enforcement agency. How may I assist you? Hello, I wish to report an incident. Someone attempted to kill me, but I managed to turn the tables. And the location is the inpatient department of the first hospital. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao instantly became alert. Is this Gu Yang? Yes, it is I. Are you Lu Tao? How is it that a captain like you is tasked with answering phone calls? Your question is rather superfluous. What did you just say? Someone attempted to kill you, only to meet their demise at your hands? Are you all right? Do you require an ambulance? Gu Yang, somewhat exasperated, replied, Captain Lu. Have you lost your wits? I am in a hospital. Do I need an ambulance? Lu Tao slapped his forehead in realization. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Please summon a doctor to stay by your side. I shall arrive shortly. After hanging up, Lu Tao promptly addressed the officers still on duty in the room. Gather your things and come with me. Another life has been lost. The officers within the room were rendered numb. It had already been 3 or 4 days, with fatalities occurring each night, necessitating their presence. Good heavens, what an arduous job this is. Despite their grievances, everyone moved swiftly, hastily boarding a van headed for the first hospital. Meanwhile, after the call, Gu Yang immediately contacted Su Chenqing and Fang Yanji. After all, a death occurring within one's hospital room is no trifling matter. Upon receiving the notification, Su Chenqing hurried back without delay. Upon entering and seeing the lifeless body on the floor, she gasped and covered her mouth, her breathing rapid. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she had recently encountered a headless corpse, and compared to that, this figure was far more palatable, at least with its head still attached. Su Chenqing rushed to Gu Yang's side, lifting his blanket to examine him thoroughly from head to toe. Mr. Gu, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? Gu Yang smiled and shook his head, even wiggling his fingers. Not only am I fine, but I have also turned misfortune into fortune. Look at my hands. They seem to be moving again. Seeing Gu Yang's hands moving freely, Su Chenqing was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. Wonderful. Mr. Gu, you truly are a good person. Good deeds are rewarded. Not only have you escaped danger, but you have also regained the use of your hands. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open once more, and Fang Yanji, accompanied by several assistants, hurried in. Upon seeing the body lying nearby, they were taken aback. Fang Yanji furrowed his brow and inquired, What on earth happened here? Gu Yong recounted the events that had transpired. Fang Yinji, breathing heavily with anger, chastised his assistants. Our hospital has invested so much in security. How could a notorious criminal manage to infiltrate this place? Are you all just slacking off? Our security must be upgraded immediately. Who is on duty tonight? They must be dismissed at once. After expressing his frustration, Fang Yinji rushed to Gu Yang's side, took his hands, and began to examine them meticulously, praising, "Remarkable. I never anticipated that Mr. Gu would turn misfortune into fortune, and it seems your recovery is progressing exceptionally well. Do you mind if I conduct another examination?" Chapter 36. The Assassin of the Underground Boxing Arena. Indeed, as a researcher, even with a corpse lying not far away, Fang Yinji's attention remained unperturbed. To him, Gu Yong was nothing short of a living treasure. Gu Yong smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, Director Fang. Please proceed with your examination." Fang Yinji promptly summoned several assistants, meticulously checking Gu Yang's body, and soon derived a set of novel data. Observing the results, Fang Yinji could not contain his admiration. "How peculiar, Mr. Gu. Your recovery rate truly exceeds our wildest expectations. Despite conducting daily examinations, you exhibit remarkable improvements each time. We have not even administered any treatment. I wonder if we might draw a small sample of your blood for further analysis. Perhaps your blood harbors elements capable of combating neurological diseases." Gu Yong chuckled softly. "Certainly, but let us keep it minimal. As you know, my constitution is somewhat frail." Fang Yinji laughed heartily. "That is only natural. We shall extract just a little, ensuring it poses no threat to your health." Meanwhile, downstairs in the hospital, the sound of screeching brakes from the Enforcement Bureau's vehicle pierced the air. The rat, who had been lurking in the parking lot awaiting the Black Wolf's emergence, felt a sudden pang of dread upon seeing the Enforcement Bureau's car arrive. "Oh no, Brother Black Wolf must have been captured. This is disastrous. At this rate, I am not safe either. I must leave promptly and report this to Brother Xiong Chuan." At this moment, the rat was as entangled with the Black Wolf as two grasshoppers on a single strand of rope. If the Black Wolf was in trouble, he could not help but feel alarmed, racing towards the underground boxing arena with great haste. Lu Tao, accompanied by a team of enforcement officers, hurriedly ascended and soon burst into the hospital room where Gu Yong was located. At a glance, he noticed Gu Yong surrounded by a throng of doctors and nurses, with Su Chenqing seated nearby. On the floor lay the corpse of the assassin, with a gash on the neck that had ceased bleeding. It seemed the blood had nearly drained away. Upon seeing Lu Tao's arrival, Gu Yong waved a hand in greeting. "Captain Lu, I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come in at such a late hour. How about I treat the brothers to a late-night snack later?" Lu Tao initially waved his hand in refusal, stating, "Mr. Gu, there is no need for such generosity. This is our duty." After speaking, Lu Tao and several officers rushed to the corpse, scrutinizing its condition. They first examined the surrounding traces, then gently removed the assassin's clothing, mask, and hat. It was only then that the true visage of the assassin came into view, a young man with a buzz cut, somewhat gaunt. Yet the muscular contours beneath his clothing revealed that he was far stronger than he appeared. After a thorough examination, Lu Tao stood quietly before Gu Yang's hospital bed and inquired, "Mr. Gu, was it you who reported the incident earlier?" Gu Yang nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed. You heard my voice, did you not?" Lu Tao continued, "Could you recount to me everything that transpired at that moment?" Gu Yang nodded earnestly. He was more than willing to share, for this was precisely the reason he had summoned Lu Tao. Without the assistance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he would have no means of uncovering the identity of the individual behind this ordeal. Even if he transformed into a specter at night, he would remain oblivious as to whom he should seek vengeance against. After a brief moment of reflection, Gu Yang began to speak languidly. When this individual entered, I was lying in bed asleep. His movements were so stealthy that I failed to notice anyone intruding into my room. He first covered my mouth forcefully with one hand, rendering me unable to utter a sound or call for help. Immediately thereafter, he withdrew my pillow and pressed my entire head beneath it. I was on the brink of asphyxiation, feeling as though my lungs were about to burst, my mind clouded and disoriented. In the haze, I heard him whispering in my ear, mocking me as a pitiful creature paralyzed and unwelcome, urging me to relax, asserting that dizziness was normal, all accompanied by his loud derision. Unexpectedly, a surge of unnameable rage welled up within me. It was under this provocation that my hands regained sensation. By instinct, I reached out to the nearby table and grasped the fruit knife that Su Changsheng had left behind after peeling fruit for me. With a swift motion, I struck at his neck, and though I felt luck played a significant role in that blow, it landed true. Shortly thereafter, I removed the pillow from my head and finally regained my breath, feeling as if I had traversed the gates of the underworld. Though Gu Yang's account was delivered in a calm manner, the gravity of his experience resonated with all who listened. Had his hands not regained sensation at that critical moment, had the fruit knife not been within reach, or had he miscalculated his strike, he would have certainly met his demise. It was an incredibly perilous situation. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, Su Chengcheng, unable to contain her tears, expressed her remorse. It is all my fault. As Mr. Gu's personal nurse, I failed to perceive the situation here. With determination, she vowed, from tomorrow on, I shall dedicate myself to remaining by Mr. Gu's side, ensuring that such an incident never occurs again. Gu Yang smiled gently. There is no need for that. Truly, there is no need. You are a young woman with a bright future ahead. What purpose does it serve for you to be entangled with someone like me, who is paralyzed? It would only hinder your progress. Su Chengcheng, resolute, replied, I do not care. This is my duty, and I must fulfill it. Lu Tao, smiling at Gu Yang, remarked, Mr. Gu, you are indeed fortunate to be alive. Rest assured, based on my preliminary assessment of this case, it is unequivocally an act of self-defense. And you shall bear no responsibility. Focus on your recovery. Gu Yang let out a sigh of relief and remarked, That's good. To be honest, it's my first time taking a life, and I must admit that I felt quite anxious. I have no idea who I offended to warrant such a lethal intent against me. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao, in front of everyone, completely stripped the corpse of its clothing. After a brief examination, he spoke, It is highly likely that this was the work of someone from Xiongchuan. The name elicited a sense of confusion among those present. Who is Xiongchuan? I don't seem to know this person. Why would he want me dead? Gu Yang inquired. Lu Tao explained. He is the proprietor of an underground boxing gym in our city and a notorious figure in the criminal underworld. He frequently engages in illicit activities, murder, theft, and so forth, leaving a trail of malevolence in his wake. Yet, he always delegates these tasks to his subordinates, who are seasoned professionals and rarely leave behind any incriminating evidence. We seldom manage to apprehend anyone from his ranks. Just look at this corpse. Following Lu Tao's guidance, everyone turned their gaze toward the body. Lu Tao grasped the deceased's hands, stating, Observe the calluses around the joints of his fingers. This indicates that he was likely a practitioner of boxing. And these wounds upon his body? They could not have been inflicted in a legitimate boxing match. Hence they must stem from underground fights. The likelihood of Xiongchuan's involvement is exceedingly high. It is almost certain, he continued. The reason this individual sought to kill you must be a command from Xiongchuan. Although you may not have directly offended him, you have undoubtedly crossed paths with others who have, and they have reached out to Xiongchuan through certain channels to orchestrate this contract killing. He is merely a hired hand. Gu Yang suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a contract killing, and they sought his life. Xiongchuan. The underground boxing scene. This was noted for future reference. I shall settle this matter with them soon. Tonight, there will be another opportunity for me to confront the specter, and I shall deal with him first. At that moment, Lu Tao sat beside Gu Yang, observing his recovering hands, and cautiously inquired, Mr. Gu, did your hands regain their function today? Nearby, Fang Yinji chuckled and nodded. Indeed, Mr. Gu is truly a maestro of medical miracles. I recalled during yesterday's examination, I noted that his hands were healing more rapidly than the other parts of his body, though he could not move them at that time. It seemed to be merely due to minor neuronal damage. Today, under the duress of the assailant, Mr. Gu has regained full use of his hands. This is nothing short of a tremendous fortune. After hearing this explanation, Lu Tao too found it quite astonishing. A patient who was wholly paralyzed had managed to turn the tables on a trained assassin. How preposterous. Such a plot would draw scorn even in a science fiction film. Could it be that Gu Yang is indeed the so-called chosen one? Chapter 37. I truly misunderstood him. Due to the unfortunate incident that had transpired in the hospital room, Director Fong promptly arranged for Gu Yang to be transferred to an adjacent vacant room. With a surge of assistance from the staff, the move was executed swiftly, and Gu Yang settled into his new quarters without experiencing any discomfort or disorientation. Once the task was completed, Fang Yinji rubbed his weary eyes and remarked, At my age, I can no longer endure the strain of overtime. I must return home to rest. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for an additional security post at Mr. Gu's door to ensure that incidents like today's will not recur. This measure, however, was not solely for Gu Yang's protection but also to uphold the hospital's reputation. Imagine the ramifications if a patient residing in the hospital's most luxurious suite were to fall victim to an outsider. Who would dare seek treatment thereafter? Following Feng's departure, Lu Tao waved goodbye to Gu Yang with a smile, saying, I must take my leave as well. The cases at the Law Enforcement Bureau have been overwhelming lately. Today's incident has been the most manageable. Gu Yang chuckled in response. Shouldn't you be thanking me for providing you with a simple case to restore your confidence? Lu Tao raised an eyebrow, wholeheartedly agreeing. Indeed. After tackling so many high-profile cases, I had begun to lose my confidence. A foray into a lower-stakes case today has rejuvenated my spirits. I must seize this moment of inspiration and return to work. With that, Lu Tao and the officers behind him took their leave. The room now held only Gu Yang and Su Chengqing. Gu Yang turned to her and inquired, Aren't you going home? Have you prepared dinner for your mother? We wouldn't want her to go hungry. Su Chengqing raised an eyebrow, responding, I cooked for her this morning. I want tea leave. I'll sleep in the next room. What if someone tries to harm you again? Gu Yang, bemused, replied, What are the odds of someone attempting to kill me twice in one night? Besides, with your delicate frame, you wouldn't be of much assistance. Flushed with indignation, Su Chengqing retorted, I have a loud voice. I can call for help, and my shout would echo throughout the entire ward. Observing her determination, Gu Yang sighed. I'm curious about something. Isn't your mother unwell? Doesn't she require your care? It seems you either work or spend time here with me. If I'm encroaching on your time with her, I must admit, I would feel somewhat guilty. Upon hearing this, Su Chengqing sat beside him, peeling fruit as she explained. My mother doesn't need my constant care. She once told me that if I continued to care for her excessively, she would forever see herself as a patient, which would make her unhappy. My mother wishes for me to treat her as an ordinary person without excessive care, so that she might forget her illness and experience a touch more happiness. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. If time permits, I genuinely hope to visit your mother. I have a feeling she is a woman of great wisdom. Su Chengqing smiled with pride. Of course, as the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. If I am this exceptional, how could my mother be any less? That's a bit excessive. Self-promotion is prohibited. Gu Yang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 12 o'clock. He could enter the shadowy realm at any moment. Yet Su Chengqing was still here, peeling fruit for herself. Very well, he thought, he could wait a little longer. After all, he was already aware of the objective for that evening, which required little time. Meanwhile, the rat hurried back to the underground boxing gym, rushing to stand before Xiong Chuan. Bad news, boss. Something terrible has happened. I suspect that Black Wolf might be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiong Chuan immediately sprang up from his chair, glaring at the rat with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Black Wolf be in trouble? Isn't he just going to assassinate a paralyzed man who can only move his head? Even a child could accomplish that task. Don't try to fool me. The rat, flustered and disoriented, quickly recounted the events as they unfolded. It's true. I was waiting in the car, but as the seconds ticked by, far exceeding my expected time, Black Wolf still did not come down. Then the law enforcement vehicle arrived, and I recognized the person who got out. It was Lu Tao, the captain of the law enforcement agency, a ruthless man known for handling homicide cases. Since he appeared here and Black Wolf did not come down, I deduced that he is likely in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Xiong Chuan felt a surge of anger choke his breath. He kicked the rat fiercely in the chest, cursing vehemently. Black Wolf is dead, and you, worthless fool, have come back with nothing? Just looking at you makes me nauseous, like a harbinger of doom. Do you have any idea how much time I invested in training Black Wolf? Do you know how much he earned for me in the underground boxing ring in just a month? Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune. The rat took a severe blow to the chest, the force of which was terrifying. Everyone in the underground boxing gym knew that when it came to direct combat, Xiong Chuan was unparalleled. The rat, a mere uneducated thug, stood no chance. He was kicked several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He staggered, attempting to rise again, but his internal injuries were too severe. He could not even manage to stand. Finally, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly lifeless. Two nearby lackeys rushed over, checked him briefly, and then looked up. Brother Xiong, it seems you've kicked him to death. Xiong Chuan spat on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, Damn it, this is utterly useless. He can't comprehend the tasks assigned to him, nor can he endure a beating. I truly fail to understand why the heavens brought such a wretched being into this world. He contemplated stuffing the individual into a sack and disposing of him far away, ensuring no trace remained. A subordinate promptly nodded and turned to execute the order. Shortly thereafter, Xiong Chuan retrieved his phone and made a call. As the leader of a criminal organization, he had informants positioned in every corner, including the hospital. After a brief inquiry, he swiftly gathered all the details regarding the events that transpired at the hospital that night. Enraged, he slammed his fist onto the iron table before him, leaving a distinct impression of his knuckles. Unable to contain his fury, he dialed another number. It was the dead of night, and the recipient answered groggily, still seemingly caught in slumber. Xiong Chuan berated, "Lu Xiaoyu, you scoundrel. How dare you provide me with false information?" Lu Xiaoyu, jolted awake from his dreams, stammered, "Brother Xiong, what are you talking about? When did I ever furnish you with false intel? Don't you dare deny it. You told me that the fellow could only move his head. Yet here we are, he can move his hands as well. My men, misled by your words, let their guard down and were ambushed by that brat with a fruit knife, severing an artery. Now, one of my most capable subordinates is dead. You scoundrel, must bear full responsibility." Lu Xiaoyu, thoroughly chastised, remained silent. Knowing he could not afford to offend such a ruthless figure, he could only repeatedly apologize. "Brother Xiong, I had no idea. I truly had no idea. The information I received indicated that he could only move his head. I swear it was unintentional." Xiong Chuan continued to scold, "I have no interest in your excuses. I merely called to inform you that I have lost my most vital subordinate, and you must take responsibility for this matter. That Guyang, I will send someone to eliminate him as well. If it cannot be done today, it shall be done tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. He must die. However, regarding the payment from your end, the previous agreement is null and void. I demand 100 million. If this sum does not reach my account upon completion of the task, you shall face dire consequences, understood?" Lu Xiaoyu felt dizzy from the tirade, especially upon hearing the sum of 100 million, wishing he could leap up and tear Xiong Chuan's head off. Such utter greed. It is no wonder he is a figure of the underworld. A heart so black is exceedingly rare in this world. Yet, in that moment, Lu Xiaoyu found himself with no room for negotiation, humbly responding, "I am deeply sorry, Brother Xiong. As long as you assist me in eliminating Guyang, I will do everything in my power to gather this sum." After an extended tirade, Xiong Chuan finally calmed down, letting out a cold snort as he remarked, "You, my lad, possess a certain discernment. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you as well. Now, patiently await the news." After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoyu lay on his bed, engulfed in despair. It was over. Expenses had soared by an additional 50 million. Even if he were to sell the company, what would remain for him? He could only hope that the price would not escalate further. If it did, he might find himself at a loss. Chapter 38. Guyang is not the night butcher. Upon returning to the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Tao promptly made his way to the forensic department. At this moment, the recently retrieved body of the assassin lay discarded in a corner, entirely neglected. The case was crystal clear, classified as justifiable self-defense. The individual had succumbed to a single lethal blow, leaving no further avenues for investigation. The forensic expert was finally afforded a moment of respite. Seated in a corner with his hands cradling his phone, a half-burned cigarette dangling from his lips as he muttered, "Come on, the high ground tower is gone. Why aren't you moving? What a coward. Incredible, the miracle walker is still farming. Can we just play already?" Click, 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 done, done. Engrossed in his game, he was utterly oblivious to Lu Tao's approach. Lu Tao cleared his throat gently, startling the man, who hastily switched his phone screen to the internal office software. When the forensic expert finally looked up and beheld Lu Tao, his ire ignited. Well, Captain Lu, you are truly a nuisance. Why do you walk so quietly? I was just about to conquer the high ground, and your cough sounds just like Director Guan, truly a legacy of the same school." Lu Tao chuckled softly. "My apologies for the interruption. How about I wait here for a while you finish that last game?" The forensic expert shook his head, settling into his chair. "Forget it, it's already lost its charm. Besides, I can't win anyway. So what brings you here? You're not hoping to treat me to a midnight snack, are you?" "Surprisingly, you guessed correctly," Lu Tao replied, retrieving a small package from behind him, steam wafting up, the aroma enticing. "This is your favorite spicy hot pot. I brought you a small portion. It's not much, but given my modest salary, it will have to suffice." The forensic expert's previously somber expression brightened at once. Upon receiving the hot pot, he began to indulge heartily. "Honestly, I am rather hungry at this late hour. You should have a word with Director Guan. It's one thing for you law enforcement officers to have night shifts, but why must I? as a forensic expert, endure them as well. There aren't that many homicides in the dead of night. Lu Tao responded from his seat. Typically, there aren't, but these days are exceptional. Have you forgotten that the night butcher delivers a body every night? How can you avoid overtime under such circumstances? While the forensic expert continued to relish his hot pot, he shook his head. The night butcher's victims, I believe, require no examination. They all perish from a single strike, employing the same method and weapon. What is there to investigate? Even an amateur could discern the pattern. Seizing the opportunity while the man was absorbed in his meal, Lu Tao leisurely approached an adjacent mortuary rack, gently lifting the white sheet that covered a body. This corpse belonged to the infamous Black Wolf from the hospital. The blood had long drained away, and the skin appeared unnaturally pale, with a lingering expression of resentment in his eyes. Lu Tao delicately brushed his fingers across the deceased's face, finally closing the eyelids. Have you examined this body? The forensic expert, while dining, glanced back and remarked, not yet. What is there to examine about this corpse? Hasn't the case already been closed? Though he spoke thus, he had a personal request that he wished to impose. I would like to trouble you to take another look. Reluctantly, the forensic expert set down his bowl of spicy hot pot, his expression rife with discontent, and muttered, I knew there was no such thing as a free supper. Speak. What assistance do you require? Lu Tao turned back and inquired, could you investigate whether the scars on this individual correspond to those inflicted by the night butcher? In an instant, the forensic expert comprehended. You suspect that Gu Yang is the night butcher? Recently, Director Guan had mentioned this matter to me, stating that you tend to be rather obstinate. It seems you do indeed have a peculiar fixation. After all, Gu Yang is clearly a paraplegic. Why harbor such a strong aversion towards him? Lu Tao sighed, conceding, indeed, he is a paraplegic, and that alone should dispel any doubts and clear him of suspicion. Yet, consider this, if we disregard his condition, he becomes the most fitting candidate. In terms of motive and ultimate beneficiary, it is undoubtedly him. The forensic expert, at his wit's end, hastily finished his spicy hot pot and, albeit reluctantly, approached the corpse of the Black Wolf with his toolkit in hand. In Lu Tao's presence, he meticulously examined the wounds on the Black Wolf's neck with various instruments. After scrutinizing them repeatedly, the forensic expert shook his head in resignation, declaring, impossible. They are certainly not the same person. Lu Tao approached, pressing further, are you certain? I am quite certain, came the reply. Observe this wound. The laceration is minimal, merely sufficient to sever the throat, yet the length of a fruit knife is certainly more substantial. This indicates that the assailant's strength was limited, and their precision was significantly lacking. Furthermore, the surface of the cut is somewhat rough, suggesting that the perpetrator did not possess exceptional strength. Such a wound could be inflicted by almost anyone, lacking in both precision and force, with a weapon of mere average sharpness. Compared to the crimes committed by the night butcher, it is akin to the difference between a novice and an eagle. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao exhaled deeply, realizing, it seems I have wronged him. Gu Yang is not the night butcher. The forensic expert opened a nearby bottle of mineral water and took several large gulps, cleansing his palate of the lingering taste of the spicy hot pot. Now, you should finally relinquish your doubts. To be honest, I cannot fathom why. But it seems you remain persistently unable to shake your suspicions regarding Gu Yang. Have you considered that this might be the very reason you cannot solve this case? Lu Tao lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his expression. The forensic expert continued, because your focus remains fixated on Gu Yang, you subconsciously overlook other clues or potential suspects around you. If Gu Yang were indeed the night butcher, that would be one thing. But if he is not, you might very well fail to recognize the true night butcher right beneath your nose. As a case handler, I believe you should adopt a more rational approach. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tao nodded in agreement. You are right. I have indeed been somewhat overly obsessive. However, it is for the best. With Gu Yang's suspicions dispelled, a significant weight has been lifted from my heart. Now, I intend to revisit the previous cases. I feel invigorated. With that, Lu Tao hurriedly ascended the stairs. In the absence of others, the forensic expert retrieved his phone. A clear notification chimed. In the hospital ward, Su Chengqing finally felt the fatigue set in. After confirming that the night would be safe, she prepared to retreat to the small room adjacent to Gu Yang's for rest. Before departing, she assured him, Mr. Gu, if there is any danger, do not hesitate to call out. I will certainly protect you. Gu Yang, perplexed, questioned, is that really necessary? You earn just a few thousand a month. Is it worth risking your life? With a serious expression, Su Chengqing replied, Mr. Gu, I must correct you. While my initial salary was indeed only a few thousand, after taking on the role of your specialized nurse and caregiver, Dean Fong promised me an additional monthly stipend, coupled with the promise of an excellent employee award. Now, my average monthly income exceeds 10,000. A few thousand is certainly not worth risking my life, but over 10,000 certainly is. At this, Guiyang found himself at a loss for a retort. This young woman had likely been impoverished throughout her life. He decided to let her be. After Su Chengsheng returned to her room to sleep, he glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 2 in the morning. He estimated that he had about 4 to 5 hours of active time left, which was more than sufficient. Slowly, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plummet infinitely, ultimately merging with his shadow. The night butcher was officially unleashed. Earlier, during their conversation, he had already taken out his phone to research information. Although Xiong Chuan was the notorious leader of a criminal organization, modern times favored those who could navigate both the light and dark. His underground boxing arena was registered under a legitimate company, easily traceable with a little investigation. With the location established, it became manageable, merging with the shadows. Possessing the speed of light, Guiyang arrived at the destination in an instant and began his search for the target. Meanwhile, atop a tall building, a large bonfire of paper money blazed in a corner. Before the fire stood a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, accompanied by a somewhat gaunt young man. This exceptionally strong man was none other than Xiong Chuan, renowned as the underground champion of Tianjin City, and beside him stood one of his most trusted subordinates, He Hu. More than 20 years ago, Xiong Chuan had carved out his formidable reputation in the underworld of Tianjin City with his iron fists. He subsequently took in numerous orphans, raising them and teaching them martial arts. In time, these orphans transformed into his sharpest weapons, securing for him a bloody throne. Among them, Hailang and He Hu were his most cherished disciples, gazing upon the flickering flames of the fire pit before him. The once formidable Jun Chuan had shed the aura of an underground tyrant, now resembling a middle-aged man gradually succumbing to the passage of time. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Do you understand why, over these years, I have held a particular fondness for the two of you? The Black Wolf and Black Tiger brothers? Chapter 39. I am your biological father. Upon hearing these words, Black Tiger momentarily froze, but soon shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, Brother Xiong, I do not know. In this instance, he spoke no falsehood. In truth, Black Tiger and Black Wolf had privately deliberated this matter. Whether it pertained to their martial prowess, their capabilities in handling affairs, or their business acumen, the two brothers were not particularly distinguished among their many disciples. Yet, inexplicably, Xiong Chuan favored them the most. Many disciples voiced their grievances regarding this favoritism, yet none dared to express their opinions given Xiong Chuan's formidable presence. It was akin to loving carrots while another relishes cauliflower, a preference devoid of rationale. Xiong Chuan casually tossed another stack of paper offerings into the fire before him, shaking his head with a sigh. At that moment, tears glimmered in his eyes. Black Tiger, you both believe yourselves to be orphans, but in truth, you two are not. You and Black Wolf are indeed biological brothers, and I am your true father. This revelation struck Black Tiger like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly dazed, unable to fathom the authenticity of this astonishing news. Over the years, there had been occasional speculation regarding the nature of their connection to Xiong Chuan, but such notions were swiftly dismissed. To everyone's eyes, Xiong Chuan was a man consumed by martial pursuits and business ambitions, a ruthless underground overlord with no apparent vulnerabilities, who never cast a lingering glance at any woman. How could such a man possibly have a wife and children? With the emergence of this revelation, Black Tiger suddenly felt an overwhelming clarity. No wonder he and Black Wolf had been the best of brothers since childhood, possessing an unshakable trust in one another. No wonder they had felt an unparalleled sense of familiarity upon first encountering Xiong Chuan. While their fellow disciples regarded Xiong Chuan with a mixture of awe and dread, fear comprising perhaps 80 to 90% of their sentiments, only he and Black Wolf harbored a respect that constituted 90%. Regardless of how merciless Xiong Chuan appeared to the outside world, the two brothers had seemingly never harbored fear of this man. It turned out that everything had long been predetermined in their bloodline. Xiong Chuan recognized the multitude of questions swirling in Black Tiger's mind. Since he had summoned him today, he had no intention of withholding the truth. Thus, he began to recount, in my early years, I was betrayed by enemies and nearly lost my life. It was your mother who saved me. During my convalescence, I developed deep feelings for her, which led to your birth. You are twins, albeit fraternal, hence your differing appearances. At that time, I was still relatively unknown and had made too many enemies. I suffered an assassination attempt, and your mother perished in the process. You two were merely months old then. In that moment of anguish, I realized that keeping you both by my side would likely lead to your demise. If your identities as my sons were revealed, my enemies would spare no effort to take your lives. Thus, I secretly sent you both to an orphanage, only to bring you back when you were around 10 years old, allowing you to become part of my numerous disciples. You two brothers have endured much hardship over the years. The Black Tiger bowed his head in silence. Xiong Chuan continued, throughout these years, I have endeavored to assign you tasks that are relatively safe and lucrative. The last time I sent the Black Wolf to assassinate that paralyzed individual, I believed it to be a simple undertaking, as the target could only move his head and posed no significant challenge. I had even arranged for a scapegoat, thinking it to be foolproof. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose, which I had dreaded. Now, you are my only son. The Black Tiger lifted his gaze, observing his father's silhouette, suddenly realizing that this so-called underground tyrant was merely an ordinary man, an ordinary father. Xiong Chuan sighed, casting all the paper money into the fire pit, and turned to the Black Tiger, saying, the reason I summoned you today is twofold. Firstly, to clarify our relationship, and secondly, to impart to you my most vital skill. The Black Tiger, perplexed, replied, Master, have you not always been teaching us skills? Various martial arts and experiences of survival in the underworld. We have been learning all this time. Xiong Chuan gently shook his head. Those are mere superficialities. If I had relied solely on such skills, I would have perished countless times by now. What I am about to share is my greatest secret. Years ago, through fortunate circumstances, I acquired an ancient tome from which I learned a unique breathing technique known as the Five Beasts breathing method. It is through this method that I have achieved my current stature. Upon hearing this, the Black Tiger's breath quickened. No wonder he had always felt that Xiong Chuan's physical prowess was extraordinary. Even at over 40, he still appeared as robust as a man in his 20s. Brother Xiong, could this be the legendary cultivation secret? Xiong Chuan swiftly slapped the Black Tiger on the forehead. Call me Brother Xiong again, and when we are alone, you shall address me as father, you impudent rascal. The Black Tiger chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, father. It felt a bit strange to call him father for the first time. Yet once uttered, it brought a sense of relief. Having been an orphan throughout his life, he finally had a father. After a sigh, Xiong Chuan clarified, what nonsense about cultivation secrets. Such tales are fabrications from movies and television. In reality, there is nothing so mystical. What I refer to as the Five Beasts breathing method is, in essence, a technique that mimics 5 powerful beasts to refine one's physical body, surpassing ordinary disciplines like Taekwondo by some measure. With diligent practice, you can maintain your peak state until the age of 60, significantly extending your lifespan. This is, without a doubt, the most valuable possession of my life. Upon hearing these words, the Black Tiger was filled with excitement. Even if it was the legendary path of cultivation, its formidable effects were already enough to captivate the mind and spirit. While others at 60 may be frail and aging, maintaining one's peak condition at such an age is truly remarkable, not to mention the prospect of extending one's lifespan, which is the ultimate dream of countless individuals. Without hesitation, Heihu knelt down with a resounding thud, his face alight with gratitude as he expressed, Thank you, Father. Xiong Chuan nodded in satisfaction and replied, I shall gradually impart to you the secrets corresponding to this breathing technique. Make sure to commit them to memory. Once you have mastered it, I will find a legitimate business for you, and you need not associate with the underworld any longer. Heihu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Xiong Chuan shook his head. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. You are my only son now. I do not wish to experience the sorrow of losing a child again. In my lifetime, I still hope to hold a grandchild in my arms. After hearing these words, Heihu was left with nothing but profound emotion. In the ensuing time, Xiong Chuan generously imparted all his lifelong knowledge. However, he remained oblivious to the pair of eyes hidden in the shadows of the rooftop, observing intently and memorizing every nuance of the Five Beasts breathing method. This individual was none other than the ghostly figure Gu Yang. Remarkable. I never anticipated that such a breathing technique existed in this world. Indeed, the mysteries concealed within it are far beyond my current comprehension. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The lesson lasted approximately 2 hours, and the sky began to brighten. Gu Yang felt an intense summons from its true form. There was little time left for freedom of movement, once all the secrets had been shared. Xiong Chuan waved his hand. You should return now. Rest well, and practice diligently when you have the chance. Heihu nodded earnestly. I understand. Father, I will be obedient. As Heihu gradually departed, Xiong Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he still had one son left. He gazed at the extinguished fire pit before him, and, after a few minutes of waiting, slowly spoke, You have been watching for quite some time. Perhaps it is time for you to reveal yourself? Gu Yong, startled, thought to himself, Truly, he is worthy of being the top boxing master in the underground of Tianqin City, possessing such keen insight. However, having thoroughly learned the five-beast breathing method, there was no longer a need for concealment, and his time for freedom was limited. Gu Yong gradually revealed his form. As dark as ink, not far off, Xiong Chuan, seeing this shadowy figure, was instantly overcome with a shudder. He feared no one. Yet how could he not feel trepidation in the presence of such a non-human entity? What on earth are you? Why have you been stealthily following me? Chapter 40. I have a treasure here. The sinister figure of Gu Yong emitted a chilling, malevolent laugh. Indeed, one who dwells in the underworld possesses quite the audacity. To be honest, you are the first individual who has encountered me without succumbing to terror. I prefer to pose inquiries rather than respond to them. Pray tell, where did the five beasts breathing technique that you imparted to your son originate? And where might the original ancient text reside now? Should your answer please me, I may contemplate sparing your son's life. Gu Yang's voice was unlike that of any ordinary human. It was profoundly cold, as if intertwined with the howling winds of vengeful spirits. For those with fragile minds, merely hearing his words could render them catatonic with fear. Especially after successfully dispatching several individuals, Gu Yong found his spectral form had grown increasingly formidable, with speed, strength, and an eerie aura that had expanded beyond measure. Even the blood-soaked Xiong Chuan, upon hearing these words, felt a chill creep down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming. At that moment, Xiong Chuan was entirely convinced that this being before him was not merely clad in a special suit, but was a creature that transcended humanity. What manner of monster are you? Gu Yong shook his head lightly. I stated that I do not favor answering questions. It seems you have not been attentive. In the next instant, Xiong Chuan perceived a blur before his eyes. The terrifying specter that had been 10 meters away had, in the blink of an eye, closed the distance, now looming directly before him. Gu Yang's colossal fist swung down with tremendous force. Xiong Chuan, who had earned his formidable reputation in the underworld through his own prowess in hand-to-hand combat, possessed unwavering confidence in close-quarter brawling. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly unable to react. The fist struck his jaw with brutal impact, sending him spinning 360 degrees through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously. However, Xiong Chuan proved to be a true tough man. Despite being launched by a single blow, blood spilling from his mouth and bones fractured, he managed to suppress any cries of agony. Gu Yong stood rooted in place, relishing the immense power coursing through his body. This form feels splendid, far superior to that paralyzed shell. This time, Gu Yong had no intention of ending Xiong Chuan's life immediately. He desired to prolong the game. A living toy was a rare find indeed. Can you now answer my questions? Xiong Chuan struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze towards Gu Yong filled with dread. His once proud boxing prowess, rendered utterly impotent before this creature, was indeed terrifying. In that fleeting moment, Xiong Chuan recalled the recent infamous news, the Night Butcher. As he raised his head to gaze upon the monster before him, the name began to align with the figure. So, you are the Night Butcher. No wonder you have committed such unfathomable atrocities. With that revelation, Xiong Chuan coughed up another mouthful of blood. He spoke slowly. Do you wish for information about this ancient book? I can divulge it, but I implore you to keep your promise and refrain from harming my son. Gu Yong merely nodded slightly, indicating his acquiescence to the request. He then added, the condition is that he must not cause me any trouble. A bittersweet smile graced Xiong Chuan's face as he reassured, rest assured, I have already arranged a safe path for him. He will become a respectable businessman and will certainly not trouble you. As for revenge, I believe he will not seek it. He only learned today that I am his biological father, and the bond between us is tenuous. Lord Butcher, you need not worry. Upon hearing the last few words, Gu Yong felt a surge of displeasure. What nonsense is this Lord Butcher? Who on earth came up with such an unappealing title? Xiong Chuan supported himself on the edge of the rooftop, stating, the ancient book is no longer in existence. I memorized all its contents before destroying it. If you wish to hear it, I can recite it for you on the spot. In truth, it merely documented the five beasts breathing technique, nothing extraordinary. As for where I discovered this ancient book, it was within a tomb in a great mountain. At that time, I was fleeing from pursuers and stumbled upon a nearly collapsed tomb while escaping into the ravine. To evade capture, I dove directly into the tomb. Inside, I found a completely decayed coffin, and it was within that coffin that I discovered the ancient book. Upon receiving this information, Gu Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. His ghostly form had no need for such a relic, yet his true body did. If only he could learn this ancient breathing technique, he would no longer have to live in fear of assassins like the Black Wolf. Just then, Xiong Chuan, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, spoke again. By the way, although I destroyed that manual, I did acquire another treasure from the ancient tomb, though I have yet to discern its purpose. Yet, I suspect it may be even more precious than the ancient book. As he spoke, Xiong Chuan began to rummage through his clothing. Gu Yang, intrigued by the prospect of an unexpected boon, thought to himself, having already gained the ability to learn the 5 beasts breathing technique was a considerable fortune. To also obtain a treasure from the tomb would be an unparalleled windfall. Just as Gu Yang anticipated that Xiong Chuan would produce something remarkable from his clothing. The next moment saw Xiong Chuan abruptly retrieve an object the size of a ping-pong ball. With all his might, he hurled it to the ground, and an explosive sound erupted. In an instant, the object detonated, releasing a cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire rooftop, reducing visibility to 0. Gu Yang surged through the billowing haze, pursuing the source. However, at that moment, Xiong Chuan stood at the edge of the rooftop, facing a steel wire that spanned between 2 buildings. He swiftly removed the Rolex watch from his wrist, using it as a makeshift clasp to suspend himself on the steel wire, gliding effortlessly towards a lower building like an aerial acrobat. This was a staggering height of several hundred meters, and even Gu Yang was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, daring to engage in such a reckless maneuver. By the time Gu Yang reached the edge of the rooftop, Xiong Chuan had already traversed a significant distance, creating a gap of nearly 100 meters between them. He turned back, brimming with pride, and brazenly raised his middle finger at Gu Yang. Gu Yang scoffed. Well, the story is becoming quite intriguing. Upon reaching the other building, Xiong Chuan quickly escaped from the rooftop, soon finding refuge in a dimly lit alcove. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hey Hu, we're in serious trouble. I've encountered an adversary who appears to be the notorious Night Butcher, recently the talk of the town. Hurry and bring people to rescue me. Remember, come fully armed. The more, the better, and bring the gun I have hidden in my safe. On the other end, Hey Hu was taken aback. I just met my father today, and now, within less than 10 minutes of leaving him, he almost met his demise? Father, you'd better hide yourself well. I'm coming with reinforcements right away. Where are you located? Xiong Chuan promptly described his whereabouts before ending the call. Breathless, he leaned against the wall, pressing his ear to the floor to listen intently to the sounds around him. Once he confirmed that no one was following, he finally relaxed. Damn it, what kind of monster could do this to me with a single punch? No wonder the Enforcement Bureau couldn't catch him. They probably still have no idea what kind of creature they're up against. However, since you spared my life, prepare for my revenge. Xiong Chuan contemplated. Realizing that since the Enforcement Bureau was pursuing the Night Butcher, he might leverage this situation by reporting relevant information to them, allowing him to reap the benefits while they engaged in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yang, the Spectre, had already arrived downstairs. Chapter 41. An effective method for handling corpses. Gazing at the towering apartment building before him, Gu Yang, the ghost shadow, inwardly cursed. Trouble. This individual is hiding somewhere within this edifice. But in which room? If I search each room sequentially, it would consume an immeasurable amount of time. Although my speed rivals that of light, locating Xiong Chuan's hiding place among so many rooms poses a considerable challenge. Moreover, my allotted time for today's endeavor is swiftly drawing to a close. As Gu Yang pondered his predicament, an idea suddenly struck him. After a series of recent killings, his own form had further expanded. On the surface, he appeared to be of similar stature to an ordinary person, yet this was merely the result of compression. Could I possibly disassemble my own body? The moment this thought emerged in Gu Yang's mind, it spiraled out of control. The ghost shadow's form was inherently mutable, albeit constrained by the limits of its maximum volume. He slowly closed his eyes, and in an instant, one of his arms transformed into countless slender black threads, each resembling the fine strands of hair. As these dark filaments rapidly extended forward, Gu Yang could visualize a vivid image in his mind of everything they traversed. Each of these black strands functioned as an eye. With the assistance of these shadowy perceptions, Guyang swiftly surveyed the entirety of the first floor. He discerned precisely how many individuals occupied each room and their respective activities, all laid bare before him. In but a few seconds, the first level had been thoroughly examined. Now, Guyang melded seamlessly into the shadows and continued his ascent. Within the apartment building, a handful of unfortunate souls toiled through the night. Exhausted from prolonged labor, they slumped over their desks, teetering on the brink of slumber, poised to succumb to dreams at any moment. Yet, as the black shadow threads brushed past them, a chill raced down their spines, as if a primordial beast had cast its gaze upon them. Suddenly, terrifying tales from films and novels flooded the minds of these weary workers, jolting them awake. What was that? I felt as though something was watching me, and my back is freezing. Surely this building must be haunted. Good heavens, why are you speaking of such things? I'm so frightened my legs feel weak. It's already the early hours, and the building is scarcely populated. Why conjure such terror? Strangely enough, I had the same sensation just now, precisely as you described. Oh no, there must be something unclean within this building. What are we to do? I still have a PowerPoint presentation to finish. Finish it. We should make a hasty exit. It's better to face the boss's wrath tomorrow than to lose our lives today. You speak lightly, but I would rather risk my life than lose my job. I must continue working. I cannot leave. What utter nonsense. Regardless, I shall not retreat. At worst, I will transform into a vengeful spirit, and once I become a ghost, I shall drag our boss down with me. My dear brother, with your words, I wholeheartedly support your transformation into a specter, but you must perish first. To hell with it. Guyang metamorphosed into a shadowy form, swiftly traversing the darkness. In mere seconds, he could scrutinize every corner of an entire floor. Thus, he ascended rapidly, unknowingly climbing over 30 floors. Just as Guyang prepared to continue his ascent, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. So, you are hiding here. At this moment, Xiong Chuan was tending to the wounds on his body. Though he had merely received a punch, he could already feel the tremors reverberating through his internal organs, predicting that even after recovery, he would be left with lingering repercussions. He muttered angrily, "What a freak. My physical prowess is so formidable. Yet I have been reduced to near defeat by a single blow. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't he that punch have sent their skull flying? Thankfully, I am astute enough to carry a portable smoke bomb. Otherwise, I would truly be trapped. Just hold on a little longer. As long as Black Tiger brings my men and arms, even if that creature is indeed a monster from hell, I shall prevail. There is no one in this world capable of killing me." Just as his confidence surged, a chill suddenly crept down his spine, as if some terrifying entity had cast its gaze upon him. Xiong Chuan shuddered in fear. What is happening? This sensation feels oddly familiar. He felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be an illusion? No, I must investigate carefully. He quickly pressed his ear to the ground, attempting to listen for footsteps. However, there were no sounds on this floor. Upon reaching this conclusion, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He cautiously approached the door of the small room, slowly bringing one eye to the peephole to ascertain the situation outside. Yet, after glancing left and right through the peephole, he found nothing. Just as he intended to withdraw his head and focus on his recovery while awaiting rescue, a dark figure suddenly pressed against the peephole. "Found you, little mouse." Ah, what the hell? This unexpected turn of events startled Xiong Chuan, causing him to stagger back several steps and roll around on the floor in shock. Damn it! Who the hell are you to find your way here? I will not allow you to enter. You better scram. In a flurry, Xiong Chuan hurriedly locked the door and hastily piled all the clutter in the small room against it, barricading it firmly. Seeing the door before him completely blocked, Xiong Chuan finally exhaled in relief. Hold on, old bear. If I can just hold out for 20 minutes, my men will undoubtedly come to rescue me. And then I will be safe. Perhaps it is still possible to capture this creature for thorough examination. Or perhaps to take it to the Enforcement Bureau and claim a reward. However, after all this was accomplished, an unsettling silence lingered outside the door, leaving Xiong Chuan perplexed. Why did this fellow not force the door open? Was he retreating in the face of difficulty? How unimpressive. Just when Xiong Chuan believed he had narrowly escaped calamity, a terrifying head composed of shadows emerged behind him, whispering near his ear, "What were you laughing about just now?" The smile on Xiong Chuan's face froze instantaneously, and he turned around stiffly, resembling a zombie. There stood the Spectre Guyang, having appeared behind him without his notice. Xiong Chuan, straining his voice, was about to shout for his subordinates to expedite their rescue. But in the next moment, Gu Yang swiftly extended a hand, gripping Xiong Chuan's neck with a vice-like grasp. The burly man, towering over 2 meters, seemed like a mere doll in the presence of Gu Yang in his ghostly form. Observing Xiong Chuan's desperate struggles, Gu Yang smiled faintly. "Congratulations, you shall become the first corpse under my command. Enjoy the process of dying." With each passing moment, his grip tightened, and Xiong Chuan, already breathless and flushed, felt an overwhelming pressure. Soon, the sound of cracking echoed from his spine, and it seemed as if his eyes might burst forth at any moment. Pain and despair enveloped him, and ultimately, with a sharp crack, Xiong Chuan's neck was completely broken. The former underground boxing king met his demise. Gazing at the lifeless body before him, Gu Yang contemplated for a moment before unceremoniously casting it into the internal space of his shadow. How troublesome. If it weren't for the relentless pursuit of the Enforcement Bureau, I would be disinclined to deal with your corpse, you scoundrel. This time, Gu Yang refrained from transforming his shadow into a massive blade to cleave it in two, primarily to avoid drawing attention from the Enforcement Bureau. Xiong Chuan had dispatched assassins to eliminate him that very night, only to be killed by the Night Butcher. The suspicious Lu Tao was likely to connect the dots back to him. It would be best to dispose of this scoundrel's body. With that thought, Gu Yang utilized the internal space of his shadow to absorb Xiong Chuan's corpse. Had he retained his previous ghostly form, such a sizable object might not have fit. But after dispatching several individuals, Gu Yang's form had continued to grow, and correspondingly, the internal space expanded as well. Accommodating a body like Xiong Chuan's was now a trivial matter. With the corpse in tow, Gu Yang swiftly departed the city, moving with the swiftness of light. In mere fractions of a second, he arrived at the fabled primordial forest. Without hesitation, he discarded Xiong Chuan's body there and made a deliberate incision on his wrist, intensifying the scent of blood. The forest-protected creatures would have a feast. Chapter 42, A Century of Vitality? After completing all that, Gu Yang could distinctly sense the powerful summons emanating from his true self. The shadowy form could no longer restrain itself. The brief moments of forced activity had already reached its limit. No matter how enchanting the world outside may be, one must inevitably return home. Gu Yang slightly relaxed the resistance of the shadowy form, and in the next instant, he transformed into a dark silhouette, vanishing from the spot at a speed akin to light. In the blink of an eye, he returned beneath his corporeal body. His consciousness gradually melded with his flesh and blood. He was back. The vitality from Xiong Chuan's body once again flowed into this vessel through the shadowy form. In that moment, Gu Yang's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. The influx of energy was overwhelmingly vast. It surpassed everything he had previously acquired. This time, the vitality bestowed upon his true self amounted to an astonishing 100 years. Gu Yang's total lifespan had now reached a remarkable 165 years. This signified that, barring any unforeseen injuries, he could live safely for another 165 years. Had he not shattered the limits of human lifespan? Considering he was in his 20s now, would he not be nearing 300 years old at the time of his demise? Goodness, has there ever been such longevity in human history? Then Gu Yang suddenly recalled Xiong Chuan, the man he had slain. The fact that this fellow's death could grant him a century of vitality implied that the shadowy form had also gained 100 years. Was it possible that, without any accidents, that man could live beyond 200 years? This was outrageous. Could this be the formidable effect brought forth by the treasured 5-beast breathing technique? My word, what a remarkable treasure I have obtained. Gu Yang felt as though he had underestimated this so-called 5-beast breathing technique. The ability to allow Xiong Chuan to live peacefully to over 200 years old was a testament to its immense potential. If he devoted himself to its practice, he would undoubtedly reap unexpected rewards. Gu Yang discreetly perked up his ears to listen to the sounds around him. It was dawn, and Su Chengcheng next door had yet to awaken, allowing him a brief moment of freedom to move about. He took stock of his body. Under the infusion of this century's worth of vitality, he felt as though he had never been in better condition. His previously paralyzed lower half had completely restored itself. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, he quietly lifted the blanket and stepped down from the bed. Perfection. Gu Yang had never felt his body so flawless. At this moment, not only was he moving fluidly, but he also seemed even more robust than before. He attempted to walk a few laps around the room, relishing the sensation of his restored mobility. Just then, the sound of small cart wheels rolling outside the door startled him, prompting Gu Yang to hurriedly scramble back into bed, covering himself with the blanket. As the bedroom door creaked open, Su Chengqing stifled a yawn and stepped inside. She beheld Gu Yang, who was already seated on the bed. Engrossed in his phone, she raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Mr. Gu, you truly are remarkable. After such a late night and an assassination attempt, you still managed to rise so early today. Moreover, you appear to be in fine spirits, seemingly unfazed by the events. You possess an enviable fortitude." Gu Yang, noticing the dark circles under Su Chengqing's eyes, chuckled softly. "What is this? Did you spend the night fretting over me?" Raising an eyebrow, Su Chengqing retorted, "Of course. You must take care, Mr. Gu. Should anything happen to you, my income would undoubtedly plummet. Their essay saying, isn't there? It's easy to fall into luxury, but hard to return to frugality. For the sake of my substantial monthly salary, you must safeguard yourself." While speaking, she wheeled a small cart to his bedside, upon which sat a basin of steaming warm water. Su Chengqing rolled up her sleeves and wrung out a towel from the basin. "Come now, Mr. Gu, allow me to wash your face and hands and tidy up your appearance. Thank heavens nothing happened yesterday. Otherwise, you would have had to prepare my posthumous looks." She quickly added, "Oh dear. What an ominous thing to say." Despite Gu Yang's ability to move his body at that moment, he had no intention of ending his state of paralysis. There were two reasons for this choice. Firstly, he intended to continue utilizing his ghostly identity to acquire more yuan longevity, ensuring that the tale of the night butcher would persist. In this endeavor, numerous adversaries would inevitably meet their demise at his hands. Returning to normalcy would only heighten suspicion. Thus, maintaining the guise of paralysis was a clever ruse. Secondly, he reveled in the comforts of his luxurious hospital room. Whenever he felt thirsty, someone would offer him water. When hunger struck, meals were prepared for him. Even the simplest acts of washing his face or brushing his teeth were attended to by others. Most importantly, Director Fong had waived his hospital fees to encourage his cooperation in research. With all expenses covered, leaving this haven seemed unthinkable. Even if he did eventually discharge himself, he could still exit under the pretense of paralysis. Given that his ability to move his hands was already common knowledge, he could simply be wheeled away. As for the corpse abandoned in the primordial forest, the scent of blood was akin to a breathtaking beauty disrobed. In no time, it attracted the hidden serpents, rodents, and insects beneath the ground, soon followed by ravenous beasts. Within an hour, the body of Xiong Chuan had already been the center of several rounds of contention among the wildlife. Every morsel of flesh had been consumed by various creatures, leaving not even a trace of his bones behind. At this juncture, even if the celestial hound were to arrive, its keen nose would be powerless to locate the remains. This was indeed the epitome of a flawless method of corpse disposal. Meanwhile, He Hu found himself in a state of disquiet. As a lifelong orphan, he had only just come to understand his true identity and had finally reunited with his biological father. Although the revelation caught him off guard upon returning, the Black Tiger remained in a state of exhilaration. His father had not abandoned him. Rather, he had tirelessly devoted himself to safeguarding and assisting him, always remaining by his side. The mere thought of such a bond filled him with profound joy. Furthermore, his father had meticulously arranged everything for his future, imparting the invaluable five-beast breathing technique and providing a means of retreat. Yet, the blissful reality shattered in an instant. Before Black Tiger could fully absorb the happiness enveloping his life, he received a call from his father, sending him into a panic. The moment he answered the phone, he summoned all the brothers from the boxing gym, arming himself appropriately. True to his father's instructions, he even strapped on several handguns from the safe. A formidable convoy sped towards the location specified by Brother Xiong. "Hurry up. Step on it. Do you understand?" he shouted. "Why did you ease off the gas? Who told you to hit the brakes? I swear I'll smash your head in." Seated in the passenger seat, Black Tiger delivered a sharp slap to the driver's face, leaving the man dazed, yet his hands clutched the steering wheel with unwavering resolve. The driver, with a hint of grievance in his voice, replied, "Brother Black Tiger, there's a red light up ahead. I can't just ignore it. I don't care about your red lights or green lights or whatever. Just keep going. It's just a fine. I can afford it. What is stopping for?" After this outburst, Black Tiger drew a handgun concealed in his waistband, pressing it against the driver's temple. "From this moment on, if I feel you touch the brakes even once, I'll blow your head off. If anything happens to Brother Xiong, you all will pay the price." The driver, frightened to the brink of tears, steeled himself, closed his eyes, and floored the accelerator. Life and death were in fate's hands. Wealth and glory lay in the heavens. Chapter 43. Brother Xiong in the primeval forest. The convoy led by Black Tiger raced through the city streets with astonishing speed, treating them as if they were high-speed highways. Fortunately, at this hour, there were not many vehicles on the roads. Otherwise, countless accidents would surely have ensued. Nevertheless, there were numerous scrapes and collisions along the way. Whenever a driver attempted to roll down their window to inquire about the situation, they were met with the ominous sight of a dark barrel. In the next instant, they could only smile and wave their hands, saying, "No worries, it's just a vehicle. As long as it's still operational, a few dents won't matter. Let us just move on." Observing the urgency of their brothers, they decided not to linger. What should have taken half an hour to traverse was accomplished in under 10 minutes. Everyone was instructed to arm themselves and head to the 30th floor. Where Brother Xiong awaited, action was imperative. Anger surged within their hearts. After all these years, it was astonishing that anyone would dare to provoke their boxing gym. A reckless move indeed. That's right, brothers. When we charge in, spare no mercy. We must make an example of those who dare to challenge Brother Xiong. They brandished their weapons, driven by a fierce determination to ascend the building. In their haste, they even forsook the elevator, relying on their well-honed physiques from daily training to sprint up 30 flights of stairs without a second thought. Before long, they followed Black Tiger to the room described by Xiong Chuan. Black Tiger glanced around, ensuring no one was present before he exhaled in relief. He hastily knocked on Xiong Chuan's door, calling out, "Brother Xiong, are you still inside? There are no enemies outside. You're safe now." However, silence greeted him from within. In that instant, a chill of foreboding gripped Black Tiger's heart. No longer shouting, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, sending it flying halfway off its hinges. The lower half remained intact, blocked by a large iron cabinet, presumably a precaution taken by Xiong Chuan to evade detection. As the door swung open, everyone peered inside, only to be met with the bewildering sight of an empty room. There was no sign of Xiong Chuan, nor any evidence of a struggle. Confusion spread among them as they turned to Black Tiger, their hearts laden with doubt. Many murmured to themselves, "Black Tiger, what is going on? How could you fail to ascertain such crucial information about Brother Xiong's whereabouts? If we waste time, it could be a grave sin. If anything were to happen to Brother Xiong, it would undoubtedly be on your head." The collective reproach from his brothers cornered Black Tiger, and he too felt a heavy weight in his heart. How could this be? "Father, where on earth have you gone? We have only been apart for an hour or two. How could this happen?" He Hu cradled his head in despair, utterly bewildered. Behind him, his fellow disciples, witnessing his distress, continued their mockery, each one sneering. "Oh, look at him now, playing the victim. What a performance!" Regardless of the circumstances, it was under He Hu's leadership that they had arrived at this place, only to discover that the reality was starkly different from his description. In that moment, even He Hu began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Brother Xiong was merely jesting with me? Upon entertaining this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Enduring a few scoldings was inconsequential. As long as Master was safe, all would be worthwhile. Ignoring the derisive shouts from his fellow disciples, he cautiously pushed open half a door and slipped inside. After a meticulous examination of the room, his pupils constricted in shock as he pointed towards a corner, exclaiming, "What do you see there?" Instantly, everyone gathered around, and soon their eyes widened in horror, for they clearly discerned a large pool of fresh blood in the corner. Something had undoubtedly happened to Xiong Chuan. He had once concealed himself here to heal, but where had he gone afterward remained a mystery. The other disciples, equally astonished, crouched down to inspect the blood on the ground, murmuring, "How could this be? How could Brother Xiong possibly be in trouble? He is the underground emperor of Tianqin City." Alas, even if he were once the underground emperor, how could he still hold such a title now? Indeed, Brother Xiong was in his 40s. It was natural for him to be aging. The pressing matter was to search for clues regarding his whereabouts. After a thorough examination of the small room, they found no further leads, leaving them even more perplexed. This room lacked a large window, with only a tiny ventilation hole that even a child might struggle to squeeze through, let alone someone of Xiong Chuan's stature. How then had he managed to escape? After all, the door was barricaded from within, making entry or exit challenging. What was the nature of this sealed room? At that moment, a strategist standing beside He Hu raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother He Hu, I may have a lead that could prove useful, though I cannot be certain." He Hu, feeling as though he had spotted a lifeline, urged, "Then why do you hesitate? Speak up. Are you mute?" The strategist, taken aback by the sudden reproach, felt a swell of frustration within him. Had he known, he might have chosen silence to avoid such trouble. He finally spoke, albeit slowly. I recall that we had collectively buried a tracking chip beneath our skin, did we not? Besides us senior disciples of the martial arts school. Brother Xiong also bore one. As long as this positioning chip exists, regardless of Bear Brother's current whereabouts, we can precisely locate him. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger was immediately astonished. What are we waiting for? Let's initiate the search at once. The cunning strategist, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly retrieved an internal operational software and accessed the so-called positioning feature. Black Tiger's admiration for Xiong Chuan reached unprecedented heights. Truly, he is the underground boxing king of today's Tianjin City, exhibiting unparalleled caution by embedding positioning chips in all high-ranking members, sparing even himself. A formidable individual. Indeed, a quintessential tough character. As the loading bar progressed minute by minute, the display screen finally revealed Xiong Chuan's location. Yet, in that very moment, Black Tiger was utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? In a primordial forest 3,000 kilometers away. Chapter 44. Could it be the Night Butcher? As this answer emerged, all present were rendered speechless. The dog-headed strategist continued to murmur in disbelief. How could this be? How could Brother Xiong end up in such a place? While speaking, he fumbled for his phone, intending to look up information on the primordial forest. At that moment, the nearby Black Tiger could no longer tolerate the scene and kicked the dog-headed strategist several meters away into the crowd, roaring, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." A multitude of brothers wielding knives, guns, and clubs rushed forward, delivering a thorough beating to the dog-headed strategist, leaving him bruised and battered. Ouch, stop, Brother Tiger. I am utterly loyal, he pleaded until, finally, after receiving a good thrashing, Black Tiger waved his hand, allowing him to escape the torment. You are as foolish as a pig. At this point, do you still not understand? This so-called positioning software is a sham. It surely was the technician who swindled us out of our money, producing nothing but half-baked products. Just hours ago, Brother Xiong was here with me, burning paper for Black Wolf. How could he possibly have made it to the primordial forest so quickly? There are no flights to that place. Does he expect to be airlifted in? The dog-headed strategist stumbled to his feet, still harboring a trace of disbelief. That shouldn't be the case. Brother Xiong invested a significant sum in that positioning chip to monitor all gang members. It has functioned flawlessly for years. Why is it malfunctioning today of all days? Moreover, according to this software, all other chips are operating normally, pinpointing their locations correctly. Only Brother Xiong's is showing up in the primordial forest. In this day and age, should we not trust technology? Of course, these thoughts remained confined to his mind. After having suggested an idea that garnered no praise but resulted in a beating, he was reluctant to attract any more attention. Black Tiger felt a mixture of anger and grievance after finally reuniting with family. His father had vanished on the very first day. Damn it, am I truly a cursed soul? The gang members began to contemplate the situation carefully. After all, their current comfortable lives depended on Brother Xiong's influence. Without Xiong Chuan, the underground boxing arena would undoubtedly face decline. At that moment, a member who had been observing the surroundings intently spoke up curiously. Brother Tiger, do you think it's possible that Brother Xiong has met with an accident? This scene feels somewhat familiar. Black Tiger remained silent. By this point, he was all too aware that Xiong Chuan might very well be in grave danger. Yet, being his father, he was unwilling to accept this grim reality. What do you mean by familiar? The gang member nodded in affirmation and replied, This small house has no other exit. The sole entry and exit is this door. As we entered, it was evident that the door had been obstructed, evoking a sensation reminiscent of a murder mystery from an animated tale. Recently, a similar case had unfolded in our city. Upon uttering this observation, inspiration sparked among all present. Indeed, the Night Butcher. Such murder mysteries are rare. Not only must the perpetrator possess formidable psychological resilience and strength, but also a remarkably astute intellect. How could such killers be numerous? In an instant, everyone began to perceive a possible connection to the Night Butcher. Many grew anxious, discussing amongst themselves, Brother Hu, if it is indeed the Night Butcher, we are in grave trouble. He has been on a killing spree for several consecutive days. Yet the law enforcement has no leads whatsoever. Even Lu Tao, our city's so-called detective, is floundering in confusion. Locating Brother Xiong will likely be an insurmountable challenge. Sighing, one remarked, our optimism seems misplaced. The Night Butcher's methods are exceedingly brutal, leaving no survivors. Brother Xiong is likely lost to us. Another chimed in. I've seen numerous discussions online suggesting that the Night Butcher targets only the wicked who deserve their fate. He probably idolizes Batman. Yet, he is a poor imitation. Batman is not as cruel. If that is the case, another pondered, could it be that the Night Butcher has set his sights on our underground fight club? I doubt anyone here can truly claim to be virtuous. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd as they exchanged anxious glances, all waiting for Brother Who to speak. After a considerable pause, Brother Who directed his men to capture several more photographs of the scene, then stated, "First, all traces here must be eradicated, and the photos delivered to my possession. Second, regarding Brother Xiong's disappearance, I implore you to remain silent for as long as possible. We have made many enemies in our underground fight club. If they learn of Brother Xiong's absence, we may face dire consequences. Third, given that the Night Butcher has been cloaking his actions under the guise of punishing evil, we should refrain from any illicit activities for the time being. We have accumulated sufficient wealth over the years. A few months of reduced earnings will not be fatal. Lastly, and most importantly, arrange for a meeting with Lu Tao. I wish to discuss the Night Butcher with him." Upon hearing these directives, the brothers of the Fight Club responded in unison. This was undoubtedly the most perilous moment in the history of the underground Fight Club, and everyone remained on high alert. Meanwhile, Gu Yong sat alone in his wheelchair, basking in the sunlight by the floor-to-ceiling window. He had not disclosed the details of his recovery to anyone. This remained his secret. At that moment, he was the sole occupant of the room. After locking the door to the living room, Gu Yong surprisingly stood up alone, casually tossing his wheelchair aside. He sought an open space and narrowed his eyes, beginning to practice the Five Beasts breathing technique. Though named a breathing method, it could also be regarded as a form of martial arts. In addition to the secrets and incantations related to breathing, it required the execution of various intricate movements. According to Xiong Chuan, these motions and breathing techniques were inspired by 5 formidable ferocious beasts: the tiger, the elephant, the python, the eagle, and the crocodile. These apex predators of nature possess a physique far superior to that of humans by birthright. Even without rigorous training, their attributes vastly surpass those of an adult human. The Five Beasts breathing technique, which incorporates the characteristics of these powerful creatures, hones the human body, significantly unlocking its potential while also extending longevity. With such a treasure at his disposal, Gu Yong naturally felt compelled to seize the moment and diligently cultivate his skills. As he recalled the fragments of knowledge imparted by Xiong Chuan, his entire body began to move in synchrony. When he finally regained awareness, the sun had gradually set, casting a soft, rosy glow through the window. Indeed, time seemed to stand still in the pursuit of cultivation. He wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he sat back in his wheelchair. However, a sense of concern crept over him, as he felt rather unremarkable. Could it be a deception? Chapter 45, The Space of Vitality Enhancement in the New Era. The youth are characterized by a remarkable absence of internal strife. If one's practice yields no results, it can unequivocally not be attributed to oneself. It is futile to speak of a lack of talent. The issue undoubtedly lies within the essence of the practice itself. Gu Yong meticulously revisited the 5-color breathing technique in his mind, reflecting deeply upon each intricate detail. To dismiss this technique as mere counterfeit would be utterly misguided. Each movement and every breath within it is profoundly esoteric. Should anyone possess the ingenuity to devise such a remarkable creation, it would indeed be a travesty for them to engage in deceitful practices rather than pursuing scientific inquiry. There is a saying that all human advancement springs from imagination. However, as Gu Yong immersed himself in the comprehension of the 5-color breathing technique, his consciousness unexpectedly transcended into another realm. He found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of starry sky, where countless luminous points twinkled in dense clusters, one after another. Amidst these myriad lights, a small moon resided at the center. What is this? Where have I ended up? Gu Yong felt a wave of bewilderment and instinctively sought to withdraw from this world. Fortunately, this peculiar realm imposed no constraints upon his freedom. A mere thought was sufficient for him to extricate himself from it, as if it were a mere extension of his mind. After a brief moment of calm, he ventured to explore anew. Returning to the infinite starry sky, he began to navigate slowly. This time, he discovered that those star-like points could move freely under his mental command. Not only those luminous points, but even the small white moon could shift, as though everything within this realm were his playthings. How intriguing! With so many stars adorning the heavens, what could I possibly do with them? Perhaps use them for a game of billiards? After a thorough exploration, Gu Yong realized there were precisely 165 luminous points in the sky. Was this mere coincidence? This number matched his own balance of vitality enhancement perfectly. In the next moment, he inadvertently collided one of the luminous points with the small moon. What followed was even more astonishing. The tiny point vanished into thin air, and the moon expanded slightly. What is happening? Before Gu Yong could grasp the situation, a surge of strange memories flooded his mind. Within these memories, he found himself laboriously practicing the five-beast breathing technique day and night, astonishingly for an entire year. And this was no ordinary year. It was akin to a robotic existence. Devoid of rest or sustenance, a relentless pursuit of mastery without pause. Subsequently, Gu Yong's body began to undergo rapid transformation, although it appeared outwardly unchanged. A tactile examination revealed that his physique possessed greater elasticity, with the muscles beneath his skin exhibiting enhanced explosive power. If one were to insist on making a statement, Gu Yong, at this moment, felt an undeniable confidence within himself, believing he could compete in any international sporting event. Even if he did not claim the championship, he was certain of securing a place among the top three. Truly remarkable. Had he evolved into an omnipotent superhuman? Gu Yong hastily exited that enigmatic space. In the realm of reality, he rose from his wheelchair and cautiously approached the table. With one hand gripping a corner of the wooden surface, he exerted a forceful lift. This table, though merely an ordinary wooden piece, was not particularly heavy. An adult could easily lift it. However, to grasp a corner and elevate it was, without a doubt, an absurd notion. Yet, in this moment, what seemed absurd became reality for Gu Yong. He firmly grasped a corner of the table and, with a surge of strength, managed to raise it incrementally into the air. At this moment, Gu Yong truly felt the immense power residing within him. While Wu Song required several punches to slay a tiger, Gu Yong was confident he could accomplish the feat within 10 strikes. Overwhelmed with excitement, he surmised the application of that mysterious space, once again immersing his consciousness within it. At this juncture, he adeptly maneuvered the small points of light above, guiding them into the interior of the moon. However, regrettably, once 3 points of light had fully entered, the remaining ones could not follow. It was evident that the five beasts breathing technique had reached its zenith. In total, Gu Yong had devoted 4 years of his lifespan to this endeavor. An influx of memories surged into his mind, while he sensed his body undergoing a rapid transformation, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Initially, his physique expanded swiftly, growing from a height of 1 meter 80 to 2 meters 50. Gu Yong suddenly recalled Xiong Chuan, whose stature also exceeded 2 meters, truly a small giant. At first, he had assumed Xiong Chuan's impressive physique was due to innate talent. It now appeared that it was a consequence of practicing this breathing technique. As Gu Yong began to worry about the drastic changes in his physique, concerned that not only would the secret of his physical recovery be unveiled, but also the reason behind his newfound towering height would elude explanation, his body continued to transform. After nearing the limit of 3 meters in height, it began to gradually shrink. The sensation was akin to each cell within him undergoing refinement and amalgamation. Ultimately, Gu Yong returned to a height of approximately 1 meter 80. He pulled back his clothing to inspect himself, noting that his physique had become even more aesthetically pleasing, with muscle contours strikingly defined. Once the transformation ceased, Gu Yong realized that he had reached the final stage of the five beasts breathing technique, and further cultivation was no longer possible. It was a pity. Had it been boundless, he could have devoted over a century of his lifespan to it and perhaps achieved transcendence right where he stood. Presently, Gu Yong had a remaining lifespan of 161 years. Upon mastering the five-beast breathing technique to its pinnacle, Gu Yong felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being. The earlier assertion that it would require 10 punches to fell a great tiger now seemed excessively modest. With a single strike, he could undoubtedly reduce the fierce creature's skull to a pulp. However, it is somewhat regrettable that this does not elevate him to the realm of true superhumans, as he remains unable to withstand the impact of a bullet from a firearm, necessitating continued discretion. Once he regained his composure, Gu Yong seized the opportunity, while Su Chengxiang had yet to return from work, to immerse himself in a refreshing bath. After meticulously erasing all traces of his earlier exertions, he settled into his wheelchair, awaiting Su Chengxiang's return with a midnight snack. His thoughts wandered to the enigmatic space within his mind, now aptly termed the Yuan Shou space. The myriad twinkling stars within this realm represented the Yuan Shou he had absorbed, while the moon-like entities symbolized certain abilities he had acquired. By integrating Yuan Shou into these abilities, he could rapidly enhance his prowess. While others expend wealth, he wagered his very essence. In a moment of exhilaration, Gu Yang suddenly recognized that he might indeed need to depart from the hospital, as secrets were accumulating around him. Perhaps he should arrange for his discharge tomorrow. It seemed that there were still some funds in his account, and selling the former haunted residence could afford him the means to acquire a quaint second-hand villa. Chapter 46. Studying medicine, Gu Yang suddenly realized that his health had nearly returned to normal, and it was time to address the company he had painstakingly built. The firm primarily engaged in construction projects. Although he had amassed considerable wealth over the years, this industry had now become a sunset sector, and continuing in it seemed rather futile. Moreover, during his hospitalization, the management had been entrusted to Yan Pingping and Lu Xiaoyu, and he could only wonder what state the company had been left in. Rather than attempting to revive this ailing business, it would be wiser to liquidate it and pursue other ventures. Given that he would have to live with paralysis for the foreseeable future, how could he possibly manage a construction company? It was hardly feasible to visit a construction site from a wheelchair. A novel thought crossed Gu Yang's mind. Could his Yuan Shou be utilized for enhancing the five beasts breathing technique? And could it also be applied to learning and mastering other skills? If so, he could potentially become a prodigy in any field. Perhaps delving into research and development would yield greater financial rewards than construction. After some reflection, his focus shifted to the medical field. There was an overwhelming shortage of solutions in medicine, with countless ailments remaining untreatable. With the capabilities of his Yuan Shou space, he could undoubtedly elevate his medical knowledge to the pinnacle of human achievement. In time, he might even develop cures for grievous diseases such as cancer and leukemia. This endeavor would not only result in substantial wealth, but also garner the attention and protection of numerous influential forces. If Lu Tao were to doubt him, his accomplishments in creating life-saving medications and his elevated social standing would surely deter any reckless actions. Moreover, with the five beasts breathing technique at his disposal, Gu Yang hoped to attain even more profound methods of cultivation or elevate the technique itself through his own means. Historically, the realms of medicine and martial arts have been intertwined, making the study of medicine significantly beneficial. Having established his future goals, Gu Yang sighed. It was indeed time to seek a partner. Instantly, a name surfaced in his mind, Mu Rong. Mu Rong was his university roommate and one of his closest friends. He recalled how, during their drinking sessions, Mu Rong would insistently urge him to break up with Yan Pingping after a few drinks, often leading to heated arguments between them. Yet, despite their disagreements, Mu Rong never held a grudge and would repeat his advice the next time they drank together. In retrospect, it was evident that those embroiled in the situation often lacked clarity, while outsiders could see things more objectively. Had he ended things with Yan Pingping sooner, he might have avoided his current predicament. In the days following his awakening, Gu Yang had not received any messages from Mu Rong or seen him. He had begun to think his friend had forgotten him. However, upon investigating, he discovered that it was all the doing of Lu Xiaoyu and Yan Pingping. According to the will he left behind, in the event of his demise, the highest-ranking and most senior individual within the company would inherit all his shares. That individual, without a doubt, was Mu Rong. In their pursuit of this inheritance, Yan Pingping and Lu Xiaoyu deliberately stirred up trouble in the foreign market, employing coercive tactics that forced Mu Rong to resign and take a position at an outsourcing company. It is likely that Mu Rong remains unaware of his awakening. Gu Yang retrieved his phone and dialed an international long-distance number. After a prolonged ring, the call was finally answered, accompanied by the cacophony of a construction site. Mu Rong's voice, hoarse and irritable, erupted from the other end. "Hello? Who is this? I've gone abroad. Can I still receive scam calls?" In this day and age, everyone has been rendered paranoid by fraudulent calls. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, they instinctively suspect a scam. Gu Yang chuckled softly. "Old Mu, can you not even recognize my voice?" Mu Rong was momentarily taken aback, and then his voice escalated in excitement. "What? Old Gu, you're awake? That damn quack said you'd never wake up. I've been worried sick these past few days. It's good to hear you're awake." Gu Yang could distinctly sense Mu Rong's genuine joy emanating through the line. He casually inquired, "Why did you have to run abroad to deal with that mess when you were doing fine back home?" Upon hearing this, Mu Rong began to curse. "Isn't it because of your foolish wife and that idiot Lu Xiaoyu? Just when you had your accident, they caused the company to plunge into a massive financial crisis. The domestic market is already tough, and to resolve this crisis, we must tackle it from the foreign market. If I didn't come, the company would go under, And if that happened, your medical expenses for being a vegetable for the rest of your life would vanish. What do you expect me to do? I had no choice but to take this trip. I'm fighting for your company here. Now that you're awake, hurry and send me a bonus, or I might just resign. You have no idea how many major companies have sent me job offers since you became incapacitated. If I were to leave now, my worth would have doubled. Hearing Mu Rong's words warmed Gu Yong's heart. Thankfully, not everyone around him was a scoundrel. Or else he could have donated his eyes. Clearing his throat, he stated, there is no need to mention that wretch again. She will have no further connection with me for the rest of her life. Mu Rong's enthusiasm surged even more. You've finally dumped her. Damn. It seems that your accident wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least it cleared your head. I've always said, keeping that kind of trash around is useless. Wait a couple of days. I'll sort things out here and return to see you as soon as possible. However, Guyong shook his head and replied, no need. Just come back directly. The work over there can be left unattended. Once you return, we'll sell the company, pocket the money. And I'll take you to explore other ventures. Mu Rong was momentarily taken aback. Ah, brother, are you sure? Selling it outright would incur significant losses. Furthermore, do you have plans to reinvest this money into other ventures? Have you conducted market research or a feasibility analysis? We wouldn't want to end up losing everything. Starting a business now is not an advisable choice. The economic climate is far too bleak. However, Guyong remained resolute, stating, do not worry, trust me. I have it all figured out. Once the company is sold, you can take half of the proceeds as a form of guaranteed salary. You must be joking. After all these years of following you, do you think I am merely after your paltry gains? It is because we are brothers. Since you insist, I will pack my things now and buy a ticket to return tomorrow. Prepare yourself for a celebratory drink upon my arrival. After hanging up the phone, Guyong felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Having Mu Rong return to assist him was undoubtedly a relief. Once he set the phone down, his gaze fell upon a book resting on the table, its cover emblazoned with the bold title, Pathology. It must have been left behind by Su Chengqing. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to delve into it. Let us embark on this delightful journey of learning. Chapter 47. The bus thief. Nobody is permitted to disembark. There is a thief on the bus. Quickly, close the doors. A young girl clad in a high school uniform cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Upon hearing her pleas, the driver promptly complied, shutting the doors. In that instant, discontent rippled through the passengers. There's a thief? Why not just call the police? Why are you closing the doors? I'm late for work. Another passenger protested. Indeed, we shouldn't be delayed because of one individual's problem. What could a child possibly lose that is worth so much? Surely it's not just $2 of pocket money? Open the doors right now. I'll give you $5, no change needed. This is utterly ridiculous. The driver, with a scruffy beard, turned cautiously to the girl and inquired, Dear, what have you lost? If it's not of significant value, let us not hold up everyone's day, all right? Even if you report it. The police might require $1,000 to file a case. The girl, her face crimson and trembling, exclaimed, No, it's far more than that. My father's watch is missing. It's a Rolex worth over 100,000. At that moment, the bus fell silent. Every passenger taken aback by the staggering value of the watch. The driver's expression shifted to one of gravity. Are you serious, young lady? Such matters are not to be taken lightly. How could you carry such an expensive watch with you? That is terribly unsafe. Sitting on the floor, the girl wiped away her tears and sobbed, because my father is gravely ill, and we have to spend a lot of money on his treatment every month. We've sold our house and car. That watch is all that remains of my father's possessions. My mother told me to sell it to cover over a month's medical expenses. Without that money, my father wouldn't be able to afford his treatment. Her heartfelt words moved everyone on the bus. The watch, a symbol of their former stability, had become a lifeline in their dire circumstances. The driver sighed and addressed the passengers. If anyone happens to find the young lady's watch, please return it to her. His choice of words, find rather than steal, cleverly offered the thief an avenue of escape while subtly hinting that the passengers would not pursue the matter further. Yet, no one stepped forward. The driver felt a pang of frustration. Although the bus was equipped with surveillance cameras, their fixed angles meant they could only capture a limited view during the peak hour. With so many passengers aboard, even the most brazen thief could act under the very noses of the cameras without being recorded. The young girl was in a state of frantic desperation, kneeling on the bus while weeping profusely, beseeching the crowd behind her. Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, I implore you, please have mercy and return my watch, will you? My entire family would be eternally grateful. The bus was filled with a diverse array of passengers, business professionals with briefcases and black-rimmed glasses, young ladies dressed flamboyantly for a date, and elderly individuals with faces etched in wrinkles. At that moment, each person seemed to embody the essence of a thief, yet, paradoxically, they also appeared to be innocent. No one could discern the truth. The driver sighed and remarked, "To be candid, I would rather avoid this predicament, but if you cannot locate the watch, I will have no choice but to escort everyone to the Law Enforcement Bureau for an investigation." With that, he pressed the accelerator, steering the bus towards the bureau. In mere minutes, all passengers were ushered into the interrogation room for examination. However, despite thoroughly searching each individual, the elusive watch remained unfound. Lu Tao, yawning and moving at a leisurely pace, approached. Currently on administrative leave, he had still worked overtime the previous day, reviewing the details of several cases. It was only after this review that he truly grasped the meaning of despair. Numerous signs were left on the scenes of several homicides, yet none provided a clear lead to unveil the identity of the nocturnal butcher. Just as he stepped outside, Lu Tao was met with a cacophony of voices from the courtyard. "Officers, you called us down, and we complied. You asked us to cooperate with the inspection, and we did that too. What does it mean that we cannot leave now? Are we to be confined here for eternity because this fellow's watch remains missing? Indeed, who among us is without their own troubles? While we sympathize with the loss of the watch, it is not our wrongdoing. Why should we bear the brunt of this? To be frank, today's youth are quite astute, perhaps even more cunning than adults. It is entirely plausible that the girl herself concealed the watch and is orchestrating this entire charade." The young girl, tears streaming down her cheeks, clutched the hand of a female officer, pleading, "Sister, it's not like that. When I boarded the bus, I distinctly checked, and the watch was clearly in my backpack. Yet, when I turned around, my backpack had been slashed open. That watch was my father's medical expenses. I beg you, please help me." The multitude of officers present found themselves in a quandary. They had interrogated everyone individually, searched their persons, and scoured the bus, yet nothing surfaced. Lu Tao approached, and all the officers nodded in acknowledgement, greeting him. "Captain Lu, you've arrived. What transpired here? Please, enlighten me." The officers on the scene recounted the entire situation to Lu Tao. Yet, upon hearing their accounts, he furrowed his brow, feeling equally perplexed and without a lead. Amidst the crowd, a whimsical girl, reminiscent of an anime character, sat on a chair, her legs swinging playfully as she chewed gum. Her hair shimmered in a delightful shade of pink, adorned with twinkling patterns of stars and moons at the corners of her eyes. Clutching her phone, she spoke without lifting her gaze. "You all are truly incompetent. Not only have you failed to uncover any clues regarding the night butcher, but you can't even locate a mere thief. It's as if you've been living off plain rice, utterly unaware of how to justify the salaries you receive." Her words instantly captured the attention of all the enforcement officers present. Many of them glared at her in indignation. Who is this impudent girl, devoid of any manners? Where are her parents? They ought to come here at once. I must reprimand her. Child, solving cases is not as simple as you suggest. If you are so clever, why don't you find the thief for us? With an air of nonchalance, the girl set her phone aside and casually produced her identification from her pocket, tossing it into the hands of the leading officer, Lu Tao. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the esteemed detective hired at great expense by Director Guan. My name is Chu Lingling. As for the thief you seek, he is the man wearing black-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase. You should apprehend him at once." As her identity was revealed, the officers stood in stunned silence. "What is this?" "This is the renowned detective specifically invited by Director Guan. She appears to be little more than a child." They were astonished that she had pinpointed the thief within the crowd. Surely, it must have been a lucky guess. Regardless of its veracity, they decided to follow her lead. After inspecting her credentials, Lu Tao promptly returned them, bowing slightly. "Thank you, Detective Chu, for personally overseeing this matter. However, you claim this man is a thief. Where is the evidence of his wrongdoing?" The man in question, the one with black-rimmed glasses, began to shout in protest, waving his fists angrily. "What nonsense! A so-called gold medal detective, merely a fraud who got in through the back door. I am a legitimate office worker. How could I possibly be a thief? You've delayed me for half the day, causing me to be late and lose wages. And now you dare to slander me as a thief? If this matter is not handled properly, I will file complaints against all of you." Chapter 48. The significance of technology. Chu Lingling, somewhat impatient, tapped a few times on her mobile device, swiftly bringing up a chat interface. She displayed this interface for all present to see. Now, does this count as evidence? Everyone immediately craned their necks, eager to glimpse the contents of the chat page. Hey, did you pick up what I threw out earlier? I did. It contained a wallet and a watch, but there were hardly any bills in the wallet. You fool, the wallet isn't what matters, it's the watch. It's a Rolex worth over 100,000. Really? I thought it was a counterfeit. Of course not. I'm at the station right now. It's definitely authentic. Quickly hide it, and once the commotion dies down in a few days, we can sell it and live lavishly for half a year. All right, I'll hide it right away. You can trust me to handle this. How's it looking on your end? You're not actually going to get arrested, are you? Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly get caught? I've disguised myself flawlessly. Those incompetent officers have no leads. I'll be out in a matter of hours. Ha ha ha. They probably never imagined the thief was right under their noses. The man in the black-rimmed glasses turned pale upon reading the chat logs. He hastily pulled out his phone, but before he could unlock it, an officer beside him snatched it away. Chu Lingling, chewing gum nonchalantly, remarked, "This guy's phone has 2 operating systems. If you check the hidden one, you'll find his recent chats." Lu Tao promptly followed Chu Lingling's instructions, and indeed, he discovered such chat content on the man's phone. Upon scrolling up, it became evident that this individual was a habitual offender, with victims almost every day. Based solely on the amounts discussed in the chats, he could easily face a lengthy prison sentence. The man in the suit trembled, his legs weakening. How did you figure this out? Why do you have my chat records on your phone? Chu Lingling yawned, reclining in her chair. It's quite simple. I hacked into your phone. Once the theft incident on the bus came to light, I immediately infiltrated the phones of everyone on that bus to search for evidence, and you were an easy catch. Everyone present was utterly astonished. This young lady's skills were remarkable. She had effortlessly breached the phones of dozens of individuals on the bus and identified the thief. Impressive indeed. No wonder she was a renowned detective. Lu Tao quickly took action, and the man in the black-rimmed glasses was promptly handcuffed and placed in a cell. The other officers also sprang into action, heading towards the accomplice's location. It wouldn't be long before they returned with both the accomplice and the stolen goods. The girl who had lost her watch, with tears brimming in her eyes, knelt before Chu Lingling, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister, for your assistance. You are our family's savior." Chu Lingling waved her hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. This is merely my job. Remember to take care of your belongings in the future." After saying this, she stood up to stretch her limbs and inquired of Lu Tao, "Why are you still dawdling? Has the station not arranged accommodation for me?" Lu Tao promptly came to his senses, responding, "It has been arranged long ago. I'll take you there right away." At that moment, Lu Tao felt a surge of curiosity towards the young girl. Thus he took on the role of a guide, leading Chu Lingling toward her staff dormitory. Even along the way, Chu Lingling was engrossed in a shooting game on her phone. Lu Tao, familiar with the game, knew it was quite popular lately. It involved purchasing equipment with money, collecting precious resources within the game, and selling them upon extraction. The game was called something like Treasure Hunter. As they walked, Lu Tao observed Chu Lingling's phone screen, initially believing her to be a gaming expert. To his surprise, she boldly wielded her weapon, only to be ambushed by distant enemies and fell to the ground with a single shot. Frustrated, Chu Lingling exclaimed, all right, you are forcing my hand." After exiting the game interface, she opened another application and swiftly manipulated it. Upon re-entering the game, the visuals transformed dramatically. Chu Lingling's screen displayed the outlines of all nearby players. "Ah, so you resort to cheating?" With such an extraordinary advantage, it wasn't long before Chu Lingling dominated the map, amassing an impressive fortune, filling her backpack to the brim. Lu Tao stood by, utterly astonished. Is it really possible to do that? After concluding her gaming session, Chu Lingling stretched with satisfaction, declaring, not bad, a net income of 4 million, a triumphant return. I am simply unbeatable." Lu Tao, left speechless, remarked, "Is this really your prowess? Your audacity is remarkable. This is not your skill, but rather the power of the software on your phone." Seemingly sensing Lu Tao's skepticism, Chu Lingling tossed her light pink hair and smiled. "This is the power of technology. The skills within the game are indeed skills, but the techniques outside the game are equally valid, understand? There's a saying that the rules of Go do not confine themselves to the board." Lu Tao could only nod slightly. "I see." However, he was not particularly concerned with the nature of Chu Lingling. His primary focus was on solving the case of the night butcher. Thus, he asked, What does Detective Chu think of the Night Butcher? Do you have confidence in apprehending him? I have gathered a considerable amount of information and clues in the past few days. Would you like me to compile a report for you to review? Chu Lingling waved her hand dismissively, stating, No, it's unnecessary. You people are far too antiquated. Still employing those outdated detective methods. Analyzing the psychological journey of the perpetrator, interviewing the victim's social connections, searching the scene for clues. It's utterly foolish. With both low efficiency and accuracy, Lu Tao was taken aback by the scolding. These methods had long been his forte, and he had solved countless cases using this approach. Yet, now, in the presence of Chu Lingling, they seemed so inadequate. She continued, What kind of society are we living in now? We inhabit an information-driven society, where everyone inevitably leaves traces online. We merely need to employ specific technologies to glean an ever-increasing wealth of information beyond your wildest imagination, and then utilize big data for analysis, achieving an accuracy rate of 100%. Lu Tao listened, utterly perplexed. To be honest, he had no understanding of such technologies. However, Chu Lingling had just demonstrated a glimpse of her capabilities, and it appeared she truly possessed something extraordinary. Perhaps it was indeed time to adopt some unconventional techniques. At that moment, Chu Lingling arrived at her apartment door, opening it and striding confidently inside. The abode was an ordinary 3-bedroom unit, devoid of opulent decorations but impeccably clean. Clearly, she was quite content with her living environment. She reclined on the sofa, resuming her gaming, and without looking back, remarked to Lu Tao, Hurry back, Captain Lu. Don't impede my rest and gaming. By the way, regarding the case of the Night Butcher, you will no longer be responsible for it. I've arranged for an assistant to take over your duties. You may leave now. Lu Tao felt a chill run down his spine. Clenching his fists, he protested. This is unacceptable. I have always been in charge of these cases. How could you expect me to abandon it without resolution? I will not agree to this. Chu Lingling, uninterested, continued her game. Frustrated, Lu Tao turned and dashed toward Director Guan's office. Chapter 49. I would rather step down, Director Guan. I refuse to accept this. Lu Tao exclaimed as he forcefully pushed open the door to Guan Chang'an's office, his voice rising in protest. Guan Chang'an furrowed his brow and slapped the table with considerable force, retorting, What are you barking about? I have placed you on leave for your own good. Look at how haggard you've become. If this continues, not only will the perpetrator remain at large, but you may also find yourself hospitalized. This case is gaining significant public attention, and many are watching from above. If it remains in your hands and no results are achieved within a week, it will undoubtedly become a major blemish on your career. I am merely helping you transfer this hot potato, and you still dare to blame me. Do you have any conscience left? Gradually sobered by this scolding, Lu Tao was compelled to acknowledge that Guan Chang'an's actions, indeed, favored him more than they harmed him. Yet, the thought of the Night Butcher's brazen defiance fueled his anger. No, I cannot agree. I must join the investigation team and personally apprehend this scoundrel. Guan Chang'an, perplexed, rubbed his forehead, unable to comprehend how he had raised such a stubborn apprentice. The arrangements have already been made. Your only task now is to follow orders. With a face full of reluctance, Lu Tao suddenly lifted his head and said to Guan Chang'an, If that is the case, I will not serve as the team leader for this case. I will take on the role of a regular officer instead. Is that acceptable? I want to seek accolades or power, but I must be involved in solving this case. Guan Chang'an gazed at Lu Tao's earnest expression and finally understood that the Night Butcher case had likely become a psychological burden for his protege. If this matter remained unresolved, Lu Tao would forever be haunted by it. Such situations were not uncommon. Many skilled officers encountered cases that eluded resolution for a lifetime, often choosing to forsake their careers rather than abandon the pursuit of truth. Even when labeled as madmen by those around them, and with victims long resigned, they persisted. Guan Chang'an had always admired such individuals. It was their steadfastness that illuminated the weighty responsibilities borne by law enforcement. He sighed, patting Lu Tao on the shoulder. Good lad. I did not misjudge you. You possess even greater resolve than I. In light of this, I will permit you to temporarily step down and join Chu Lingling's team to assist with the investigation. Should you successfully crack this case, you shall undoubtedly gain invaluable experience. Lu Tao nodded earnestly, refraining from further words, and turned to leave. No sooner had he exited the office than one of his subordinates approached him, quietly saying, Captain, there is something I need to report to you. Lu Tao shook his head. From now on, you need not call me Captain. I have stepped down and am now at your level. The brother chuckled and remarked, What does it matter? Captain, This isn't your first emotion. You've grown accustomed to it. Before long, you'll crack a case or two and be reinstated. I'll continue to call you Captain to avoid the hassle of changing titles later. Lu Tao laughed. Why are you such a joker? Just tell me directly if there's something I need to report. If it's trivial matters, spare me the details. The young subordinate then spoke. It's about the underground boxing gym. Black Tiger wants to have a meal with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's brows furrowed instantly. He was well aware that the boxing gym, masquerading as a fitness center, was a front for professional thugs and gang members. The individual sent to assassinate Gu Yang was one of Xiong Chuan's trusted confidants. His frown deepened as he retorted, Did I not say to refrain from discussing trivialities? There's no need to speak of such nonsense. I have no intention of going. Is he attempting to bribe a public official? The subordinate shook his head, replying, It seems otherwise. From what that guy implied, he wishes to discuss the case with Captain Lu, specifically regarding the night butcher. Lu Tao's eyes brightened at this revelation. He was desperately seeking leads and had yet to find any. Agree to meet him. Let him decide the time and place. At this moment, Gu Yang set aside his pathology textbook. In his mind, a small moon flickered to life, albeit much smaller than the 5-beast breathing method. He attempted to introduce a Yuan show star into his consciousness, but upon doing so, he reached the limit with just one. His mind was now brimming with countless insights and reflections on pathology, as if he had devoted an entire year to studying and contemplating this book day and night. Not only had he comprehended all the knowledge contained within, but he had also formulated his own thoughts and identified several inaccuracies within the text. Indeed, as long as I desire it, I can utilize the Yuan show space to swiftly acquire any skill. I simply need to seek out a few more medical texts and invest several years of Yuan show to elevate my medical understanding to extraordinary heights, potentially surpassing the limits of human medicine. It's time to soar. After immersing himself in the 5 beasts breathing method and medical knowledge, Gu Yang felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Although the method of leveraging Yuan show space to enhance various skills could yield rapid mastery, the brain's capacity remained a limiting factor. Cramming excessive knowledge at once would lead to mental fatigue. A respite was necessary. Thus, he wheeled himself to the window to bask in the sunlight and took out his phone to browse the forum. The online world was a vibrant tapestry, where a myriad of individuals shared their lives, and intriguing events from ages past to the present were brought to one's attention. However, at that moment, the night butcher overshadowed all, dominating the trending topics at the top. Today's topic regarding the night butcher takes a rather different turn. Everyone is fervently commenting beneath the post. Surprisingly, nothing transpired last night. Could it be that the night butcher has decided to retire from his grim profession? Indeed, after only a few days of his heinous acts, it would be rather unfortunate for him to cease. Might he be feeling overwhelmed by pressure and fear? I have heard that the Enforcement Bureau has employed a remarkably skilled detective. This is a plausible scenario, as preserving one's life is paramount. Please refrain from baseless speculation. I have an insider who has already acquired first-hand information. The true identity and residence of the night butcher have long been exposed. The Enforcement Bureau is merely maintaining silence to avoid inciting panic or allowing the night butcher to escape amidst the chaos. In fact, the night butcher was apprehended last night, and his remains have been utterly obliterated. Is that truly the case? Surely you jest. That must be a fabrication, right? It is undoubtedly false. Do you genuinely believe such claims? Nowadays, individuals online revel in boasting, asserting they possess insider information or connections. If someone were to claim they were Qin Shi Huang, would you take that at face value? Ha ha ha. I concur. If the night butcher were indeed so easily captured, he would have been apprehended by now. Considering the absence of leads for so many days, I assert that the night butcher certainly committed murder last night. The bodies are merely concealed in more obscure locations and have yet to be discovered. This hypothesis seems reasonable, perhaps in 2 or 3 days. When the stench of decay becomes unbearable, the enforcement personnel will finally take notice. Chapter 50, Is Mr. Gu about to be discharged? As Gu Yang perused the myriad of forum messages, both genuine and fabricated, he found himself somewhat amused. Who could have anticipated that the infamous night butcher was, in reality, a paraplegic patient capable of movement only from the chest up? Even more surprising was the fact that this very patient had long since recovered. Gu Yang's decision to dispose of Xiong Chuan's body in a remote forest 1,000 miles away was a calculated move to diminish suspicion. Just yesterday, Xiong Chuan had sent someone to deal with him, only to be met with his own demise at the hands of the night butcher. Such a swift turn of events would undoubtedly heighten suspicion against Gu Yang. by casting the body far from the scene. He reasoned that few would be aware of Xiong Chuan's fate. Even if his subordinates noticed his absence, they would likely hesitate to report it. After all, which member of the underworld would dare to report a death, akin to a schoolchild calling their parents after losing a fight? Of course, this was merely Gu Yang's conjecture. The possibility of a collaboration between the underworld and law enforcement could not be dismissed. Yet, Gu Yang felt powerless. He was no deity, unable to manipulate every facet of the situation, and Xiong Chuan had to die. As for any lingering concerns, he could only take one step at a time. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. "Mr. Gu, this is Director Fong. May I come in?" "Of course, Director Fong, please enter." The door is unlocked. Fong Yin pushed open the door to find Gu Yang basking in the sunlight from his wheelchair, an expression of astonishment gracing his features. "Mr. Gu, I never anticipated that your recovery had progressed to this extent. You can move from the bed to the wheelchair and even sit by the window to soak up the sun. Your rate of recovery is quite extraordinary." Having dedicated years to this field, Fong Yin possessed a profound understanding of the pathological characteristics of paraplegic patients. Even in recovery, one typically experiences weakness in the affected limbs. Yet Gu Yang exhibited none of these residual effects. At times, Fong Yin found himself questioning whether the individual before him had truly been paralyzed. Gu Yang chuckled lightly. "I suppose I am merely fortunate, recovering a bit quicker than expected. However, I sense my luck has reached its limit. My lower body remains devoid of sensation, and it seems unlikely that I will regain feeling in the near future." Fong Yan's expression turned slightly regretful. "Mr. Gu, please do not dwell too heavily on this. The mere fact that you awaken from a vegetative state and regain mobility in your hands is nothing short of miraculous. With proper care, if a miracle has occurred once, it may very well manifest again. I have come primarily because I heard you intend to apply for discharge. Might this decision be a tad hasty? I would recommend that you remain in the hospital for a few more days. Is your eagerness to leave a result of any shortcomings on my part? If you have any concerns, please feel free to voice them." Fong Yin held Gu Yang in high regard, for he embodied numerous medical miracles that remained somewhat inexplicable. Observing him for a few additional days would greatly benefit the study of neurology. Gu Yang wheeled his chair to the side of the sofa and gestured for Director Fong to take a seat first. He then spoke. "Director Fong, you are truly too kind. During my stay here, I have greatly benefited from the care provided by both you and Nurse Su. However, I feel that in the short span of time, I have not experienced significant changes, and thus, remaining here would merely squander resources. With my hands regained to a functional state, I can manage my daily life, and I long to return to my own existence." Upon hearing this, Fong Yin nodded in understanding. He could empathize with Gu Yang's sentiments. It is reasonable to assume that no individual would wish to reside in a hospital indefinitely, regardless of the luxurious accommodations. "In that case, I shall arrange a discharge ceremony for you, Mr. Gu, so we can celebrate your progress appropriately," he declared. Gu Yang quickly waved his hand. "Oh no, that is entirely unnecessary. I have already caused you both considerable trouble. How could I possibly warrant a ceremony?" Seeing Gu Yang's insistence, Director Fong relented. "Very well, I have approved your discharge paperwork. However, it would be best if you delayed your departure until tomorrow. As it is rather late today, I will arrange for Su Changsheng to have a day off tomorrow to assist you. Should there be any changes in your health, please do not hesitate to contact me. I understand, and I am grateful for your care, Director Fong." Gu Yang expressed his thanks once more. At that moment, Director Fong received a phone call, indicating other pressing matters awaited him, and he waved goodbye to Gu Yang. Once Fong Yin had departed, Su Changsheng hurried over, breathless. Gu Yang chuckled in exasperation. "Why does it seem like you all keep pouring in one after another?" Su Changsheng removed her mask, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Gu Yang. "Mr. Gu, I heard you were being discharged?" Gu Yang nodded. "Indeed. You see, I can now move my hands, and with the aid of a wheelchair, I can accomplish many simple tasks. So what purpose is there for me to remain here? Do you wish for me to live in this hospital for eternity?" Su Changsheng exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Of course, I would love for you to stay here forever. As long as you are here, I earn over 10,000 a month. If you leave, I will only have 4,000 to 5,000 left," she continued. "Director Fong even promised to recommend me for awards, and if you depart, I'm uncertain whether I will receive that bonus." As she spoke, Su Changsheng's voice quivered with a hint of impending tears. Gu Yang smacked his forehead, lamenting, "So it turns out your reluctance is not about me, but rather your substantial salary. Of course, I cannot bear to part with my wages. I am quite poor, you know, Su Chengqing candidly admitted. Gu Yong recognized that she was indeed in dire financial straits. She was the pillar of her family, caring for a gravely ill mother, and her income as a nurse barely sufficed. Fortunately, the hospital was aware of her difficulties and offered her some benefits to ease her burden. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly struggle to make ends meet. Su Chengqing sat dejectedly on the sofa, peeling an orange for Gu Yong while casually inquiring, "Mr. Gu, where do you plan to relocate? Have you found a suitable place? You can provide me with the address, and after work, I shall transport some of your belongings. I only have an electric scooter, so I will need to make multiple trips to complete the move." Gu Yong, puzzled, responded, "I can understand you moving your things with the scooter, but how do you intend to transport me?" "That's quite simple," she replied. "I will place you on the back seat of the scooter, with your wheelchair in front, and then use a strap to secure us together, treating it as if I were carrying cargo." Gu Yong rubbed his temples and suggested, "What I meant to say is, can't we just take a taxi? Taking a taxi is quite expensive, you know. The base fare is 15 yuan, which could buy you a pound of meat to last 2 days. I recall mentioning that I am not particularly short on funds, right? Mr. Gu, that is where you are mistaken. While you are young and accomplished, you must also consider the future. You certainly cannot work now, and what will your income be later? You need to change your mindset, learn to economize, and treat 1 yuan as if it were 2. Do you understand? Fine. I see I have been schooled." Su Chengqing handed Gu Yong the peeled orange segments, popping a few into her mouth as she lamented, "I suppose I too will have to economize. My salary just increased, but I haven't even received it yet. And now it's all for naught. By the way, Mr. Gu, the card you gave me still has quite a bit of money left, which I will return to you. You will likely need to hire a new caregiver or something similar." Upon hearing this, Gu Yong frowned slightly. Given his current physical condition, failing to hire a caregiver would likely raise suspicions, yet he also did not wish for another person to constantly observe him in his own home. At that moment, he looked up at Su Chengqing, struck by a new thought. Before he could voice it, Su Chengqing abruptly placed the fruit bowl on the table and exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Gu, after you move, you will still need to hire a caregiver or nurse, which will also cost money. Why not continue employing me? I am quite affordable." Gu Yong hesitated and replied, "Experienced caregivers or nurses in the market seem to start at over 8,000 a month." Su Chengqing instantly stood up and confidently declared, "I only require 6,000. After glancing at Gu Yong, who remained silent, she resolutely added, "Fine, let us make it 5,000. Gu Yong still did not respond. "For 1,000, I cannot go any lower. Surely you would have to pay a fresh graduate at least that much. A fresh graduate would only ask for 3,005, working full-time under a grueling schedule." Chapter 51. The new detective team leader, Li Kaiyan. Su Chengqing's eyes brimmed with tears, appearing on the verge of sobbing. And ultimately, she could only acquiesce with a sense of grievance. All right, 3,500 it is. A little extra earnings is still better than none." Seeing her in such a state, Gu Yong couldn't help but chuckle, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I was merely jesting. I shall offer you the market rate of 8,000. He added, "You need not spend too much time at my place. Just remember to prepare my meals daily and come by every couple of days to tidy up the house. Should I require anything further, I will call upon you." Su Chengqing nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Is it truly so? Foster father, Mr. Gu, you are nothing short of a living bodhisattva, rescuing those in distress." Immediately, she capitalized on her university education, showering Gu Yong with an avalanche of praises, almost wishing to prostrate herself before him in reverence. Gu Yong, flattered by her flattery, felt a sense of delight. In truth, Gu Yong held a rather favorable impression of Su Chengqing. She could indeed be considered a friend. Initially, due to misunderstandings, the young woman had avoided him as if he were a ravenous wolf, but once the misapprehensions were cleared, she treated him quite well. Most importantly, this girl was rather naive. With her by his side, he need not worry about the exposure of his identity, even if it were to be revealed. Her overwhelming sense of justice would compel her to go to great lengths to protect him. There was simply no better choice for a caregiver than her. As for where to reside, Gu Yong had entrusted that matter to Mu Rong, who would return the following day. The previous residence, tainted by death and sorrowful memories, was certainly off limits. Just as Gu Yong and Su Chengqing were engaged in their lively conversation, a knock echoed from outside. Gu Yong felt a headache coming on. What was it today, with so many visitors? Su Chengqing rose to answer the door, revealing a man clad in a suit with a work badge, accompanied by 2 assistants. This individual exuded an air reminiscent of a polished elite returning from overseas studies. With framed glasses perched on his nose and his hair meticulously slicked back, he possessed a degree of charm, albeit tinged with an air of pretense. After exchanging nods with Su Chengcheng at the threshold, he turned his gaze towards Gu Yang within the room and spoke. "You must be Mr. Gu. I am Li Kaiyun, the newly appointed head of the detective division at the Law Enforcement Bureau. I have come to discuss some cases. May I have a moment of your time?" Upon hearing this, Su Chengcheng's demeanor shifted abruptly, her face darkening. "Another from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Surely you are not here to disturb Mr. Gu's peace again?" The previous one, Lu Tao, was quite bothersome. Li Kaiyun, wearing a gentlemanly smile, reassured her, "Miss Su, please do not worry. Lu Tao has been suspended due to inadequate case handling. I will be responsible for the upcoming cases. I assure you, I will not inconvenience Mr. Gu in the slightest. It has come to my attention that the former Lu Tao even cast a suspicious glance towards Mr. Gu, which is utterly foolish. Clearly, Mr. Gu is merely a paralyzed patient. How could he possibly be connected to the affairs of the night butcher? Mr. Gu should rightfully be regarded as the victim." Upon hearing Li Kaiyun's remarks, Su Chengcheng's expression brightened considerably, and she clenched her fists, filled with righteous indignation. Captain Li is undoubtedly far more capable than that Lu Tao. She turned her gaze towards Gu Yang, who nodded in affirmation. "Please, come in." Li Kaiyun smiled as he settled onto the sofa opposite Gu Yang, while his two assistants stood behind him like vigilant bodyguards. After Su Chengcheng closed the door, she thoughtfully poured tea for them. Instead of diving straight into the case, Li Kaiyun first inquired about Gu Yang's health. "Mr. Gu, you appear to be in good spirits. I trust you will soon make a full recovery?" Gu Yang sighed and shook his head. "It is not so simple. The reason I appear well is entirely due to the considerate care provided by Dean Fong and Nurse Su. However, I suspect I shall be accompanied by this wheelchair for the remainder of my life. Nevertheless, I am quite content with my current state, especially for someone in a vegetative condition. Mr. Gu indeed possesses a commendable outlook. I have two purposes for my visit today. The first is to offer an apology on behalf of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It seems that Lu Tao held some biases against you, leading to his initial suspicions. I regret any inconvenience this may have caused you, and I have brought a small gift as a token of goodwill. Please do not take it to heart." With that, Li Kaiyun presented a neatly packaged gift to Gu Yang, who accepted it with a smile. "I cannot accept this. Cooperating with the Law Enforcement Bureau is my duty." Li Kaiyun continued with a smile. "The second matter pertains to the assassination attempt against you. We have uncovered some leads through our investigation of call records, and it appears that your good friend, Lu Xiaoyu, is likely involved. However, there are still some details of this case that require clarification, and we wish to use this lead to investigate Xiong Chuan's other unlawful activities. Therefore, we have not yet apprehended Lu Xiaoyu. I kindly ask for your patience." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the efficiency with which the newcomer, Li Kaiyun, had traced the matter back to Lu Xiaoyu. He feigned a look of distress and anger, exclaiming, "As for Lu Xiaoyu, I had always considered him my closest friend. It was bad enough that he caused me to have an accident, but now he seems unwilling to let me go. This is truly outrageous." Li Kaiyun nodded solemnly. "Indeed. Such a scoundrel deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. Rest assured, we have obtained new evidence regarding his attempted murder. We are merely biding our time to ensnare a larger target. Within a month, we will guarantee a satisfactory resolution for you, Mr. Gu." Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction, stating, "As long as your enforcement bureau is aware of the situation, I am not in a rush. I firmly believe that justice, though it may arrive tardily, will never be absent." Li Kaiyun maintained a gentlemanly smile throughout the conversation and suddenly interjected, "Mr. Gu, would you be so kind as to lend me your mobile phone? I would like to record my contact number for your convenience, so that you may reach me promptly should any matters arise." Gu Yang nodded in agreement and handed over his phone without hesitation. After a few moments of operation, Li Kaiyun returned the device, now displaying his contact information. Having exchanged these words, Li Kaiyun rose from the sofa, smiling as he continued, "Earlier, upon my arrival, I had the opportunity to meet with Director Fong. He informed me that you are to be discharged from the hospital. However, it seems that Lu Xiaoyu has yet to be apprehended. Would you like to request protection? I can arrange for someone to keep watch nearby." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance. To be honest, I felt quite anxious upon receiving this news. That Xiong Chuan, being affiliated with the underworld, will certainly not let things rest easily after losing a subordinate. With my dear friend intent on bringing about my demise, your protection brings me much solace. Of course, it is only fitting that law enforcement serves the public. Li Kaiyan replied, I shall take my leave now, and once you arrive at your new residence tomorrow, I will promptly arrange for someone to ensure your safety. The two exchanged polite nods and bade farewell. After Li Kaiyan departed, Su Chuncheng began to tidy up the remaining teacups on the table, remarking, Captain Li seems to possess far more courtesy and logical reasoning than the previous officer Lu Tao. With Mr. Gu's case now in his capable hands, there is finally a glimmer of hope. Gu Yong nodded slightly, yet a sense of unease crept into his mind. Something is amiss. This Li Kaiyan is certainly not as straightforward as he appears. Chapter 52. Big data does not deceive. Excess in anything can be detrimental. Gu Yong squinted, reflecting on every word spoken by Li Kaiyan, as well as the initial impression this individual left on him, which was decidedly dissonant. Judging by his attire, he could either be an elite returned from overseas studies or a privileged heir from a wealthy family. One would expect such a person, upon assuming the role of the criminal investigation team leader, to exhibit a sense of arrogance or, at the very least, an air of superiority. Yet, this individual was remarkably approachable throughout, constantly offering gifts and apologies. How could that be? If it were Gu Yong in his position, he would likely not spare a glance for someone in a state of paralysis. Moreover, regarding the previous case of hired murder, as Li Kaiyan mentioned, they intended to cast a long line to catch a big fish. But if that were the case, why divulge this information to him? Was he not concerned about the possibility of leaks? There was something amiss. This man undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. But what could his purpose be? After Su Chuncheng assisted Gu Yong in tidying up the room, she hurried back to her duty. Gu Yong pondered deeply, and suddenly a revelation struck him. This fellow is deceiving me. He is wagering that I will go after Lu Xiaoyu? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Lingling, are you asleep? There was no response from within, and Li Kaiyan gently turned the doorknob and stepped inside. At that moment, Chu Lingling lay in bed, fast asleep. Beside her, the game's voice chat continued to blare. Teammate, where are you? Please help. Damn it. Why did I match with a teammate who is AFK? I'll lead the charge, and you pretend to be AFK during battles, right? Unbelievable, this useless teammate. Your entire family is doomed this round. Li Kaiyan frowned as he approached, softly silencing the game's audio. At that very instant, Chu Lingling flipped over and sat upright. Why did you turn off my phone? Li Kaiyan found himself at a loss for words. I simply cannot comprehend what is enjoyable about this game. Do you revel in listening to your teammates hurl insults? Let them curse. The more they do, the more exhilarated I become. It signifies they are on the verge of breaking. Ha ha ha. Their frustration only confirms my victory. Li Kaiyan chose not to engage further. Fully aware that aside from her passion for solving cases, Chu Lingling relished the thrill of verbally dueling with those addicted to gaming. Although he did not grasp the allure of such amusement, he fully supported her pursuits, for loving someone entails embracing all facets of their being, does it not? With great care, he tucked Chu Lingling in and poured her a glass of warm water. Here, drink some water. Your skin has been looking worse lately. You need to stay hydrated. Chu Lingling tousled her slightly disheveled hair and replied, Hey, stop that. If you keep this up, I might start to suspect you are after my body. Get lost. If I were after your body, we would already have children running around. Oh, how surprising that you would say such a thing. This indicates that you must indeed harbor such thoughts. Pray tell, when did you first entertain these sordid notions? Was it from the very day I first laid eyes upon you? I knew it. My mother once advised me that men are all like clumsy hogs. And you are no exception. Li Kaiyan, disinterested in further banter, settled comfortably onto the adjacent sofa and remarked, I have attended to the matters you entrusted to me. Do you truly suspect that the paralyzed individual could be the Night Butcher? That seems rather far-fetched. The game had already been terminated, and Chu Lingling found herself unable to enter. Discarding her phone aside, she responded, generally speaking, the first crime committed by an offender bears significant weight on their life. The first victim of the Night Butcher was Yin Pingping, who, in this world, harbors the greatest desire to eliminate Yin Pingping. Thus, Gu Yong inevitably stands as the prime suspect. Even if he is not the Night Butcher, there must exist some connection between them. Li Kaiyan nodded in agreement. In that case, Lu Tao does not appear to be a fool. The likelihood of Gu Yong hiring a hitman is quite high. I have heard he possesses some funds. Yet, examining his background, it seems his earlier life was that of an ordinary individual. The Night Butcher, however, exhibits top-tier methods of murder and counter-surveillance. How could an ordinary person possibly be linked to such a brutal executioner? Xu Lingling shook her head. I am uncertain, and I am disinclined to delve deeper. The reason a case remains unresolved is that it encompasses information beyond rational comprehension. If Gu Yang does share a connection with the Night Butcher, he must be a vengeful character. Upon learning that Lu Xiaoyu intended to hire someone to kill him, it is inconceivable that he would not retaliate. We merely need to wait patiently for the right opportunity. By the way, have you implanted the small virus I requested into his phone? Li Kaiyan nodded. It has been implanted. However, due to time constraints, the virus we managed to install can only access his call logs and browsing history, among other things. This will suffice, as big data and online information do not deceive. Xu Lingling promptly sprang from the bed, seizing a nearby computer to execute a series of operations. In no time, she retrieved Gu Yang's recent call logs and browsing history, meticulously sifting through each entry. Li Kaiyan also pulled up a stool beside her to assist. After an hour of diligent investigation, Xu Lingling rubbed her weary eyes. This fellow seems to be without fault, Li Kaiyan concurred. Indeed, since his awakening, his call records include only 3 individuals: the nurse Su Chengxing, the director Fang Yanji, and a friend named Mu Rong. Mu Rong is currently abroad, and neither the director nor Su Chengxing seems likely to be involved. What about the browsing history? Does it reveal any pertinent information? After surveying the situation, Xu Lingling shook her head. His browsing history, like that of an ordinary person, primarily consists of watching videos to pass the time. If one were to insist on finding something peculiar, he seems to enjoy frequenting the forum of the Night Butcher. Li Kaiyan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. This does not signify much. The Night Butcher has already stirred a significant public uproar online, and there are many who engage with this forum. I, myself, browse it occasionally. Just when Li Kaiyan thought there was nothing of value to be gleaned, Xu Lingling suddenly clapped her hands. I have discovered something. This individual harbors a secret. Li Kaiyan's eyes widened as he leaned in. What secret? How did I miss it? Xu Lingling turned back, her expression grave as she replied. This fellow clandestinely visited an adult website. Li Kaiyan rolled his eyes. My dear Miss Lingling, could you not be so serious? Is this not quite normal? Xu Lingling immediately pointed at Li Kaiyan. Ah, you have indeed admitted it. You claim this behavior is normal, which implies you must also indulge in it privately, correct? You big oaf, I must examine your browsing history. No, please don't. I have never visited such sites. I truly haven't. Whether or not you visited is not for you to say. I must verify it myself. Hand over your phone. No. Unless you step over my corpse. You wretched oaf. Now I feel as though your gaze towards me is rather lecherous. Li Kaiyan was so exasperated he nearly wanted to spit blood. We are currently discussing a case. Can you not be serious for once? What should we do next? Do propose a course of action. Xu Lingling casually tossed the computer aside, picked up her phone, and prepared to start a new game. What else can we do? With the current clues yielding nothing, we can only wait patiently. Let us focus on Lu Xiaoyu. As long as he is alive, should Gu Yang exhibit any unusual behavior, we would have effectively narrowed down the suspect. Waiting idly is a foolish tactic, yet at times, it is the only option available. Li Kaiyan found no fault in Xu Lingling's plan and inquired further. Should we send a few individuals to protect Lu Xiaoyu? Protect him? He is a complete scoundrel. What is there to protect? He deliberately caused harm, betrayed a friend's girlfriend, attempted to unlawfully seize another's property, and colluded with the underworld. He deserves no sympathy should he meet his end. Even if he were to die, it would be justly earned. I see no reason to protect him. You should get some rest. I will start a game. Chapter 53. The world of adults at this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was engulfed in rage, his mind in disarray. He recklessly smashed all the worthless furniture in the room into smithereens, cursing vehemently as he did so. Damn those filthy thugs, those despicable rascals. They've brought their troubles right to my doorstep. If the underworld was so lucrative, he mused, why shouldn't he also plunge into that abyss? Amidst his tirade, his ire turned towards Gu Yang. You wretched paralyzed fool, if someone tried to kill you, why the hell didn't you just die? Why the need for a miraculous comeback, like some extreme revenge plot? Do you think you're the protagonist of a television drama? There aren't that many coincidences, nor that many miraculous turnarounds. It's utterly nauseating. An accident couldn't take you out, nor could an assassin. You're more resilient than that damn Tang Xing. After venting his frustrations at Gu Yang, he suddenly recalled when Muley and that infernal lawyer. After years of legal study, all that knowledge had seemingly withered away, as he tirelessly used it to assist the wicked. Surely he was in cahoots with that scoundrel Xiong Chuan, conspiring to rob him of his hard-earned wealth. Lu Xiaoyu found himself in a dire predicament. He had initially believed that once this ordeal was over, he would seamlessly inherit Gu Yong's fortune, living a life of luxury and ease for the remainder of his days. Yet, within just a few days, his circumstances had undergone a complete and shocking reversal. First, he found himself nearly trapped in the Enforcement Bureau, and now, the fortune he had painstakingly deceived out of others had been completely drained by that unscrupulous lawyer in the criminal underworld. If he could somehow secure full ownership of the construction company, perhaps there would be some remnants left for him. Otherwise, his future would be bleak. Daunted by the gang leader, Lu Xiaoyu could not muster the courage to contact Gu Yong. After much contemplation, he realized there was only one outlet for his pent-up frustration. He dialed Wen Muli's number directly. Wen Muli's affable yet infuriating tone resonated through the phone. "What is the matter, Boss Lu? Has everything been handled?" Lu Xiaoyu erupted in a fit of rage. "Boss? Don't call me that. I'm now a deadbeat. The scoundrels you introduced are utterly useless. They couldn't even kill a paralyzed man. And they lost one of their own in the process. And now they dare to blame me, demanding outrageous compensation. This person was your recommendation. You bear full responsibility. And that money is on you. Why should I be the one to suffer unjustly? This is entirely unfair." His barrage of invective left Wen Yuli momentarily bewildered. Stop, don't shout. "First, tell me what happened," he urged. After striving to regain his composure, Lu Xiaoyu recounted how Xiong Chuan had sent someone to kill Gu Yong, only to have the assassin meet their own demise. Wen Muli's eyes widened in astonishment. A professional assassin sent to eliminate a paralyzed individual, and they ended up being killed? Even in the realm of fantastical novels, this would be an unprecedented twist. It's simply unfathomable. I am quite familiar with that fellow Xiong Chuan. The individuals under his command have undergone specialized training in a life-and-death hand-to-hand combat scenario. Even elite soldiers would find themselves at a disadvantage. How could they possibly falter against someone who is paralyzed? Spare me your feigned innocence. I truly believe you and Xiong Chuan have colluded to swindle me out of my money. Following a single setback, he audaciously increased the price by several tens of millions. Does he not realize this is tantamount to threatening my very existence? Even if I were to acquire that construction company, what would its worth truly be? Valuation is one thing, but actual realization is another. Do not pretend you are unaware of the discrepancies involved. It might very well turn out that I would end up incurring losses. I refuse to shoulder this debt. Do not mistake me for an easy target. However, upon hearing these words, the tone of Wen Muli on the other end of the line lost its previous cordiality. "Oh, based on your tone. Are you attempting to evade payment? Surely you do not believe this is some amicable transaction we are engaged in? If you lack funds, it is your responsibility to find a solution. Corneas, vital organs, each can be sold for a price. Whatever they fetch, so be it. Rest assured, I will not allow you to pay a single cent less. If you fall short of funds with Xiong Chuan, your life may very well be forfeit. Consider your options wisely." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu realized the peril of negotiating with a tiger. He erupted in curses. "You bastard. You are inhuman." Wen Muli laughed heartily. "You know, when I first entered this line of work, many hurled similar insults at me. In the beginning, I found it quite unsettling. But now, hearing such epithets feels almost like a compliment. Go ahead, continue your tirade, as long as there is money involved. What does it matter if I am deemed a scoundrel or a beast? Let me reiterate, if I do not receive my payment within a week, I can have you imprisoned, where you will spend the rest of your days. Xiong Chuan possesses ample means to ensure you meet your demise in prison, leaving no trace behind. Mark my words." After the call ended, in a fit of rage, Lu Xiaoyu raised his phone, ready to smash it to smithereens. Yet, in a moment of clarity, he noticed the cracked screen of the device. No money left, truly, none at all. If I destroy this phone, I would have to spend money on a new one, incurring yet another significant expense. This is infuriating. Sinking into despair on the sofa, Lu Xiaoyu could not help but contemplate. Should I simply choose to flee? Meanwhile, after hanging up, Wen Muli immediately attempted to call Xiong Chuan to inquire about the situation, but the call would not connect, no matter how hard he tried. Damn it. Such a significant oversight. Why was I not informed? Now the phone lines are dead. Are they playing dead? Regardless, if he fails to collect his money, that is his loss. I have worked diligently on this lawsuit and made introductions. My funds must not go unrecovered. With a glimmer of inspiration, Wenmu Li swiftly dialed another number. At that moment, Gu Yang, who was reclining in a wheelchair and had finally found a captivating film, heard his phone ring, a call from an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, he answered the call, initially suspecting it to be a marketing ploy or a scam. To his surprise, the voice on the other end was that of a courteous young man, speaking in a soft tone. "Good day, Mr. Gu. My name is Wenmu Li, and I am a professional lawyer. You may find my introduction rather uninteresting, but allow me to add that I recently facilitated the bail of Lu Xiaoyu from the enforcement agency." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang's expression darkened slightly. "Indeed. Quite an impressive feat you managed to extricate someone from a case with solid evidence. What prompts you to call me? Are you seeking an award?" "Fortunately, I have access to a printer at the hospital. Shall I print you a certificate?" Wenmu Li chuckled heartily. "Mr. Gu, you possess a delightful sense of humor. However, my intention in reaching out is not to request an accolade, but rather to propose a collaboration." Gu Yang burst into laughter. "Are you mistaken? You just extracted my adversary from the enforcement agency, causing me considerable dismay, and now you wish to partner with me? Your ambitions are quite grand, straddling both light and darkness." Wenmu Li replied with a gentle laugh. "Mr. Gu, I trust you are an astute individual. In the realm of adults, concepts of black and white are mere illusions. What exists is simply self-interest. Permit me to be candid. My alliance with Lu Xiaoyu has disintegrated, yet I possess a wealth of incriminating evidence against him, including proof of his feigned mental illness. With a single word from you, I can promptly deliver all this evidence to you. Believe me, it is sufficient to ensure he spends the remainder of his life in penitence behind bars." "Oh, your words pique my interest indeed. What do you wish for me to say? Surely, I need not address you as foster father?" "Ha ha ha, Mr. Gu, your wit is truly remarkable. As I mentioned earlier, in the world of adults, we speak solely of interests. I require 50 million. Once the funds are transferred, the evidence will be dispatched to your mobile device without delay. What say you?" Chapter 54. I want to bleed you dry. When Wenmu Li uttered these words, he exuded an air of confidence, as if he was certain that Gu Yang would acquiesce to his financial demands. What man could endure such indignities? However, to his surprise, Gu Yang merely chuckled lightly on the other end of the line, his tone laced with derision. "I heard that you obtained a mental health certificate just to extricate Lu Xiaoyu from the Enforcement Bureau. Yet, from my perspective, you might also benefit from a psychological evaluation. Perhaps you have yet to realize that you are, in fact, a tremendous fool. After your quarrel with Lu Xiaoyu, you come to me for money. I suppose your mother didn't also have a falling out with your father and seek out a homeless man for his seed, thereby bringing forth your existence, did she?" Gu Yang's vehement tirade left Wenmu Li utterly dumbfounded. Since embarking on this professional path, he had always been treated as a distinguished guest. Even when subjected to insults, they were whispered behind his back. Never had he experienced such humiliation. "Mr. Gu, you certainly are remarkable, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Do you really believe that surviving an assassination attempt will grant you a carefree life for the rest of your days? Do you think that with just a slight exertion of effort, I could have your company shut down within a week? The outcome of such a financial paralysis would be disastrous, and I trust one need not elaborate further." Gu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "Do as you wish. But I must caution you that those who engage in malevolence often provoke divine retribution." "Haha. Divine retribution and karma are merely the self-soothing mantras of pitiful souls like you. Since Mr. Gu is unwilling to accept the gracious offer, I shall not hesitate to be unkind." With that, Wenmu Li abruptly ended the call. In that moment, the professional smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a dark scowl, akin to a venomous serpent awakening from hibernation. "Very well. If everyone is eager for money without regard for their lives, then let it be known that I shall not be merciful. I have conducted extensive research and utilized numerous connections to win this lawsuit, yet I have received not a single penny. If I cannot possess it, then neither shall any of you." With unwavering resolve, Wenmu Li had already determined to target Gu Yang's company, seeking out any regulatory violations within construction firms, employing various means to ensure the closure of this construction enterprise. While Gu Yang operated a legitimate business, even the most reputable endeavors are not immune to infractions that cannot withstand scrutiny. Furthermore, even if there were no genuine discrepancies, who is to say that one cannot fabricate evidence? The art of framing and sabotage was a tactic Wenmu Li had mastered time and time again. On the other end, after placing his phone down, Gu Yang allowed a sardonic smile to creep across his lips. Some individuals are akin to lighting a lantern beside a cesspool, inviting disaster. Initially, Gu Yang had felt some trepidation, But after the events of the day, he had come to understand that the Enforcement Bureau was utilizing Lu Xiaoyu to unearth clues about the Night Butcher. He found himself in a moral quandary, torn over whether to eliminate Lu Xiaoyu that very evening. Now, however, he had an additional name to consider. Even if today were not the day to eliminate Lu Xiaoyu, it would not squander an entire evening. It merely adds another soul-seeking demise. As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, a boy stood in the dim alley, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the opulent residential complex in the distance, his eyes brimming with animosity. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, a gentle yet anxious female voice emerged. "Xiao Tao, where have you run off to? Your father is not well. Won't you return to see him one last time?" The anguish in Tao Jun's expression was palpable as he ultimately shook his head, replying, "No. Please inform Nurse Su that I am not a coward." "Ah, Xiao Tao, what do you mean by that?" Yet, at that instant, the call was terminated. Tao Jun powered off his phone, donned the hood of his sweatshirt, and ventured toward the distant luxurious enclave, hidden in the shadows where the streetlights could not reach. In the dilapidated home of Lu Xiaoyu, he sat despondently on the floor, surrounded by empty bottles that once held the alcohol he scorned. These bottles, now his only solace, served as his spiritual sustenance. Under the numbing effects of alcohol, Lu Xiaoyu found a modicum of relaxation. "It's unfair. This world is fundamentally unjust. I have sacrificed so much and taken such great risks. Why must I face this fate? I ought to be a billionaire. I should be a prodigy. My later years should not culminate in this manner. There must be a way. I will surely find a way to turn my fortunes around. If all else fails, I shall flee. The world is vast, and I refuse to believe that some pathetic underworld and corrupt lawyers can wield such power. In this era, it's the indebted who hold sway. Damn it, did that wretched Gu Yang save the galaxy in a past life? Why does he enjoy such fortuitous luck? How did he effortlessly establish such a grand enterprise? How is it that after being struck by a vehicle, he could recover? Why can't even an assassin bring him down? It's utterly absurd. If I reach my wit's end, I will personally take his life. Before I perish, I must ensure a scapegoat. I refuse to believe that a paralyzed individual is so difficult to kill. I could easily do so with just a toenail." As Lu Xiaoyu's vitriol intensified, he lifted a bottle of Erguo-Tu and took a hearty swig. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadowy corner of the room, a dark figure was observing him, Gu Yang, who had come from the hospital. This man, having endured so much, still possessed no sense of remorse. Indeed, those with malice are dark within and without. Should they ever feel regret, it is not for their transgressions but rather for their unfortunate outcomes. Gu Yang was poised to reveal himself and deliver a surprise to this individual when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another stealthy silhouette. Confusion stirred within Gu Yang. What is this? Is this place bustling tonight? Upon catching sight of the figure, Gu Yang resolved to remain still for the moment, keen to observe the unfolding situation. A frail silhouette stealthily ascended the air conditioning units lining the balcony, ultimately arriving at the window of Lu Xiaoyu. With a gentle push, he effortlessly opened the bedroom window and cautiously slipped inside, brandishing a glistening silver fruit knife. Gu Yang observed with a hint of confusion. Was this a thief or a robber? Intriguing. Do the youth of today engage in such audacity? It must be said, this young intruder clearly appeared to be a novice. Despite his efforts to remain silent, he inevitably made some noise. The inebriated Lu Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion from his bedroom, furrowed his brow. What on earth is causing a ruckus in my room? Good grief, am I being haunted? If there are ghosts, they should come forth and share their wisdom. I wish to learn how to become a vengeful spirit. If I were to transform into one, I would certainly eliminate every last one of these scoundrels. By the way, if you happen to be a female ghost, do come out and join me for a drink or two. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was quite intoxicated, even with the disturbance in his bedroom. His vigilance was lacking as he continued to sip from his bottle of Erguo-Tu. In the brief interval, while he poured himself another drink, the bedroom door was quietly turned, and a shadowy, slender figure stealthily emerged behind him. Just as Lu Xiaoyu prepared to raise his glass for another sip, a cold dagger was suddenly pressed against his throat, accompanied by a gritted voice that whispered menacingly in his ear, "Boss Lu, the Night Butcher has come to collect your debt." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang was momentarily taken aback. If you are the Night Butcher, then who am I? The chilling touch of the dagger yanked Lu Xiaoyu back to reality, his drunken haze dissipating rapidly. The Night Butcher. Brother, let us not jest. We can discuss this calmly. There is no need for blades or firearms. That is against the law. You're still young. Do not ruin your future. Yet, upon hearing this, The boy behind him let out a furious roar. How dare you speak to me of a future? My future, my father's entire life has been destroyed by you. My home is gone. What future do I have left? I swear I will make you bleed today. Chapter 55. The death of Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu could distinctly perceive that the individual behind him was undeniably young, perhaps even a student. Yet, it is precisely such youth that can be most terrifying, as they often possess little restraint. A mere disagreement could lead to desperate measures. Who would dare to engage with such a person? Young man, pray tell, what troubles you so that you have sought me out for trouble? As long as I can assist, I am more than willing. I take great pleasure in aiding friends. Bah, what pretense is this? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your true nature? You are more inclined to ensnare your friends than to assist them. My father may not survive the night. What assistance can you possibly provide? As he spoke, the young boy pressed the dagger he held a fraction deeper, the tip piercing Lu Xiaoyu's skin. A surge of unbearable pain coursed through Lu, yet he dared not move, fearful of inciting the wrath of the person behind him. Desperation overtook him. Young man, please enlighten me on how I have wronged you. If you articulate your grievances, I shall certainly endeavor to find a solution. What you deem impossible does not mean I cannot achieve it. What is your father's condition? I assure you, I am acquainted with many in the hospital who can remedy all manner of ailments. Speak, and I promise to alleviate your troubles. Tao Jun, unhurried, began, very well. Since you wish to listen, allow me to elucidate. Since you assumed control of the company, have you not resorted to illicit means to lay off a significant number of long-standing employees? Upon hearing this, Lu's heart sank. Indeed, it was an act he had committed. Yet he could not confess at this moment. What you do not understand, young man, is that I am burdened with unspoken difficulties. Firstly, the company has been mismanaged, with exorbitant funds allocated to the founder, Gu Yang, for medical treatments. Without these layoffs, we would face bankruptcy, leading to our collective demise. Secondly, this decision was not solely mine, but rather a consensus reached among the senior management under the leadership of the owner Gu Yang's wife, Yin Pingping. It is unjust to place the blame solely on me. Enough of your evasions. I am fully aware that you orchestrated this behind the scenes. My father has informed me of everything. Furthermore, when he and the laid-off employees approached you for compensation, not only did you refuse, but you also humiliated them and discreetly summoned a group of thugs to break their bones. Can you still deny this? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu finally recognized the identity of the person behind him. You are old Tao's child, are you not? Enough with the old Tao nonsense. Who are you to presume familiarity with my father? Tao Jun continued, it is due to your despicable actions that my father has been rendered unemployed at home. And after suffering 2 broken legs, he has fallen victim to heart complications brought on by rage. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice, and you claim you can resolve this. Pray, enlighten me on how you intend to do so. Lu Xiaoyu immediately retorted, I will pay. I can offer a substantial sum. Bah, I told you, I do not require money at this moment. What I seek is your life. Tao Jun vented his inner fury, landing 2 powerful blows to Lu Xiaoyu's nape, causing him to grimace in pain, yet the dagger pressed against his throat rendered him immobile. You are but a child and fail to grasp the significance of wealth. With my resources, along with my connections, I could summon the finest doctors across the nation to treat your father. You have no idea how advanced modern medicine has become. Even if your father's heart has ceased, there remains hope for revival within a day. Trust me, I genuinely wish to atone for my past misdeeds. Everyone has committed foolish acts in their lifetime. Even if you wish to kill me or punish me, let it be after I have saved your father. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of doubt stirred within Tao Jun. Is what you say true? The doctors claim my father is beyond saving. Can you truly revive him? Oh, I have already stated that the utility of money surpasses your imagination. The hospital is merely a den of profit. Those doctors are not saviors, but rather a horde of vampires. They issue critical condition notices only when they see you lack funds and wish to cease wasting time on you. However, if you possess wealth, do you not believe they would promptly summon the best physicians to attend to your father? They could even perform miracles. Tao Jun's conviction began to waver, and he gradually withdrew the dagger from Lu Xiaoyu's throat. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiaoyu quickly retaliated, delivering a fierce punch to Tao Jun's face. Caught entirely off guard, Tao Jun fell to the ground, dazed. Lu Xiaoyu swiftly mounted him, yanking off his cap to reveal a mere boy in his teens. Have you been watching too many dramas, trying to emulate home invaders? With your puny limbs, who could you possibly kill? Even a chicken would likely escape unscathed from your feeble attempts. Lu Xiaoyu berated him. pinning Tao Jun down and delivering furious slaps, transforming the boy's face into a swollen mess. Let me be frank, your father has long been beyond salvation. Even with wealth, what difference does it make? Look at those wealthy celebrities on television. When their time comes, they too succumb to death. You were destined to be an orphan. With each humiliating taunt, Tao Jun's rage reached a boiling point, unleashing a surge of determination. Grasping the dagger tightly, he thrust it forcefully toward Lu Xiaoyu's chest. However, as the tip of the dagger barely grazed the fabric of Lu Xiaoyu's chest, it was swiftly seized by the latter's firm grip. He was merely a schoolboy, lacking the strength to match Lu Xiaoyu. Once caught by the wrist, Tao Jun's face flushed crimson, rendering him incapable of thrusting the dagger forward by even a single centimeter. A mocking smirk adorned Lu Xiaoyu's face as he taunted, "Is this all you've got? Young man, let me advise you. Practice makes perfect. With such meager skills, you dare to threaten my life? Even given a chance, you prove utterly useless." Lu Xiaoyu was in no haste to fully subdue Tao Jun. He relished the thrill of toying with his prey. After enduring so much repression, this moment brought him unparalleled exhilaration. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoyu, a strand of shadowy hair began to materialize from the darkness behind him. This strand slithered up his back, reaching the nape of his neck, before suddenly lunging forward. The shadowy hair pierced through his brain, causing a surge of agonizing pain that momentarily halted Lu Xiaoyu's movements. In that fleeting instant, the dagger plunged deep into his chest. When Lu Xiaoyu regained his senses, the sharp blade had already embedded itself within him, blood trickling down the dagger's length. Some droplets falling to the ground while others splattered onto Tao Jun's face. Tao Jun trembled as he rose from the ground, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu, who lay in a pool of blood. After a brief moment of shock, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "Dad, I've avenged you. On that day when you went to collect debts, I wanted to go with you, but I was too frightened. This time, I was not afraid, I did it. And I am not cowardly at all. Dad, when you reach the afterlife, make sure to catch that scoundrel and give him a good beating." In the corner, Gu Yong silently retracted his shadowy strands, observing the weeping Tao Jun with a sigh and a shake of his head. Another unfortunate child. "I can only assist you to this extent. Indeed, the emergence of a malicious individual leads countless virtuous souls towards ruin. We must eradicate evil completely." Gu Yong absorbed a significant mass of mysterious energy from Lu Xiaoyu, who offered no resistance this time. His ghostly form was swiftly summoned back to its original state. Meanwhile, Tao Jun, once his emotions stabilized, hurriedly cleared away the traces he had left behind and quietly departed the scene along the path he had come. By the time Lu Xiaoyu's body was discovered, it was already noon the following day. Concurrently, another piece of good news emerged. The night butcher had been found. Chapter 56. A case of intrigue. Chu Lingling escorted Li Kaiyun to the scene of the crime, where the lifeless body of Lu Xiaoyu lay amidst a pool of blood, their eyes reflecting a shared perplexity. After casting a glance around the scene, Chu Lingling lowered her head to fidget with her phone. Could it be true? Has this man truly met his end? Li Kaiyun turned to Chu Lingling and inquired, "Is there any unusual activity on Gu Yang's phone? Perhaps strange calls or peculiar online signals?" Chu Lingling shook her head in response. "Not at all. His activity logs appear entirely normal. Moreover, he was likely asleep at the time of the incident, as there were no operations recorded on his phone. Interestingly, his sleep quality seems rather good, since regaining consciousness. He has consistently retired to bed at midnight, more punctual than an alarm clock." Li Kaiyun nodded slightly. "It seems this matter is unrelated to him. The perpetrator of the murder has already been identified. The assailant exhibited a degree of counter-surveillance awareness, having not only eradicated fingerprints at the scene and removed the murder weapon, but also exited through the window rather than the elevator. Nevertheless, he was captured on the community's surveillance cameras. According to the investigation, the suspect is a high school student named Tao Jun, who is just 2 months shy of turning 16, currently attending his father's funeral." As Li Kaiyun elaborated on the developments in the case, he handed the documentation to Chu Lingling. It appears that the case of the night butcher is finally reaching its conclusion. Chu Lingling, somewhat puzzled, looked up and asked, "How can you be so certain that Tao Jun is the night butcher?" Li Kaiyun replied with confidence, "There is no doubt. Our law enforcement personnel have apprehended him and are awaiting our return to take his statement. On the way, he confessed that he is indeed the night butcher. Furthermore, over the past few nights, he is the only individual committing such heinous acts." Chu Lingling shook her head. "It is not so straightforward. What if Tao Jun is lying?" Li Kaiyun furrowed his brow. "Surely not. Who would take full responsibility for multiple lives lost without reason? Chu Lingling pointed to the body of Lu Xiaoyu lying on the ground. Look closely at the injuries on this man. The only fatal wound is the stab to his chest, inflicted by a mere 30-centimeter fruit knife. The assailant could not even fully embed the blade into the victim, indicating a lack of strength, perhaps even less than that of an average adult male. Now consider the previous victims, who were dispatched with a single blow by the Night Butcher. Do you not find these two scenarios entirely disparate? Even if the Night Butcher had indulged in debauchery the night prior, it would be implausible for him to falter to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyan meticulously re-examined the body. Previously, due to the case's resolution, he had not scrutinized it closely. However, upon a thorough inspection, he realized that Chu Lingling's observations were indeed valid, and he uncovered several unusual details. Based on the circumstances at the scene, it appears that the assailant encountered fierce resistance from Lu Xiaoyu during the attack, to the extent that Lu Xiaoyu almost gained the upper hand despite being in a semi-drunken state. It is indeed remarkable that an individual so inebriated nearly managed to turn the tables on the perpetrator, suggesting a certain ineptitude on the assailant's part. Seemingly disconnected from the notorious Night Butcher, Chu Lingling replied, "You are absolutely right. Let us send the body to the forensic department for a thorough examination." Li Kaiyan expressed his confusion. Is there truly a need for further examination? The cause of death is glaringly evident, a stab wound to the chest. Chu Lingling smiled and responded, "Do you recall what I mentioned previously? A case remains unsolved precisely because it encompasses elements that defy common understanding. While we all assume that the cause of death is the stab wound, could it be possible that everything we perceive is merely an illusion?" At that moment, Lu Tao rushed in, panting heavily. How could such a significant incident occur without anyone notifying me? Li Kaiyan, with a stern expression, retorted, "If memory serves, you are no longer the captain of the criminal investigation team. What obligation do we have to inform you? Are you here merely to assist with moving vehicles?" Lu Tao, gritting his teeth in anger, shot back, "What kind of attitude is that? I must intervene in this case. Firstly, I have been investigating this matter for several days and possess far more information than you do. Secondly, I have spoken with Director Guan. Even if it means demotion, I am determined to uncover the truth behind this case." With his teeth clenched, Lu Tao appeared resolute, giving the impression that the deceased might have been a relative of his. Li Kaiyan's gaze grew hostile. "Could it be that you heard the identity of the Night Butcher has been revealed and wish to claim some credit? I have encountered many like you. When it comes to actual investigation, you lack substantial ability but are always first to seize the limelight. No wonder you adorn yourself with the title of detective." Lu Tao, trembling with rage, could clearly see that Li Kaiyan held him in contempt. What nonsense about the Night Butcher? That Tao Jun, if he truly were the Night Butcher, I would offer you my head as a night pot. It is absolutely a mistake, I assure you. The Night Butcher is ruthless, merciless, and possesses unparalleled counter-investigation skills, not to mention an extraordinary physical prowess. How could he possibly be a mere high school student? Unless that lad has undergone some genetic mutation. If you truly consider him the Night Butcher, you will undoubtedly create a historical miscarriage of justice. Li Kaiyan's expression darkened. Although the case was rife with uncertainty in his discussions with Chu Lingling, being called out by an outsider was somewhat embarrassing. He strode up to Lu Tao, jabbing his finger forcefully into Lu Tao's chest twice. "I am aware that you sought out Director Guan, and I know you are willing to accept a demotion to investigate the Night Butcher's case and uncover the truth. However, you must understand that I am currently in charge of this case, and after your demotion, you can only be considered one of my subordinates. Since you are so eager to showcase your abilities, I would like you to promptly return to the station and inquire about what each member of my team wishes to have for lunch, then assist in procuring their meals. This is your assigned task. Do you comprehend?" Lu Tao's face flushed with indignation, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to voice any objections. Subordinates are expected to comply with assignments, even if it involves logistical support. Meanwhile, Chu Lingling observed the situation for a while before approaching with a smile, gently patting the shoulders of Li Kaiyan and Lu Tao. "We are all colleagues. Why create such tension? I will organize a game shortly, so we can play a few rounds and ease the atmosphere. We are all working towards the same goal of solving this case. When I play games with my friends, we often exchange lighthearted banter, yet by the second match, we are all good brothers again. Let us first transport the body back for an autopsy, and then we can interrogate Tao Jun. Everything will become clear." With Chu Lingling taking the initiative, Li Kaiyan naturally refrained from further comments. his expression one of disdain as he cast a glance at Lu Tao before turning to leave. Lu Tao, harboring a surge of frustration, remained behind to continue examining the scene, diligently recording notes in his small notebook. Cursed night butcher, I shall capture you, even if it costs my career. Upon rising early, Gu Yong immediately checked his remaining lifespan balance. 183 years. Not bad. It seems that Lu Xiaoyu is indeed a long-lived individual, providing me with 23 years of benefit. If nothing unforeseen occurs, I can likely live to a peaceful 200 years. However, this amount is hardly sufficient for Gu Yong. The vast expanse of human knowledge is immense, and to absorb all of it into my mind and innovate from there, I truly cannot fathom how much time it would require. Nevertheless, there is no rush. I have ample time to proceed at a leisurely pace. The minor incident from last night caught him somewhat off guard. He hadn't anticipated that aside from himself, another individual also wished to see Lu Xiaoyu meet his demise. What a coincidence indeed. Furthermore, that Tao Jun had the audacity to act under his name was absurd. Gu Yong had a vague recollection of old Tao from the company, an honest and diligent employee who, during his incapacitation, had been driven to a desperate situation. Indeed, good-natured individuals are often taken advantage of, and gentle horses are ridden hard. Gu Yong approached the window, lifted a cup of hot tea, and poured it gently into a flower pot, murmuring to himself, "Old Tao, I suppose this serves as vengeance for you. Rest assured, your son has yet to reach the age of criminal responsibility, and given the circumstances surrounding this matter, he will soon be released." Chapter 57. Preparing for discharge. Su Chencheng, adorned with a pink helmet, knocked gently on the door before entering. "Mr. Gu, are you ready? I'm here to assist you with your move." Gu Yong glanced back, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "You cannot possibly be serious about using that little electric scooter of yours for my relocation, are you?" "Of course. I told you I aim to save money. Fear not. If necessary, I shall make a few extra trips, and my skills are quite proficient, I assure you. Your belongings will remain intact. However, it appears you have very few possessions. By the way, has your accommodation been arranged, Mr. Gu?" Gu Yong shook his head in exasperation. "Let us forget that. You should put away your scooter. Someone will be arriving shortly to take me home." Su Chencheng, puzzled, inquired, "But Mr. Gu, don't you have any family?" "Dear sister, even in the absence of family, does that preclude me from having friends? Do you truly believe I am a solitary elder?" A slightly awkward smile flickered on Su Chencheng's face. "However, the director has granted me a day off today to assist you with your move. Why don't I stay and help push your wheelchair for a while?" "That's unnecessary. My wheelchair is electric." "Electric is surely less safe than a manual one." All right. If you find yourself at loose ends, could you procure a few books for me?" Upon hearing this, Su Chencheng's spirits soared. "Mr. Gu, what type of books do you wish to read? I've perused the latest popular novels on the Tomato website. Would you like some recommendations?" "I must tell you, there's one novel that's absolutely fascinating, featuring monsters disguised as humans in a fabricated world. It posits that while the world is an illusion, love is genuine. Shall I purchase it for you?" Gu Yong waved his hand in annoyance. "I am not interested in novels. I seek literature pertaining to medicine, preferably textbooks or classic works. Bring me several of the most esteemed texts from various medical fields. You study this, so you should know better than I." Su Chencheng's eyes widened in surprise. "Mr. Gu, you cannot be contemplating self-studying medicine and transitioning to a medical postgraduate program, can you? I must inform you, that would be exceedingly challenging, and in your current condition, you are not fit to be a doctor. I suggest you consider studying computer science instead. After all, programmers also work while seated. The condition of your lower body becomes irrelevant." At this, Gu Yang's interest was piqued. Studying computer science seemed appealing. The realm of hacking, with its applications in all facets of life, intrigued him. Allegedly, some elite hackers could influence global affairs from behind their computer screens. With his unique ability to rapidly acquire knowledge, it would indeed be a pity not to delve into computer science, especially in this digital era. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. After you secure the medical texts, also procure for me comprehensive and profound works on computer science. Remember to select the most classic and esteemed tomes." Suddenly, Su Chencheng was taken aback. "Mr. Gu, please don't be absurd. Are you actually considering pursuing a dual degree in both medicine and computer science? If you keep this up, I shall have to deduct your salary next month." With that, Su Chencheng promptly shut her mouth, donned her helmet, and fled. Indeed, the most effective way to deal with this foolish girl was to target her salary. Controlling her financial lifeline was akin to wielding power over her very existence. At that moment, Gu Yang's phone chimed, revealing a call from Mu Rong. Gu Yang, I have arranged for your house. The paperwork is online and awaiting sale. However, it's a haunted property due to the unfortunate incident, so expect a significant loss in value, and it's uncertain when it will sell. In the meantime, I've taken the liberty of purchasing a relatively quiet villa atop a mountain for you. Although it's elevated, the road is quite spacious, and there are independent supermarkets and shopping facilities nearby. What do you think? Gu Yang nodded. You handle these minor details. I appreciate your efforts. Come now. Spare me the gratitude. Are you not my employer? Mu Rong continued. I have also prepared the relevant documents and contracts from the construction company. I will come to pick you up from the hospital in a couple of hours, and you can sign these documents then. However, due to our urgency to sell, the construction company has reduced the price by 20%, so be mentally prepared. That's inconsequential. Let us expedite the sale. If we delay, we might not even retain the remaining 80%. All right, it's settled then. I'll see you soon. I must hang up now. It was evident that Mu Rong was quite busy, his breath slightly labored as he spoke. Knowing that Mu Rong would return today, Gu Yang prioritized finding himself a place to reside and hastily listing both the company and his house for sale. Mu Rong, a veteran of the company, proved his exceptional capability by efficiently handling matters in a short span of time. Had these tasks been entrusted to the foolish Su Chengqing, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Gu Yang sat in a chair, scrolling through his phone, patiently passing the time. And couldn't he help but click into the Night Butcher forum. Extra. Latest news. According to my colleague at the Enforcement Bureau, the Night Butcher has been apprehended. He is merely a high school student yet to reach adulthood. For heaven's sake, do not shatter the perfect image of the Night Butcher in my mind. He is so formidable and enigmatic. How could he possibly be a Na'vi teenager? Exactly. If you wish to boast for attention, please use your brain. Which high school student could sever a person's head and send it flying several meters? Which high school student could brazenly continue to murder while being pursued by law enforcement for days on end? This is true. It is indeed true. You may not be aware that yesterday, the infamous Liu Xiaoyu died, with the notorious Night Butcher as his killer. However, as fate would have it, he was caught on camera and has now been apprehended by the Enforcement Bureau. As I traversed the road, that high school student audaciously confessed to being the Night Butcher. Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. I refuse to believe this is reality. In my imagination, the Night Butcher ought to be a towering figure, 2 meters tall. Muscular and well-versed in the 72 arts of Shaolin, capable of delivering a blow to slay a tiger as effortlessly as Wu Song. It is utterly implausible that such a persona could be embodied by a mere frail high school student. Indeed, I too am incredulous. This cannot be true. It is unequivocally false. Numerous individuals online have been thrown into disarray due to the Night Butcher's recent acts of justice, elevating him to the status of a nocturnal hero, an idol in their eyes. Now, to inform them that this so-called hero and idol is but an immature high schooler is, without a doubt, a desecration of their dreams. They immediately launched a barrage of vitriol at the one who had just revealed the truth. Gu Yang observed the forum with great amusement. These individuals were indeed quite entertaining. Yet, did that high school student, Tao Jun, truly declare himself as the Night Butcher to the Enforcement Bureau? Has he lost his senses? What could he possibly gain from this? Is he hoping to leverage this notoriety to become a social media sensation? But whether he can even emerge unscathed from this predicament remains uncertain. It is daytime now, and Gu Yang is unable to enter the shadow state. Thus, he cannot discreetly ascertain the situation at the Enforcement Bureau. Never mind, he thought, I shall bide my time. After all, this will not lead back to me. Meanwhile, within the Enforcement Bureau, Tao Jun sat cautiously on a metal bench. Though his expression was devoid of emotion, the incessant fidgeting of his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Soon, 3 individuals approached the table across from him. Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyun, and Chief Guan, who were responsible for the Night Butcher case. As for Liu Tao, he could only peep through the glass window from outside. Speak, they urged. Why must you impersonate the Night Butcher? Chapter 58. I am a minor. The individual before him was merely a high school student. Li Kaiyun believed that a somewhat stern tone would suffice to elicit a confession. However, to his astonishment, Tao Jun gritted his teeth and defiantly declared, What imitation? I am the Night Butcher. I am the one who has slain all those before me. They deserve to die. What fault is mine? The fault lies with you. Why do you not simply apprehend all the wrongdoers and sentence them to death on the spot? It is your leniency that has allowed them to wreak havoc upon countless families. Director Guan, standing nearby, sighed and gently admonished, "Child, the world is not as simple as you imagine. The law safeguards the rights of every individual, whether virtuous or vile, with impartiality. Even those who err are entitled to an opportunity for redemption after facing punishment. Have you never made a mistake in your life? If, as a child, you had made an error, would it be just to execute you on the spot? I understand that many online admire the Night Butcher, believing him to be justified. You likely idolize him as well, hence your attempt to take the blame. However, I must caution you that the atrocities committed by the Night Butcher are far too grave for you to bear." Tao Jun clenched his jaw defiantly. "I can bear it." Director Guan shook his head. "I assert you cannot. Any individual over the age of 12 can be held criminally responsible, and the Night Butcher has taken numerous lives. His sins are undeniably substantial. Even if you escape the death penalty, your life will be spent largely within the confines of prison. Are you certain you wish to shoulder such a heavy burden?" Upon hearing this, Tao Jun's expression betrayed a hint of panic. Seizing the moment, Li Kaiyun interjected. "If you refrain from making reckless statements and recount the truth as it is, you would only be accountable for one life. Moreover, since the dispute with Lu Xiaoyu was initiated by him, there is a possibility for leniency in your punishment. Think carefully." Exchanging glances with one another, Director Guan and his colleagues brimmed with confidence, patiently awaiting Tao Jun's revelation of the truth. Yet, after a brief silence, Tao Jun lifted his head, his eyes radiating resolve. "I am indeed the Night Butcher, without a doubt." Li Kaiyun and his team nearly choked in disbelief. How could this child be so obstinate, so impervious to reason? Meanwhile, Chu Lingling, stifling a yawn, stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Director Guan and Li Kaiyun. In an instant, they understood and exited the interrogation room. At that moment, Chu Lingling approached Tao Jun, unclasping the handcuffs binding him, and poured half of her milk tea before him. Subsequently, she retrieved a spare gaming device and handed it to him. "Do you play games? Let us have a couple of rounds together." Tao Jun momentarily found himself bewildered. Was it true that criminals were afforded such privileges now? The ability to play games and enjoy milk tea? It was rare for a child of his age to resist the allure of gaming, and after a brief internal struggle, he ultimately indulged in a few sips of milk tea and teamed up with Chu Lingling on the gaming device. From an initial state of reticence and taciturnity, I gradually opened up. Lacking a mother since childhood, my father raised me alone. That despicable Lu Xiaoyu is a scoundrel. He borrowed money and refused to repay it, even going so far as to have thugs break my father's legs, which ultimately led to my father's untimely demise from acute heart disease. He deserves to die. My act of vengeance is a form of justice, and I am blameless. My sister understands this, yet she cannot comprehend why I insist on calling myself the Night Butcher. This title represents a great hero who has slain many deserving individuals, and I aspire to become such a hero. Moreover, with my father's death, I find no meaning in living. Perhaps it would be better to perish. Wouldn't it be more commendable to assist a great hero before my end?" Tao Jun, having little societal experience as a high school student, soon divulged the events of that night under Chu Lingling's persuasive tactics. Upon exiting, Chu Lingling furrowed her brow tightly. Her actions were closely monitored by Director Guan, Li Kaiyun, and Gu Yang through surveillance. They had to concede that although Chu Lingling appeared to be a gaming enthusiast with a somewhat eccentric demeanor, she was undoubtedly an expert in interrogation and hacking. Truly deserving of the title Gold Medal Detective, Director Guan took a sip of tea and inquired, "What did Tao Jun reveal about the events of that night? Any discoveries?" Li Kaiyun shook his head, replying, "Nothing particularly noteworthy. It was merely a matter of taking advantage of Lu Xiaoyu's inebriation to commit murder." Lu Tao interjected, "At the very least, this confirms that he is not the Night Butcher, as that case remains unsolved." Li Kaiyun turned to him, saying, "You can't possibly still suspect the paralyzed Gu Yang, can you? He lies bedridden, unable to move, making it impossible for him to commit such an act. Moreover, yesterday I strategically leaked information about Lu Xiaoyu hiring a hitman and implanted Lingling's specialized virus software on his phone, monitoring all his browsing and communication records, which revealed no anomalies. I can assure you, Gu Yang bears no suspicion." Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that you informed Gu Yang about Lu Xiaoyu's assassination plot yesterday, and then Lu Xiaoyu was killed that very night, yet Gu Yang has no involvement? I understand your investigation from a motive standpoint, where Gu Yang indeed appears suspicious, but from the perspective of concrete evidence, he is entirely innocent. From a physical standpoint, He is a paralyzed individual, bedridden and incapable of executing a murder. In terms of substantial evidence, there is no indication of wrongdoing. After hearing this, Lu Tao reluctantly acknowledged the validity of Li Kaiyun's analysis. However, could such coincidences truly exist? After some deliberation, they noticed that Chu Lingling remained standing, her brow still furrowed. They turned back, inquiring with curiosity, "Is there something else you find perplexing?" Chu Lingling nodded slightly. "There is something I find rather peculiar." According to what Tao Jun just stated, he wielded a sharp dagger intending to pierce Lu Xiaoyu's heart. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu managed to seize his wrist. The strength of his opponent was considerable. Despite exerting all his might, he could not bring the dagger any closer to him. However, inexplicably, in an instant, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to lose all his strength, allowing the dagger to effortlessly penetrate the man's heart. From this sequence of events, have you discerned anything? Upon hearing this, inspiration sparked in everyone's minds. It doesn't make sense. If what he claims is accurate, Lu Xiaoyu maintained the upper hand throughout, effectively overpowering Tao Jun. How could he suddenly lose all his strength? Could it be the effects of alcohol? Chu Lingling astutely perceived that this detail might conceal a critical secret to unraveling the case. What about the autopsy report? I wish to examine it. Lu Tao promptly handed over a document. Here it is. It was just completed half an hour ago. According to the report, the investigation revealed that Lu Xiaoyu was indeed intoxicated at the time of his murder, though not to the point of complete inebriation. He was only slightly more than tipsy. Moreover, there were no indications of poisoning or any other unusual conditions. The only injury appeared to be the knife wound to his chest. No matter how one scrutinized the autopsy report, it revealed no anomalies. After patiently reviewing it repeatedly, Chu Lingling shook her head. Something is amiss. I cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong. I must personally inspect the body. Since the team currently had no other leads, upon receiving consent, they all followed closely behind Chu Lingling. Chapter 59. A third person on the scene. The forensic expert, adorned with thick, rimless glasses, was indulging in a hearty bowl of spicy hot pot while propping his phone in front of him to watch a live gaming stream. As he observed the abysmal gameplay, a chuckle escaped him. This is utterly delightful. Had I known that your skills as professional players were this entertaining, I would have simply ordered a bowl of rice instead of hot pot, saving a few coins in the process. Can you believe it? Even a basic combo from Bullhead can be botched. I could execute that with my toes. The forensic expert found the situation amusing yet infuriating. Suddenly, a soft cough emanated from behind. The forensic expert, without turning, retorted, "Captain Lu, I warn you, do not pretend to be Director Guan coughing again. I want to fall for it this time." Another cough followed. Growing impatient, he declared, "Stop coughing. I have a stable job. What do I have to fear? Even if Director Guan were truly behind me, I wouldn't be intimidated." At that moment, a voice from behind expressed dissatisfaction. "Oh really? You're genuinely unafraid?" "Unfazed indeed." Lu Tao chimed in. "You've improved this time. Your imitation of Director Guan is quite convincing. You should audition for that show, the impersonation contest." "Ha ha. I'll vote for you." The forensic expert, still engrossed in the live stream, suddenly sensed a sharp aura of menace. It felt as if colossal beasts loomed behind him. Cautiously, he turned around, only to find a group of individuals standing there unexpectedly. Among them was indeed Lu Tao, but also present were Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyun, and even Director Guan himself. The forensic expert felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Director Guan, with keen interest, fixed his gaze on him. "Do continue watching. The gaming stream is far more entertaining than work. After all, you have a secure position, and I cannot do much about it. Please, take a seat." "Why are you standing? We are here to wait until you finish your meal and the stream before discussing work." At that moment, the forensic expert's expression was one of near tears. He reluctantly closed his phone and cast the unfinished hot pot into the trash. "I apologize, Director Guan. It was unintentional. Blame that wretched Lu Tao for constantly impersonating you to bully me." Lu Tao widened his eyes in disbelief. "Brother, you mustn't say that. I was merely trying to ensure you stay diligent in your work. Your complaint undermines my efforts." After a few minutes of serious silence, Director Guan gently patted the forensic expert on the shoulder. "All right, it's not a grave matter. Don't be too frightened. Have you completed your tasks?" The forensic expert promptly lifted his head. "Absolutely. I have meticulously examined everything required and completed the report." "What brings you here today?" Chu Lingling stepped forward. "The situation is such that I find Lu Xiaoyu's death rather suspicious and wish to take another look at his body." The forensic expert nodded and immediately led the way, unveiling a white cloth. "This is the body of Lu Xiaoyu, just retrieved this morning. I have completed my initial examination, so it has yet to be properly attended to. I have submitted a report detailing my findings, which I trust you have already reviewed. Please feel free to specify any areas you wish to investigate further. I will assist you as needed." Chu Lingling nodded in acknowledgement. She then proceeded to circle around the body with the Cayenne, meticulously examining every aspect. Their conclusions aligned closely with those of the forensic expert. Apart from the prominently visible stab wound on the chest, there were no other marks on the surface of the corpse. The forensic expert added, "The circumstances surrounding this body are rather straightforward. The murder weapon appears to be a common, sharp fruit knife. The stab wound to the heart is evidently the cause of death. I have also examined the other organs and blood, finding no signs of poisoning, only a slight trace of alcohol." The group reviewed the scene repeatedly, confirming the forensic expert's assertions. Li Kaiyan stood before Chu Lingling and inquired, "Are there any additional findings?" Chu Lingling stood in silence, lost in thought, offering no response. Li Kaiyan patiently waited beside her. Director Guan and the others remained quiet, wary of disturbing Chu Lingling's contemplation. As time passed, Chu Lingling suddenly noticed Lu Xiaoyu's head of black hair. Why not shave his head to examine the scalp? The forensic expert replied, "Typically, this is unnecessary. We do not often shave the hair. It pertains to the deceased's appearance. Given Lu Xiaoyu's case, the fatal wound is on the chest, and there is no pressing need for a scalp examination, hence I did not proceed." Chu Lingling insisted, "We cannot concern ourselves with such matters now. Shave his head and allow me to inspect it." Without hesitation, the forensic expert took out clippers and swiftly shaved Lu Xiaoyu's hair clean. During this process, he discovered something unusual. Come quickly, there is a small blood spot on the back of Lu Xiaoyu's head, as if pricked by a needle. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over. Chu Lingling, upon seeing the small blood spot, felt as though she had uncovered a new world. "Conduct a cranial examination. I require more detailed data." The forensic expert nodded and cautiously opened Lu Xiaoyu's skull. After a meticulous inspection, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This wound is extraordinary. It is not merely a superficial injury. A very fine needle has penetrated the cerebral cortex and breached the skull, continuing deep into the brain. Remarkable. How is this possible? Under normal circumstances, such a slender needle should be quite soft. How could it penetrate so deeply? What kind of needle is this?" Everyone present was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that such an injury existed on Lu Xiaoyu. Li Kaiyan inquired, "Was the victim's head pierced by a needle? What impact could such an injury have on the deceased? Is it possible that it could lead to death?" The forensic expert's expression was somewhat conflicted. "It's difficult to ascertain. The brain remains one of humanity's greatest mysteries. However, I can hypothesize that a needle penetrating the brain, even under mild symptoms, would undoubtedly damage some neural units, potentially resulting in paralysis, amnesia, or sensory anomalies. Should the symptoms be more severe, it could lead to necrosis of brain tissue, hemorrhaging, or even death." Nearby, Chu Lingling's lips curled into a slight smile. Precisely. There must have been a third individual at the crime scene, and this third person is likely the true night butcher. Alone, Tao Jun would never have been a match for Lu Xiaoyu. This murder must have involved an accomplice. What was initially a case with clear resolution suddenly became shrouded in mystery once more. Li Kaiyan immediately rose. "I shall return to the crime scene for a thorough investigation. If a third person was indeed present, they would have left traces." Meanwhile, Chu Lingling produced 2 mobile phones, remarking, "Then I shall continue my quest to engage with Tao Jun's younger brother in some gaming, while simultaneously utilizing big data online to see if anyone has made a slip." The two were eager to depart in pursuit of solving the case, managing only a hurried greeting to Director Guan before leaving. Once everyone had exited, Lu Tao retrieved his coat from the back of a chair and donned it, turning to Director Guan. "A friend has invited me to dinner. I shall step out for a while and return once I am finished." Typically, when Lu Tao went out to eat, Director Guan would not question him further. However, this time, Director Guan spoke up. "It is that black tiger who called you, is it not?" Lu Tao offered an awkward smile and replied, "Indeed." Nothing escapes Director Guan's keen perception. Director Guan sighed and shook his head. "That black tiger's background is dubious. You still represent our law enforcement agency. Dining with him could bring you unnecessary trouble." Lu Tao lowered his head, a pained expression crossing his face. "I understand. How I wish to be a clean and upright officer. However, That Black Tiger claims he has information regarding the Night Butcher that he wishes to discuss with me. Director Guan's eyes filled with concern. To apprehend this Night Butcher, you feel the need to attend this banquet in person? Why not invite him here to converse? This is sheer bravado. I recall when you first studied under me, I advised you against such heroics, yet you remain unchanged. Do you know the distinction between a hero and an officer? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Tao replied, the difference lies in our adherence to rules and discipline. While those so-called heroes operate without restraint, Director Guan cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, nonsense. The most significant distinction lies in the fact that heroes are typically magnates, akin to Iron Man, whereas we law enforcement officers are merely wage earners. If you aspire to be a hero, first become a magnate. Without the necessary expertise, how can one undertake delicate tasks? Chapter 60. Is that guy a demon god? As an enforcement officer within the Law Enforcement Bureau and a somewhat renowned detective online, Lu Tao, barring any significant missteps, is likely to inherit the position of Director Guan in the years to come. His status is quite sensitive. Should he choose to dine alone with He Hu, any indiscreet photograph captured by an onlooker could tarnish his political career, jeopardizing his promising future. Lu Tao is acutely aware of the support Director Guan has extended towards him. After exiting the bureau, he seated himself alone on the steps outside and smoked nearly an entire pack of cigarettes. As he extinguished the last stub, his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Wearing this uniform, I am bound to uphold the dignity of the law. Regardless of whether the victims of the Night Butcher were truly deserving of their fates, his existence is a profound affront to the law. Even at the cost of my career, I must bring him to justice. Without further ado, Lu Tao drove towards the hotel where he had arranged to meet He Hu. Upon entering the private room, he found He Hu and 2 bodyguards awaiting him. He Hu rose, extending a hand from a distance, a gentle smile adorning his face. Captain Lu, you are a tad inconsiderate. I extended a warm invitation, and yet you have arrived an entire hour late. You shall have to pour yourself 3 drinks as penance. Lu Tao regarded He Hu with a sense of unfamiliarity. This man appeared transformed. The previously unrestrained He Hu, whose bare arms displayed fierce tiger tattoos and whose physique was that of a hardened thug, now stood before him clad in a tailored suit, resembling a successful businessman. Moreover, the 2 bodyguards accompanying him bore the unmistakable marks of professional training, unlike the ruffians typically associated with organized crime. Lu Tao, however, had little inclination to ponder He Hu's transformation. He could scarcely muster the desire to sit. One of the bodyguards moved to close the door of the private room, but Lu Tao raised a hand to halt him. There is no need to close the door, nor to serve the dishes or pour the wine. Our statuses should not permit us to share a meal. I am not here to squander time. I wish to know what you intend to discuss regarding the Night Butcher, and I shall grant you but one opportunity to speak. Should your words be irrelevant, I will take my leave immediately. He Hu's smile faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, pouring the wine and approaching Lu Tao with 2 glasses in hand, still wearing a grin. Captain Lu, it seems you wish to distance yourself, but rest assured, I am no longer the same man. I have transferred the underground boxing arena to others. It is no longer connected to me in any way. All my current enterprises are legitimate, with no hint of impropriety. In other words, I am as clean as a fresh sheet of paper. Upon hearing this, although Lu Tao felt a flicker of surprise within, his expression remained skeptical. If you were to use a slice of bread to wipe your backside, would you still be willing to consume it, even if the surface had been thoroughly cleaned? After Lu Tao uttered those words, he turned to leave. I see you have nothing of value to offer. This visit is a complete waste of my time. You may continue drinking and dining by yourself. I shall take my leave. I advise you to urge your master to surrender to the law enforcement agency promptly. Do not presume that hiding will absolve him of consequences. The agency has been unable to locate him and has already issued a warrant for his arrest. Xiong Chuan cannot evade justice indefinitely. Although the assassin, Black Wolf, sent to eliminate Gu Yang has met his demise, the mastermind behind the organization, Xiong Chuan, must also be held accountable. Yet, the law enforcement agency has yet to apprehend him. Just as Lu Tao was about to exit the private room, He Hu dropped a bombshell. My master, Xiong Chuan, is dead, killed by the Night Butcher. Lu Tao, who was poised to depart, froze in his tracks. He Hu returned to his seat and gestured towards the glass of liquor opposite him. Captain Lu, may we share a drink now? The shock within Lu Tao was profound. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with other matters and sat down to gulp a large glass of alcohol. When did this happen? Where was the incident? Is the scene still intact? Why didn't you report it at the time? Heihu shook his head with a bitter smile. You know we are involved in the underworld. How could we possibly report it? On one hand, if we reported it, everyone at our boxing gym would become a laughingstock, as the underground world has its own set of rules. On the other hand, reporting it would make the news of Xiong Chuan's death public, and those we have offended would not spare us. This news must be kept under wraps. Then why come to me now with this information? You must know I won't help you keep it secret. The reason is quite simple. The news of my master's death can no longer be concealed, and I have disbanded the underground boxing gym. Although we have indeed offended many over the years, I have never been directly involved, and even if enemies seek revenge, the impact on me is minimal. What I desire now is a singular answer, the identity of the Night Butcher. Upon confirming the veracity of this information, Lu Tao retrieved his crumpled notebook from the table and recorded the details he had gathered that day. This notebook contained records of recent homicides. Heihu waved his hand, and a bodyguard presented a file to Lu Tao. Upon opening the envelope, he found a thick stack of photographs, all depicting the small room where Xiong Chuan was last seen, as well as images from the rooftop. These photographs could entirely reconstruct the crime scene. After drinking a glass of liquor, Heihu spoke. The murder case is almost identical to that of Yin Pingping. But the issue lies in the fact that my master's body is missing. The Night Butcher's methods are indeed formidable. He not only managed to escape from a locked room, but also removed the body. To this day, I cannot fathom how he accomplished it. As Black Tiger spoke, Lu Tao diligently took notes. Simultaneously, he scrutinized all the photographs from the rooftop and the small room, his brow furrowed in concentration. Despite his years of investigative experience, he found no trace of a flaw. Did you discover any other traces at the scene? Perhaps fingerprints, hair, or the like? Black Tiger shook his head. If there were, I would have revealed them by now. This individual is quite peculiar. Based on the circumstances, it appeared that my mentor had encountered the Night Butcher on the rooftop, resulting in a confrontation. However, my mentor was utterly defeated, prompting him to employ some trickery to escape from the rooftop, ultimately fleeing to the small room where he called me for assistance. I arrived at the scene in no more than 20 minutes. Yet, when I located the room my mentor had mentioned, he was already gone, leaving only the traces captured in the photographs. To be honest, I still feel somewhat disoriented. It all seems as surreal as a dream. Lu Tao's brow furrowed further, acutely aware that Xiong Chuan had forged a formidable reputation in the underworld solely through his fists, possessing abilities that were almost unfathomable. Even elite soldiers would likely find themselves outmatched against him. Yet, this individual had only engaged the Night Butcher in a single exchange before retreating. Could it be that the disparity in their strengths was so immense? It seemed the danger posed by the Night Butcher far exceeded expectations. Moreover, within a mere 20 minutes, how could he brazenly kill Xiong Chuan in a building replete with surveillance and then transport the body away? It was perplexing. Could this individual be a specter? Were it not for the scientific education I had received throughout my life, I would almost be tempted to seek out 2 elderly Taoist priests on the mountain to discern whether this person possessed any supernatural qualities. Chapter 61. The Inextricable Knot Wait. What about last night? Lu Tao suddenly recalled an important detail. During the autopsy conducted by the law enforcement agency, a small pinhole was discovered at the back of Lu Xiaoyu's head, indicating the likely presence of a third party at the scene. If this third individual is indeed the Midnight Butcher, then Lu Xiaoyu could also be considered a victim of his hands. Thus far, this fiend has established a grim pattern of claiming a life each night. The first night, it was Yin Pingping. The second night, a nighttime robber. The third night, a petty thug named Huang Ji. The fourth night, Xiong Chuan. And the fifth night, Lu Xiaoyu. This implies that if this perpetrator remains elusive, another life will be extinguished each day. Who will it be tonight? Lu Tao felt a sudden surge of urgency. For every day he failed to apprehend the Midnight Butcher, another soul would meet an untimely demise. Where on earth could the clues be? Lu Tao felt overwhelmed, neglecting the delectable food before him, and silently lit a cigarette. Having endured prolonged sleeplessness, he relied solely on nicotine to invigorate him. At this moment, his condition was abysmal, disheveled, haggard, and sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Were it not for his relatively clean attire, he would have resembled a vagabond on the streets. As the tar from the cigarette filled his lungs, Lu Tao's spirits lifted slightly. He meticulously reviewed the information about the deceased and suddenly stumbled upon a rather peculiar observation. With the exception of the petty thug, Huang Ji, who died on the 3rd day, all the others had some connection, however tenuous, to Gu Yang. The coincidence was staggering. Particularly striking were Yin Pingping, Xiong Chuan, and Lu Xiaoyu, who harbored irreconcilable conflicts with Gu Yang. The absurdity escalated when considering Xiong Chuan, who had dispatched an assassin after Gu Yang, only to meet his own death that very night. Likewise, news of Lu Xiaoyu's contract killing had just been deliberately conveyed to Gu Yang's ears by Li Kaiyun, and he too perished that evening. What are the odds of such a coincidence occurring? It is no wonder Lu Tao harbored suspicions towards Gu Yang. The circumstances were exceedingly bizarre. In any criminal investigation, there are two fundamental approaches. The first involves identifying the true culprit through all traces left at the crime scene, including the murder weapon, fingerprints, hair, and nearby surveillance footage. The second involves sifting through the deceased's network of relationships. However, when examining the connections of those who fell victim to the Midnight Butcher, one cannot bypass Gu Yang. All matters seem to have formed an insurmountable deadlock here, as Gu Yang possesses indisputable evidence of his innocence. He is a paralyzed individual, utterly incapable of committing murder. Furthermore, even if he were not paralyzed, after Chu Lingli and Li Kaiyun's arrival, a series of investigations and precautions were promptly enacted against Gu Yang. Yet, when Lu Xiaoyu met his demise, Gu Yang exhibited no signs of abnormality, effectively eliminating his suspicion, rendering even the possibility of him hiring a hitman exceedingly improbable. Through the investigation of his mobile browsing history and call records, it became evident that Gu Yang had maintained remarkably limited contact with the outside world. Even his forum visits consisted solely of observation without engagement. Who, then, is the Night Butcher? How has he orchestrated all of this? Perched at the head of the table, Black Tiger swirled his wine glass and inquired, "My investigation reveals that Captain Lu has harbored considerable suspicion towards Gu Yang. Frankly, I share that skepticism. Recently, we have had but one significant assignment, the assassination of Gu Yang, and yet that operation failed, coinciding with the incident involving my master that very night. I refuse to believe such coincidences exist." Black Tiger chuckled, gazing at Lu Tao. There is something rather intriguing. The Night Butcher, notorious for his arrogance, typically neglects to cleanse the crime scenes after his murders. Yet on this occasion, he made off with my master's corpse. Do you know why? Lu Tao furrowed his brow, his gaze cast downward, contemplating this very question. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he replied, "Could it be that he wished to conceal the fact that Xiong Chuan had died that night? Perhaps he aimed to suppress this information as much as possible?" Black Tiger nodded in agreement. Precisely. We, in the underworld, would act similarly. If I were under investigation, I would tread carefully, leaving no incriminating evidence. Should I be compelled to commit any wrongdoing, I would go to great lengths to exonerate myself. The Night Butcher's deliberate removal of my master's body certainly suggests an attempt at concealment. However, he was unaware that my master had already contacted us for assistance, nor could he have anticipated my personal visit to seek your aid. At this moment, Lu Tao became exceedingly agitated, his voice trembling as he spoke. Wait. This seems to clarify everything. The true identity of the Night Butcher must have recently come under the scrutiny of our enforcement bureau. His decision to hide the body was likely to diminish his own culpability. Presently, the sole suspect in connection with the Night Butcher is none other than Gu Yang. Could it truly be this individual? For the first time, Lu Tao felt overwhelmed, as if his intellect were insufficient to unravel the complexities of this world. If Gu Yang were indeed the Night Butcher, how could his paralysis be explained? Surely, the hospital possesses surveillance. What of his alibi? Conversely, if Gu Yang is not the Night Butcher, how do we account for the connections among the deceased? Is it possible that the Night Butcher is merely a hired assassin at Gu Yang's behest? What should I do? What course of action should I take? A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Tao's eyes as he pondered the matter. The Night Butcher exuded an unsettling obsession, undoubtedly compelled by an urge to kill as night fell. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Thus, I shall willingly embrace the peril. If Gu Yang is indeed linked to the Night Butcher, I refuse to believe he will not reveal a flaw in my presence. At this moment, the Black Tiger spoke once more, requesting the presence of Captain Lu. Aside from discussing the case concerning my master, there was another matter I wish to address. I want to inform Captain Lu that since your enforcement bureau has been unable to discern any flaws in the methods of the Night Butcher, I shall be compelled to resort to the means of our underground world. Lu Tao, fully aware of the implications of his words, rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table as he bellowed, "Black Tiger, since you claim to have engaged in legitimate business, I implore you to suppress these unlawful thoughts. The apprehension of criminals is the responsibility of our enforcement bureau, and it is not your place to interfere. Having said this, Lu Tao set down his glass and turned to leave. The Black Tiger, however, cautioned from behind, "You have until tonight. If the Night Butcher continues his spree of murder this evening, I shall employ my own methods to unmask his identity and deal with him accordingly. Do not say I did not warn you, Captain Lu." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tao nodded solemnly and departed the room. Alone, the Black Tiger died, his eyes filled with hatred. Only he understood that the deceased Xiong Chuan was not merely his master and leader, but also his father. This vendetta must be avenged. He slowly retrieved his phone and opened a text message, one composed by Xiong Chuan. Trapped in that small room while awaiting rescue, he had, as a precaution, drafted a message to be sent to the Black Tiger's phone at a predetermined time. "Black Tiger, if you are reading this message, it means your father has met his demise. I must share certain insights regarding the Night Butcher. However, remember, this is not to incite you to seek vengeance, but to keep you at a distance from him. The Night Butcher is a monster. He has learned the 5 beasts breathing technique from me. Should you encounter anyone other than yourself practicing this technique, there is a significant likelihood that he is the Night Butcher himself. Remember, do not seek revenge for me. Live well. Son, I have wronged you over the years, but know that I love you." Chapter 62. Lu Tao's Night Watch Plan. "Little brother, your skills are rather lackluster," Chu Lingling remarked, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "At your age, you should be at the pinnacle of esports, yet your performance leaves me quite concerned." Tao Jun, propping his chin on his hand, set aside his phone and regarded the enigmatic Chu Lingling before him. "Lingling Jia, how can you place the blame solely on me? I clearly warned you about the footsteps to the right just moments ago. You leaped forward, practically handing them a free kill. Are you trying to sabotage me?" With a furrowed brow, Chu Lingling playfully tapped Tao Jun's head. "How can you speak like that, you little brat? What I did was tactical, do you understand? I jumped out to draw the enemy's attention so that you could strike from behind and seize the battlefield. Who could have predicted that you would falter the moment you showed yourself? You're simply hopeless." Tao Jun, looking quite aggrieved, retorted, "Well, Lingling Jia, at least you could have cast a couple of skills or fired a few shots. You just don't get it, do you?" She replied, "I conserved my ammunition to provide you with an opportunity to shine. You really are quite thoughtless." Upon Lu Tao's return, he immediately spotted Chu Lingling engrossed in a game with Tao Jun. Did this resemble an interrogation of suspects? It appeared she was merely seizing the chance to indulge in some gaming, which was rather unreliable. Meanwhile, Li Kaiyun was fervently typing away at his keyboard, diligently researching various materials and documenting his findings. He certainly appeared to be the epitome of a dedicated worker. Lu Tao entered with a grave demeanor. "I possess the latest intelligence that requires our discussion." At this, Chu Lingling promptly closed the matchmaking screen. Li Kaiyun, however, barely lifted his gaze. "Just share your intel directly. What is there to discuss?" Lu Tao insisted. "This matter is quite serious. I am not jesting." Though there was an underlying tension between Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao, the latter's solemnity compelled Li Kaiyun to set aside his work. "Very well, let us proceed to the conference room." Once they arrived, Lu Tao swiftly handed over the previously recorded information, along with some photographic evidence obtained from the Black Tiger. Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun took turns glancing through the materials, their expressions darkening in response. "I cannot believe this individual has committed yet another murder in secret. I suspected something was amiss with Xiong Chuan's sudden disappearance," Li Kaiyun expressed, anger evident in his demeanor. "I've never encountered such an audacious criminal, repeatedly taking lives without a hint of caution. He clearly holds our law enforcement agency in utter contempt." Chu Lingling narrowed her eyes in contemplation before responding. "I have gathered a wealth of personnel information online. Based on the current situation, this Night Butcher exhibits the following characteristics: exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills, likely honed through professional training, impeccable counter-surveillance abilities, leaving virtually no traces at the scene, and a pronounced sense of heroism, believing himself to be an agent of justice. In light of these characteristics, I have compiled a list of approximately a dozen individuals, all of whom are our prime suspects. Among them are the most skilled enforcers of the gang and elite warriors who have retired from the mercenary battlefields abroad. I have already implanted a virus onto their mobile devices via the internet, enabling real-time surveillance of their every action." Chu Lingling set down the documents in her hands and remarked, "According to Lu Tao's analysis, this individual kills someone every night. Thus, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity this evening. Every member of our law enforcement agency will be working through the night. with personnel deployed throughout the city's streets and alleys. In areas we cannot monitor, we shall install surveillance equipment. I refuse to believe that this individual will leave no trace. Li Kaiyun promptly nodded. Understood, I will make the arrangements immediately. However, at that moment, Lu Tao opened his mouth as if to speak. Chu Lingling turned and inquired, if you have something to say, please do. The information regarding Xiong Chuan's demise was largely thanks to your efforts. Lu Tao nodded in response. Although I recognize that my hypothesis may seem rather absurd, akin to that of a madman, I cannot shake the feeling that there is a connection between the Night Butcher and Gu Yang. It is even plausible that Gu Yang himself is the Night Butcher. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyun scoffed. I believe you may indeed be delusional. That person is clearly paralyzed. The hospital has confirmed it. How could he possibly possess the lethal skills of the Night Butcher? It would be more credible to suggest he hired a hitman. Yet Lu Tao sighed and shook his head. I understand that this may seem implausible, but sometimes, in the course of investigations, things unfold in unexpected ways. There is a saying, once you have eliminated all possible explanations, the one that remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Li Kaiyun shook his head. Unfortunately, Gu Yang's suspicion was dismissed at the very first opportunity in my investigation. Lu Tao continued. The reason I believe he is the Night Butcher is entirely due to the incident involving Yin Pingping. The initial step in any endeavor, from nothing to something, is invariably the most arduous. The act of killing Yin Pingping is undoubtedly crucial for the Night Butcher, indicating a deep-seated grudge. Furthermore, the method employed in Yin Pingping's murder suggests that the Night Butcher was venting his wrath. I have thoroughly examined Yin Pingping's social network. While she had many friends and classmates with whom she had conflicts, none could escalate to the point of murder, let alone a torturous demise. Only Gu Yang possesses the motive. Li Kaiyun shook his head, impatiently slamming the documents on the table. Even if you elaborate on this motive to no end, you cannot overcome the fact that Gu Yang is a paralyzed individual. If he were to hire a killer, he would inevitably leave traces online. Please do not waste excessive energy on suspects who have already been ruled out, Captain Lu. Lu Tao's eyes brimmed with resentment. Li Kaiyun, however, sneered, do not forget. You are merely an enforcement officer under my command. You must do as I say. Tonight, you are assigned to patrol the street right in front of our enforcement bureau. To spare you the trouble of commuting, Lu Tao felt a profound sense of frustration, even in the most audacious of scenarios. It was inconceivable to commit murder on the main street before the enforcement bureau. His placement here was a clear act of isolation. At that moment, Chu Lingling sighed and interjected. Ah, you are quite insufferable, managing to complicate relationships with everyone. Captain Lu has his own investigative ideas. Let him pursue them. Having one more or one less person on patrol makes no difference, does it? Upon hearing Chu Lingling's rebuke, Li Kaiyun lowered his head, choosing not to respond further. It was then that Chu Lingling turned to Lu Tao and inquired, Captain Lu, what were your thoughts earlier? Do share. Lu Tao cast a grateful glance at Chu Lingling. I believe I need to pay another visit to Gu Yang, and this time I intend to stay at his home as a friend. After all, the Night Butcher operates under the cover of darkness. I can watch over him at night. If he exhibits no unusual behavior and yet a homicide occurs, it would effectively eliminate him as a suspect. Chu Lingling nodded in agreement. That is indeed a sound plan. But have you considered the danger if Gu Yang is truly the Night Butcher? Lu Tao's gaze reflected a steadfast resolve, as if he were prepared to face death itself. If something were to happen to me, even if I were to perish in Gu Yang's home, my sacrifice would be worthwhile, as it would further indicate that Gu Yang harbors issues. Chu Lingling smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall entrust that matter to you. However, remember, even if you uncover nothing, do not alert the enemy. Rest assured, I am quite adept in that regard. Lu Tao replied confidently. Li Kaiyun, standing nearby, expressed his dissatisfaction. Let me be clear. This is your final opportunity for independent action. If this endeavor fails to establish any wrongdoing on Gu Yang's part, you will comply with my orders and assist me from now on. Understood? Lu Tao clenched his jaw and nodded affirmatively. Chapter 63, The Gift from Mu Rong Surprise. My brother. With a somewhat awkward attempt at English, Mu Rong cheerfully pushed open the door to Gu Yang's hospital room. He was clad in a sharply tailored suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, and surprisingly, he was holding a bouquet of flowers, which appeared somewhat comical. In his university days, Mu Rong had quite a few admirers. Standing at over 6 feet tall with an impressive 8-pack, he could easily dunk a basketball. Every day, He would head to class with his backpack, inundated with love letters. Yet, this fellow had always shown little interest in women. Years later, Guyang even began to suspect that Mu Rong might be gay. Over the years, Mu Rong had been involved in entrepreneurship alongside Guyang, often engaging in drinking and socializing, which had unfortunately obscured his once robust muscles, leaving only a hint of softness. Thankfully, his tall stature masked the extra weight, making him appear merely robust, and he wore his suit well, exuding an air of a successful individual. At this moment, Guyang was seated in a wheelchair, casually flipping through television channels with a remote control. Upon seeing Mu Rong enter in such an exaggerated fashion, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, this is quite unnecessary. You're making it seem as though you're proposing to me. Just so you know, don't think that because my lower body is paralyzed. I'm at your mercy." Mu Rong laughed heartily, placing the bouquet aside. "Hearing you say that puts me at ease. I was worried that our big boss would be utterly despondent after the accident. It's good to see you still have the energy to joke around." Guyang shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to be despondent about? Being alive is better than anything else. Look at how warm the sun is, how fresh the air feels, and how delightful those ladies dancing on television are. If I were dead, I wouldn't be able to see any of this. What a pity that would be." Seeing that there was no one around, Mu Rong mysteriously approached Guyang, pulling out a tablet. He opened it to reveal an album filled with photos of attractive foreign women. "What are you up to?" Guyang asked, puzzled. With an air of secrecy, Mu Rong replied, "Good brother, before returning, I had already been contemplating your lifelong affair. That Yin Pingping is clearly a gold digger. She is only after your money. If you're looking for another partner, you must avoid such types. The atmosphere here is quite dismal, and given your current situation, finding a suitable companion won't be easy. I have a plan. Do you know how diligent and impoverished the girls I know are? They dream of marrying someone in our country, and it only takes a few thousand yuan as a dowry to secure one. I have carefully screened these ladies. Each one is not only beautiful, but possesses good character, with costs ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Choose one you find most appealing, and I will arrange for her return to our country. In the future, with a wife to care for you and a life partner by your side. It seems quite affordable. What do you think? This is a grand gift I selected for you before my return." Guyang furrowed his brow as he watched Mu Rong flip through pictures one by one, introducing the characteristics and personalities of these young ladies, yet he remained silent. After a few remarks, Mu Rong grew impatient. "What on earth is wrong with you? I've shared so much. Can you at least respond?" After a moment of contemplation, Guyang lifted his head and inquired, "I have a bold idea. Since they are all inexpensive, why not buy them all?" Mu Rong, nearly enraged, nearly snapped his tablet in half. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that we practice monogamy in our country? What does monogamy have to do with it? We can simply forego the marriage certificate," Guyang retorted. "Do you even understand the new regulations? Nowadays, even the children of mistresses can inherit family fortunes. This clearly encourages people to take multiple wives." Enough. I see you have no real intention and are merely jesting with me," Mu Rong replied. Guyang burst into laughter, for he was indeed joking. Women held no allure for him anymore. He envisioned a splendid future, one where he could utilize his spectral abilities to eliminate all obstacles and eradicate all evils. Moreover, he could harness the knowledge of advanced human civilization through the realm of primal beasts and potentially innovate, leading humanity into a new era. With so many intriguing prospects, which one could possibly be more entertaining than romance? And what if he ended up with someone as petty as Yin Pingping? That would be repugnant. At that moment, the hospital door was knocked upon, and Su Chencheng, drenched in sweat, entered. "Mr. Gu, I have purchased all the books you requested, filling 2 or 3 boxes. Now waiting in the parking lot. They are exceedingly heavy. I can hardly lift them. Have you found your accommodation? I can deliver them now." Su Chengcheng was rambling when she noticed the additional presence in the room, likely overwhelmed by exhaustion. Guyang quickly made introductions between the two. Mu Rong smiled and extended his hand. "My brother has greatly benefited from Miss Su's care during this time. I must reward you with a generous red envelope." Upon hearing this, Su Chengcheng hurriedly waved her hands. No. Brother Mu, you are far too kind. Mr. Gu has already granted me a very generous salary. This is merely my duty. Being polite is one thing, but fulfilling a duty well is another. If you excel, you deserve a red envelope. Since you are here, let us assist in moving the items together. My car is conveniently parked in the garage. I have also secured a residence. Throughout the process, Gu Yong merely maneuvered his electric wheelchair, while Mu Rong and Su Chengsheng assisted in carrying the belongings. Thankfully, there were not many items, and soon, the trio arrived at their intended destination. Mu Rong and Su Chengsheng lent a hand, assisting Gu Yong out of the vehicle and settling him into a wheelchair. Mu Rong clicked his tongue in admiration, remarking, "Your physical condition is truly impressive. Your recovery ability is exceptional. Although your lower body is immobile at present, I felt you had gained weight when I lifted you. Have you been indulging in the hospital? At this rate, it seems you may recover sooner than anticipated." Gu Yong shrugged nonchalantly. "If I can recover, that would be splendid. If not, I can relish in some well-deserved leisure." "No, you mustn't slack off. You promised to return to entrepreneurship, and I've already begun preparing to sell the construction company." "Don't deceive me," Mu Rong replied. Su Chengsheng followed closely behind, carrying bags of various sizes, while Mu Rong pushed Gu Yong into the neighborhood before them. As they walked, he elaborated, "The villas here are quite affordable. I've purchased a slightly smaller one for you, just 3 stories tall, covering an area of over 200 square meters. The location is excellent, facing the community's artificial lake. It's quite spacious, and I've heard there are plenty of fish. You could will yourself to the lake for some fishing. However, it would be wise to bring someone along to prevent any unfortunate falls into the water." Gu Yong surveyed the surroundings and felt a sense of satisfaction. The area was tranquil, the air fresh, and the population sparse. "How much did the house cost?" he inquired. "It's not too expensive, considering its distance from the city center. It was just over 5 million. I've covered the initial amount for you, and once your previous house and company are sold, I'll simply deduct it from that." Mu Rong explained. "No problem, just proceed as you see fit." Mu Rong continued, "I've arranged all the furnishings for you. If there's anything you find unsatisfactory, let me know. I initially considered finding you a wife or hiring a caregiver, but it seems that's unnecessary now." Gu Yong nodded. "For these mundane matters, I'll have Su Chengsheng handle them. You have more pressing issues at hand. Speak up. Tell me what you need me to do." I'm eager to dive back into work. Reflecting on their days of entrepreneurship in college and the arduous labor on construction sites, Gu Yong acknowledged, though challenging, "Those times were genuinely joyful. While I still have some strength, let us seize the opportunity and undertake another venture." He directed Mu Rong. "You should promptly acquire a small factory and establish a medical research facility, along with registering a medical company. Our next objective should be in the healthcare sector." This entrepreneurial vision had been previously shared with Mu Rong, who was not surprised. "Sure, I'll take care of that shortly. However, achieving research outcomes in the medical field is quite challenging. Our funds might very well be at risk, so prepare yourself mentally. Rest assured, I have complete confidence." Gu Yong asserted, envisioning a promising future beckoning him. He was determined to venture into the realm of medical biology with unwavering resolve. The reasons are quite straightforward. Firstly, it is highly probable that in the future, Gu Yong will need to further advance the 5-beast breathing technique or perhaps explore other methods. Historically, the realms of medicine and martial arts have been intertwined, making the pursuit of such knowledge essential for personal growth. On the other hand, the concept of Yuan Shou merely represents the theoretical maximum lifespan one could attain. In reality, this is unattainable. Illness, injuries, and unforeseen circumstances can arise at any moment, leading to a significant reduction in one's Yuan Shou. Despite Gu Yong currently possessing over a century of potential lifespan, should he be afflicted with cancer, his Yuan Shou would deplete rapidly, and death would be inevitable. It is imperative to seize the present moment, while his health is still robust, to diligently research remedies for diseases, thereby maximizing the potential of his Yuan Shou. As for more distant aspirations, if he could contribute to advancements in the field of medical biology, it might even lead to the creation of gene therapies reminiscent of those found in films and television. That would indeed be remarkable. Who knows, perhaps in his lifetime, he could even make a cameo as Spider-Man or Captain America. Chapter 64: The Birth of a Top Hacker. "Why are you still here?" Gu Yong inquired, lifting his gaze to Mu Rong, who was lounging in the living room after finishing his chores. A pained expression crossed Mu Rong's face as he responded, "Come on. I've just returned from abroad with great difficulty. Today is our first meeting, and you wish to send me away? After all these years of brotherhood. Is it all for naught? Alas, it truly pains my heart. I have poured my soul into this friendship, yet you treat me with indifference. How lamentable and sorrowful." Gu Yong, somewhat at a loss for words at this theatrical display, retorted, "All right, enough of this tedious banter. Just say what you want. What else could it be? It's been ages since we last met. We must share a drink." Mu Rong exclaimed, I shall head out to buy some ingredients. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. From the side, Su Chengcheng, who had been busy tidying up the house, suddenly looked up. No, mister. Gu has just been discharged from the hospital, and his health has not yet fully recovered. Drinking could lead to adverse reactions. Mu Rong's excitement instantly faded. Well, that's it. Now we can't drink. To his surprise, Gu Yang shook his head. It's all right. One must seize the joy of life while it lasts. We have wine today, let us indulge. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Just like the time I had that car accident, I could have ended up a vegetable for life. Now that I can still drink, I must savor a few cups. Go buy the ingredients and the wine. I'll wait for you at home. Su Chengcheng wanted to offer further advice, but Gu Yang waved her off. It's fine. I know my body well. A little drinking one tea hurt. Seeing Gu Yang so resolute, Su Chengcheng could only relent. Very well, I have to go to the hospital for my shift soon. But I'll come back to check on you later. If you feel unwell, remember to notify me immediately. Rest assured, I'll manage just fine, Gu Yang reassured her. Mu Rong's face brightened at Gu Yang's agreement to drink. He immediately threw an arm around Gu Yang's shoulders, declaring, that's the spirit. A man drinks when he is happy and drinks when he is not. Back when you were healthy, I could never outdrink you. Today, I shall redeem my honor and show you what true humiliation feels like. So, tell me, do you prefer white, red, beer, or perhaps something foreign? Gu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Let us get a bit of everything, lest you complain after losing. You can't say you excel in white if you can't handle beer, and vice versa. I've grown weary of your little tricks. Mu Rong's face flushed with determination. All right, you said it. I will make you regret those words. With that, Mu Rong grabbed his jacket and prepared to head out for drinks and ingredients. Meanwhile, Su Chengcheng, having tidied the house sufficiently, bid farewell to Gu Yang, as she had to fulfill her shift at the hospital. This is quite fortuitous. Having a full-time caregiver by one's side, monitoring every move, would indeed be rather cumbersome. Presently, I find myself alone at home for the most part, allowing me the luxury to shed the burden of pretense. Once I confirmed my solitude, Gu Yang confidently rose from his wheelchair and surveyed the premises. It was splendid. This modest villa, somewhat secluded, boasted windows made of privacy glass, enabling me to stroll about freely without the fear of prying eyes. Perfectly ideal. After stretching my limbs and adeptly practicing the 5 beasts breathing technique, I settled comfortably onto the plush sofa, crossing my legs. There is nothing quite like the comfort of a sofa. The wheelchair is rigid and far from pleasant. On the table, stacks of books were arranged on either side. These are various textbooks and classic literature that Su Chengcheng had dutifully procured at my behest. To the left lay medical texts, while to the right were volumes on computer science and the internet. I reached for the medical books but hesitated. The pursuit of medical research is an arduous journey, and even with the ambition to develop groundbreaking potions, it would require considerable time. Even if successful, the subsequent experiments and approvals would prove cumbersome. Gaining further medical knowledge seemed less beneficial at this moment. Perhaps it would be wiser to delve into computer science? With hacking skills, I could accomplish much from the confines of my home. Moreover, it might enable me to glean insights into the movements of law enforcement, allowing for preemptive measures. With this in mind, I shifted my hand to the right and picked up a book on computers and the internet, diligently perusing its contents. In a matter of moments, I had swiftly finished the book. Sure enough, a new moon emerged within the realm of Yuan Shou, symbolizing knowledge in the field of computers and the internet. As I flipped through the pages, I committed the wisdom of these classic texts to memory while attempting to channel excess Yuan Shou into the moon. After 2 to 3 hours, I had thoroughly perused over 20 books on computing. Concurrently, I invested a full 30 years of Yuan Shou into the moon representing this domain, reaching the limit of investment. However, I discovered that reaching this threshold did not preclude further investments. Rather, any additional contributions would yield diminishing returns. As these advancements had surpassed the current limits of human civilization, it felt akin to carving out a new path. At this moment, I refrained from immediate further investment, estimating that an additional 50 years of Yuan Shou could lead to extraordinary breakthroughs in computer science and the internet, potentially igniting a new global revolution, akin to the invention of the steam engine, the advent of electricity, and the emergence of the internet. What a remarkable endeavor. Gu Yang suddenly recalled a classic character from the realm of film and television, Iron Man. This individual is also a great inventor and a wealthy magnate in the real world, utilizing the knowledge within his mind to construct an iron suit. Might I not also aspire to such heights in the future? By night, I am the Butcher of Darkness. And by day, I embody Iron Man. How exhilarating is that? At this moment, his remaining lifespan balance stood at 153 years. Although his account still held a considerable sum, Gu Yong hesitated to take that pivotal step. On one hand, he had only recently been discharged from the hospital, and to unveil a groundbreaking innovation at this juncture seemed utterly absurd. On the other hand, he was reluctant to deplete his lifespan balance too drastically. Having experienced the agonizing reality of lying in bed like a vegetable due to a diminished lifespan, the greater the remaining years, the better his physical constitution. Should he expend too much, he might find himself confined to a wheelchair once again. The investment of 30 years of lifespan had elevated Gu Yang's proficiency in computing and the internet to the zenith of contemporary human civilization. It could be said that even the top 10 hackers combined would scarcely be his match. He casually opened the laptop beside him. Previously, he had merely been a novice with computers, capable only of downloading trivial games or managing a few office documents. Now, however, over computers and the internet. The first step, naturally, was to find a way to leave an eye within the Law Enforcement Bureau, particularly on Lu Tao's phone. Gu Yong connected his smartphone to the laptop, preparing to create a small virus that would transmit through the public network to Lu Tao's device, thereby enabling him to surreptitiously monitor Lu Tao's browsing history and chat records, even employing the recording function to eavesdrop on Lu Tao's conversations at any moment. Yet, before he could complete this small virus, he discovered that his own phone was already infected with a virus. Moreover, this virus bore a striking resemblance to the one he intended to create. Is this monitoring me? Chapter 65. Counter-surveillance. Grand intelligence. At this moment, Gu Yong felt a flicker of trepidation, uncertain whether he had inadvertently exposed any vulnerabilities during this time. He hastily sought to understand the nature of the virus. After a brief examination on his computer, he quickly grasped the virus's mechanism. It was not particularly complex. It merely monitored his call logs and browsing history, revealing only whom he had contacted, without eavesdropping on the content of his conversations. How rudimentary. To me, this minuscule virus was utterly transparent. He also reviewed the information that the virus had recently monitored and, after scrutinizing it for a while, confirmed that no secrets of his had been divulged. Gu Yong then exhaled in relief, grateful that he hadn't searched for anything untoward online or left any trace that could lead to complications. At this juncture, Gu Yong could easily eliminate the virus, yet he knew that doing so would inevitably alert the other party. After a brief moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced his lips. In that case, I shall initiate counter-surveillance. Is that too much to ask? The virus was linked to the computer of Chu Lingling at the Law Enforcement Bureau, providing Gu Yong with the perfect opportunity to covertly transmit his own virus through this connection. Possessing the most advanced network technology known to humanity, Gu Yong could accomplish what ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to imagine. He swiftly created a more concealed and sophisticated virus, stealthily deploying it onto the devices of Chu Lingling and Lu Tao. With Gu Yang's refined virus, not only could it monitor browsing and chat records, but it could also discreetly record conversations, allowing him to overhear their discussions. Moreover, Gu Yong was confident that his implanted computer virus would remain undetected unless someone possessed superior network technology, which was a far-fetched notion in today's world. Save for an unprecedented genius, Gu Yang's mind was enriched with 30 years' worth of computer knowledge, obtained through relentless dedication. This was not the mere 30 years of a typical learner, but rather an uninterrupted quest for knowledge, devoid of food, sleep, or even restroom breaks, a relentless pursuit that equated to the equivalent of 70 or 80 years of normal learning. As soon as the virus was installed and the monitoring function activated, Gu Yong was taken aback to discover that the three individuals across the line were engaged in a small meeting. Li Kaiyan remarked, "Although we have prepared to dispatch all law enforcement officers tonight for patrols throughout the streets and alleys, installing surveillance in all key locations, might this be a bit too broad? I believe we should have a focal point." Chu Lingling responded, "You make a valid point. I have compiled a list of notorious individuals in our Tianjin city. As the enigmatic Butcher of the Night revels in his self-appointed role of enforcer of justice, it seems likely that his next target will emerge from among this group." Li Kaiyan remarked, "No problem. I shall concentrate my efforts on those individuals." Lu Tao interjected, "I wish to propose an addition to this list." Chu Lingling responded, "I know. The person you wish to add must be Wen Yuli, correct?" Lu Tao replied, "You truly are a master detective. You have deduced it effortlessly." Chu Lingling clarified, "It is not mere conjecture. It is derived from data analysis. Previously, I had implanted a virus on Gu Yang's phone and discovered a conversation between him and Wen Muley, likely not of a pleasant nature. If your suspicion holds true, and there exists a connection between Gu Yang and the Butcher of the Night, it stands to reason that Wen Muley may very well find himself on the Butcher's deadly list. Lu Tao remarked, I hadn't considered that. Wen Muley is indeed a man who values wealth above all else and resorts to unscrupulous means. Based on my investigation, it is highly probable that Wen Muley was behind the orders given to Xiong Chuan to commit murder on behalf of Lu Xiaoyu. It is likely that he still covets the assets of the company in Gu Yang's possession. I suggest we monitor him closely. Chu Lingling nodded in agreement. Certainly. I have already made those arrangements. Additionally, I discovered that Wen Muley has installed surveillance cameras at his residence. I have preemptively infiltrated his security system. Should the Butcher of the Night make an appearance, he will undoubtedly leave traces behind. Meanwhile, Gu Yang listened intently, utterly astonished that this group had meticulously prepared for the night's events, even designating Wen Mengli as a key figure for protection. It appeared these individuals were serious this time. They had previously suspected Lu Xiaoyu's demise, but had been overly confident and neglected to take adequate precautions. Now, they likely wished to station guards beside Wen Muley's bed for direct protection. Moreover, the intrusion into Wen Mengli's home surveillance posed a significant complication. Gu Yang realized he must adopt a more discreet approach or consider a change of target for tonight's endeavors. After successfully breaching the system of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Gu Yang possessed a list detailing the notorious criminals of Tianjin City, complete with their distinguishing features and potential residences. Utilizing the swiftness of his shadow, he could feasibly scour every corner of Tianjin City overnight, ensuring these individuals faced their inevitable reckoning. However, Gu Yang found himself in a quandary. While he felt no fear of being ensnared by the Law Enforcement Bureau, the prospect of suspicion was undeniably troublesome. Ultimately, Wen Muley was merely a petty fool and would not pose significant challenges in the short term. As Gu Yang pondered this predicament, the meeting continued unabated. Li Kaiyan inquired, Lu Tao, are you prepared for the tasks you must undertake tonight? How do you intend to proceed? Do you require our assistance? Lu Tao, according to my plan, I intend to visit Gu Yang under the pretext of friendship and apology, dine with him, and indulge in a few drinks. On one hand, I aim to discern whether he might inadvertently divulge any crucial information while inebriated. On the other hand, I will feign intoxication, allowing me to monitor him throughout the night. The Night Butcher commits murder nightly. If there exists any connection between Gu Yang and the Night Butcher, he is bound to exhibit unusual behavior after dusk. Should I uncover any lead, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. Li Kaiyan, no problem. Although I consider your thoughts and actions rather foolish, I commend your dedication to the task at hand. Nonetheless, I must reiterate that Gu Yang's suspicion has been eliminated in my mind from the outset. A paralyzed individual and an ordinary college student from a humble background can, in no way, be associated with the Night Butcher. If your probing tonight yields no results, you must adhere to my directives moving forward. Can you manage that? Lu Tao nodded earnestly. Absolutely. I appreciate Captain Li for granting me this opportunity for independent action. Chu Lingling yawned and remarked, All right. Since we've discussed matters thoroughly, you both should get on with your tasks. I need to catch a quick nap, as I might be up all night gaming later. She quickly corrected herself. No, I misspoke. Working late. Heh, on Gu Yang's end. Still reeling from the previous meeting, he was taken aback by the startling news that Lu Tao would indeed be coming to dine here tonight. It was one thing to join for a meal, but to attempt to intoxicate him for the sake of extracting information while planning to stay the night. How audacious. However, this could work to my advantage. Let us see how I can clear my name right before your very eyes. Chapter 66. The company encounters grave troubles. Once Gu Yang concluded his tasks, he immediately heard footsteps approaching from outside. He swiftly returned to his wheelchair. Before anyone entered, he could hear Mu Rong's irate voice. What nonsense is this? Am I not aware of my own company? Where is the embezzlement, the shoddy workmanship? The allegations of tax evasion are utterly baseless. Our company has always adhered to the law and has even been recognized as an outstanding enterprise by the city. Who filed this complaint? It is nothing but slander. What? An investigation that might lead to a shutdown? I'm currently occupied with selling the company, and you throw this at me. How long will it take to resolve? 6 months at a minimum, 3 to 5 years at most? By then, who knows what will happen? This is outrageous. I want you to know that we have a legal department, and I must sue this reckless complainant. holding them accountable for their actions. Mu Rong, grumbling, swung open the door, with a fine bottle of wine in his left hand and exquisite dishes in his right, his phone wedged between his shoulder and ear. After angrily placing his items down, he abruptly hung up. Gu Yong inquired, "What is going on? Why the outburst?" Mu Rong, still seething, replied, "I don't know which fool decided to complain about our company for alleged shoddy work, embezzlement, and tax fraud. The worst part is, this idiot has some evidence, which forces our construction company to halt operations for rectification. Now, selling is out of the question. No one would take on such a mess unless it's at a rock-bottom price. Moreover, the duration of the suspension for rectification is uncertain, possibly stretching to 3 to 5 years. If this drags on, the company will be ruined." Hearing this, Gu Yong furrowed his brow. He was in dire need of funds, with numerous projects awaiting revival. If the company could not be sold, it would be an enormous waste of time. Mu Rong, exasperated, sat down. The level of this adversary suggests they are no mere insignificant player, and they have evidently conducted thorough research on us. When did we offend such a formidable opponent? At that moment, Gu Yong had formed a rough hypothesis. Just then, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he noticed a text message from Wen Yuli, the individual he had spoken with earlier. "Mr. Gu, I trust you now realize the veracity of my words. I previously offered you a chance for collaboration, yet you had the audacity to speak disrespectfully to me. Consider this a minor warning. If you are willing to cooperate now, I can arrange for us to sign a new contract tomorrow, but the price will increase by 50%. Reflect on this. If you agree, after selling the company, you should still retain 30 to 50 million. Should you refuse, you will walk away empty-handed. A paralyzed individual without finances, I cannot fathom how I would navigate the latter part of my life. Although you are not before me, I can vividly envision your exasperated expression. Take a moment to ponder this matter." Gu Yong's face darkened with anger. At that moment, Mu Rong approached, and Gu Yong handed him the text message to review, subsequently summarizing the incident. Mu Rong, known for his fiery temper, was immediately incensed upon hearing this. "Damn it, a mere lawyer thinks he can stir up trouble? I'll call a few brothers from the construction sites to drag him out and give him a good beating. If it comes to it, we can let a few of them take the fall for a few days and pay some compensation. I refuse to believe we cannot handle him." Gu Yong shook his head in response. This Wen Muli is the designated lawyer for those underworld bosses. He is not one to fear death. If he were afraid, he would not be in this profession. He is a man willing to risk everything for money. Moreover, he is well versed in the law. Should we resort to violence against him, we might invite even greater troubles upon ourselves. Mu Rong's face reddened with fury. What are we to do then? We can't allow him to investigate us for 3 to 5 years, can we? As long as he operates in the shadows, he can easily tarnish our reputation further. It could take decades to clear our names, and our company would inevitably collapse, leaving us with nothing. Gu Yong remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders. "Do not worry. I will find a way to resolve this. You should attend to other matters and proceed with registering our new company. I still have some savings on my card from these past years. Take what you need for emergencies." Mu Rong nodded, filled with trust. "That sounds good. I will follow your lead. I also have some funds in my account. Together, we should be able to manage the initial phase of the new company, as long as we can secure new funding within 2 to 3 months. As longtime partners, Mu Rong had unwavering faith in Gu Yong's capabilities. Since Gu Yong assured him of a solution, he felt no need to inquire further. Setting aside the pressing issue, Mu Rong cheerfully arranged the items he had brought to the table. "Brother, look at this. I just bought some fine wines and delicacies. I picked up some barbecue skewers and went to a 5-star restaurant for a few exquisite dishes. As for the wine, it is all top shelf. We have white, beer, and foreign varieties. Soon, we shall drink until we are merry, casting aside all our worries." As he spoke, Mu Rong began to lay out the food and drinks on the table. Having consumed only nutritional meals at the hospital, occasionally allowing Su Changcheng to fetch some treats, Gu Yong felt a pang of desire at the sight of such a feast. "No problem. Given all you've invested today, I promise you a night of revelry." Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Mu Rong, puzzled, remarked, "Who could it be now? Is it your little nurse again? However, does your little nurse not possess the code to unlock the door?" He approached the entrance, opened it, and to his astonishment, Lu Tao was standing there, holding fine wines and delicacies, with a large bag of fruits at his feet. A warm smile graced his face as he said, "Mr. Gu, you've moved, and yet you did not inform me? Since today marks the auspicious occasion of your discharge, I have come to present a small gift and to celebrate with you. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the other side where Mu Rong stood, extending a hand directly. You must be Manager Mu. I have long heard of you as Mr. Gu's closest friend. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Tao, a minor enforcement officer from the Law Enforcement Bureau, previously responsible for overseeing Mr. Gu's accident case. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately illuminated Mu Rong's face. Oh, so it is Officer Lu. Please, come in. Your information is indeed quite timely. We have just prepared an array of fine food and drink for you. He chuckled. You didn't come here drawn by the aroma, did you? As the saying goes, a guest from afar is a treasure. Gu Yang was well aware of Lu Tao's true intentions for visiting today, yet chose not to address it directly. Though Lu Tao harbored doubts about Gu Yang, one could not deny that he was an exemplary enforcement officer, albeit with a somewhat rigid sense of justice. Were it not for his own identity as the Night Butcher, Gu Yang would have genuinely welcomed the opportunity to befriend this individual. Lu Tao placed the gifts and fruits on a nearby table, then arranged the food and drink. Awkwardly saying, compared to your offerings, mine seem rather inferior. I hope you won't find them lacking. Mu Rong waved his hand dismissively. The quality of food and drink is of little consequence. What matters is the sentiment behind it. The fact that you remembered Mr. Gu's discharge and took the time to visit makes you a friend. Come, let us sit together and enjoy a meal. He added, in fact, I might have something for you to assist with shortly. After Lu Tao took a seat, curiosity painted his expression. Is there an issue, Manager Mu? Mu Rong glanced at Gu Yang, who nodded slightly before he began to speak. It is primarily about Wen Mu Li. You must have heard of him. This fellow is exceedingly shameless, coercing our company into a partnership for a lawsuit, demanding a sum of 70 to 80 million. When we declined, he fabricated baseless evidence, accusing our company of tax evasion, corruption, and numerous other charges. Now, we are forced to halt operations for rectification, we cannot sell, and our reputation has suffered immensely. I wonder if you could inquire about the situation on our behalf. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's expression darkened considerably. That damned Wen Mu Li has gone too far. Leveraging his legal knowledge, he has caused us endless trouble in capturing criminals. Now he resorts to such underhanded tactics. Rest assured, once I return today, I will consult with my colleagues. If these allegations are unfounded, I will ensure the case is resolved swiftly to restore the company's reputation. As for that Wen Mu Li, his behavior has essentially constituted extortion. We will summon him accordingly. However, that individual possesses a profound understanding of the law, which may hinder our ability to take effective action against him. Chapter 67. Sing to conquer if you can't drink. Upon hearing this, Mu Rong burst into hearty laughter. I knew it, Brother Lu Tao. You are undoubtedly an excellent enforcer. Come, since you are willing to assist me, I must toast you several times today. Lu Tao smiled awkwardly. However, I am not in the same department as them. I can only do my best, but cannot guarantee 100% success. If things do not work out, please do not blame me. Gu Yang interjected. What are you saying? Your willingness to help is already commendable. How could we possibly blame you if things do not proceed as planned? Regardless of the outcome, my gratitude remains. Besides, in this world, where can one find absolute certainty? Perhaps tomorrow, that when Mu Li might meet his demise? I have heard that the Night Butcher has been quite audacious lately, particularly fond of eliminating those who engage in wrongdoing. I suspect Wen Mu Li might be on that list as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao felt a jolt in his heart. Mu Rong, raising an eyebrow, remarked, You know, I was unaware of this matter while abroad. I only learned upon my return that our city has such a formidable figure. Surely, this must have caused considerable trouble for your bureau, Lu Tao. However, in my opinion, it might be wiser to turn a blind eye. After all, this fellow is only dispatching those who are truly wicked. There is no need to expend so much effort to apprehend him. At this moment, Lu Tao could not fathom why Gu Yang would bring up such a sensitive topic at this juncture. Did he not realize he himself was on the list of suspects? Or was it that he harbored no guilt, hence spoke so freely? Or perhaps he was overly confident, deliberately provoking him? As the conversation had ventured this far, after consuming a generous cup of wine, he slowly replied, To speak frankly, from my personal perspective, I actually support the actions of the Night Butcher. After all, those he has slain can indeed be deemed as societal miscreants. However, from my professional standpoint, I cannot allow this to continue unchecked. With such formidable capabilities, who can guarantee he will not one day harm the innocent? Moreover, even those societal miscreants, if they have committed crimes, should be judged by the Enforcement Bureau. Not everyone deserves a death sentence. Were I not in uniform, I would be browsing the Night Butcher's forum, applauding his deeds just like you. But in my current capacity, I cannot do so. Mu Rong, after listening, raised his glass to clink with Lu Tao's. I understand. One must govern as per their position. The three of them continued to enjoy their food and drink, exchanging toasts and reveling in the moment. Lu Tao gradually found himself enveloped in the convivial atmosphere. He suddenly wished fervently that there would be no intersection between the Night Butcher and Gu Yang. He could sense that Gu Yang was an ambitious young man, preparing to sell his construction company with the aim of venturing into the pharmaceutical industry, aspiring to develop cures for those deemed incurable. Although some may consider it a fanciful notion, and the investment could very well result in a complete loss. The idealism and audacity of the endeavor instilled a sense of admiration within him. Opposite him sat Mu Rong, a man of simple and straightforward disposition, embodying the quintessential northern gentleman who would readily risk everything for his brothers. The prospect of forging a genuine friendship with them seemed quite appealing. However, one could not overlook the remarkable capacity for alcohol possessed by these two individuals. A case of beer was swiftly consumed by the three of them, followed by the opening of 2 bottles of strong liquor, which were also dispatched in no time. Lu Tao, who typically dedicated himself to his cases and seldom participated in social drinking, found his tolerance woefully inadequate. Having retreated to the restroom to discreetly induce vomiting on 2 or 3 occasions. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, he found himself dizzy. Clinging to the last vestiges of willpower to remind himself, I must not succumb to intoxication. It is imperative that I remain sober for my critical task. However, Mu Rong was not one to indulge his hesitations. He turned with a jovial smile, pouring Lu Tao a generous glass of fine liquor, exclaiming, Old Lu, don't just nibble on the food. These dishes are quite rich and not good for your stomach when consumed alone. You must partake in some drink. Try this. It's the renowned Armai Martin Louis XIII, worth over 10,000 yuan a bottle. I usually can't bring myself to indulge, but this glass alone is at least 3,000. Come, let us toast once more. With that, Mu Rong raised his glass, and beside him, Gu Yang, who at that moment was surprisingly composed, perhaps due to his enhanced physical constitution, found his own alcohol tolerance had increased significantly. To avoid raising suspicion, he feigned inebriation, swaying slightly as he lifted his glass, clinking it with Mu Rong's before downing the contents in one go. Lu Tao, observing the scene, was left in stunned disbelief. Is it possible to consume this much alcohol and remain upright? Truly reckless. Once they had finished their drinks, Mu Rong looked at Lu Tao with mild displeasure. Old Lu, what are you doing? Are you planning to raise fish? Hurry up and drink. Look at how old Gu and I have finished ours. Lu Tao's countenance darkened considerably. Despite his inebriation, he remained acutely aware of his responsibilities to supervise Gu Yang. If he were to succumb to the effects of alcohol, how could he fulfill his duty? He felt the onset of dizziness, and alcohol has a notorious after effect. If he were to consume just a couple more drinks, he would surely be incapacitated. With a bold face, he suggested, Manager Mu, I truly cannot drink any more. How about I accompany you both with tea instead? Mu Rong feigned displeasure. This is rather disappointing. As we say where I come from, when drinking with brothers, one must down at least 2 bottles, even if on oxygen. If you truly don't wish to drink, then you must concede and sing your surrender. Lu Tao's face turned pale. He felt utterly humiliated. Yet, for the sake of his mission, he resolved to endure. He stood up, raising a beer bottle as if it were a microphone, and with a tone devoid of pitch, he belted out. Just like this, I am conquered. Mu Rong and Gu Yang erupted into hearty laughter. On another note, when Muley reclined upon the sumptuous bed of his villa, cradling his beloved in his arms, with his left hand, he absently kneaded a soft mass, while his right hand clasped the phone. What is this? Is this a scam call? Someone intends to kill me? The Night Butcher, no less? Do not jest with me. Do I require protection? If you wish to stand guard, feel free to do so downstairs. I have no inclination to indulge in your childish games. With that, he promptly powered off the phone and cast it aside. In his embrace, his wife lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Darling, who was on the phone just now? I thought I heard you mention the Night Butcher coming to kill you. When Muley scoffed dismissively, it was a new detective captain from the Law Enforcement Bureau, named Li Kaiyun. That fellow called to inform me that I might very well become the target of the Night Butcher tonight, claiming they would station 2 guards at my villa to protect me. Utter nonsense. In my view, they merely wish to secretly enter my home to seek evidence of my alleged crimes. Such childish tactics cannot fool me. His wife's expression bore a hint of concern. But dear, I have seen numerous posts online recently regarding the night butcher. That individual seems quite formidable, having committed murders on consecutive nights. Perhaps we should take precautions? When Muley firmly pressed her head down, the fools at the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot even apprehend a serial killer, yet they concoct a title like Night Butcher. It is utterly ridiculous. I refuse to believe it. Besides, I am merely a lawyer engaged in litigation, not a murderer. Even if the Night Butcher were to pass judgment, it would not fall upon me. There are far more heinous individuals out there. Moreover, I am not to be trifled with. I trained in combat during my university days and even won awards. If that so-called Night Butcher were to appear before me, I would deliver a powerful blow, knocking out his teeth. His wife looked at him with admiration. You are amazing, darling. When Muley affectionately ruffled her hair, I am currently negotiating a substantial deal that could yield 70 to 80 million. When it materializes, a reward shall be yours. Would you prefer a grand villa or a new sports car? His wife, emboldened, chimed in. I wish to open a beauty salon. Why beauty salon? It's not as if you cannot earn money. Running a beauty salon is as easy as robbing a bank. Those beauty injections can simply be replaced with saline solution, costing mere cents and selling for 3,000. Women line up for them, making it a lucrative venture. Furthermore, after their treatments, many experience side effects that necessitate costly repairs at the hospital, like an endless pit of expenses. If I successfully establish this business, I could earn as much as you do as a lawyer. Haha, my wife is truly capable. Once I secure this deal, I shall invest in your venture. Chapter 68. A misguided decapitation? After several rounds of drinks, an abundance of dishes remained untouched on the table, while not a single drop of alcohol was left. As the final cup was consumed, Mu Rong struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Gu Yong, who remained as steadfast as a mountain. Instantly, his composure shattered. Brother, can a car accident truly leave your tolerance for alcohol unscathed? He lamented. I refuse to accept this. Tonight's defeat is solely due to the diverse assortment of drinks. I simply cannot acclimate. In a contest of a single type, I would undoubtedly prevail. No sooner had he uttered these words than Mu Rong collapsed onto the table, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Yang's face flushed from drink, bore a similar expression as he chuckled hazily. You simply need more practice. Why the plethora of excuses? Just as he finished speaking, his head tilted, and he too fell into a deep sleep. Opposite them lay Lu Tao, who had long since reclined. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Tao's tongue was lacerated, bleeding from numerous bites. Though intoxicated, he fought to maintain his consciousness, squinting to keep a vigilant watch on Gu Yang. Tonight, the Night Butcher might very well strike again. By observing Gu Yang's every movement, he could ascertain the connection between this man and the elusive killer. At that moment, the door of the villa creaked open, revealing Su Chengcheng returning from work. She furrowed her brows at the disarray within the room and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could you make such a mess? And to drink so excessively?" Hastily, she set down her bag and hurried to Gu Yang's side, meticulously examining his condition. "Mr. Gu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? How could you drink so much? You've just been discharged from the hospital. Didn't you say you were aware of your limits?" Gu Yang slowly opened one eye, the haze of intoxication clouding his thoughts as he replied, "I'm fine, really. I know my limits. I haven't had that much. Just help me to my room to rest. If you can manage, take these two rascals to the bedroom as well. If not, let them sleep on the sofa and cover them with a blanket." Feigning a similar drunken demeanor, Gu Yang allowed Su Chengcheng to guide him toward the bedroom. In truth, given his current physical condition, after consuming such a considerable amount of alcohol, he was merely tipsy, far from truly inebriated. As Su Chengcheng assisted him back to his room, she chided, "You say you're fine, yet look at how incoherent you are. You need to rest. If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to have a follow-up at the hospital. We cannot afford to be careless about such matters. I'll prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you, and once it's warmed, I'll bring it over. It should help immensely." With great care, Su Chengcheng removed Gu Yang's jacket and laid him gently on the bed before returning to tidy up the living room. Lu Tao, who had been secretly observing the entire scene, pondered silently. Given the circumstances, it seems that Gu Yang must have indulged a bit too much today. His phone lay abandoned on the table. As long as this fellow remained indoors and refrained from retrieving his phone, and if the Night Butcher committed another crime, it would likely eliminate most of his suspicions. After Su Chengcheng departed the bedroom and closed the door, Gu Yang squinted at the wall clock, which indicated it was already 2 in the morning. A slight smirk graced his lips as he swiftly allowed his consciousness to plunge into the abyss. Despite having undergone this process several times, each exchange of awareness between his true self and shadow left Gu Yong feeling somewhat uneasy. The sensation of descending into an endless inferno was undeniably distressing. At last, Gu Yong successfully entered the realm of shadows. The shadow beneath him swiftly glided along the corner of the wall, instantaneously arriving at the entrance of Wen Muli's villa. In that moment, the specter of Gu Yong gradually materialized in the corner, and he noticed some peculiar changes in his shadowy form. Not only could he enlarge his figure, but it also appeared darker and more corporeal at its normal size. Intriguingly, it seemed that his shadowy form harbored many secrets awaiting his discovery. Once more, Gu Yong manipulated his shadowy body, appearing in an instant in the corner of Wen Muli's bedroom. At that moment, Wen Muli lay in bed, embracing his beloved wife. Sound asleep. Emerging from the shadows, Gu Yong swiftly transformed one of his hands, soon manifesting a long blade. Having siphoned the life essence from numerous souls, he now possessed an excess of shadows to manipulate, no longer needing to morph his entire arm into a weapon. With the shadowy blade in hand, Gu Yong approached the slumbering Wen Muli step by step. He then raised the knife high, aiming for Wen Muli's neck, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he brought it down with force. However, in the next moment, Wen Muli astonishingly opened his eyes instantaneously and reacted with remarkable swiftness, yanking his wife towards him as a shield against the blade. He then rolled off the bed to safety. The blade struck, severing his wife's head cleanly. She had not even had time to open her eyes. Her round head rolled off the bed and came to a halt at Wen Muli's feet. Gazing down at his wife's bloodied head, Wen Muli was instantly gripped by terror and let out a piercing scream. In a panic, he turned and crashed through the glass, leaping from the third-floor window. Fortunately, he landed on a patch of grass, avoiding immediate death, though he did fracture a leg in the process. Ignoring his injuries, he crawled forward, shouting desperately, "Help! Someone, please! The night butcher has killed! Come save me, please!" Standing by the window, Gu Yong observed the limping Wen Muli fleeing in a frenzy, feeling a twinge of surprise. How could this fellow escape when he was supposed to be asleep? Intriguing, indeed. It was as if he were the favored child of fate. He harbored the intent to pursue, yet his body felt imbalanced due to an excess of vital essence. Should he take another life, the repercussions could be dire. The summons from his true self grew increasingly potent, compelling Gu Yong to relinquish his resistance and allow his spectral form to be drawn back to his corporeal body in an instant. One might evade the initial confrontation, but not the subsequent reckoning. If he could not vanquish his foe today, he would return to do so on the morrow. Upon Gu Yang's return to his physical form, Su Chengcheng entered, carrying a freshly prepared hangover soup. "Mr. Gu, come and indulge in this broth to soothe your stomach and revive your senses. You must refrain from excessive drinking in the future," she urged. Gu Yang, propping himself up, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you kindly." Su Chengcheng waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality. You are my employer, and it is my duty to attend to you." After Gu Yang finished the soup, she turned to leave. Resuming her task of tidying the room, Gu Yang squinted slightly, assessing his current balance of vital essence, 163 years. He was momentarily at a loss for words, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, how could you be so short-lived, granting me but this meager amount of essence?" He then glanced down at his shadow, muttering to himself, "Have you been indulging elsewhere?" After a brief soliloquy, Gu Yang shook his head and reclined on the bed. "Forget it. Time for rest." Meanwhile, Lu Tao remained outside, feigning sleep. Once he confirmed that Gu Yang had consumed the hangover soup and had fallen into a deep slumber, he sighed with relief. Thankfully, everything seemed to be in order. Chapter 69. Has the night butcher disappeared again? Beneath the residence of the Wen family, several enforcement vans were stationed, strategically positioned to surveil all the nearby streets and alleys. At this moment, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyan found themselves in one of the vehicles. Li Kaiyan donned his headphones, fixated on the surveillance footage displaying several intersections in the vicinity. The night was silent, with no soul in sight on the deserted streets. The enforcement officers accompanying him had begun to yawn. "Captain Li, you've been watching for an entire night. Would you like me to take over for a while?" one of them suggested. Li Kaiyan shook his head. "No need. If you're feeling drowsy, you can catch some rest. I'll call you if anything arises." After speaking, he glanced at Chu Lingling beside him. Having taken a nap earlier that afternoon, she was still wide awake, fervently engrossed in a mobile game. The sounds of her teammates echoed from the screen. Help, help. There is someone here, someone here. They're heavily armed, running towards the east building. Why aren't you chasing after them? Why are you looting instead? You should defeat them before looting. For heaven's sake, if you can't do anything else, at least revive me. Wait, why did you loot and then run away? Come back and save me. Chu Lingling was overjoyed. One must look after oneself. You're on your own, my friend. I'll keep your gun safe for you. Hey, it's a girl. Your voice sounds quite pleasant, a teammate responded. That's all right. You wouldn't stand a chance anyway. Just take my gun and run. It's worth a lot. By the way, I still have a big red potion in my backpack. Did you take it? After this match, let us at each other as friends. My skills are top-notch. I simply didn't perform well this time. Next match. I'll show you my true ability. Li Kaiyun was left speechless, shaking his head with a sigh. Utterly unreliable, truly unreliable. Glancing at the clock overhead, he noted it was already past 2 in the morning. Could it be that the Night Butcher would not strike again this night? Just as he began to relax, he suddenly spotted a figure plummeting from the 3rd floor in the surveillance feed, crashing into a flower bed below. Almost immediately, a heart-wrenching cry for help pierced the night. Help! Help! The Night Butcher is killing people. Come save me, hurry. Li Kaiyun hastily tossed aside his headphones, seized the weapon from the table, and rushed out, shouting, Everyone, mobilize. The target has been spotted. Quickly surround the area. We must not let them escape. The commotion stirred the other enforcement officers into action, and they swiftly sprang into motion. A few paces forward, they encountered Wen Muley, who was limping and crawling in a frantic hurry. In his haste, he had neglected to don proper attire, and the small bottle of medicinal liquid swung helplessly in the breeze, appearing more pitiful than he himself. At this moment, Wen Muley was devoid of the arrogance he once displayed as a prominent lawyer. His face was etched with terror, tears and mucus streaming down in disarray. Upon noticing the approaching officers from the Law Enforcement Bureau, he resembled a weaning child who had spotted his mother, crying out for salvation. Hurry, come save me. I am going to die. Li Kaiyun swiftly rushed to his side, supporting him with one arm, while the other clutched his firearm, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. What is the situation? Where's the Night Butcher? Are you injured? Wen Muley, in a state of shock, repeatedly pleaded, Please save me. The Night Butcher wants to kill me. Take me away, quickly. Frustrated, Li Kaiyun raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap that left Wen Muley seeing stars. This action brought a semblance of clarity to Wen Muley, who responded, The Night Butcher is in my house. He severed my wife's head with a single stroke. You must apprehend him. He is a madman. Li Kaiyun, exasperated, declared, How audacious of you, Night Butcher, to commit murder in front of so many witnesses. This is utterly lawless. Team 1, charge forward. Teams 2 and 3, spread out and encircle the building, while monitoring the nearby streets and alleys. We cannot allow the criminal to escape. Having issued his orders, Li Kaiyun, well-trained, led the first team of over 20 members directly into Wen Muley's villa. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the sight that greeted them in the bedroom was horrifying. Wen Muley's wife's body lay on the bed, while her severed head had rolled to the window's edge, her eyes forever closed. Blood flowed from the neck wound, staining the sheets and carpet crimson, transforming the scene into a veritable hell. Even the seasoned officers, accustomed to handling homicide cases, were pale at the gruesome sight before them. Wen Muley bellowed, The killer is likely still hiding in this house. Everyone disperse and search. We must unearth the murderer, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I am determined to discover the true identity of this infamous Night Butcher. With that, all law enforcement personnel immediately scattered, rifling through the entire villa. They searched under beds, inside wardrobes, and beneath sofas, scouring every potential hiding place time and again. Yet, despite their exhaustive search, no clues emerged. At this moment, Chu Lingling, having set her phone aside, entered the villa and leisurely approached Li Kaiyun. After glancing at the horrific scene in the bedroom, her expression remained unchanged as she inquired, Have you discovered any leads? Li Kaiyun's face darkened, as if it could drip with water. We have found nothing. It is utterly bizarre. How did this man appear in the bedroom, commit murder, and vanish in such a short span of time? From the moment when Muley leapt from the building calling for help until our officers arrived, no more than 3 minutes elapsed, yet he has disappeared without a trace. Moreover, our personnel are monitoring the streets and alleys outside. This is utterly irrational. I cannot conceive of any escape route for the perpetrator, unless he sprouted wings and flew out of the window. After saying this, Li Kaiyun turned to inquire, Did you not infiltrate the surveillance of the Wen family? Did you observe any suspicious traces? Chu Lingling shook her head in response. I have already reviewed the surveillance footage from the one residence for this evening. But there are only 2 cameras, one in the first-floor hall and another on the staircase of the second floor. Strangely, neither captured anything tonight. It is indeed peculiar. Following her words, a frown deeply etched itself upon Chu Lingling's brow. She earned her reputation as a premier detective primarily due to her extraordinary hacking skills, which enabled her to effortlessly unearth traces of criminal suspects online. Yet this time, her expertise proved futile. Not only did the internet yield no suspicious clues regarding the Night Butcher, but the surveillance footage also revealed no incriminating scenes. It was as if this individual did not exist in reality. He appeared beside his target at a fixed time each night, executed them, and then vanished without a trace, more elusive than a specter. How could a murderer with such capabilities possibly exist? Li Kaiyun observed the law enforcement personnel around him, still tirelessly searching for clues, and shook his head in resignation. He could already foresee that this night would likely end in futility. Thus, he suggested to Chu Lingling, let us descend and question Wen Muley. After all, he is the only one who has survived the clutches of the Night Butcher. Perhaps he has witnessed the killer and can provide us with some leads. Chu Lingling nodded and followed Li Kaiyun, realizing that this was the only course of action left to them. Chapter 70. The indignity of Wen Muley huddled in the corner of the carriage, his face a mask of terror as he observed the law enforcement officers pacing back and forth before him. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Gentlemen, might you provide me with a couple of garments? I am freezing." However, who among these officers did not recognize Wen Muley? Countless times, they had tirelessly apprehended criminals, only to see them released once again, thanks to this man, who could twist even the most damning evidence into something innocuous after receiving a bribe, even in the absence of concrete evidence. This esteemed lawyer possessed an arsenal of strategies, be it fabricating witnesses and evidence or resorting to the ultimate trump card, procuring a mental health certificate. It was unfathomable how many heinous criminals, under his dubious legal guidance, continued to roam freely. The officers regarded Wen Muley with disdain, wishing nothing more than for his demise. Observing his pitiable, bare form, the personnel attending to their duties within the carriage exchanged cold smiles and began to mock him. Apologies, but as law enforcement officers, we came without any spare clothing, only our firearms and ammunition. Indeed, I recall that the esteemed lawyer has amassed quite a fortune. Surely those garments of his cost thousands each. Our humble attire would likely provoke an allergic reaction on his delicate skin. Haha, quite right. Given his sensitive complexion, should we lend him our clothing? He might even sue us for damages. Exactly. We wouldn't dare to lend him anything. Fear not. Wen Muley, embrace your nudity. It serves as a splendid showcase of your manly vigor. Yes, keep your legs uncrossed. There is no need to conceal anything. What you possess is hardly more substantial than your body hair. Laughter erupted around him. Wen Muley, seething with rage, pointed at the gathered officers and spat, "You are utterly devoid of decorum. I shall file a complaint against you all." The officers merely shrugged in response. "Go ahead and complain. If you can manage to get us all dismissed, be our guest. But do heed our warning. The Night Butcher remains at large. And should we face disciplinary action, you will find no protector." Wen Muley's face drained of color, the threat of humiliation fading into insignificance against the fear of losing his life. No matter how much wealth he amassed, it was imperative to have life to enjoy it. Though he projected an air of bravado in dealings with the underworld, it was merely a facade. Revealing even a hint of fear would brand him as a naive lamb, devoured without mercy. At his core, Wen Muley was merely a lawyer with a higher education, and the fear of death loomed large over him. Thus, he remained silently curled in the corner of the carriage, resigned to the loss of his dignity, prioritizing the preservation of his life above all else. Wait and see. Once the Night Butcher is apprehended, I shall make my grievances known against you scoundrels. He discreetly noted the names and numbers on the uniforms of the law enforcement officers before him, already scheming his revenge. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the carriage. Wen Muley's excitement surged. They are back. The Night Butcher must have been caught. Ha ha ha. That man is utterly deranged. I must personally represent him in court, ensuring he faces the death penalty, and it must be executed immediately. The carriage door was slowly pulled open, revealing only Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun standing outside. Li Kaiyun turned to the other personnel inside the carriage and inquired, "Is there any unusual activity captured by the nearby surveillance?" The staff shook their heads in unison. The commotion caused by that individual was too great. While there were onlookers around, none appeared suspicious. Indeed, we did not see anyone fleeing from Wenmuli's villa. Wenmuli's spirits plummeted, and he shouted in frustration. How could that be possible? Can that man sprout wings and fly away? Chu Lingling gradually took a seat before Wenmuli. He was not wearing any clothing at that moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed in the presence of a lady. Yet Chu Lingling seemed unaffected, casually fiddling with her phone as she asked, "Please recount the events in detail. The more elaborate, the better." After nodding, Wenmuli began to reflect, his eyes filled with profound terror. At that time, my wife and I were asleep in bed. She had already drifted off. However, I have a habit of waking up during the night to use the restroom, often roused by the urgency. Just then, I groggily awoke and decided to get up. But as I opened my eyes a crack, I saw a shadow standing at the edge of my bed, wielding a long knife. I was terrified, instinctively. I rolled off the bed to evade the threat. Unfortunately, my wife remained in a deep slumber, completely unaware, and was struck down with a single blow. Her head rolled to my feet, right there beside the bed. She was the love of my life. I can still vividly recall her bloodied head, as if she were still lost in her dreams. It was horrifying, utterly horrifying. That man was a demon. In my fear, I leapt from the window to escape. And that is when I encountered you. The more he recounted, the more terrified he became, curling into a ball and trembling. Chu Lingling furrowed her brow and pressed on. Did you manage to catch a glimpse of the night butcher's appearance or any physical characteristics? Wenmuli closed his eyes, pondering intently, then shook his head. I could not see clearly. It was too dark to discern anything, only a pitch-black silhouette. But that shadow seemed quite tall. I would estimate nearly 2 meters in height. Upon hearing this, both Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun's eyes brightened, and Li Kaiyun promptly retrieved a notebook to record this information. Individuals approaching the height of 2 meters are undoubtedly rare. Once these individuals are identified and thoroughly examined, it is highly probable that the true mastermind will be unveiled. And the veil concealing the night butcher seems poised to be lifted. After nodding at Wenmuli, Li Kaiyun remarked, "The clue you have provided is of great significance. With this lead, our enforcement bureau will promptly initiate a city-wide investigation, and we shall have news soon." He continued, "By the way, you cannot return to your villa at this moment, as we have yet to locate the night butcher. It remains plausible that he may still be hiding in some corner of your home. Furthermore, our law enforcement officers will need to conduct a more meticulous search in your residence to uncover any traces of the night butcher. Therefore, I must ask you to temporarily relocate elsewhere." Wenmuli was taken aback. "Are you implying that this individual could still be concealed within my home? Then what are you all waiting for? Hurry and search every inch of the place, inside and out. Do you intend for me to live in perpetual fear? I am a taxpayer, and technically, a portion of your salaries comes from me. If you fail to resolve this case effectively, I will certainly lodge a vehement complaint against you." At this moment, Li Kaiyun found it tedious to engage further. "That is entirely up to you. For now, I kindly request your cooperation in providing a brief statement to our staff. Once that is completed, you will be free to leave." Wenmuli, agitated, protested. "Where am I supposed to go? How can I leave? You must at least provide me with some clothing." Li Kaiyun, fully aware of Wenmuli's character, shrugged. "I'm afraid that is outside our scope of work. You may purchase clothing yourself." Fuming, Wenmuli retorted, "Then at least give me a phone so I can make a call. That should be acceptable." Li Kaiyun shook his head once more. "I'm sorry, but our phones are equipped with the internal system of the Enforcement Bureau and cannot be lent out." At that moment, Chu Lingling, who had been fiddling with her phone, suddenly conceived an idea. She rummaged through the vehicle and produced a black hood intended for criminals, tossing it in front of Wenmuli. "Put this on your head. It will render you unrecognizable to others." Li Kaiyun gave a thumbs up. "Excellent suggestion." He then advised Wenmuli, "I recommend you make a decision swiftly before dawn breaks. Otherwise, it may become crowded." Wenmuli finally comprehended that these individuals were clearly intent on making him uncomfortable. After completing his statement, he angrily donned the hood over his head and, illuminated by the moonlight, charged out into the night. Chapter 71. What a delight. Guyang is a good man, get up already. The sun is nearly at your back. Lu Tao, in a daze, heard someone calling his name. Struggling to open his eyes, he could hardly discern the scene before him, but the throbbing pain in his head was unmistakable. Alas, had he truly succumbed to slumber? Last night, Lu Tao had exerted every effort to remain awake, keenly observing Guyang's every move. Yet, intoxicated as he was, Even the strongest will could not withstand the effects of alcohol. He vaguely recalled glancing at the wall clock, which indicated it was around 4 in the morning. Now, however, it was already noon. The chaos from the previous night had been meticulously tidied up by Su Changcheng, who had worked diligently throughout the night. Moreover, she had prepared a fresh lunch, now laid out on the table. Gu Yong was maneuvering his electric wheelchair towards the table, casting a gentle smile at Lu Tao, who was groggily rising from the sofa. Did you rest well last night? I intended to have you sleep in a bedroom, but since everyone was rather inebriated, Chengqing couldn't move you alone and had no choice but to let you stay here for the night. Lu Tao pulled off the blanket draped over him. But before he could utter a word, Su Chengcheng, with a look of discontent, muttered, "It was generous of me to bring him a blanket. A law enforcement captain, of all people, should not resort to mooching off meals. Deliberately sleeping in until noon. Are you hoping to join us for lunch? If you want to eat, just say so. The Gu residence is more than capable of providing you with a bowl of plain rice." Lu Tao felt a flush of embarrassment. The voice that had roused him from sleep belonged to Su Chengcheng. Perhaps due to Lu Tao's persistent suspicion of Gu Yong, Su Chengcheng had never regarded him with favor. In her eyes, there was no one more pitiable or benevolent than Gu Yong. To doubt Mr. Gu was akin to a deranged thought process. Gu Yong furrowed his brow and addressed Su Chengcheng. "Do refrain from being so impolite. Since past misunderstandings have been clarified, it suffices to resolve them. He came by yesterday to offer gifts and apologies. Do not be so petty." Su Chengcheng scoffed. "Then I shall congratulate him on his newfound sanity. Now let us eat. I suspect you both were too preoccupied with drinking last night to fill your stomachs. I've prepared a light lunch today, gentle on the stomach, so do indulge." One must admit, perhaps due to her long-standing experience in caring for patients, Su Chengcheng was remarkably competent. At such a young age, she could indeed cook splendidly. Nowadays, it is rare to find young women skilled in the kitchen. Gazing at the table adorned with a light trio of dishes and a steaming bowl of millet porridge, Lu Tao and Gu Yong found their appetites piqued. The day after a night of drinking calls for something light, warm, and soothing to the stomach. Just as Lu Tao was about to partake in the meal, a sudden thought struck him, and he hastily retrieved his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted dramatically. Without further ado, he swiftly grabbed his coat and headed outside. "I apologize, Mr. Gu and Miss Cheng, but I have urgent matters to attend to at the law enforcement district and must depart immediately. I shall forego the meal this time and visit again when I have the chance." Gu Yong smiled and urged, "Even if the matter is pressing, one should at least have a meal before leaving. You consumed quite a bit yesterday and have not eaten this morning. This could lead to stomach issues." Lu Tao sighed and shook his head as he was already at the door putting on his shoes. He replied, "There's nothing to be done. Half of the older folks in our law enforcement bureau have stomach ailments. It's manageable when things are quiet, but once an issue arises, we often miss meals, alternating between feasting and fasting. Yet, it is all in service of the people, which is our duty. I must take my leave now, Mr. Gu." After saying this, Lu Tao waved goodbye to Gu Yong at the door. Once the door closed, Su Chengcheng brought over the untouched bowl of warm porridge from in front of Lu Tao and placed it before Gu Yong. "Now that he has left, you can have another bowl, Mr. Gu. After you finish, we must visit the hospital. You drank quite a lot yesterday, and we ought to ensure your health is not compromised." Gu Yong shook his head repeatedly. No, I feel perfectly fine. If we go to the hospital, it will take up the entire day, and I still have work to attend to. Mu Rong has been busy since early morning. I can't just sit idly by when I am the actual boss." Su Chengcheng maintained a serious expression. "That won't do. While earning is important, your health should take precedence. All right, let us each make a concession. After all, you are half a doctor. Perhaps you could conduct a brief examination, and I will cooperate fully." Seeing that she could not sway Gu Yong, Su Chengcheng could only nod in agreement. "Fine, I suppose I have no choice. But I must insist. You cannot neglect your health like this in the future. It would ease my worries." Lu Tao hurried into the law enforcement bureau. At that moment, the staff within the bureau all bore prominent dark circles under their eyes, appearing busy yet seemingly unaware of what they were actually engaged in. Many greeted Lu Tao, but he could only manage a hasty nod in response. Upon entering the conference room, Director Guan, Chu Lingling, and Li Kaiyan were already waiting for him. Director Guan gestured to the empty seat beside him, saying, "Come, take a seat. You were absent last night, so listen and get up to speed." Lu Tao nodded and sat down, eagerly asking, "I heard that the night butcher struck again last night. Who was the target, and what is the current situation?" Director Guan sighed and shook his head. The original target was that scoundrel Wen Muley, but he was quick and managed to escape. His wife became the scapegoat and met her end at the hands of the night butcher. The situation bears a resemblance to previous events, characterized by a swift and decisive execution, leaving no traces behind. By the time the law enforcement officials arrived, all leads had vanished. Li Kaiyun wore a frown, expressing his bewilderment. What perplexes me most is that we had anticipated Wen Muley might be the target last night, prompting us to deploy extensive resources around his residence and monitor the surrounding streets and alleys. Yet, despite the multitude of personnel and surveillance, the so-called butcher of the night remained invisible, as if he were a phantom that did not belong to this world. Shulingaling, while fiddling with her tablet, inquired of Lu Tao, "You insisted on investigating Gu Yang yesterday. Did you uncover any leads?" Lu Tao posed a question in return. "What was the estimated time of the incident?" "Between 2 and 3 in the morning," came the response. After considering this, Lu Tao shook his head. "If it occurred within that time frame, we can largely rule out Gu Yang as the butcher of the night. I spent the night monitoring him at his residence and only fell asleep around 4 in the morning. Unless Gu Yang possesses the ability to be in 2 places at once, it is simply impossible for him to have committed the act." Director Guan, with a gentle smile, remarked, "That's reassuring. At least we have eliminated one possibility." Shulingaling tilted her head, asking, "What was your impression of Gu Yang after drinking with him last night?" Lu Tao pondered before responding. "Although I had previously suspected a connection between him and the butcher of the night, my deeper understanding from last night led me to believe that Gu Yang is, in fact, an ambitious and exceptionally talented individual. His close friend, Mu Rong, is also a good person." Shulingaling nodded in agreement. "While I acknowledge your earlier analysis, suggesting a connection between Gu Yang and the butcher based on motive, we must not rely solely on intuition in our investigation. Last night, you validated Gu Yang's character. Thus, we should not focus excessively on him moving forward." Fortuitously, we also acquired another lead. According to the sole survivor, Wen Muley, the butcher of the night is described as a towering figure nearly 2 meters in height. I have compiled a list of individuals in the city who exceed 1.9 meters. We shall scrutinize each one, as it is highly likely we will identify the true butcher. Li Kaiyun turned his gaze towards Lu Tao. "Since Gu Yang is a good person, it indicates your previous judgment was incorrect. As per our agreement, you are to heed my directives in this case moving forward. Do not act independently again." Reluctantly, Lu Tao began to accept Gu Yang's innocence, nodding in affirmation. "Rest assured, from now on, you will call the shots regarding this case. I shall serve as your assistant." "Oh, please. What kind of assistant is not a handsome or beautiful person? With your looks, I doubt you would even pass an audition. Just stick to ordering takeout." Chapter 72. No amount of clamor will help the meeting remain fixated on the relentless discussions surrounding the identification of the night butcher. Outside, a cacophony of urgent voices erupted. "Where is Captain Li? What does it mean to hide away? Is this how you hold yourselves accountable to the public? What am I to do tonight? How will my personal safety be ensured? In light of such a significant serial murder case, do you truly have no leads whatsoever?" As this tumultuous voice infiltrated the room, the expressions of Li Kaiyun and his colleagues shifted to one of unease. It was none other than Wen Muley, who had made an appearance the previous night. They opened the conference room door to step outside, where Wen Muley, now clad in a suitably tailored suit, stood at the entrance, vociferously berating them. Upon seeing them emerge, he immediately approached, demanding, "Aren't you renowned detectives? Have you uncovered any issues? The night butcher preys upon criminals. Could it be that you have cultivated this within your own enforcement agency? Engaging in such duplicitous theatrics, are we?" With such a grave accusation cast upon the enforcement agency, the faces of its members grew even graver. Li Kaiyun, suppressing his indignation, retorted, "1. As a lawyer, you must speak with accountability. Being knowledgeable in law, you should be aware that slander carries substantial legal repercussions." When Muley, already on the brink of losing his composure due to rage, kicked a nearby stool, exclaiming, "Then please explain to me how many people this night butcher has killed consecutively, and yet you still cannot ascertain whether he is male or female. Does this seem reasonable? Even if this individual were the world's most formidable assassin, such perfection is simply implausible." Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao found themselves at a loss for words, despite their anger. Wen Muley's assertions were grounded in truth. As the saying goes, one who walks frequently by the river will surely get their shoes wet. In typical serial murder cases, some evidence invariably remains at the crime scenes, and piecing these clues together often leads to the swift revelation of the truth. Yet, in the cases committed by the Night Butcher, not even a trace was left behind, making the pursuit of truth an arduous task. Suddenly, when Muley had a realization and shouted, "That fiend is also a robber. After he killed my wife, he spared my life but made off with our mobile phones and computer. Who knows what his intentions were?" Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyan immediately began taking notes, recognizing that this was the first instance of the Night Butcher committing robbery. In the background, Chu Lingling, who had been idly fiddling with her phone, sighed and, growing impatient, scratched her ear. "Please, can you keep it down? It's truly quite noisy. Aren't you a distinguished lawyer skilled at uncovering clues and seeking the truth? Why not investigate this yourself instead of standing there making noise?" When Muley, nearly beside himself with fury, retorted, Fine. This is your challenge. If I uncover any leads, all of you shall collectively resign. Hand over the case files for these incidents." Li Kaiyan did not stop him. Instead, he directly opened his computer and retrieved all relevant materials regarding the cases for him to peruse. After all, this individual was a lawyer and undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to examine such documents. With unwavering confidence, when Muley sat before the case files, silently flipping through page after page of photographs and scene records. However, after reviewing all the materials 2 or 3 times, the furrows on his brow only deepened. He found himself utterly at a loss. Previously, in the hunt for clues regarding the Night Butcher, the law enforcement agency had publicly released a portion of the case files to inform residents of the gruesome methods employed by the perpetrator. But this merely provided a general overview. When Muley firmly believed that if he could access the detailed and complete case files, he would surely unravel the truth thread by thread. Yet, after several hours of exhaustive reading, his eyes blurred, and he still could not uncover a single clue. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Kaiyan mocked him, saying, "What's wrong? Just a moment ago, you were so confident, yet now you appear rather distressed." Indeed, when Muley was troubled, he considered himself a clever person. However, after thoroughly reviewing the detailed records of the cases, he found himself at a loss for words. The clues were exceedingly scarce, nearly non-existent. The only useful lead was one he had provided himself, an estimation that the Night Butcher stood nearly 2 meters tall. Seeing his dazed expression, Chu Lingling casually handed him the tablet beside her, which contained a comprehensive set of organized data. While fiddling with her phone, she remarked, "This is a list of individuals close to 2 meters in height, selected from the city's information database based on what you observed yesterday. Take a look and see if you recognize anyone with whom you might have a grudge." Upon hearing this, when Muley eagerly accepted the personnel investigation report. However, after a moment of scrutiny, he frowned and replied, "Something feels off. Although there are some individuals I recognize, the majority I have never even encountered. The few I do know sought my legal assistance, and our cooperation was quite pleasant. They would never consider harming me." With his assessment, both Lu Tao and Li Kaiyan furrowed their brows once more. They had anticipated that this lead, combined with Wen Muley's identification, would help uncover the issue. Yet it seemed that this clue had not yielded the expected results. Chu Lingling then inquired, "Have you recently had any conflicts with anyone? Perhaps to the extent of harboring a deep-seated enmity?" When Muley began to ponder, after a brief moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly widened. "Actually, there is one. Gu Yang, the paralyzed patient who just left the hospital. I called him yesterday, hoping he would hire me as his lawyer to bring Lu Xiaoyu to justice. But he rejected my offer, and the conversation became quite unpleasant. As Gu Yang's name was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Chu Lingling narrowed her eyes. Gu Yang again? What a coincidence. Even Lu Tao and Li Kaiyan sensed that something was amiss. Had it not been for Lu Tao's overnight surveillance of Gu Yang, they would have been prepared to pay him a visit at this very moment. Chu Lingling sighed and shook her head, saying, "I understand your urgency, but please, restrain yourself for a moment and share with us some useful clues. Do not dwell on Gu Yang. We have conducted a preliminary investigation, and he bears no connection to the Night Butcher. Last night, when the incident occurred, that fellow was still drinking with Captain Liu." Lu Tao nodded in agreement. "I can attest to that." When Muley was nearly beside himself, exclaiming, "Are you all foolish?" I glanced at the case files, and more than half of the deceased are linked to Gu Yang. If you insist he is not the Night Butcher, then who is? Your surveillance merely ruled out Gu Yang as the Night Butcher himself. But I suspect that the Night Butcher is likely one of his close friends, or perhaps a professional assassin he has hired. However, Chu Lingling shook her head once more. That does not align with my findings. I examined the phones and computers at his residence, and his connections with the outside world are exceedingly minimal. The likelihood of him having friends associated with the Night Butcher is remarkably slim. Frustrated, when Muley slammed the table, if this is unacceptable and that is unacceptable, then what must we do? Are we to allow that Night Butcher to roam freely, committing murder without consequence? Amidst the cacophony of voices, Director Guan entered with a stern expression, stating, "From this moment forth, everyone is to set aside any cases related to the Night Butcher. We have a far more pressing matter to attend to." Chapter 73. Unveiling to the public opinion. The scene reverts several hours prior. Upon returning to work, Gu Yong found himself alone at home, where he promptly activated a laptop and a mobile phone, two items he had swiftly seized from Wenmu Li's residence following the demise of his wife. In addition, he had conveniently appropriated several gold bars, each weighing a kilogram, stored within Wenmu Li's safe. Truly, a wealthy individual. It was fortunate that the ethereal form possessed an ample storage space. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient. As soon as Gu Yong retrieved these devices, he was already prepared. Employing his computer skills, he effectively shielded the laptop and mobile phone signals, rendering them untraceable. After completing this task, he set about infiltrating the contents of the laptop and phone. Such devices often unveil the deepest secrets of an individual. In a brief span, Gu Yong discovered a deeply concealed folder within Wenmu Li's mobile device. Upon opening it, he was greeted with a plethora of chat logs, videos, images, and more, meticulously categorized. Among these were connections to criminal syndicate members, influential second-generation wealthy individuals, and renowned celebrities. Without exception, all these records served as evidence of Wenmu Li assisting these nefarious characters in evading legal repercussions, alongside incriminating evidence against his own construction company. In an instant, Gu Yong comprehended. This was a contingency plan devised by Wenmu Li. The man was astute, fully aware that engaging with such criminal lords could lead to severe repercussions. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. With this evidence in his possession, Gu Yong effectively wielded numerous protective umbrellas, regardless of their malevolence. These individuals would undoubtedly ensure his safety in order to maintain their own freedom. What a clever strategy. Wenmu Li's annual profits eclipsed those of many corporate magnates. However, this prosperous phase of his life was about to come to an end. The passwords on the laptop and phone were numerous. Had another person stumbled upon them, they would likely have been at a loss. Only Gu Yong could exploit their full potential. Once again employing his hacking prowess, he crafted a disguise. Subsequently, under the guise of this fabricated identity, Gu Yong titled a post challenging the darkest lawyer online and disseminated all the incriminating evidence across the internet. In a gesture of gratitude towards the law enforcement agency for their leniency, he also sent a copy of this content to them. Within mere hours, the revelations erupted online. No one could fathom that the once revered lawyer would resort to such despicable tactics. The public erupted in outrage beneath the videos, condemning him with fervent exclamations. "Scoundrel! This is nothing short of a beast in human guise." My dear brothers, I have some inside information to share. Initially, this Wenmu Li was supposed to meet his demise yesterday, but fate intervened as he awoke in the dead of night, afflicted by a relentless urgency to relieve himself. At the very moment of his consciousness returning, he perceived the Night Butcher approaching with intent to strike. In a desperate bid for survival, he callously thrust his own wife into harm's way, resulting in her head being severed and sent soaring several meters away. Meanwhile, he himself leaped from the upper floor, successfully escaping. My goodness, what a thrilling and harrowing ordeal. This man has emerged from this crisis as if chosen by destiny itself. Indeed, he may very well be the only individual to have eluded the grasp of the Night Butcher, which is quite absurd. The Night Butcher is truly formidable, having dispatched a nefarious villain each night without leaving a trace. What a remarkable figure. I shall forever regard him as a deity. Brothers, do not merely engage in idle chatter on the forum. Swiftly alert the law enforcement agency to apprehend Wenmu Li, for he is far more despicable than any gangster. Indeed, you are quite adept at capturing criminals, are you not? I heard that last night, all enforcement personnel were mobilized in pursuit of the Night Butcher. Had there been such zeal from the outset, our city would be devoid of criminals, and there would be no need for the Night Butcher's intervention. Hurry, law enforcement. We demand the immediate incarceration of Wenmu Li. At this moment within the law enforcement agency, the personnel were momentarily stunned by Guan Zhong'an's declaration. The first to erupt in a fit of rage was, unsurprisingly, Wenmu Li. Having narrowly escaped death and witnessed his beloved's head roll to his feet, he appeared profoundly affected. Shedding the facade of civility he had maintained for years, he pointed an accusatory finger at Guan Zhongyan, exclaiming, "What is your purpose, you old fool? Sitting in such a lofty position, are you merely biding your time until retirement? If the night butcher remains at large, I shall take my grievances to the authorities and ensure you lose your position." Guan Zhongyan remained impassive, gesturing to two enforcement officers beside him, instructing, "Cuff this man." When Muley was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, you scoundrel. What are you saying? Cuff me? Have you lost your mind? I am the victim here. Why are you targeting me? Am I to be accused of masquerading as the night butcher and murdering my own wife?" At this moment, Lu Tao and the others were equally bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. Guan Zhongyan addressed everyone present. "You remain oblivious, do you not? Take out your phones and check the trending videos. We are currently at the top of the charts, a disgrace beyond measure." Upon receiving his command, they promptly retrieved their phones and discovered the incriminating evidence against Wen Muley, which was already the subject of widespread discussion and public knowledge. Chu Lingling suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Remarkable! The Night Butcher is not only a master of combat, but also possesses remarkable intellect. He astonishingly managed to decipher the password of Wen Muley's mobile and computer in such a brief span of time. Moreover, the account through which the articles and videos were published appears to have undergone meticulous alteration, leaving me incapable of uncovering any information regarding the mastermind behind it through hacking methods. I have never encountered anyone whose hacking prowess surpasses mine to such an extent." Li Kaiyun remarked, "No wonder that fellow sought to stealthily take away Wen Muley's computer and phone. It was all for such purposes." Both Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling were dispatched from above, while Lu Tao was a seasoned enforcer deeply rooted in the local area, to apprehend criminals. His body bore countless scars. One could unequivocally say that the person most disdainful of Wen Muley on site was none other than Lu Tao. Enraged, he pointed at Wen Muley and declared, "So these pieces of evidence and your mental assertions are all mere fabrications of yours." At that moment, when Muley caught sight of his criminal evidence on another's phone screen, his legs buckled, and he slumped to the ground, exclaiming, "It's over. It's all over. I'm doomed." Guan Zhongyan turned to the crowd present and announced, "Your new task is to re-evaluate all cases involving Wen Muley over the years. We must ensure that no injustice or wrongful conviction has occurred." Chu Lingling raised her head and inquired, "What about the Night Butcher?" Guan Zhongyan sighed, "That individual is exceedingly cunning. We have been unable to capture him. Otherwise, I would not resort to such desperate measures. Since we cannot apprehend the Night Butcher for the time being, let us first round up all the criminals whom Wen Muley has illicitly released over the years and re-examine their cases. If someone from above inquires, at least I shall have something substantial to present, and perhaps fortune will favor us with a balance of merits and demerits." Suddenly, Li Kaiyun raised his hand and suggested, "Once those criminals are apprehended, let us confine them with Lawyer Wen in the same cell. After all, they are old acquaintances, and it would save some space." Guan Zhongyan nodded, "Your reasoning is sound. We shall proceed as you suggest." When Muley was taken aback, "You cannot possibly place me in the same cell as those lunatics. They know it was I who leaked secrets, leading to their rearrest. If you confine me with them, they will beat me to death. Do you bastards even comprehend human rights?" Chapter 74. The pitiful Wen Mu Li. Regardless of the motives behind the protests, the outcome was that Wen Mu Li found himself confined directly within a cell of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Soon after, his former employers were apprehended one by one, those so-called underworld bosses and wealthy heirs. With irrefutable evidence at hand, the efficiency of the Law Enforcement Bureau was astonishing, managing to detain all these individuals in less than a day. The previously vacant cell area had become exceedingly crowded. Lu Tao and Director Guan stood in the cell block, observing the once arrogant criminals now reduced to despondence, eliciting an immense sense of satisfaction within them. Although the Night Butcher had claimed many lives, the vast majority were indeed deserving. At times, during the stillness of the night, both Lu Tao and Director Guan would find themselves clapping in delight. The individuals before them were all cunning and nefarious offenders, each one more vile than the last. Countless times, the Law Enforcement Bureau had arrested them only to be forced to release them, leaving an unbearable frustration in their hearts. In terms of societal menace, these criminals surpassed even the Night Butcher, having taken more lives and victimized countless innocent civilians, while also controlling numerous illicit enterprises. In contrast to the satisfaction derived from capturing the night butcher, apprehending this group of malefactors brought a more profound sense of relief. At this moment, both men felt inclined to hum a cheerful tune. After waiting for so long, we have finally arrived at this day. Director Guan chuckled. Lu Tao, how long has it been since our bureau has seen such liveliness? Lu Tao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been quite a while. In the past, whenever our old acquaintances found themselves in the bureau, they were always so jovial, proclaiming with confidence that they would be out in 3 days. I wonder why today? None of these old friends seem inclined to speak. Are they naturally taciturn? Exchanging a knowing glance, they burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the criminals confined within the prison were either seething with anger or mired in despair, fully aware that their fates were irrevocably sealed. To firmly grasp their incriminating evidence, when Muli had stored undeniable proof of their crimes within his computer and phone, no authority, no matter how powerful, could overturn their cases. After sharing a few derisive chuckles, Lu Tao and Director Guan cheerfully turned to leave. At that moment, when Mu Li, the first to be detained, grasped the iron bars of his cell and shouted, "No, you cannot keep me here like this. I demand a lawyer. Even if you refuse to release me, you must provide me with a different cell. I can pay more. I have plenty of money." However, Lu Tao and Director Guan merely cast him a scornful glance before turning away. As they exited, Lu Tao remarked with significant undertones, "Everyone should behave themselves. Let us keep the noise down." The implication of his words was unmistakable. Once the two men had completely departed, the cell block was left solely with the criminals. While other cells were relatively tolerable, Wenmuli's cell was utterly dismal. The cell is structured with bunk beds, accommodating 8 individuals within, and it is filled to capacity with inmates. Besides Wenmuli, the remaining 7 are robust men, all of whom occupy mid to high-ranking positions within the underworld. Once they shed their clothing, their tattoos reveal fierce dragons and tigers, with bull heads emblazoned across their chests. Overwhelmed with fear, Wenmuli nearly weeps on the spot, pleading desperately, "Brother Wen, you cannot be ungrateful. I assisted you in resolving 3 lives when you were in need. You once vowed we would be lifelong brothers. And brother who? I handled the issue regarding your child's schooling just the other day. And you even mentioned treating me to a meal." At this moment, when Muley exhausts all his efforts to awaken the tenderness within these hardened criminals. However, a colossal fist descends upon his nose, shattering it instantly, causing blood to pour forth as if it were a mere faucet. "You little bastard. If you are going to help me with the lawsuit, then just focus on that without complicating matters. Why would you store our criminal evidence on your computer and phone? Do you wish for our demise? You pathetic fool, how dare you speak? The evidence against me was already insufficient, even without your assistance. I would have faced at most 3 to 5 years. Now you've gone and uploaded undeniable evidence of murder online. Who knows if I'll even see the light of day in 30 to 50 years. I could just as easily take your life. Enough of your prattling. Let us all go and give him a beating." Outside the cell, the other criminals seethed with rage, clamoring, "Beat him to death, that bastard. How dare a mere lawyer preserve our criminal evidence? His intentions are sinister. Does he aspire to be our leader? If you manage to walk out of this prison on your own, I'll be your servant." Fists the size of sand pots begin to rain down on Wenmuli. "Stop, please, I can't endure this any longer," he cries out, cornered and receiving a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. These thugs are stained with blood and engage in dark trades such as gambling and drug dealing. With the complete evidence of their crimes now public, they face either the death penalty or life imprisonment. They are beyond caring, and the onslaught on Wenmuli shows no mercy, leaving him battered and broken, unable to rise from the corner. Just as one of the gang leaders prepares to deliver a fatal blow, the door swings open. Lu Tao stands at the entrance, feigning anger as he bellows, "What are you all doing? Do you no longer wish to survive? Who gave you permission to continue bullying someone here?" Wenmuli, sensing a glimmer of hope, leans against the door and cries out, "Brother Lu, Captain Lu, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes this time. Please, save me. I implore you, save me. For the rest of my life, I will serve you like a beast of burden." Lu Tao feigned anger, casting a glare at everyone present before directly opening the cell where Wenmuli was confined. "Come out. I shall arrange for you a different room." Upon hearing this, Wenmuli exhaled in relief, disregarding the pain that coursed through his body as he scrambled over. "Captain Lu, I knew you were a good person. You would never turn a blind eye to someone in distress." However, Lu Tao, with one hand grasping Wenmuli and the other jingling the keys, led him to the door of another cell. Inside were 7 individuals, only one vacant bed, and these 7 appeared no less formidable than the previous ones, evidently also belonging to the ranks of violent offenders. When Mu Li was utterly bewildered, "Captain Lu, you cannot play me like this. Can I not pay more? Surely, I can have a single room." Lu Tao frowned upon hearing this. "What are you talking about? Do you think this is like boarding a train or plane, where money can upgrade your class? Perhaps if you offered a bit more, I might even consider relinquishing my position as the enforcement captain to you." When Mu Li pleaded desperately, yet he found himself unceremoniously thrown into the confines of the cell. "Enjoy yourself." With that, Lu Tao departed once more. Within mere minutes, the cell was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Lu Tao had resolutely decided to ensure that he would visit every cell that night. Such was the principle of equitable treatment. Meanwhile, Gu Yang was at home, basking in sunlight while engrossed in a book. The cheerful laughter of Mu Rong echoed from outside. "It's done. Old Gu, quickly prepare the paper and pen to sign the contract." Gu Yang turned around just in time to see Mu Rong pushing open the door, holding a thick stack of documents. "Old Gu, guess what?" That when Mu Li suddenly went into a frenzy, spilling all the criminal evidence he knew about high officials and underworld figures. "It had me in stitches. However, thanks to his outburst, the misunderstandings regarding our construction company have been cleared up, and due to the publicity of this incident, we might even sell at a premium." Chapter 75. The patience of the Black Tiger has worn thin. Gu Yang accepted the documents handed over by Mu Rong, barely glancing at them before promptly signing his name. Having worked together for many years, he trusted his old partner with such trivial matters. "How much can we sell for?" Gu Yang inquired casually as he signed. Mu Rong, brimming with pride, held up 2 fingers. "A conservative estimate would be at least 200 million. The profitability of a company is equally contingent upon its reputation." Following the uproar caused by Wen Mu Li, nearly everyone online is now aware that we have been wronged. Naturally, they also recognize that our company is a highly reputable and robust establishment. Every project in our portfolio is executed without compromise. Even if Wen Mu Li attempted to undermine us, it would only be through nefarious means of framing. With such notoriety backing us, our company's partnerships are assured to be plentiful. "To be honest, I'm beginning to reconsider selling," Mu Rong continued. "If we retain this construction firm, leveraging the visibility from this incident, our revenue next year could potentially double." As he spoke, Mu Rong discreetly gauged Gu Yang's reaction. However, throughout their conversation, Gu Yang's expression remained largely unchanged, as he methodically completed the signing of the documents before returning them to Mu Rong. Online opinions are as fleeting as the wind. Before long, everyone will have forgotten about this incident. Haven't you heard the saying? The internet has no memory. Whether our revenue can truly double next year remains uncertain, especially considering the current downturn in the construction industry. Even if there is an increase, how substantial could it be? Let's sell. Do not overthink it. We can certainly recoup this amount in the future. After hearing these words, Mu Rong nodded. "All right, I was merely speaking off the cuff. Since you insist, I'll proceed with the negotiations. By the way, I have already registered the new company, as you suggested, named Chaoyang Biotechnology Company, Limited. You will hold 90% of the shares, while I will retain 10. Gu Yang chuckled lightly. "With me holding such a large share, don't you think it's unfair to you?" Mu Rong waved his hand dismissively. "Do not say such things. We are brothers. What is yours is mine. Besides, I have a basic salary. Should your company incur losses, I will still be able to earn a few months' salary." Mu Rong did not have an overwhelming desire for wealth. If he were a greedy person, he would not have endured humiliation and taken a demotion to go abroad for the company's future. He was not foolish. He understood that by leaving, he relinquished his claim to the company's inheritance. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision. If Mu Rong were truly avaricious, he would not have risked his savings to embark on this entrepreneurial venture. At this point, Mu Rong curiously inquired, "What will be the first project our company develops? Please share it with me. We cannot possibly just sell cold and flu medication, can we?" Gu Yang responded without a moment's hesitation. "Let us first delve into cancer research. Shall we? Let us set a modest goal, a 100 effective cure for cancer. What do you think?" Mu Rong was momentarily taken aback. For so many years, cancer had been an insurmountable foe for humanity, yet Gu Yang spoke of it so casually, as if he could conquer it and achieve a complete cure. Was tea that absurd? Mu Rong swallowed hard and quickly took a couple of sips of tea to steady himself. "Brother, you must be joking. Such an ambitious endeavor might require more than the 200 million we could fetch from selling the company." Gu Yang, however, remained unfazed. "If it's not enough, then it's not enough. Rest assured, I have ample funds at my disposal. I can manage the financial aspect. Well then, as long as you're aware of it. If we truly succeed in developing an effective cancer treatment, wouldn't that be extraordinary? I could leave my name etched in the annals of medical history. Keep pushing, brother. My rise to fame hinges on your success. After saying this, Mu Rong cast a meaningful glance at the thick stack of medical self-study books beside Gu Yang, unable to suppress a thumbs up of admiration. Impressive. You're truly remarkable. I believe you didn't even need to attend university. If you managed to create a cure for cancer, even Peking University would likely invite you to become a professor. With that, Mu Rong burst into laughter and turned to leave. Back in the car, as he pressed down on the accelerator, he pondered Gu Yang's words, unsure if they were a jest or a serious ambition. Could this guy truly possess the capability to develop a cancer cure? It seemed far-fetched. Perhaps he was merely boasting. Mu Rong chuckled softly to himself. At that moment, Gu Yang slowly set down the book in his hands. After a day of thorough reading, he had managed to reshape a moon within the realm of Yuan Shou, a moon that symbolized the field of medicine. By continuously infusing Yuan Shou into it, he could acquire a wealth of medical knowledge, ensuring that in just one day, he could become the foremost research professor in the world. Yet, Gu Yang refrained from doing so for the time being, as the amount of Yuan Shou within him was alarmingly insufficient. He needed to devise a means to acquire more. Suddenly, the visage of Wen Mu Li flashed through his mind. It seemed that tonight, he would have to find a way to eliminate him. For the happiness and future of humanity, this esteemed lawyer must make a sacrifice. However, this fellow was likely confined within the Enforcement Bureau's prison, so a discreet resolution would require careful planning. Within the Enforcement Bureau, Lu Tao and Chu Ling Ling, along with their colleagues, were overwhelmed with work. The volume of old cases was staggering, and thankfully, the meticulous Wen Mu Li had already organized evidence summaries for each of them. Otherwise, they would truly be at a loss. Lu Tao felt a surge of excitement, even expressing gratitude towards the Night Butcher. If only today all the incriminating evidence against those scoundrels could be meticulously compiled and delivered to prison, the security of the entire Tianjin city would undoubtedly improve significantly. At this moment, Lu Tao found himself somewhat reluctant to pursue the Night Butcher. On one hand, this individual had indeed contributed considerably to the city of Tianjin. On the other, he was proving elusive, nearly eroding Lu Tao's confidence. Just then, Lu Tao's phone rang, prompting him to set aside his work and answer the call in a secluded corner. A familiar voice came through. Captain Lu, have there been any developments regarding the Night Butcher? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's expression sharpened. Hey Hui, regarding the Night Butcher. Our department has made significant breakthroughs and currently possesses a crucial lead that is under investigation. However, for confidentiality reasons, I cannot disclose it to you at this moment. He Hui scoffed. Captain Lu, your pace is extraordinarily sluggish. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the lead you have is not substantial at all, is it? We had an agreement. Should you fail to apprehend the Night Butcher before my patience runs out, I would resort to my own methods. Lu Tao, feeling a rush of urgency, demanded, what are you planning to do? Did you not claim to be a legitimate businessman? You have only just managed to get back on track. Do not revert to your old ways. He Hui chuckled coldly. I am indeed a legitimate businessman, but my associates are not. I recall you have always harbored suspicions regarding Gu Yang, correct? Frankly, your law enforcement bureau is taking far too long. Instead of seeking evidence, why not simply arrest him and interrogate him rigorously? Since you are unable to act, allow me to take matters into my own hands. Lu Tao retorted angrily. You fool. Can't you think for yourself? Do not interfere with Gu Yang. I have already verified his innocence. Do not wrong an innocent man. He Hui, unfazed, replied. What you have verified is your own issue. I must conduct my own verification. Unless your law enforcement bureau publicly reveals the identity of the Night Butcher immediately, you will not be able to stop me. With that, He Hui abruptly ended the call. Lu Tao, seething with anger, cursed. Damn it, he is undoubtedly a madman. It is also my fault for bringing trouble to Gu Yang. I must find a way to notify him at once. Chapter 76. Merely a paralyzed man. The peculiar nature of camaraderie among men is indeed fascinating. Lu Tao, after sharing a drink with Gu Yang, had already considered him a friend. Moreover, following the elimination of any suspicion linking Gu Yang to the Night Butcher, Lu Tao felt a pang of guilt for having doubted him. Now, upon learning that the Black Tiger Society posed a threat to Gu Yang, how could he remain idle? He made a call. Old Lu, what's up? You're not planning to crash dinner again tonight, are you? Lu Tao's tone was grave. Brother Guyang, I must share something of utmost importance with you. During your free moments in the coming days, please refrain from venturing out. Ensure that your doors and windows are securely locked, for there may be trouble seeking you. Upon hearing this, Guyang lost his light-hearted demeanor. Who seeks to trouble me? What is the reason? Lu Tao sighed. Alas, my past doubts about you have inadvertently drawn the attention of a madman to you. The so-called underground boxing king, Xiong Chuan, has been slain by the night butcher, leading to the disbandment of his underground boxing gym. However, for reasons unknown, a man named Black Tiger has been obsessively fixated on Xiong Chuan's demise, reaching out to me countless times. In his last warning, he stated that if he did not receive any leads within a day, he would take matters into his own hands to uncover the truth. By unfortunate coincidence, he has learned of my previous suspicions regarding you, prompting this lunatic to target you. Upon absorbing Lu Tao's words, Guyang felt a sudden clarity. While others may be oblivious, he understood well that Black Tiger was, in fact, the son of Xiong Chuan. The latter had imparted the 5 beasts breathing technique to him. This was indisputable. The other members of the boxing gyms had merely banded together for profit. When Xiong Chuan met his demise, they scattered like leaves from a fallen tree. But Black Tiger was different. Xiong Chuan was his biological father. After enduring over 2 decades of being an orphan, he finally found a father, only to have him brutally taken from him that very night. How could he not harbor resentment? Yet, upon learning this news, Guyang felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. His ambition to establish a biotechnology company and harness the power of Yuan Shou to develop groundbreaking research that could transform humanity's existence would undoubtedly require vast amounts of Yuan Shou. The arrival of such a formidable individual at his doorstep could only be fortuitous. Noticing Guyang's silence, Lu Tao assumed he had been frightened and quickly reassured him. Brother Guyang, do not be afraid. This situation arose from my actions, and I will take responsibility. During the day while I am at work, stay indoors and keep your doors locked. At night, I will stand guard at your home, ensuring your safety. If that despicable bastard seeks trouble, he will have to step over my dead body. Lu Tao is indeed an exceptional law enforcement officer, and after dispelling any suspicions regarding Guyang, she remains quite diligent about his safety. However, Guyang is not pleased. Who would desire an ever-watchful eye trailing them daily? Wasn't last night's visit sufficient? He quickly smiled and declined, saying, It's quite all right. Your work is demanding enough without me causing a delay. Let us not forget, I am reasonably affluent and can easily hire several bodyguards to patrol my vicinity, ensuring no unforeseen incidents. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao let out a sigh of relief. Very well, but you must exercise caution, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the conversation. At this moment, Guyang found himself alone at home. Gradually, he rose from his wheelchair and, employing the techniques of the 5 beasts breathing method, practiced a set of punches in the spacious living room, the sound of his joints cracking resonating through the air. Guyang's cultivation of the 5 beasts breathing method had been directly enhanced through his Yuan Shou points. In terms of profundity, even the former Xiong Chuan would merely be regarded as a novice in his presence. Feeling the surge of power within, Guyang's lips curled into a slight smile. Should anyone wish to trouble me, let them dare to try. Though uncertain of his current fighting prowess, he recalled that Xiong Chuan had already earned the title of King of Fighters in the underground boxing circuit. He must be stronger than Xiong Chuan now, and certainly not an adversary to be trifled with. Confronting around 20 gang enforcers with bare hands should pose little challenge. Yet caution must be exercised regarding the potential presence of firearms. After all, one is but flesh and blood, and to withstand a bullet remains a fanciful notion. In a dimly lit corner of a bar, Heihu sat alone in a booth, drowning his sorrows in drink. 2 young women, eager to garner his favor, approached with playful smiles, shaking their glasses. Brother Heihu, why drink alone in such gloom? Would you like us to keep you company? One chimed in, Indeed. It seems Brother Heihu is not in high spirits. Allow us to bring you some joy. As one leaned against him, teasingly brushing his earlobe with her tongue, the other began to untie his belt. However, Heihu merely seized the necks of both women and forcefully flung them aside, sending them tumbling 2 to 3 meters away, where they landed with cries of distress. The commotion instantly drew the attention of several patrons, yet upon recognizing Heihu's countenance, they feigned indifference and resumed their revelry. The 2 women, realizing their attempt to gain his favor had failed, could only endure their pain and retreat in embarrassment. Approximately 3 minutes later, A young man of 18 or 19 with dyed blonde hair and a spider tattoo around his neck approached, bowing and ingratiating himself. A glinting dagger hung at his waist. "Brother Black Tiger, I have heard that you require assistance, and I was introduced by Old Ming. My name is Spider Ghost, but you may call me Little Ghost." Black Tiger cast a glance at the young man before him. Despite his youthful appearance, there was a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, indicating that he was indeed suited for the underworld. Black Tiger nodded slightly. "Very well, you shall do. Please, take a seat beside me." Spider Ghost sat down with a grin, relishing the opportunity to share a bar counter with Black Tiger. Even without having accomplished anything yet, he would have ample bragging rights among his peers upon returning. Black Tiger poured a drink for him personally, which left him quite flabbergasted. "Little Ghost, how many family members do you have?" Black Tiger inquired. Spider Ghost replied, "There are 3 of us, my parents and my younger sister. What I need you to do is not complicated, nor particularly dangerous, but it is of utmost importance. It must remain confidential. Not a word should escape your lips. Understood?" Spider Ghost nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Brother Black Tiger, I shall not speak of this to anyone." "Excellent. What I require is quite simple. Assist me in eliminating a paralyzed individual. I have heard he is unable to move his lower body and must rely on a wheelchair." Upon hearing this, Spider Ghost thumped his chest confidently. "A trivial task, Brother Black Tiger. A mere paralyzed man. My breath could send him flying." Black Tiger nodded slightly. "While the task is straightforward, it is imperative that your actions remain discreet. Leave your phone with me. From this moment forth, you shall sever all communication until the task is complete. Should you succeed and manage to escape, I will facilitate your relocation to another city, and I will ensure that your family receives a substantial sum to guarantee their well-being. However, if you fail, are captured, or subdued, you will need to ingest this." At this point, Black Tiger handed a small pill to Spider Ghost. Spider Ghost, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" Black Tiger explained, "It is a specially designed pill. Keep it under your tongue. If you are subdued or apprehended, swallow it. In the following days, you will experience intermittent convulsions and foaming at the mouth. I will arrange to bribe some doctors. This way, I can orchestrate a narrative to have you labeled as mentally ill, thus ensuring your release." Spider Ghost felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had not anticipated Black Tiger's meticulous planning, even considering an escape route. Without hesitation, he placed his phone on the table and took the pill in his mouth, declaring, "Brother Black Tiger, you can count on me. I will see to it that this matter is resolved tonight, and I shall not disappoint you." Chapter 77, Death by Poison. Once the spider demon departed, the Black Tiger sat alone in the corner, sipping the remnants of red wine. A cold glint shimmered in his eyes as he pondered. "Father, you instructed me not to seek vengeance, yet I am unwilling to relent. Is Gu Yong truly the Night Butcher? I harbor doubts. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that even if he is not, he must be intertwined with the Night Butcher in some manner. Over the years, you have offended countless individuals, yet have remained unscathed. Yet, after the failed assassination of Gu Yong, you faced retribution from the Night Butcher. Is this mere coincidence? I refuse to believe so. Ultimately, whether or not Gu Yong bears any connection to the Night Butcher, your demise cannot be disentangled from him. He deserves to die." The Black Tiger narrowed his eyes, reclining on the sofa. He was no righteous enforcer, disinterested in the notion of evidence. Should Gu Yong perish at the hands of his subordinates, he would have earned his own demise alongside his father. Should Gu Yong survive, it would only further suggest that this man harbors dark secrets. A paralyzed individual surviving 2 assassination attempts is simply implausible. As night deepened, the streets began to empty. The spider demon stood beneath a dim streetlight, extracting a modest bottle of cheap liquor from his pocket and gulping it down. Shortly thereafter, he drew forth a meter-long machete from his waist, polishing the blade to a gleaming shine with a ragged cloth fashioned from recycled materials. Having completed his preparations, the spider demon gazed towards a distant corner where a small villa stood, murmuring to himself, "Today marks the first day I, the spider demon, will rise to prominence. You, a paralyzed wretch, should consider it an honor to perish by my blade." Concealing the machete behind his back, the spider demon cautiously approached the villa. His alertness heightened to its peak as he successfully evaded nearly all surveillance and patrolling guards. Such endeavors were second nature to him. Arriving at an inconspicuous spot at the villa's corner, the spider demon scaled the outer water pipe with bare hands, astonishingly reaching the second floor. He pushed open a window and entered. The room lay cloaked in darkness, evidently occupied by a sleeping occupant. Stealthily, he made his way to Gu Yang's bedroom, where, illuminated by the dim moonlight, he discerned the bulging outline of a figure on the bed. Clearly, Gu Yong was indulging in a deep slumber. A paralyzed man, especially one in a state of sleep, posed virtually no threat. A sense of triumph swelled within the spider demon. He brandished his machete and approached the bedside, aiming at the head, striking down with great force. Fearing that one blow would not suffice to end the life of his target, the spider demon, in a frenzy, unleashed a flurry of blows, striking at least a dozen times. Afterward, panting heavily, he regained his composure, only to furrow his brow in sudden realization, something is amiss. Why has this man not uttered a single sound throughout? Moreover, the resistance I felt was unusually firm, as though I had struck something solid. He cautiously pulled back the blanket, only to discover that beneath it lay not Gu Yong, but rather a tattered mannequin commonly used by clothing stores. The figure had been so thoroughly damaged that it was nearly reduced to shreds. At this sight, the spider ghost felt a chill run down his spine. He had been exposed. He turned to flee, but from the shadows, a fist suddenly swung out with ferocity. The blow landed squarely on the spider ghost's chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing sharply in the darkness. Instinctively, he opened his mouth to scream. Yet Gu Yang's movements were swifter. In the instant the spider ghost was sent flying, Gu Yong clamped his other hand over the man's mouth, pinning him against the wall, rendering him utterly silent. In the depths of the night, Gu Yang's gaze resembled that of a ravenous wolf. The spider ghost, struck by fear, felt his legs weaken. Such a stare was unparalleled, even among the notorious killers within his own gang. Surely, this man's hands must be stained with countless lives. With a furtive glance, the spider ghost realized Gu Yong was firmly planted on the ground, his own legs steady. What nonsense about being paralyzed. Such rumors were false. One thought consumed the spider ghost's mind. Brother Black Tiger is setting me up. Gu Yang's cold voice pierced through the darkness. It was that Black Tiger who sent you, wasn't it? The spider ghost's pupils constricted, recalling Black Tiger's words. Don't worry, I have an escape route. Yet, at this moment, he knew he had to keep the secret safe. Gu Yong loosened his grip, allowing the spider ghost to speak. However, upon seeing Gu Yang's imposing figure in the night, the spider ghost forced a smile. Do you think I'll tell you? Nonsense. I want to say a word. Go ahead, report me. It won't be long before I'm out again. With that, the spider ghost swallowed the pill hidden beneath his tongue, ready to put on a grand performance of madness before the law enforcement. At that moment, he felt no fear, fully aware that Gu Yong would never kill him. Why did these gangsters feel emboldened to bully ordinary people? It was simply because the common folk dared not resist. They not only feared taking a life, but even hesitated to strike, terrified of breaking the law. As for the underworld, they bore no such concerns. They could assault or kill without hesitation, and if incarcerated, it was as easy as returning home. A few connections and some maneuvering, and they would be free in no time. Gu Yong had no intention of killing him just yet. He was waiting for midnight, intending to unleash his specter to take lives. This way, he could reap a bounty of essence. Furthermore, with the speed of his ghostly form, he could quickly dispose of any evidence, leaving no trace behind. However, just as Gu Yong prepared to patiently await the stroke of 12, he suddenly noticed a drastic change in the spider ghost's complexion, which turned a deep red, as if ready to explode. He fell to the ground with a thud, convulsing violently, froth spilling from his mouth, one hand clutching his chest. The excruciating pain had surpassed the limits of his endurance, and in that fleeting moment, the spider demon comprehended the gravity of the situation. It became evident that Brother Black Tiger had never intended for him to leave alive. What is the most effective way to keep a secret? To ensure that I am forever silenced. Such a cruel heart. Before Gu Yong could discern whether this fellow was genuinely ill or merely feigning, the symptoms persisted for no more than half a minute before the spider demon's head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Gu Yong hastily examined the body and swiftly concluded, death by poisoning. Damn it! When had this scoundrel been poisoned? How unfortunate to die at this moment rather than at any other time. It seemed rather wasteful. Gu Yong searched the body but found nothing of significance. Apart from the essential clothing, there was only a large machete. Clearly, this adversary had made meticulous preparations, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. However, it mattered little, for Gu Yong already knew the identity of the true culprit and had no intention of pursuing the legal reporting process. Evidence was of little consequence. At last, midnight arrived. Gu Yong promptly tidied up any traces of his activities and then reclined on his bed, entering a state of blissful slumber. His consciousness plummeted into the depths, ultimately merging with his shadow. Controlling the ghostly form, Gu Yong moved swiftly, erasing all traces before him with remarkable efficiency. He also discreetly stowed the corpse of the spider demon into his spatial realm, transporting it instantaneously to a primitive forest miles away, where he disposed of the remains and remnants. The charming creatures of the forest would undoubtedly assist him in the task of obliterating any evidence. After completing all of this, Gu Yong squinted thoughtfully. It seems that tonight's death quota must be reserved for Wen Yuli. The esteemed lawyer ought to pay a price for his misdeeds. Confirming his target, Gu Yong maneuvered the ghostly form and, in an instant, vanished from the scene, reappearing in the detention area of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Wen Yuli was now thoroughly broken. Chapter 78. The Open Path and the Hidden Maneuver. Due to having offended too many individuals, Wen Yuli found himself imprisoned. A fate that could only be described as worse than death. The guards assigned to oversee this facility would periodically relocate him to different cells. Each cell housed cunning and malevolent inmates who employed various tactics against him. What made Wen Yuli's skin crawl was the presence of numerous homosexuals among them. Individuals not only robust in physique, but also heavily armed. The sheer humiliation and torment he endured led him to contemplate suicide. Perhaps wearied by the prolonged ordeal, the other prisoners eventually rested, granting him a moment of respite as he lay sprawled on the ground in a starfish position. The once elegant suit he wore had now deteriorated into tattered rags, a testament to his wretched state. In the shadows, the ghostly figure of Gu Yong stealthily observed the scene. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. How amusing, indeed. This is what one might call poetic justice. The question lingered. How should he go about eliminating this man? In truth, the prison was nearly silent, with most inmates lost in slumber. He could easily emerge and dispatch Wen Yuli with a swift stroke, replicating the methods of the Nocturnal Butcher. However, the presence of surveillance cameras and layers of security made such a brazen act overly audacious. It is prudent to avoid such hubris. Ever since acquiring the 5 beasts breathing technique, Gu Yong had come to understand that the world was far more complex than it appeared. While legendary cultivators may not exist, an array of peculiar and bizarre techniques certainly did. Thus, if he were to carry out an assassination within the Enforcement Bureau, it would be wise to remain discreet. Should he manage to stage an accident, it would be even better. Beyond contemplating the means of murder, Gu Yong had another matter to consider. He cast a discreet glance at the corners of the prison. While others might overlook them, he recognized the hidden cameras embedded in those very spots. His knowledge stemmed from his exceptional hacking skills and his eavesdropping on Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun. At that moment, the Enforcement Bureau was ablaze with light. Even in the dead of night, the majority of enforcement officers were still laboring diligently. The number of cases was overwhelming. All wrongful convictions involving Wen Yuli had to be overturned, and the cunning criminals apprehended by the Bureau required retrials. This work needed to be expedited, leaving no time for rest. Even the investigation into the Nocturnal Butcher had to be temporarily set aside. However, unbeknownst to them, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun were occupied in their office, not with this matter, but rather with the investigation concerning the Nocturnal Butcher. This exemplified the concept of an open path concealing a hidden strategy. Before Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun lay a computer displaying 9 grid screens, each focused on the prison area, all zeroing in on one individual, Wen Yuli. Chu Lingling, who had always relished playing video games, found herself devoid of any enthusiasm at the moment, her gaze fixated on the surveillance footage. Her phone lay abandoned beside her, while her teammates clamored within the game, "Don't go idle, brother. Hurry up and play." The wretched matchmaking system seemed to pair her with these lackluster teammates as soon as she performed well, which was exceedingly vexing. "I curse you to 100 consecutive defeats," she lamented. Such indifferent players in the gaming realm were often inept in the real world as well. Li Kaiyun, feeling a twinge of frustration, remarked, "If you're not playing, why not just quit the game? Why go idle and invite scorn?" Chu Lingling shook her head. "If they don't berate me, I can't muster any focus." Remarkably, she seemed to derive motivation from the insults of her teammates, treating their disdain as a form of caffeine. Li Kaiyun inquired further, "Do you believe the Night Butcher will come to kill Wen Yuli?" Chu Lingling nodded. "This individual is quite capable, and the fact that he kills someone every night indicates his confidence. Those who possess both skill and self-assurance are often inclined to challenge the impossible. To brazenly commit murder within the law enforcement agency is indeed a formidable challenge. I doubt the Night Butcher can resist such temptation." Li Kaiyun concurred. "That makes sense. Moreover, the target the Night Butcher sought yesterday was none other than Wen Yuli. only to be thwarted by his wife. I believe he will not relent. Chu Lingling raised her thumb in approval. Great minds think alike. Pay close attention. Based on previous cases, the night butcher typically strikes after midnight. Considering the time, it is likely he has already appeared nearby. Both Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling widened their eyes, vigilantly monitoring the surveillance screen. Initially, they had assumed they were merely dealing with a commonplace serial murder case, confident that their investigative skills and adeptness with internet technology would lead to a resolution within days. Yet, after several individuals had perished, they remained utterly baffled. The sole lead they had obtained from Wenmuli was that the night butcher stood nearly 2 meters tall. However, even after thoroughly scouring the records of individuals in the city of similar height, they found no anomalies. This perpetrator was indeed well concealed. As they remained transfixed on the surveillance footage, they remained oblivious to the pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, intently observing them, those of the ghostly Gu Yang. They believed their tactics to be flawless, certain they would capture footage of the night butcher murdering Wenmuli. It must be said, their ambitions were somewhat commendable. Had Gu Yang not preemptively installed a listening virus on their phones using his superior hacking skills, they might have glimpsed something they ought not to see. Yet, as fate would have it, the higher the skill, the greater the cunning. Ultimately, I shall emerge victorious. A faint smile graced Gu Yang's lips as he swiftly devised a plan. He stealthily emerged into the darkness, utilizing the shadows as his cover, and gently toppled 2 water cups resting atop a table, the liquid spilling forth and cascading onto the power strip. With a resounding crash, the circuit shorted, the fuse ignited, plunging the entire law enforcement bureau into utter darkness. The staff, who were diligently working through the night, erupted in disarray. Oh my, why has the power gone out? I haven't saved my documents. I can't believe this. After hours of hard work, it's all for nothing. Technicians were urgently summoned to rectify the situation as the inky blackness rendered their tasks impossible. Amidst the obscurity, many employees retrieved their mobile phones, illuminating the area with their flashlights. Under this makeshift light, the source of the circuit failure soon became evident. The owners of the 2 water cups wore expressions of bewilderment. This doesn't make sense. I distinctly did not touch my cup. How could it have fallen? I didn't touch it either. A nearby colleague rolled their eyes at them. Come on, it's not the time to deflect blame. It's merely a spilled cup. Just apologize and move on. Indeed, aside from yourselves, who else could have touched the cups on your desks? The 2 law enforcement officers were nearly in tears from the unjustness of the situation. Within the office, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun stared at the suddenly darkened computer screens as chaos erupted outside. Li Kaiyun, furrowing his brows, exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is happening? Power failure at such a critical moment. I'm calling for the technicians to come immediately." It was absurd that such a large law enforcement bureau could commit such a blunder. Meanwhile, Chu Lingling felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, as if something dreadful were about to unfold. With a decisive slap on the table, she stood up. Something is amiss, absolutely amiss. The power outage at this specific moment is too coincidental. Quickly, go activate the backup circuits and generator. I will head to the detention area. In that instant, an epiphany struck Li Kaiyun, and he grasped Chu Lingling's intent. This blackout was likely deliberate, possibly the work of the night butcher, who intended to exploit the darkness to eliminate Wenmuli. As Chu Lingling prepared to dash out, Li Kaiyun seized her arm. "You restore the power system. I will guard the prison area. The night butcher is dangerous, and I cannot allow you to be harmed." Without giving Chu Lingling a chance to protest, he sprinted toward the detention area. Behind him, Chu Lingling angrily shook her fist. "You big oaf, and you dare claim you're not interested in me, you liar. Just remember to keep yourself safe." "Rest assured, I am quite capable," he replied, as Chu Lingling hastened towards the power distribution room. Chapter 79, Is this suicide? At this moment, the prison area was in complete disarray. The surroundings were inherently dim, with no cell likely to feature bright, expansive windows. Following the power outage, it plunged into an impenetrable darkness. Many voices rose in the night, clamoring, "Hey, landlord, why is there no power? Did you forget to pay the bill? Why not release us? We could fundraise for the enforcement agency." Laughter echoed. "Come on, everyone, don't laugh. Times are tough up top. Let us be understanding and tolerant." Indeed, the situation above was tight, but those in charge certainly weren't short on funds. They were quite affluent. "Oh, we shouldn't speak carelessly about that. Quickly, restore our electricity. I fear the dark, don't you know? How absurd. You, with hands stained in blood, now claim you fear the dark? Damn it. I never feared the dark until recently. There's been some ridiculous figure known as the Butcher of the Night, who excels at murder under the cloak of darkness. Didn't he, that fighter, Xiong Chuan, just get killed? I couldn't he even defeat Xiong Chuan. How could I not fear the Butcher of the Night? Please, can we avoid discussing such terrifying matters in this pitch-black environment? One by one, the criminals around him engaged in this banter. While Wenmu Li curled up in a corner, feeling the heat of anxiety behind him, he dared not breathe, having already endured enough torment in this inky blackness. Who knew what twisted games others might be playing? Better to remain inconspicuous and avoid drawing the attention of these madmen. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of hands had reached out towards him in the darkness. Although Wenmu Li could not see, his keen sixth sense alerted him to an overwhelming sense of dread, as though a blade was inching closer in the night. Under this terrifying pressure, he could no longer contain himself and was about to cry out for help. Just then, a large black hand clasped over his mouth, tightening its grip around him. Simultaneously, another pair of hands swiftly unbuckled his belt. Wenmu Li was paralyzed with fear. Two people? Unbuckling my belt? Damn it. Could it be that some perverse individual is attempting to take advantage of the blackout? If he could see at that moment, he would notice a towering figure behind him. A 2-meter-tall giant cloaked in darkness. Even more astonishing, this giant possessed 4 arms. This was none other than the shadowy figure, Gu Yang. After taking so many lives, Gu Yang's ability to manipulate shadows had grown, enabling him to assume various forms. Sprouting 2 extra arms was merely child's play. Perhaps in the future, he could even create several clones. Under the concerted effort of 4 hands, the belt around Wenmu Li's waist was swiftly unfastened, binding his hands and covering his mouth, rendering him incapable of struggling. Once the belt was removed, the specter Gu Yang quickly fashioned a noose around his neck, the other end tethered to the ceiling fan above. Wenmu Li was instantly engulfed by a severe sensation of asphyxiation. He yearned to cry out and resist, yet the figure behind him held him firmly in place, leaving him utterly immobilized. Death loomed ominously, accompanied by an excruciating agony. His vision blurred gradually, and driven by primal instinct in the throes of intense suffering. He frantically clawed at the person restraining him. Strangely, he could feel the arm that bound him, yet his fingers seemed to grasp only at an ethereal substance. Wenmu Li's eyes widened to their utmost, as if his eyeballs might burst forth from their sockets. The veins in his neck throbbed, and his strength waned rapidly. A raspy voice, audible only to him, whispered in his ear, "Wen, the esteemed lawyer, did you not wish to sign a contract with me? Relax. When you awaken from your slumber, I shall certainly sign it with you." A profound terror enveloped Wenmu Li entirely, and in that moment, he recognized the identity of the individual behind him, the true identity of the Butcher of the Night. Yet, this secret would remain forever unspoken. In the end, he succumbed to death. At that moment, Gu Yang, the orchestrator of all, had yet to release his grip. He sustained it for several more minutes, confirming that the man was entirely lifeless before nodding in satisfaction. Just then, Li Kaiyun rushed in, accompanied by 2 fully armed law enforcement officers. Upon entering, he bellowed immediately, "Everyone, shut your mouths. For heaven's sake, be quiet. If anyone provokes my ire, don't blame me when the electricity comes." Upon hearing this, the rogues within the prison fell silent. Although they were unafraid, there was no need to court unnecessary conflict. Li Kaiyun hastened to the cell where Wenmu Li was confined, calling out, "Wenmu Li, are you still alive? If so, make a sound." However, no response came from within. The other inmates in the cell were bewildered. Could it be that we've driven him to madness? Now he can't even speak. This is utterly ridiculous. He claims to be a man, yet he is less than a woman. Indeed, throughout history, only the overworked oxen succumb to exhaustion. Where is the land that has been worn out? In a fit of frustration, Li Kaiyun prepared to retrieve his phone to illuminate the situation inside. At that moment, with a click, the lights flickered on, the power had returned. A chilling scene unfolded before their eyes. There hung Wenmu Li from the ceiling fan, his long tongue protruding, swaying in the air. His eyes appeared as if they might plummet to the ground, the scara completely veined with blood. At this moment, the fan was just powered on, gradually beginning to rotate, inadvertently causing the corpse of Wenmu Li to spin in the air as well. The other prisoners in the cell, witnessing this bizarre scene up close, were instantly taken aback. What on earth is happening? He seemed perfectly fine before the power outage. They murmured in disbelief, questioning whether it was necessary for someone to hang themselves over a minor humiliation. Indeed, a scholar proves utterly useless in such matters. What can such fragile mental fortitude accomplish? I want to request a transfer to another cell. This cursed place, where someone has died, might be haunted at night. It is unsafe. Absolutely, I want to transfer too. Li Kaiyun, uninterested in the prisoner's commotion, called out to his colleagues, quickly turn off the fan switch. Everyone step back and do not disturb the crime scene. The sudden death of an individual within the law enforcement cell was indeed a significant affair. The officers behind him immediately sprang into action. Even after the fan's power was cut, the body continued to sway eerily in the air. Even the most hardened criminals, their hands stained with blood, felt a chill creeping into their hearts. As the cell door swung open, Li Kaiyun stepped inside, meticulously examining Wenmu Li's lifeless form. At that moment, Chu Lingling rushed in, panting. The instant she laid eyes on Wenmu Li's corpse, she too was struck dumb. Dead? Just like that? Standing beside Li Kaiyun, she inquired, "Is there any suspicion?" Li Kaiyun furrowed his brow. Something feels off. The signs suggest he might have committed suicide. Chu Lingling shook her head in disbelief. That's impossible. Although he was bound for prison, the majority of his charges were merely for embezzlement and falsification of evidence. He wouldn't face the death penalty or life imprisonment. He had amassed considerable wealth outside. Enduring a few years would allow him to resume his life afterward. How could he possibly choose suicide? If he feared death, he wouldn't have pushed his wife in front of him to take the fall, escaping alone last night. Li Kaiyun found her reasoning compelling. Regardless, Wenmu Li did not strike him as someone inclined to take his own life. Chu Lingling turned to the other prisoners. Beginning her inquiry, what was Wenmu Li doing before the power outage? What transpired in this cell after the power went out? Tell me everything, and remember, leave out no detail. The remaining 7 criminals, not daring to be negligent, readily expressed their cooperation, supplementing each other's accounts as they recounted the events within the prison in great detail. They even elaborated on everything that transpired since Wenmu Li entered the cell, sharing the unspeakable incidents they had witnessed. The prisoners murmured among themselves, "Do the 2 captains think they are making a mountain out of a molehill? Perhaps this guy simply couldn't handle it and chose to end his life. After all, the stakes for us brothers are rather high." Exactly. What is there to investigate about a suicide? The locks on this cell haven't been tampered with. It's impossible to wrongfully accuse us of murder. Lo and behold, one might not dismiss the possibility that the perpetrator is concealed among us. Chapter 80. This case is peculiar. A mysterious death within the Enforcement Bureau has undoubtedly stirred up concerns for Director Guan Chang'an. In the dead of night, he hastily donned his clothes and rushed to the prison area. By this time, the body had already been removed, and the forensic expert was examining the scene. Li Kaiyun was tirelessly scouring the vicinity of the incident, while Chu Lingling sat on a nearby bench, her right hand propping up her head, seemingly deep in thought. Fuming with anger, Guan Chang'an exclaimed, "How could this happen? How could we allow someone to die in our custody? If a death occurs here, the Enforcement Bureau will bear the responsibility." At that moment, Lu Tao was summoned back, lowering his head in apology. "I am sorry, Director Guan. This individual has caused us considerable trouble, and my colleagues have harbored some resentment, intentionally creating difficulties for him. I never anticipated he would succumb to the pressure and take his own life." Guan Chang'an, furious, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Tao, rebuking, "You are utterly foolish. You are truly foolish." Lu Tao lifted his gaze, declaring, "Director Guan, since I bear responsibility for this matter, I am willing to step forward and accept it." Guan Chang'an shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "You dare speak of accepting responsibility? I have already revoked your position as team leader. What do you plan to do next? Remove this uniform and return to selling barbecue?" Lu Tao's complexion darkened instantly. Becoming an exemplary law enforcement officer had almost been the pinnacle of his aspirations, and he had tirelessly worked to solve cases. The thought of shedding this uniform would haunt him for a lifetime. Guan Chang'an shook his head in disbelief, asking, "Let me pose a simple question. Was the treatment that Wenmu Li received in the prison lawful and compliant?" Lu Tao patted his chest in assurance. "I guarantee it was lawful and compliant. We merely created a minor inconvenience within the bounds of the rules. Any unreasonable treatment was inflicted by other criminals and is largely unrelated to us." Guan Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. "That is good. First, we must clarify responsibility. This is simply a case of Wenmu Li lacking the ability to cope, leading to his suicide out of fear of punishment." Upon finishing his statement, Guan Chang'an finally noticed the dazed Chu Lingling and inquired, "Didn't you install numerous surveillance cameras in this vicinity? Was there any footage of this individual's suicide?" Chu Lingling lifted her head, her eyes reflecting confusion. There is absolutely nothing. At the moment of the incident, two of my colleagues accidentally knocked over their cups, causing a circuit short, and the surveillance failed to capture anything. Guan Chang'an's brow furrowed in sudden concern. He had arrived in haste, only hearing that when Muley had taken his own life in the prison without understanding the specifics. What a coincidence. Both Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao felt a sense of unease at Chu Lingling's revelation. Chu Lingling rested her head in her hands, almost as if conversing with herself, yet also seeking their thoughts. Do you truly believe that when Muley committed suicide? As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Tao immediately interjected. Do you suspect that when Mu Li was harmed by another? Chu Lingling nodded and uttered 4 words. The butcher of the night. Upon hearing these words, not only Guan Chang'an, but also all the law enforcement officers surrounding Lu Tao felt a chill run down their spines. Tonight, all law enforcement officers were on duty in the office, while dozens of notorious criminals were incarcerated within the prison. If the butcher of the night could commit murder right under the noses of so many, one could only imagine the extent of his prowess. After examining the body, Guan Chang'an remarked, I find it unlikely this bears the hallmarks of the butcher of the night. He typically employs a knife, severing limbs or decapitating his victims as his signature methods. However, when Mu Li's death has been disguised as a suicide, which is entirely inconsistent with his modus operandi. Chu Lingling countered, although the methods of murder differ, the butcher of the night intended to kill when Mu Li yesterday, and now he is dead today. Who else could harbor such enmity towards him? Furthermore, given that he was already apprehended by the Law Enforcement Bureau, I can think of no one but the butcher of the night capable of executing him in such a setting. Guan Chang'an furrowed his brow and lit a cigarette, saying, These are merely your theoretical conjectures. Do you have any evidence? Everyone was preoccupied with previous cold cases yesterday when you and Li Kai-yun proposed to secretly investigate the butcher of the night, which I approved. Yet now, you lack even a shred of surveillance footage or other clues. We cannot rely solely on your speculations. Moreover, even if we assumed the butcher of the night was responsible for the murder today, when Mu Li did not die by suicide, yet, you have no leads to substantiate the identity of the butcher. At that moment, Li Kai-yun meticulously examined the cell where when Mu Li met his demise, both inside and out, collecting every strand of hair and speck of dirt for testing. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he approached Guan Chang'an. Have you made any discoveries? Guan Chang'an inquired. Li Kai-yun shook his head and replied, These hairs and footprints require further examination before we can ascertain their significance. However, from what I have observed thus far, they can only support the conclusion that when Mu Li committed suicide, he showed no signs of struggle whatsoever. And given that 8 individuals resided in such a small room, even the slightest commotion would have attracted the attention of the others. Yet, the remaining 7 in the same cell failed to notice anything amiss, suggesting he deliberately concealed his actions, intent on ending his life. Through forensic examination, aside from the ligature marks on his neck, no other injuries were found on his body. Li Kai-yun expressed his disappointment with the findings. Upon hearing this, Guan Chang'an nodded slightly, stating, In that case, once the results of the hair and footprint analysis are available, we should be able to reach a definitive conclusion regarding when Mu Li's death. Suicide is simply suicide. There is no need for an abundance of conspiracy theories and speculation. In our investigations, evidence is paramount, but ultimately, we must rely on that evidence. Just as Guan Chang'an was poised to reach a conclusion regarding this homicide case, Chu Lingling, who had been deep in thought with a furrowed brow, suddenly lifted her head. Something is amiss. There is an issue. As her words echoed in the room, the gaze of every law enforcement officer converged upon her. Chu Lingling continued, The height of the fan from the floor is approximately 2.5 meters. When Muley's belt was affixed at one end to the ceiling fan and the other end around his neck. Firstly, how did he manage to secure the belt to the ceiling fan? Though the cell contained a stool and a table, neither was positioned directly beneath the fan. Nor was there any evidence of movement. Secondly, even if he had somehow managed to suspend the belt from the fan, when Muley's height was merely around 175 centimeters, how could he have positioned his head within the loop of the belt, without a stepping point? This would be exceedingly difficult. Was he to perform a pull-up, thereby ensnaring his own neck? Thirdly, none of the other inmates in the cell reported hearing any commotion, which in itself raises the gravest of suspicions. It is highly probable that a person facing imminent death would experience regret, suggesting that when Muley would have made some noise. How could it be that there was complete silence? Unless he was resolutely seeking death, which, in my view, his personal history had yet to reach such a dire conclusion. Fourthly, Individuals who hang themselves typically exhibit frantic struggles during the initial stages of death, resulting in abrasions around the neck area. Yet, when Muley bore no signs of struggle whatsoever. Fifthly, when Muley was not a particularly heavy individual. On the contrary, he had a slender physique. Given the elapsed time of merely 10 minutes, do you not find the marks on his neck to be excessively pronounced? After articulating these doubts, the assembled crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The case of when Muley's alleged suicide was rife with coincidences, the power outage occurring precisely at this moment, the surveillance being rendered inoperative at the same time, and the fact that death transpired within a mere 10 minutes. In such a brief span, even if when Muley had hesitated or moved slowly, he would not have succumbed. Coupled with the doubts analyzed by Chu Lingling, the circumstances surrounding when Muley's death grew increasingly enigmatic. Was it indeed a suicide, or could it have been a homicide? Was a nocturnal butcher responsible for this act? By what means did the perpetrator silently infiltrate the cell to take when Muley's life? And how did they depart without a trace? Furthermore, how did they manage to incapacitate the power supply to the Law Enforcement Bureau at such a critical juncture? All members of the law enforcement agency furrowed their brows, their minds utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 81. The Innate Medical Sage Body. While chaos erupted in the Law Enforcement Bureau, Gu Yang's surroundings were characterized by a serene and sunny atmosphere. He was confident that the methods he employed to eliminate when Muley would reveal some flaws in the eyes of those professional investigators. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. What significance did flaws hold? In this world, everything bears a hint of imperfection. As long as no substantial evidence or incriminating proof was left behind, doubts would forever remain merely as doubts, never transforming into evidence. This was sufficient. As dawn broke, Gu Yang felt the rejuvenating power of Yuan Shou he had acquired from the shadowy figure. At that moment, he glanced at his Yuan Shou balance, 190 years. Quite remarkable. Indeed, it implied that, barring any misfortunes or ailments, he could theoretically enjoy another 190 years of life. The residual Yuan Shou within Wen Mu Li was far greater than that of the woman. With such a wealth of years at his disposal, Gu Yang could finally embark on his research in the fields of medicine and biology. The results of this research could yield both fame and fortune. And perhaps the identity of the Night Butcher would eventually be revealed. Yet, without irrefutable evidence, no one could touch him. Furthermore, this would lay the groundwork for his own physical restoration. It wouldn't be too remarkable for a medical prodigy to cure his paralysis. Moreover, if he could devise ways to eradicate the various ailments plaguing humanity today, he could genuinely extend his life for several centuries, in accordance with his remaining Yuan Shou. Otherwise, a careless encounter with a terminal illness could consume all his years, rendering them futile. During this period, Gu Yang had thoroughly perused all the medical texts available to him, albeit in a rather hasty manner, leaving a faint outline of lunar knowledge within the Yuan Shou space. Now, it was merely a matter of employing Yuan Shou for deduction. He infused each star of Yuan Shou into this lunar silhouette, witnessing an exponential rise in his understanding of medical knowledge. Indeed, the field of medicine was vast and profound. It was no wonder that medical undergraduates required an additional year of study. With fervor, Gu Yang invested 40 years of Yuan Shou into his studies, mastering the current medical knowledge of humanity. His head swelled with a sense of pressure, as though he had been struck by a barrage of fists from every conceivable angle. Damn it! It turned out that becoming overwhelmed by knowledge was not merely a jest, but a tangible risk. Tilting his head back against the wheelchair, he rubbed his temples in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. At that moment, Su Changsheng, who had just emerged from the kitchen with a pot of simmering soup, noticed Gu Yang's pale complexion and hurried over to check on him. "Mr. Gu, are you all right? Your complexion seems a bit off. Let me fetch you a glass of water." With great care, Su Changsheng presented the warm water to Gu Yang. He took a sip and responded, "It's nothing serious. I've just been reading too much, and it's taxing my brain. Next time you come, bring me some walnuts to nourish my mind." Hearing this, Su Changsheng teased, "I told you, you can't bite off more than you can chew." Mr. Gu has already excelled in mastering computer knowledge. Yet he still aspires to acquire knowledge in the field of medicine. With so many books to read, are you planning to pursue a doctorate or become a professor? Gu Yang waved his hand dismissively. "These books can be set aside for now. They are of little use at the moment." Su Changsheng nodded in agreement. "That is indeed wise, knowing when to retreat." "However," Gu Yang remarked, "I have merely completed my studies. It is all retained in my memory, rendering the books unnecessary." Su Changsheng, who was tidying her desk, froze momentarily, her head turning slowly like a robot. Mr. Gu, are you jesting? Have you truly read them all? Gu Yong nodded affirmatively. Yes, it seems there was nothing particularly difficult. Su Chengqing nearly shrieked. Nothing difficult? Mr. Gu, are you serious? During my university days, I toiled day and night and almost failed to graduate. Let me tell you, merely reading these books does not mean you comprehend everything. One must delve deeply and repeatedly to grasp the underlying principles. If you doubt me, I can pose a few questions to test your knowledge, and I assure you, you will find them perplexing. With that, Su Chengqing picked up a copy of Principles of Molecular Biology, a well-known tome notorious for its obscurity. How is the proofreading function of DNA polymerase achieved during DNA replication? Gu Yong, while rubbing his temples and yawning, answered nonchalantly, DNA polymerase possesses 3'5" exonuclease activity, which is crucial for its proofreading function. During DNA replication, if an added nucleotide is not complementary to the template strand, the 3'5" exonuclease activity of DNA polymerase is activated. It excises the incorrectly incorporated nucleotide, allowing DNA polymerase to continue adding the correct nucleotide, ensuring accuracy in replication. With a base mispairing rate as low as 10⁻⁹ to 10⁻⁻10. Personally, I believe that current research on the proofreading function of DNA polymerase could benefit from a deeper exploration of the kinetics of enzyme DNA binding, potentially uncovering new regulatory mechanisms that enhance replication fidelity. This holds significant implications for gene therapy and precision medicine. Su Chengqing's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. You truly know your stuff? Then explain the mechanism of RNA interference and its current applications and potential issues in tumor therapy. Gu Yong answered without hesitation. Requiring no contemplation, RNA interference is mediated by double-stranded RNA, dsRNA, leading to the degradation of homologous mRNA, thereby achieving gene silencing. In tumor therapy, it can selectively inhibit genes associated with tumorigenesis and progression, such as oncogenes. However, there are existing challenges in its application, such as efficiently delivering dsRNA to tumor cells while avoiding off-target effects, as well as the potential immune responses that may arise from prolonged use. I envision the design of novel nanocarriers that leverage the specific receptors of tumor cells to achieve precise delivery of dsRNA. Concurrently, we shall optimize the sequence design of dsRNA to enhance targeting efficacy and mitigate off-target risks. With a resounding thud, the book in Su Chengqing's hands fell to the ground, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her gaze towards Gu Yong resembled that of one beholding a creature of the extraordinary. How much time had elapsed since she had purchased these books and entrusted them to Gu Yong? Not only did he exhibit an encyclopedic recall of all the knowledge, but he also articulated unique insights. My goodness, could this truly be the legendary medical prodigy, the embodiment of medical genius? She dared not continue her inquiries, for further questioning might shatter her own composure. What have I truly learned during these 4 years of university? What have I gleaned in these 2 years of internship? Surely, my mother did not bestow upon me a brain akin to that of a pig. Noticing her prolonged stupor, Gu Yong gently cleared his throat, reminding her, do not dawdle. The soup in the kitchen is nearly evaporated. Only then did Su Chengqing regain her senses. Right, the soup, she exclaimed, dashing back to the kitchen. Yet, even as her hands busied themselves with her duties as a caregiver, her mind remained ensnared in the astonishment of the moment. As she simmered the soup, she continued to recite various biological concepts aloud. Should anyone approach, they would hear her murmuring, amino, the degeneracy of amino acid codons. August is the start codon corresponding to methionine, while serine has several codons, doesn't he? Cursed pig brain, what on earth have you learned? I must procure some walnuts to nourish my mind. Although Gu Yong has already attained the pinnacle of medical knowledge within the current realm of human civilization, the pursuit of a groundbreaking, 100% effective cancer cure will demand an extensive passage of time. It seems I must also exploit the Yuan Shou space. During this period, Gu Yong had been diligently researching at home and had uncovered another application for the Yuan Shou space. Beyond study, it could also facilitate theoretical deductions. Within his mind, he constructed a theoretical framework for a complete cure for cancer, conjuring a translucent lunar apparition within the Yuan Shou space. By continuously infusing Yuan Shou, this ethereal moon would gradually solidify, ultimately yielding a comprehensive solution. Though the intense cerebral activity was somewhat uncomfortable, it appeared manageable. Why not strive for one more push? Today, let us endeavor to develop the effective treatment method. Thus, Gu Yong once again devoted himself to the Yuan Shou. this time investing a total of 10 years of Yuan Shou, and in his mind, an impeccable method for curing cancer materialized, a nanomolecular targeted immune activation agent. At this moment, the balance of Yuan Shou stood at 140 years. Chapter 82. Captain Liu, I wish to report a case. Gu Yang could almost envision the tempest that this research would unleash upon the contemporary medical field. Not only would he amass considerable wealth, but he would also attain an unassailable social standing. However, as the knowledge within his mind burgeoned once more, his already foggy thoughts began to throb with a dull ache. Alas, if I continue learning at this pace, I shall surely become a fool. A day of rest is imperative. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Mu Rong calling. Old Gu, do you want to hear some good news? I have 2 pieces to share with you right away. Go ahead. I'm all ears for good news that comes knocking. Ha ha ha. I've nearly completed the tasks you assigned me. We VE sold the construction company for a whopping 1.9 billion, thanks to our recent surge in notoriety. Additionally, I stumbled upon a small pharmaceutical company on the brink of bankruptcy, replete with a modest production facility and research lab, which I acquired for a mere 120 million. Now we have 70 million left as startup capital. I intend to use this sum to hire some researchers at generous salaries, and soon, your pharmaceutical venture will be underway. How is that for efficiency? You ought to consider a raise for me. Gu Yang felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. It signified that his vision was finally set to take flight. Splendid. However, do not expend your energies on hiring those high-salaried researchers. Simply recruit a few university students to assist. I will send you a list shortly for the necessary materials and equipment, including live lab mice for our experiments. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the lab personally to commence our initial research production. On the other end, Mu Rong appeared momentarily taken aback. Seriously, brother? Just a few university students? While we aim to save costs, can we truly not afford to pay researchers? Without developing a core product, our company will inevitably falter. Rest assured, I have everything prepared on my end. All right, I will follow your instructions. I will pick you up tomorrow. As the call ended, Su Chengxiang had prepared dinner and set it on the table. With the weekend upon them, she had the opportunity to remain there. After overhearing Gu Yang and Mu Rong's conversation, Su Chengxiang promptly volunteered herself. Mr. Gu, what is the salary for the pharmaceutical company? While eating, Gu Yang replied, let us say around 7,000 to 8,000. They will be recent university graduates serving as interns, after all. What more can we expect? We will discuss salaries further once the company becomes profitable. Su Chengxiang squinted her eyes and inquired, may I join as well? I am willing to work part-time for just half the salary. Gu Yang was speechless and cast her a glance. Why is it that whenever there is a job opportunity, you feel compelled to insert yourself? You're already juggling your duties as a nurse at the hospital, while also finding time to assist me as a caregiver. And now you wish to squeeze into my lab to help. Sister, do you possess a miraculous 48 hours in a single day? Have you forsaken food and sleep? Su Chengxiang, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, cast her gaze downward. I can forego sleep, but I must earn more, after all. At that moment, Gu Yang began to discern the young woman's intentions. Although she and her mother outwardly appeared to be remarkably open-minded, seemingly unperturbed by her late-stage cancer, the truth was that Su Chengxiang was a kind-hearted and dutiful daughter who harbored an innate desire to heal her mother's affliction. Her relentless toil was merely an effort to save money. Gu Yang contemplated declining the offer. After all, working 3 jobs without rest could lead to his untimely demise, leaving him liable for unforeseen expenses. Yet, an idea suddenly struck him. Even if he were to produce a miraculous cure for cancer, bringing it to market would necessitate clinical trials. Securing a patent would also require pertinent data and experimentation. While testing on lab animals might be straightforward, human trials would pose a challenge, as few would trust a relatively unknown company. However, if Su Chengxiang were to join and witness firsthand the extraordinary efficacy of the nano-targeted immune activation agent he had developed, it would attract the necessary participants for the trial. Clearing his throat gently, he remarked, it is not out of the question. Consider it an act of charity on my part. Your daily working hours are not extensive, and while I conduct my research, you may assist me. Are you available tomorrow? Su Chengxiang, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Mr. Gu, you are akin to a living bodhisattva, rescuing those in distress. Upon returning home tonight, I will shatter the statue of Guanyin my mother worships and erect a plaque in your honor. Tomorrow, I happen to have the day off, and I shall certainly report for duty on time. Gu Yang nodded slightly. for he already possessed comprehensive knowledge of the Agent S formulation and production method in his mind. Tomorrow's visit to the laboratory would merely be a formality. He would dive straight into the work. However, producing a finished product within a single day seemed rather unrealistic. Various equipment would require calibration and establishing the precise formulation. The type of nanocarrier and the targeting molecules would demand time. It was likely that the first batch of finished products would take approximately 3 days to complete. Following that, relevant in vivo experiments and human trials would ensue, along with the patent application process. The entire endeavor would span an excessive amount of time. It was indeed a bit too slow. It appeared he would need to devise alternative methods to expedite the process. Gu Yang resolved to simultaneously engage in production research while enhancing his knowledge of machinery. In due course, he could meld his computer expertise to create a nearly fully automated production workshop, thereby facilitating mass production. After all, Iron Man managed to fabricate such complex armor almost single-handedly. Furthermore, if the majority of the processes were executed by machines, supplemented by his top-tier hacking skills for protection, the risk of commercial secrets being compromised would be effectively mitigated. As for the patent application, submitting general information would suffice, while the core secrets would remain securely within his grasp. In Gu Yang's mind, a grand commercial empire, centered around medical biotechnology and capable of transforming humanity, has already taken shape. Who would have imagined that the notorious Butcher of the Night might be the greatest physician, entrepreneur, and philanthropist? Even if one did conceive such a notion, could they act upon it? Black Tiger stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, flanked by 2 loyal subordinates. "Have we received any updates from Spider-Ghost?" he inquired. The subordinate lowered his head to respond. "The situation is somewhat peculiar. We secretly followed Spider-Ghost and witnessed him infiltrate the room of the paralyzed Gu Yang. However, there seemed to be no commotion from within, and Spider-Ghost has not emerged since." A hint of coldness flickered in Black Tiger's gaze. Indeed, something was amiss. A paralyzed individual managing to evade assassination attempts twice was quite intriguing. Moreover, in the face of an attack on his own home, this individual did not report the incident. What does this imply? Does it not suggest that he too harbors a guilty conscience? Paralyzed Gu Yang, there is undoubtedly something sinister lurking within your mind. Who, besides the Butcher of the Night, possesses the means to make a living person vanish? What is the nature of your connection with him? Previously, Black Tiger had only held suspicions, but through this investigation, he had nearly confirmed, with 90% certainty, that Gu Yang was indeed linked to the Butcher of the Night. Otherwise, this series of events could not be explained. It was as if he could already perceive the truth behind his father's death. He waved his hand dismissively at his subordinates and directly called Lu Tao. "Captain Lu, I have something to report," he stated. Lu Tao's tone was icy. "Black Tiger, if you wish to walk the straight path, you must rid yourself of your former criminal ways. If you engage in any unlawful activities again, do not expect me to be lenient." Black Tiger chuckled softly, sipping his tea. Captain Lu's words were quite grave. "I am calling as a victim to report a case of disappearance, which may indeed involve murder." Lu Tao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "What is the situation?" "The situation is straightforward. Yesterday, I sent one of my subordinates to find Gu Yang, as he is currently paralyzed and likely in need of funds. I instructed my subordinate to discuss potential business collaboration with him. However, as of now, my subordinate has not returned and is missing. Shouldn't Captain Lu assist me in locating him? By the way, I have 2 witnesses who saw my subordinate enter Gu Yang's villa, and he has yet to emerge." Chapter 83. Starkly different assertions. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tao's expression drastically changed, and he immediately rebuked. "Hi Hux, I understand your deep concern regarding your master's death. However, making unfounded accusations against others carries legal repercussions. I previously informed you that Gu Yang's suspicion has been cleared. Why must you stubbornly persist in this unfounded pursuit? My prior mistake has already caused considerable trouble for Mr. Gu, and I will not allow you to harass him any further." In response, Hai Hux chuckled derisively. "Captain Lu, how can you be so obstinate? When you suspected Gu Yang, everyone around you declared you were losing your mind, yet you remained undeterred. Now that you no longer suspect him, you refuse to permit others to do so. Must the entire world adhere to your whims? Furthermore, everything I have stated is factual. If you doubt my words, you may verify them. The streets are not devoid of surveillance. Do I not have the right to file a report?" Lu Tao fell silent. The truth in his words was undeniable. Regardless of Hai Hux's past identity, he had reported this missing person case and fulfilled the criteria for investigation. Moreover, this case potentially involved the Night Butcher, necessitating a report to Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling for joint investigation. Very well. I shall arrange for personnel to conduct an inquiry immediately. Should it later be discovered that you filed a false report, you will face severe consequences. And I shall not be lenient. That is fine. I shall wait for you at Gu Yong's doorstep. After the call ended, Lu Tao promptly relayed the pertinent information to Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling. The members of the Law Enforcement Bureau were still reeling from the profound impact of Wen Yuli's sudden death when they learned of yet another case related to the Night Butcher, which ignited their excitement. However, Lu Tao poured cold water on their enthusiasm, stating, "Let us not harbor excessive hopes. Personally, I believe Gu Yong has been wronged. We have already dismissed his suspicions. Hai Hux is evidently channeling his wrath toward Gu Yong due to his master's demise. As the saying goes, preconceived notions can be as burdensome as a mountain. It seems that Hai Hux is presently swayed by his own biases." Li Kaiyun nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment. Based on the sole clue left by Wen Guli, the Night Butcher stands approximately 2 meters tall, which is evidently not Gu Yong. Any proposed connection between them is tenuous at best. When the Night Butcher claimed his first victim, Gu Yong was still in a comatose state and had not yet awakened. Chronologically, it appears that Gu Yong only regained some awareness after the demise of Yan Pingping, and initially, he could only regain consciousness in his head. He was incapable of even making a phone call. How could he possibly have commanded the Night Butcher to commit murder? At that moment, Chu Lingling felt overwhelmed. Ever since when Muley was killed right before her eyes, she had lost the desire to even play games, her spirit utterly shattered, regardless of the truth. We must at least go and take a look. A dead horse can still be treated as a live one. The three of them swiftly summoned some law enforcement officers and set off towards Gu Yang's villa. Upon their arrival, they found Heihu standing at the entrance with 2 lackeys, the ground littered with a plethora of ash and cigarette butts. As Lu Tao stepped out of the vehicle, he frowned and scolded. "You should be more considerate when smoking at someone else's doorstep. The litter is everywhere. It's truly uncouth." Heihu chuckled derisively. "Uncouth? Is Gu Yong any better? He has made my subordinate disappear. Should I come here to grovel and call him brother?" Li Kaiyun regarded Heihu with a serious demeanor, holding a deep-seated disdain for individuals of his ilk, and sternly retorted, "You would do well to choose your words carefully. The details of the case remain unclear. If you continue with such accusations, you may well be slandering him. Is your subordinate truly missing? Even if he is, whether it pertains to Gu Yong is not for you to decide. Now step aside." After delivering his admonition, Li Kaiyun, accompanied by several enforcement officers, boldly strode into Gu Yang's garden. Lu Tao interjected, "Allow me to knock. I am somewhat acquainted with Gu Yong, and we share a degree of familiarity. Let us maintain decorum, as we have indeed caused him considerable trouble." Li Kaiyun nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall heed your suggestion." At that moment, Gu Yong had already seen through his surveillance system that Heihu was loitering at his door, and he was taken aback to discover that law enforcement had also arrived. A slight knot formed in his stomach. What on earth was happening, with so many people arriving? Had his identity been compromised? That seemed unlikely. When he noticed Lu Tao approach to gently knock on the door, he felt reassured. It likely wasn't anything grave, or perhaps merely a matter of suspicion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so polite. "Gu Yong, are you at home? We have a case we need your cooperation with. May we trouble you for a moment?" Gu Yong maneuvered his electric wheelchair slowly to the door and opened it, revealing the gathered crowd, his expression one of mild surprise. "What sort of case requires such a multitude of enforcement officers? Please, come in. Let's have some tea and discuss this at leisure." Gu Yong guided his wheelchair into the living room, while behind him, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling slightly bowed their heads, murmuring, "We apologize for the intrusion," before following him inside. After surveying the layout of the room, Li Kaiyun tentatively inquired, "How is your health recovering, Mr. Gu?" Gu Yong intended to prepare tea for his guests himself, but Lu Tao quickly interceded, "No need, allow me. I am quite familiar with the items in this living room. Your mobility is limited. We wouldn't want you to scald yourself with hot water." Gu Yong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much." He then settled into the sofa area. Responding cheerfully to Li Kaiyun's question, "I'm doing well enough, feeling a bit better each day. Additionally, I have been diligently studying medical knowledge lately and have made significant progress. Perhaps I might even be able to heal myself." Li Kaiyun raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Oh, I did not realize Mr. Gu was so ambitious. Indeed, you are a young talent. Without further ado, we have come here because Mr. Black Tiger has reported a case. He previously sent one of his subordinates to discuss business with you. Yet that subordinate has mysteriously vanished within your villa and has yet to reappear. We wish to inquire about the situation. May I ask, Mr. Gu, have you encountered Mr. Black Tiger's subordinate? Upon hearing this, Gu Yong quickly grasped that it pertained to the disappearance of the spider ghost. To claim he had not seen him would be disingenuous. After a brief moment of hesitation, he devised a response. He lifted his gaze towards Black Tiger, his eyes filled with trepidation, and stammered, "I did indeed see that individual." He introduced himself as Ghost Spider and entered my room through the window in the dead of night. I was sound asleep when he abruptly dragged me from my bed and assaulted me mercilessly. His methods were quite experienced. He smothered me with a blanket while he struck me, leaving no visible injuries. Nevertheless, at that moment, I felt as though I might be killed. After thoroughly beating me, he left with a warning not to report to the authorities, threatening that if I did, I would face daily assaults, claiming I had offended someone I should not have. Following the beating, he also made off with some valuable possessions from my home, escaping through the window. I am but a paralyzed individual, barely able to move. And I dared not provoke these gangsters, thus I had no choice but to suffer in silence and refrain from reporting the incident. As for what happened to that individual afterward, I am equally in the dark. While recounting this tale, Gu Yang furtively glanced at Black Tiger, feigning a look of fear. Upon hearing Gu Yang's account, Lu Tao, who had already considered him a friend, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Black Tiger and exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What did I tell you at the time? If you have committed any illegal acts, I will not let you off the hook. I cannot believe you would have the audacity to play the victim now. Do you think just because you've mingled with the underworld for a few years, you can act with impunity? First, restrain him." Li Kaiyun had never held a favorable impression of Black Tiger. Though this man had not directly taken lives under the protection of Xiong Chuan, he had nonetheless engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. Now, attempting to wash his hands of the underground industry was far from simple. Without hesitation, he personally stepped forward, pinning Black Tiger to the table and preparing to cuff him. Chapter 84. Prejudices in the hearts of men. The enforcement officers harbored considerable skepticism regarding the statements made by the notorious Black Tiger. After all, what business could a gangster like him possibly have with respectable individuals? It was likely nothing more than illicit dealings. Two starkly contrasting narratives emerged at the scene. One originated from Black Tiger, a man steeped in criminal activities, while the other came from a promising young man who, despite his humble beginnings and arduous efforts to succeed, had been tragically rendered paralyzed for much of his life. If you were in this situation, whom would you choose to believe? Black Tiger was acutely aware that the prejudice in people's hearts loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Though he possessed a measure of strength, he found himself too intimidated to resist, resorting instead to desperate pleas. "No, he speaks falsehoods. Grant me another chance, and I shall present my case. No, I shall argue. My subordinates can assure you that the spider demon did not leave his villa after entering. This individual must be connected to the night butcher. After the spider demon was slain, he must have hidden the body within his residence, unable to dispose of it in time. A search would surely yield results. If nothing is found, I am willing to confess and accompany you, no matter how long you choose to detain me." Upon concluding his outburst, Black Tiger cast a menacing glare at Gu Yang, hurling insults. "You contemptible coward lurking in the shadows, do you dare to allow everyone to search?" This demand only further incensed Lu Tao, who deemed it utterly unreasonable. Without concrete evidence, even they lacked the authority to search Gu Yang's home. Yet, Gu Yang, with unwavering composure, addressed Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun. "Gentlemen, I permit you to search my home to prove my innocence." The two exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Lu Tao placed a reassuring hand on Gu Yang's shoulder, saying, "Brother, I apologize for the distress this has caused you. After this matter is resolved, I will certainly bring some drinks and food to express my regrets." Li Kaiyun chimed in, "Rest assured, if this truly has nothing to do with you, I shall ensure that this scoundrel receives his just deserts after being apprehended, giving you the chance to vent your frustrations." As a seasoned local criminal investigation captain, Lu Tao was well aware of the sordid affairs associated with Black Tiger. Coupled with his slight acquaintance with Gu Yang, it was only natural for him to lean in favor of Gu Yang. On the other hand, Li Kaiyun, a well-off returnee from studying abroad, held an innate sense of pride. Gu Yang, a young man of remarkable accomplishment who rose from humble beginnings, barely captured his attention. In contrast, Black Tiger, a thug of dubious origins, naturally found himself at a disadvantage in Li Kaiyun's eyes. while Black Tiger remained unhandcuffed for the moment. He was subjected to the disdainful glances of the two men beside him, feeling utterly humiliated. Damn it, I assist you in your investigation and provide valuable leads. Yet you still refuse to believe me and intend to arrest me. Had I known you law enforcers were so incompetent and prejudiced, I might as well return to the underworld, bringing dozens of my brothers to eliminate Gu Yang with a flurry of blades. Even if he truly has a connection with the Night Butcher, I cannot believe that this solitary figure could best 100 minions wielding steel knives. Everything has gone awry. I should never have entertained thoughts of redeeming myself or collaborating with that accursed enforcement agency. The enforcers have begun their meticulous search, scouring both the interior and exterior of Gu Yang's villa. Gu Yang remains unperturbed, patiently awaiting their findings. The spider demon indeed met its demise within his abode, yet who, apart from himself, is privy to this truth? The corpse has long since been disposed of by the spectral form, likely consumed in the woods, leaving no trace behind. Stealthily observing the diligent enforcement officials, it is evident that, despite their search, their sentiments lean favorably towards Gu Yang. They handle the furniture with care, eschewing any violent actions. Accompanying them is Chu Lingling, who remains seated on the sofa, engrossed in her mobile device, occasionally glancing up with curiosity towards Gu Yang. It is said that she is a renowned detective, having uncovered clues in the recent demise of Wen Yuli. One wonders what revelations she might unearth this time. At that moment, Gu Yang is struck by a sense of urgency. His standing in daylight is regrettably low. Merely a hint of suspicion from anyone is sufficient for them to intrude upon his home to gather information and conduct searches. Were he to possess a higher social stature, such incidents would be inconceivable. Without concrete evidence, they would not dare approach him. In fact, a mere couple of his words could send these enforcers home to rest. After approximately an hour of thorough searching, the enforcement officials reconvene in the living room to report to Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao. We have searched everywhere and found nothing. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao glare furiously at He Hu. What do you have to say for yourself now? He Hu feels as though a heavy stone has lodged itself in his mind. How could this be possible? Such a large person simply vanishing without a trace. You must have some sort of connection with that wretched Gu Yang, deliberately concealing the truth. I refuse to believe it. I will search for myself. However, as he strides past Gu Yang, he suddenly pivots, leaping towards Gu Yang like a ferocious tiger, delivering a powerful punch. Damn it. I'll not allow you to feign innocence. Given Gu Yang's current physical prowess, he could easily have reacted in time. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he must conceal his strength. He pretends to panic, sidestepping just enough to avoid a fatal blow. The punch lands squarely on Gu Yang's chest, propelling him several meters backward, crashing against the wall. Naturally, with Gu Yang's physical capabilities, even enduring such a blow would cause him little harm. His flight was merely a performance. After rolling twice, he deliberately ignites the energy within him, spitting blood to create a scene of utter devastation. Outrageous. Who permitted you to inflict harm? Li Kaiyun let out a furious roar and charged forward. Lu Tao, standing nearby, quickly joined the fray, and together they swiftly subdued the Black Tiger, pinning him to the ground. Throughout this struggle, they deliberately struck him with fists and feet, leaving the Black Tiger bruised and battered. Despite his strength, he dared not retaliate, for doing so would only exacerbate his predicament. At that moment, he glared menacingly at Gu Yang, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "You truly know how to put on an act. Just now, you had every ability to evade or defend against that punch, didn't you? I can sense the essence of the five beasts breathing technique emanating from you, just like my master. You cannot deceive me. Tell me," shouted out loud. "What is your connection to the Night Butcher? Answer me." Gu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that he would reveal such a flaw in this regard. Yet, there was little he could do. He had cultivated the five beasts breathing technique to an exceptionally refined level, and thus, it was nearly impossible to erase that unique essence from his movements. It is said that ancient masters of martial arts could discern each other's styles with just a glance. Presumably, the Black Tiger had deduced this from that very method. However, the situation was not as dire as in ancient times, for there were hardly any practitioners of ancient martial arts around, and only he and the Black Tiger were familiar with the five beast breathing technique. Once he dealt with the Black Tiger, this flaw would vanish. Listening to the Black Tiger's shouts, Gu Yang feigned pain as he struggled to sit up from the ground, coughing violently as he stammered, "What? Breathing technique? I don't know." His pitiable demeanor evoked immense sympathy from the law enforcement officers present. After subduing the Black Tiger, Lu Tao and several officers hastily helped Gu Yang back into his wheelchair, inquiring with concern, "Brother Gu Yang, how are you feeling? I will take you to the hospital for a checkup right away. This time, I will ensure that the Black Tiger compensates you with both principal and interest for your injuries." After a few coughs, Gu Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. You all carry on with your duties. My caregiver is a nurse at the hospital. I'll just call her to take us." Seeing that Gu Yang appeared to be relatively unscathed, both Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief. If someone had sustained serious injuries right under their noses, they would bear significant responsibility. Li Kaiyun, seething with rage, landed several fierce punches on the back of the Black Tiger's head, nearly rendering him unconscious. "Still acting deranged, are we? You claim your subordinate is missing, yet all signs indicate that he has succumbed to greed and absconded with funds. You allege that a corpse is hidden in the house, but we searched thoroughly and found nothing. Now, you dare to strike and accuse others of being connected to the Night Butcher? Are you trying to play the part of a lunatic? This time, even the heavens cannot save you. I will ensure that you pay dearly within the Law Enforcement Bureau." Chapter 85. The doubts of Chu Lingling. Those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. In this moment, Black Tiger comprehended the profound truth behind this statement. Despite his words being the unvarnished truth, his notorious background as a member of the underworld, coupled with his past misdeeds, rendered him utterly disbelieved. In stark contrast, Gu Yang merely feigned innocence, and everyone perceived him as the true victim. Handcuffed and jostled by several law enforcement officers, Black Tiger was ushered into the vehicle of the Enforcement Bureau. He turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Yang, silently vowing, "This matter is far from over. I have set my sights on you, and I await your retribution." Throughout this ordeal, Gu Yang remained silent as the enforcement vehicle departed the scene with Black Tiger in tow. Lu Tao expressed his concern once more. "Brother Gu Yang, are you truly unscathed? Today's events were entirely my fault. I failed to keep an eye on that scoundrel, and not only did it cause you considerable trouble, but it also resulted in your injury." Lu Tao's voice carried a hint of guilt. Gu Yang, pale yet composed, waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. You are merely doing your job. My cooperation with the Enforcement Bureau is a civic duty. As long as the truth prevails, all is well." Observing Gu Yang's weakened state, Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling deemed it prudent not to linger and prepared to take their leave. At that moment, Chu Lingling, who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned back and inquired, "Mr. Gu, might you possess knowledge of hacking as well?" Upon hearing this question, Gu Yang's pupils constricted. Yet he maintained a facade of joviality as he replied, "I possess a rudimentary understanding. Ever since regaining a portion of my physical capabilities, I have found myself with ample time to read. I have recently delved into literature on both medicine and computer science. However, my knowledge is merely foundational. I fear I may be laughed at for my simplicity." Chu Lingling nodded thoughtfully, refraining from probing further. Once everyone had departed, Gu Yang inhaled deeply, employing a breathing technique to recalibrate his physical condition, gradually restoring color to his pallid visage. His fists clenched tightly. This was troubling. It appeared that Chu Lingling harbored suspicions regarding his true identity. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, a woman's intuition is often uncanny. The question she posed before leaving was not casual, it was deliberate. Moreover, Black Tiger had sacrificed a subordinate to test the waters. Discerning his unusual nature and recognizing that he had mastered the 5 beasts breathing technique, he must be eliminated. As long as Black Tiger drew breath, he would exhaust every avenue to expose Gu Yang's identity, escalating the predicament further. Gu Yang realized that regardless of the potential for renewed suspicion, he must first eliminate this threat. As for Chu Lingling's doubts, he could devise a means to redirect her inquiries later. This should not pose a significant challenge. Ultimately, his outward identity was far too insignificant, a mere recluse, paralyzed and vulnerable, inviting scrutiny from all quarters. If one were to assume the identity of a preeminent physician who has devised a cancer treatment regimen, presiding over a conglomerate valued in the billions, then the ordinary law enforcement officers, lacking even the qualifications to investigate themselves, would appear rather inconsequential. The situation is indeed pressing. In the enforcement vehicle, Li Kaiyun turned to glance at Chu Lingling and inquired with curiosity, "Why did you just ask if Gu Yang possesses hacking skills?" According to the information, he majored in civil engineering in university, which should render him quite unfamiliar with hacking techniques. Chu Lingling replied, "While searching the Gu residence, I noticed he had several books on computer science and medicine. I may not grasp the medical texts, but I am well versed in computers. Many of those books are not merely introductory. They delve into advanced topics that require profound comprehension of computing. I suspect he possesses technical knowledge. And so does the Night Butcher. After contemplating this analysis, Li Kaiyan shook his head. I believe your connection is rather tenuous. First of all, Gu Yang did not study computer science in college. And secondly, he only began exploring these subjects after his health had somewhat improved. Even if he has some understanding of hacking, it is unlikely he is highly proficient. Based on our previous assessments of the Night Butcher, the latter's hacking skills likely surpass your own. Are you suggesting that Gu Yang could acquire superior hacking abilities merely by reading a few books during his brief recovery? Chu Lingling nodded in acknowledgement. I concede that you have a point. The likelihood of that is indeed minimal. However, what if he is an extraordinary genius? Moreover, the Night Butcher initially did not possess any hacking skills. He acquired them later, did he not? Lu Tao, who had been listening, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although you are a renowned detective, I do not concur with your deductions. I personally ruled out Gu Yang as a suspect. I monitored him for an entire day and night, yet the Night Butcher continued to strike, claiming lives. You are now attempting to link him solely based on a vague connection to hacking skills, which lacks logical basis. Furthermore, Gu Yang himself stated that he only has a superficial understanding. Chu Lingling did not retort. You both make valid points. But how do we explain the matter of Black Tiger? Surely, you do not believe that he is truly deranged? His ability to be the most trusted subordinate of Xiong Chuan indicates no deficiency in intelligence. Yet today, he has behaved in such a foolish manner. What if he is speaking the truth? At the mention of Black Tiger, Li Kaiyan scoffed, a street thug of dubious character. Who can truly discern his intentions? Perhaps he has been provoked into acting like a rabid dog. Lu Tao, keeping his head bowed, reflected on his familiarity with both Black Tiger and Xiong Chuan as a local law enforcement officer, having dealt with Black Tiger on several occasions. He found him to be cautious and astute, a stark contrast to today's erratic behavior. Could it be that he truly lost his sanity due to Xiong Chuan's demise? That seems rather implausible. After pondering for a moment, he could only let out a sigh. Then let us return and re-examine the Black Tiger. At this juncture, Chu Lingling raised the small computer in her hand. I have located the final signal emitted from the Spider Ghost's phone. Let us retrieve his device, for it may harbor new clues. Within the Enforcement Bureau, Black Tiger was causing an uproar. You fools. I have provided you with leads. Yet you fail to appreciate them and confine me here. This is sheer ignorance. Was it not said that justice may be delayed but will never be absent? Damn it. This is utterly foolish. Had I known you were so inept, I would have never collaborated with you. I should have simply sent someone to deal with Gu Yang. Perhaps driven mad by rage, Black Tiger cast aside all pretense, unleashing a torrent of curses within the Enforcement Bureau. In the interrogation room, Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyan, and Lu Tao sat before him. Lu Tao was the first to speak. Stop your madness. I have a few questions for you. The current evidence suggests that your subordinate may have absconded with funds. What is your take on this? Black Tiger spat on the ground with disdain. Nonsense. His family is entirely in my control. Where could he possibly escape to alone? Furthermore, how much money does that paralyzed individual possess? What valuables could his family possibly store? To flee for such a paltry sum would be the act of a lunatic. Moreover, unless he leaves the country, where could he hide that I would not find him? Does he not understand my methods? Lu Tao pressed on. Yet you mentioned he entered Gu Yang's residence and did not emerge again. Our search yielded nothing. How do you explain this? Black Tiger's forehead throbbed with anger. What nonsense is this? After the Night Butcher killed Xiong Chuan's body also vanished. Has your bureau uncovered that? In my view, the disappearance of that corpse only indicates that Gu Yang is implicated. There is undoubtedly a connection between him and the Night Butcher. Furthermore, I can reveal another secret. Gu Yang has practiced ancient martial arts breathing techniques. This was imparted to me by my master, Xiong Chuan, who left me a final message before his death. The Night Butcher forcibly took the methods of this breathing technique. Gu Yang is involved as well. There is a clear link between them. In his fervor to ensure Gu Yang's capture, Black Tiger could no longer contain his secrets, divulging the details of the ancient martial arts breathing technique. At this moment, Chu Lingling, who had been quietly typing away, lifted her head. I have repaired the Spider Ghost's phone. It contains the corresponding chat records. Let us take a look together. Chapter 86. Waiting for the Rabbit. Second version. Firstly, what catches everyone's attention is the chat record of Spider Ghost and his friends boasting. Brother, let me tell you. Brother Black Tiger specifically asked me to handle a matter. If I accomplish this task, I will strike it rich. Heavens, you have such a lucrative opportunity? Can you take your brother along? That is not possible. Brother Black Tiger has made it clear that it must remain confidential, and only one person is needed. I've only just managed to secure this chance through my active performance within the organization. What a pity. If you strike it rich, don't forget your brothers. Rest assured, as the saying goes, when one person ascends, the chickens and dogs rise together. I will not forget everyone. There are many similar chat records. It is evident that Spider Ghost is exceedingly excited upon hearing of the summons from Brother Black Tiger, continuously boasting to his fellow brothers. After perusing a multitude of chat logs, Chu Lingling spoke. Based on my observations, the likelihood of Spider Ghost absconding with funds is quite low. Upon reaching this conclusion, Black Tiger burst into laughter. I told you, that bastard Guyang must be up to something. I'm unclear where he has taken Spider Ghost, but it must be at his house. Perhaps he has a very discreet secret chamber there. However, Lu Tao shook his head, expressing, I think that possibility is minimal. This villa did not belong to Guyang previously. He has only moved in a few days ago. How could he have possibly constructed a hidden chamber for concealing a body in such a short span? Black Tiger shouted hoarsely, that bastard studied civil engineering. He owns a construction company. Digging a basement in a day is no difficult feat. Lu Tao stared at him incredulously. Even if he has experienced workers who could complete it in a day, how could there be no traces of construction? To dig a basement, wouldn't he need excavators and trucks to transport the excess soil? Surely he didn't secretly recruit a few people to dig at night? Even if they did, wouldn't the noise be heard by the other neighbors in the community? The individuals in the interrogation room debated extensively, yet no conclusion was reached. However, one thing was certain. The disappearance of Spider Ghost indeed raises numerous suspicions, and it is difficult to ascertain any connection with Guyang. What if this fellow was robbed by someone else on his way after receiving money? At this moment, Chu Lingling put down Spider Ghost's phone, furrowing her brow as she remarked, regardless, this matter presents us with an opportunity. Currently, the information regarding the Night Butcher is exceedingly scarce. Even the slightest clue or possibility must be seized firmly, lest we find ourselves at a complete loss. Therefore, I propose that we refine our previous plan and execute it once more. Li Kaiyun turned to look at her. Are you suggesting waiting for the rabbit? Chu Lingling nodded emphatically. Precisely, it is indeed waiting for the rabbit. The previous operation encountered a setback. Thus, this time we shall refine our approach. I refuse to believe we cannot succeed. Following this, Chu Lingling turned to Lu Tao and instructed, tonight, you will take a small team of enforcers to surveil around Guyang's villa. I will provide you with a set of listening devices. You must remain entirely focused, leaving no stone unturned. If there exists a connection between Guyang and the Night Butcher, it will undoubtedly reveal itself. Lu Tao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Having previously engaged in such activities, he questioned whether repeating this would merely signal Guyang that he remained under suspicion. How could they maintain their friendship thereafter? Sensing his apprehension, Li Kaiyun patted him on the shoulder and said, think a little quicker. If Guyang discovers you, just tell him the Enforcement Bureau is concerned about potential retaliation from the underworld and has secretly dispatched you for protection. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao raised his thumb in approval. Makes sense. You're quite clever. Chu Lingling continued with her arrangements. Prepare a separate cell for this Black Tiger. Li Kaiyun, take 6 of our most elite enforcers, disguise yourselves, and pose as prisoners to live alongside Black Tiger. I will reconfigure the surveillance equipment. If the Night Butcher makes another move against Black Tiger, we will undoubtedly apprehend him at the first opportunity. Upon hearing these plans, Black Tiger clapped in approval. Now that is more like it. If you had trusted me sooner, none of this would have happened. I say, just capture Guyang and torture him for information. That would yield everything we need. Lu Tao shot him a disapproving glance. This is the Enforcement Bureau, not your underworld. Evidence obtained through coercion cannot be considered legitimate. Black Tiger, visibly displeased, muttered, such a hassle. The members of the Enforcement Bureau quickly began to set their plans in motion. Lu Tao, accompanied by his team of enforcers, drove back to the entrance of Guyang's villa. Unbeknownst to them, Guyang, having successfully infiltrated Li Kaiyun's phone, was fully aware of their intentions. How amusing. They intend to execute the same plan twice? A sense of unease crept into Guyang's mind. Even though he utilized the Night Butcher in a manner that left no trace, he could not escape suspicion. In this world, there are no impenetrable walls. He recalled an anime titled Death Note, wherein the protagonist could eliminate criminals by inscribing their names in a notebook. That method of killing was far more formidable than his own ghostly form, yet the protagonist was ultimately discovered. As time passed, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun would inevitably draw closer to the truth. No, these two cannot remain within the Enforcement Bureau. They must be removed. Although Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun harbored suspicions about him, Gu Yang had no intention of eliminating them. Instead, he began to contemplate alternative strategies. Before long, an idea did indeed materialize in Gu Yang's mind. As night gradually descended, Lu Tao and the members of the enforcement team crowded within the van, their stomachs growling with hunger. Thus, everyone prepared a cup of instant noodles, eating while braving the cold wind, a rather pitiable sight. One enforcement officer quietly lamented, "Captain Lu, I believe we are truly making a mountain out of a molehill." Mr. Gu is a remarkable individual, having built his success from the ground up with his own hands. Yet he now finds himself betrayed by a deceitful girlfriend, reduced to a state of semi-paralysis. He's already in a precarious situation. Why must we cast our doubtful gazes upon him? The other officers nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is a paralytic and a legitimate businessman. How could he possibly be connected to the Night Butcher? From my observations, Mr. Gu possesses the demeanor of a good person. I suggest we merely go through the motions. After all, the Night Butcher targets criminals, and his presence might even lower our city's crime rate. Furthermore, the public online seems to overwhelmingly support the Night Butcher. Aligning with the will of the people, why should we stand in opposition to them? Although Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun had discussed and found some points of suspicion regarding Gu Yang, upon further reflection, their concerns seemed rather tenuous. Assigned to monitor through the night, the officers harbored some grievances. After a gentle cough, Lu Tao spoke with a stern tone, "We are merely ordinary enforcement officers. We should follow orders from above and refrain from idle chatter." Gu Yang, having already observed numerous unfamiliar faces through the surveillance cameras, smirked slightly. "Since you seek the truth and wish to monitor me, allow me to provide you with ample opportunity." He promptly dialed Lu Tao's number. Once connected, he inquired, "Brother Lu, are you busy tonight?" After a moment's hesitation, Lu Tao replied, "Not particularly. I've been demoted, and my workload has lightened significantly." "What is the matter?" Gu Yang continued, "Well, I had an altercation with that black tiger earlier. After being assaulted, I find myself quite apprehensive about potential retaliation from those gangsters. Perhaps, Captain Lu, you could bring a few officers to my place for protection? I could offer you some extra compensation." Upon hearing this, the officers in the vehicle became animated. Cramped together in the car, with stale air and empty stomachs, the prospect of entering a house seemed far more comfortable. Moreover, their task was to monitor Gu Yang. Being indoors would allow for more detailed surveillance. Lu Tao felt a twinge of guilt as he considered Gu Yang's generous offer. If there truly were a hidden place for corpses within his home, or if he had any genuine ties to the Night Butcher, how could he possibly invite enforcement officers inside? Clearly, he was innocent. Chapter 87. Preparations complete. Gu Yang's unreserved demeanor instantly endeared him to all the law enforcement officers present, with hardly anyone considering him a suspect. At Gu Yang's invitation, those officers who had initially planned to endure the elements outside finally stepped into the warmth of his home. The atmosphere inside was inviting, with a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table. Gu Yang, seated in his wheelchair beside the dining table, beckoned Lu Tao, saying, "Come in and have something to eat. It seems we will all need to endure a long night ahead, and it would be unwise to do so on an empty stomach. I truly appreciate your assistance with my situation." Lu Tao felt an immediate sense of awkwardness, outwardly. He was there to ensure Gu Yang's safety, yet in reality, he was there to monitor him. It felt akin to an undercover agent forming a genuine bond with his superior. Lu Tao and his team members gathered at the table, savoring the lavish meal, continually expressing their gratitude towards Gu Yang. With a cheerful smile, Gu Yang remarked, "With all of you keeping watch over me tonight, I can finally rest soundly. When it comes time for bed, I will leave my bedroom door ajar, and I kindly ask you to keep an eye on things for me. The last time, that little thief managed to sneak into my room, which has left me restless these past few nights." One officer immediately rose, thumping his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I will place a chair at your door and guarantee that no one will disturb your peace this evening." Gu Yang responded with heartfelt appreciation, "Thank you all so much." After dinner, Gu Yang thoughtfully turned on the heating in the living room and provided each officer with a few bottles of beverages, further enhancing their goodwill before retiring to his room. Observing Gu Yang, who was tirelessly attending to everyone from his wheelchair, the enforcement officers felt a twinge of discomfort. Once Gu Yong had retreated, one officer approached Lu Tao and said, "Captain Lu, I believe you and Captain Li's judgments may have been misguided. Clearly, Gu Yong is a good person, and his open invitation to us demonstrates his transparency. How could he possibly be a suspect? Even if that little brother of Black Tigers hadn't absconded with the funds, it is likely he simply encountered some misfortune unrelated to Mr. Gu." Initially, Lu Tao had harbored increasing doubts about Gu Yong during discussions with Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling, yet the evening's interactions led him to question his earlier assessments. Gu Yong presented himself as a quintessential good person, prompting Lu Tao to sigh and wave his hand dismissively. Ultimately, this case rests on the shoulders of those two as the primary suspects. We should simply follow orders they wish for us to monitor. Now that we are residing in his home, this surveillance could very well serve to exonerate Mr. Gu. Everyone, let us remain alert. And remember to keep the body cameras activated. That way, we will have evidence to present when we report back. The officers nodded in agreement. Understood, Captain Lu. We will exercise utmost caution. Lu Tao contemplated for a moment before turning back to say, since we are all residing in this house, why not take a leisurely stroll and simultaneously investigate if there are any suspicious clues? Of course, we must remember not to damage anything within the premises. Given that we are already here, let us make this the final intrusion, meticulously recording the entire process with our law enforcement devices, ensuring that such disturbances do not recur in the future. Lu Tao expressed this sentiment not only because it is imperative to execute our duties with utmost diligence, but also in hopes of utilizing this opportunity to completely exonerate Gu Yong, sparing him from repeated intrusions in the future. Seated on the sofa, observing the diligent law enforcement officers bustling around him, Lu Tao couldn't help but reflect on Gu Yang's recent misfortunes, sighing, "This brother Gu Yong is truly unfortunate. He is clearly a promising young entrepreneur. Yet he has been betrayed by his girlfriend. Not only has his company suffered significant losses, but he has also been left partially paralyzed, likely diminishing any chances of a resurgence in his later years." Just when he finally emerges from the hospital, a sinister figure known as the Night Butcher appears, and coincidentally, the victims all have some connection to Gu Yong, thrusting him into the limelight of suspicion. Even confined to a wheelchair, he finds himself under scrutiny. How pitiful. Could it be that he is cursed by a star of misfortune? As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Lu Tao retrieved his phone from his pocket and conducted an online search for the most efficacious temple in the vicinity. He resolved to take his brother to the temple to light incense and dispel the ill fortune. Meanwhile, within the already prepared jail cell at the law enforcement agency, the boisterous Black Tiger reclined on the iron bed, nonchalantly crossing his legs and exuding an air of self-satisfaction. To be afforded the protection of 7 law enforcement officers for an entire night. I shall have quite the tale to tell once I am released. Moreover, one of them is a seasoned criminal investigation captain returning from overseas training. How impressive. At that moment, Li Kaiyun donned a wig, affixed a false beard, and adorned his face with faux tattoos and scars, rendering him nearly unrecognizable from his former self. Even his own mother, standing before him, would likely fail to identify him. Accompanying Li Kaiyun were 6 other law enforcement officers, similarly disguised and clad in prison uniforms, indistinguishable from the Black Tiger. If they did not disclose their identities, no one would suspect that they were not prisoners, but rather resolute law enforcement officers, each disguised as if born to be villains. However, concealed at their waists were handguns. Given the notorious reputation of the Night Butcher, they certainly lacked the courage to enter unarmed. Noticing Black Tiger's smug demeanor, Li Kaiyun turned back to glare at him. "Shut your foul mouth. If the Night Butcher hears you, our entire plan will be foiled." Black Tiger waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. Based on the previous patterns of the Night Butcher's killings, he only acts after midnight, and it is not yet time. I suspect the Night Butcher's daytime occupation ends at midnight. What a grueling life it must be to work during the day and kill at night. So, how does it feel to be dressed in prison garb and confined to a cell?" Li Kaiyun harbored no fondness for the Black Tiger. Upon hearing the latter's taunts, he let out a cold snort, saying, "Just wait. Soon the Butcher of the Night will make his move against you. I might delay pulling the trigger for a few seconds, hoping to see you perish at his hands before I take him down. That would certainly be a splendid 2-for-1 deal. I've heard the Butcher's blade is swift, capable of severing a head with a single stroke. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle up close would be a rare experience indeed." The triumphant smile on Black Tiger's face instantly froze as he glanced at Li Kaiyun, whose expression was grave and devoid of jest. Clearing his throat softly, he ventured, Captain Li, you can't be serious, can you? Li Kaiyun shrugged nonchalantly. What do you think? Black Tiger, now stripped of his earlier bravado, cautiously sat up in bed, forcing a cheerful demeanor. Captain Li, I was only joking. Just trying to lighten the mood. Please don't take offense. I'm a legitimate businessman now, and I promise that once I get through this ordeal, I will engage in philanthropy and become a reformed man. Li Kaiyun scoffed, utterly disbelieving the nonsense that spilled from Black Tiger's lips. Shut your foul mouth. From this moment on, if you utter another word that displeases me, I cannot guarantee what will transpire tonight. Black Tiger nodded submissively, promptly closing his mouth and curling back into bed. Only then did Li Kaiyun turn to the remaining law enforcement officers, instructing everyone, act the part, behave like prisoners. Sleep when needed, play cards when appropriate, and under no circumstances must we reveal a hint of vulnerability. The 6 other officers nodded in agreement, each commencing their respective performances. At that moment, Li Kaiyun's earpiece crackled to life with Chu Lingling's voice. Last time, I suspected that the numerous surveillance devices I installed drew the butcher's attention. Given his exceptional hacking skills, it's challenging to conceal such installations from him. Therefore, this time, I discreetly placed a miniature camera in a corner. Even in the event of a power outage, it will continue to record. The Butcher of the Night is extremely dangerous. Upon spotting him, it is imperative to shoot first and incapacitate him to protect yourself. Do you understand? Li Kaiyun felt a twinge of anxiety. The more he delved into the Butcher's murderous history, the greater his dread became. Facing this demon of death head-on without pressure was unthinkable. Rest assured, I will handle it. Chapter 88. Accidental Killing? Investigation and dismissal, yet this evening seemed particularly interminable. The clock struggled to strike midnight, yet no anomalies had emerged. After all, they were to confront the Night Butcher, a most heinous criminal, and despite being armed, the law enforcement officers felt an immense weight of pressure. Under such strain, fatigue swiftly overtook them. One officer quietly leaned towards Li Kaiyun and inquired, Captain, could it be that the Night Butcher will not act tonight, given the prolonged silence? Li Kaiyun shot him a fierce glare. Silence yourself. Fulfill your role dutifully. If you are truly weary, you may rest. But you must not engage in any actions that might compromise your identity. Speak again, and I shall ensure you face disciplinary measures once we step outside. The officer promptly sealed his lips. To maintain a semblance of reality, it was impossible for them to remain active throughout the night. Thus, everyone in the cell, including Black Tiger, gradually